The lazy person knelt on the ground, kowtowing loudly. Ghost Master, I haven't done anything terrible before. But there's one thing I haven't done yet. I'll tell you. The third family gave me 100 yuan to find some troublemakers to harm the young woman who saw Chin Kiki. They wanted her reputation ruined, then have me marry her later. Ghost Master, I've told you everything. Please forgive me. Li Yutong looked at the crying, tearful lazy person and stopped pretending to be a ghost. At this moment, Shishi's hidden mode also turned off. You treacherous thing! How dare you act as a spy and bring outsiders to harm me? She said this and threw the lazy person into her space. Then she also returned to her space. The black-clad men were now unconscious. Li Yutong approached the lazy person, looking at him with a fake smile. Lazy person, we have no grudges or conflicts today. Why are you trying to hurt me? The lazy person was still frightened by the ghost and thought the ghost master was asking. He quickly told the truth. Ghost Master, these people are also from this afternoon. I met them outside the village. They paid me 50 yuan to bring them to Li Yutong's house. Li Yutong coldly said, You lazy, good-for-nothing, idle person, for just 50 yuan. You brought people to harm a weak girl who can't even defend herself. Have you no conscience? The lazy person kept kowtowing and hurriedly said, Ghost Master, you don't know. I've been a bit short on money lately. Those men in black said they would give me another 100 yuan after everything was done. Think about it, 150 yuan. In our countryside, I could spend that for months. I don't even care if Li Yutong lives or dies. It's not like I killed her. Isn't that right? Li Yutong had planned to let this lazy person go, but hearing this, her anger suddenly flared up. She glared with wide, angry eyes, her voice cold like ice, and said slowly, You would risk others' lives for just 150 yuan? Your conscience is so rotten it's hard to describe how ugly you are. The man, scared by her fierce presence, trembled and stopped kowtowing. He looked timid but still tried to explain nervously, Ghost Master, I really didn't kill anyone. I was just guiding them. Li Yutong sneered coldly. Guiding? If you hadn't led the way, how would those men in black find me? How is that different from killing? You push innocent people into danger just for a little money. You're so selfish and without morals. I won't forgive you today. Hearing this, the man panicked. He hurriedly kowtowed again, his forehead swelling and bleeding from the force. He cried out, Ghost Master, please have mercy. Spare me. I have an 80-year-old mother and young children at home. They're waiting for me to support them. If I die, how will they survive? Li Yutong remained unmoved, coldly saying, Did you think of your family when you did these things? Do you think using them can move me? If you truly cared about your family, you wouldn't do such evil for money. The man collapsed to the ground, hopeless, still begging desperately. Suddenly, a cold, eerie wind blew around them, howling in their ears like countless angry spirits crying. Of course, this was just a hallucination created by Cece. Li Yutong radiated a chilling aura as she slowly approached the man. Terrified, the man watched her step by step, trying to get up and run, but his legs turned weak and wouldn't obey.
You.
Don't come any closer. He desperately backed away, but hit a stone behind him. Li Yutong reached him and looked down at him from above. Today, I will make you pay for your evil deeds. She reached out her hand, which instantly turned into a steel clamp, gripping his neck tightly. The man's eyes bulged in fear. He struggled to pry her hand away, but couldn't. He could only make faint, sounds. At this critical moment, CC's voice suddenly rang out, Master, how can you waste such good energy for recovery? Let me take him. I'll have King Tianzu absorb him. Hearing Cece's voice, Li Yutong, who was furious, finally loosened her grip, but her voice remained icy and cold. Good, now take him away. I don't want to see him for even a minute. As Li Yutong finished speaking, the stubborn person disappeared. She approached the leader of the black-clad men and sharply injected him in the neck. After a loud scream, the leader of the black-clad men woke up and saw Li Yutong standing there with a cold smile, looking down at him. Tell me, who sent you here? The black-clad leader knew he was in trouble this time. He bravely lifted his chin and said, "Humph. If I fall into your hands, do whatever you want, kill or cut me, I don't care." Li Yutong was so angry she almost laughed. "I didn't expect you to be so tight-lipped. Since you don't want to talk, I won't listen either. Don't come begging me to hear you later." After saying that, she took out a small packet of powder. This was a special laughing powder she had made in her past life. As soon as it touched the skin, it would take effect immediately. The powder worked for 2 hours. During this time, anyone affected would laugh uncontrollably. Li Yutong gently raised her hand, and the powder floated like fine mist onto the black-clad leader. In an instant, his stubborn expression melted away, and he burst into uncontrollable laughter. He laughed so hard he leaned back and forth, tears streaming down his face, clutching his stomach, trembling violently. "Ha ha!" The laughter echoed through the space, sharp and piercing. The leader of the black-clad men tried to control himself, but couldn't. His once straight neck bent down. As time passed, his laughter grew weaker but never stopped, and he looked miserable. Finally, just as his strength was about to run out from laughing, the leader of the black-clad men struggled to say a few words. "Stop. Don't laugh anymore. I will tell you." Li Yutong's lips curled into a victorious smile, quietly waiting for his confession. The black-clad leader gasped for breath and, in broken words, revealed the mastermind behind everything. "Haha, I am your stepmother, Luo Yangshu, sent by her. She said you stole something from their family. Haha, she told me to come here and coordinate with the G group. They will send people to help me kill you and find the stolen items." Li Yutong raised an eyebrow. "Who are you to her? Why do you listen to her so much?" "Haha, I am her real husband. We've been together for a long time. Actually, Li Minglu isn't the real Li Jianqing. Haha, he's my son." Luo Yanjua married Li Jianqing just to take back her ex-wife's property and other important things. Haha, they aren't truly married. Li Jianqing's ex-wife is the original owner's mother, isn't she? Didn't she already take her property? How much do you know about my mother? I don't know much about your mother. Haha, I only know she escaped from Kyoto and was tricked back home by Li Jianqing. When she came here, she had a lot of valuable things with her. Haha, it's said that the family heirloom of the Jade family was taken out by Yu Linglong, but Luo Yanjua has been searching for it for years and hasn't found it. A family heirloom. Li Yutong touched the jade pendant hanging around her neck, which belonged to the original owner. Is this what they are looking for? She remembers that this jade pendant was put around her neck by Yu Linglong when she was born. The original owner always wore it close to her body and no one, including Luo Yanjua, ever noticed. It seems the Luo family wanted Luo Yanjua to Li Jianqing just for this jade pendant. Luckily, Li Jianqing wasn't very stupid and didn't give away all of the original owner's mother's belongings. "Tell me everything you know." The man in black didn't want to say anything at first, but now he was exhausted from laughing and had lost his ability to think clearly. He revealed everything he knew. The Luo family appears to live in Jin City, but they are very close to the Luo family in Kyoto. The Kyoto Luo family is very powerful there. Luo Zhenbong is collecting wealth for the Kyoto Luo family in Jin City. The items they lost were meant to be sent to Kyoto, but before they could, they went missing. I heard among those items was a carved figure of a king made from imperial green jade. That figure belongs to Luo Haotian, the head of the Kyoto Luo family. You can probably guess his ambitions, right? Li Yutong understood, but she didn't see how this related to her mother. Not understanding, she asked, "What does all this have to do with my mother?" The leader of the man in black felt he had said too much, but he couldn't bear the torment from Hahofen anymore and had to keep talking. "I will tell you that your mother was one of the people who escaped after being harmed by the Yu family, who were killed by the Luo family in Kyoto long ago. At first, the Luo family did not know your mother's true identity. It was only after your father got close to Luo Zhenbong and saw your mother's face that they realized she was a survivor of the Yu family." Li Yutong narrowed her eyes. What exactly happened between the Luo family and the Yu family back then? The man in black sighed. After nearly 99 hardships, was there just one more to go? Back then, the Yu family was very famous in Kyoto. They were skilled in martial arts, and all their children were talented. They were also very good at business, accumulating a fortune that could rival the wealth of the country. The Yu family had two daughters. The older one was named Yulinglong. She had eyebrows like distant mountains and eyes like stars. She was smart and quick from a young age, learned martial arts, and studied medicine with her teacher, becoming very skilled. When it was time for her to marry, Yulinglong was arranged to marry Luo Han, a young man from the Luo family, which was well matched in status. The Luo family had been doctors for generations, but they used their skills not to help people, but to study poisons. At first, the couple got along well and lived peacefully and happily. But beneath the calm surface, greed and evil thoughts were quietly growing. The Luo family's business started to struggle. Seeing the wealth of the Yu family, which made others envious, their minds became twisted. Luo Han's parents even planned to take all of the Yu family's property for themselves. They first caused trouble in business, bribing some of Yu's partners to delay payments, making it hard for Yu to manage her finances. Although the Yu family was strong, they were soon overwhelmed. Yulinglong went back to her family to help, but she didn't realize this was just the beginning of the Luo family scheme. The Luo family bribed a servant of the Yu family to secretly poison their food. The Yu family members, unprepared, all fell ill and grew weaker. Yulinglong sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. Seeing her family suffer, she was frantic, searching everywhere for an antidote, but to no avail. The Luo family, seeing the Yu family's weakness, became even more reckless. They colluded with corrupt officials to frame the Yu family with false charges. In one night, the Yu family was raided, their property confiscated. They were imprisoned and subjected to inhumane torture. Yulinglong was full of sadness and anger. Using her martial skills, she escaped from prison on a dark, windy night. She was determined to seek revenge on the Luo family and clear her family's name. She secretly sneaked back to the Luo family house, only to see the family sitting together, happily dividing Yu family's wealth. Huaner, although Yu family's assets are many, we haven't found the key to the treasure you mentioned. Where do you think it might be? Luo Haotian looked at Luo Han with a worried face. Dad, I don't know. My father-in-law and mother-in-law never told me about this. I guess even Yulinglong doesn't know how to open the treasure, Luo Han said regretfully. He wondered why he hadn't asked about the treasure's secret after staying so long at Yu's house. Sigh. What we have is only a tiny part of Luo family's wealth. Their riches are definitely much more than this, Luo Haotian said confidently. Dad, how do you know that? Luo Han asked curiously. Luo Haotian sneered. My father-in-law loves wine. I invited him home once, and he got drunk and let slip some secrets. That's when I decided to take the Yu family's wealth for myself. Outside, Yulinglong's eyes turned red with rage and hatred. Seizing the moment when the Luo family was unprepared, she rushed into the house like a ghost, intending to kill Luo Han and his father. Although she was skilled in martial arts, she was outnumbered and gradually grew tired. In the end, she failed to succeed. She could only grab some valuables and flee in a hurry, disappearing afterward. The entire Yu family was executed, but the prison head, unable to bear watching the family's extinction, secretly let a young boy escape. Whether the boy is alive or dead now is unknown. Li Yutong clenched her fists, her eyes full of anger and hatred. She realized her mother had endured so much pain, and she had been kept in the dark all along. Do you know where that young boy is now? Li Yutong asked urgently. The man in black shook his head. I only know about this, but I don't know his current whereabouts. Li Yutong took a deep breath to calm herself. She knew she would soon face the mighty Luo family in Kyoto. But for her mother and for the injustice done to the Yu family, she was fearless. She will make the Luo family experience the courage of the Yu family and let them know that taking advantage of others will come with a price. The questions have been asked, and there is no need for the black-clad leader to stay anymore. She also doesn't want to waste words on the unconscious black-clad men. Cece, take these people to King Dianzu. I'm a bit tired and want to go to sleep. Cece listened carefully to what the black-clad leader said. She was very angry. She had never seen such a ruthless person. Since that's the case, these people deserve their fate. They can be used to restore the space's energy. Li Yutong returned to her room and lay on the bed but couldn't fall asleep. The injustice faced by the Yu family weighed heavily on her, like a big mountain on her heart. The missing young boy also worried her deeply. She silently vowed to seek justice for the Yu family and to find the boy. But this wasn't an urgent matter. Even if she wanted revenge, she had to take it step by step. The next morning, after Li Yutong and Qin Kiki distributed farming tools in the warehouse, Li Yutong remembered what the old rascal had told her last night. Kiki, I need to tell you something. The man you saw in your dream is Yu Lao-san. His wife, Sun Chunhua, had a dream that predicted the future. She came back this time to protect Yu Lao-san and wait to become the richest lady. To keep her happiness, she must eliminate Yu Lao-san's wife from the past. Qin Kiki immediately caught the main point of her words. Tong Tong, are you saying she plans to deal with me? How does she plan to do that? Li Yutong organized her thoughts and continued. She gave the old rascal 100 yuan and asked him to find some troublemakers to ruin your reputation completely. But don't worry, I've already taken care of the old rascal. The next step is for you to find a way to get evidence against Sun Chunhua, preferably send her to reform through labor. Qin Kiki's eyes flashed with determination. Tong Tong, I know what I need to do. I will watch Sun Chunhua's every move and find her weakness. Li Yutong patted her shoulder. Good, be careful. Use your storage ring's invisibility to your advantage. Since Sun Chunhua can come back again, she must be no ordinary person. Qin Kiki nodded firmly. I understand. Since she dares to scheme against me, I must be prepared for a fight. While they were talking, they suddenly saw Sun Chunhua sneaking toward the warehouse. Qin Kiki and Li Yutong exchanged a quick look and immediately hid. Sun Chunhua looked around carefully, making sure no one was watching, then quietly slipped into the warehouse. Li Yutong and Qin Kiki tiptoed after her, curious about what she was up to. Inside, Sun Chunhua was searching through the shelves, seeming to look for something important. When she reached a box, she suddenly stopped and a proud smile appeared on her face. Li Yutong and Qin Kiki exchanged confused glances, unsure what she had found. At that moment, Sun Chunhua took out a small notebook from the box. Just as she was about to leave, Li Yutong and Qin Kiki appeared suddenly and blocked her way. Sun Chunhua, what are you holding? Are you trying to steal from the community? They asked. Sun Chunhua's face changed, and her eyes flickered as she tried to stay calm. Steal? This is just an ordinary notebook, she said. Li Yutong sneered. An ordinary notebook? Why are you sneaking into the warehouse to look for it? Let me see. She reached out to grab it. Sun Chunhua quickly stepped back, holding the notebook tightly. This is my thing. You have no right to look at it. Your thing? If it's yours, why keep it in the warehouse instead of at your home? Even a child wouldn't believe that, Li Yutong replied sharply. Qin Kiki crossed her arms. If you have nothing to hide, why not let us see? Sun Chunhua clenched her teeth and suddenly shouted, Help! Someone's trying to steal my stuff. Li Yutong and Qin Kiki were caught off guard by her sudden move. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the warehouse. Li Yutong whispered, Stay calm. Then she loudly said, Sun Chunhua, don't falsely accuse others. When people arrive, we can all discuss this. Soon Wang Taizhu and a few others entered the warehouse. Li Yutong, what's going on here? I heard someone shouting, they asked. Li Yutong explained briefly what had happened. The others looked at Sun Chunhua with suspicion. Sun Chunhua's forehead was covered in cold sweat, but she stubbornly said, Captain, you can't believe what these young people are saying. This notebook is mine. They just want to steal from me. Wang Taizhu squinted his eyes. Sun Chunhua had been running around for many years and just recently returned. No one knew what she had been doing outside during these years. But one thing was certain. Li Yutong and Qin Kiki, the two educated youths, had been in the team for almost a month and had been performing very well. They wouldn't lie. Sun Chunhua, you say this notebook belongs to you. Why are you holding it in the warehouse now? Sun Chunhua choked and looked around nervously, unsure of what to do. If she admitted she was spreading rumors, the team leader would punish her. But if she said she was stealing from the warehouse, that would be a much worse crime. Team leader, this notebook is mine. It's my son's homework notebook. Chin Kiki suddenly had an idea and said, since you say this is your son's homework notebook, why don't you open it for everyone to see? Sun Chunhua hesitated, her hands unconsciously clutching the notebook tighter. Wang Taizhu grew impatient. Sun Chunhua, give me the notebook. Let me see what's written inside. Sun Chunhua clenched her teeth and reluctantly opened the notebook. But inside, there were only a few blank pages, nothing else. She proudly waved the notebook. See? It's just an ordinary notebook. Stop making trouble. Chin Kiki and Li Yutong were both stunned. How can that be? At that moment, Chin Kiki suddenly noticed that Sun Chunhua's hand was trembling slightly as she held the notebook, and her eyes kept flicking toward the back cover. There's definitely something suspicious here. Chin Kiki snatched the notebook and forcefully tore open the back cover.
A small note fell out.
It was filled with detailed plans and amounts related to colluding with others to sell team supplies. Wang Tieju's face turned pale with anger. He widened his eyes and glared at Sun Chunhua, shouting loudly, Sun Chunhua, how dare you? Trying to undermine socialist efforts. This is a crime. Now, come with us to the commune for an investigation. Sun Chunhua trembled all over, frightened by Wang Tieju's imposing presence. Her face was pale, her lips trembling, and she couldn't say a word. Wang Taizhu ruthlessly grabbed her arm and took her out of the warehouse. Li Yutong watched as Sun Chunhua was taken away, her brows furrowing tightly. Kiki, I think this matter isn't that simple. This Sun Chunhua is likely coming to the storage room to steal things, then deliberately blaming us for losing items there. Chin Kiki listened to Li Yutong and was shocked. She widened her eyes and said in disbelief, this is really too much. We didn't provoke her at all. Why is she trying to hurt us like this? Li Yutong thought for a moment and said slowly, I think this is her backup plan. If the plan at Lao Lai's place fails, then the crime of stealing collective property is very serious. We will definitely be kicked out, and she won't have any worries. Chin Kiki got angrier the more she thought about it. She gritted her teeth and cursed, this woman is so vicious. She goes to such lengths to harm us just for some dreams. Her mind is deeper than the ocean. Li Yutong looked at Chin Kiki. Kiki, just scolding her won't help. When you have free time, follow Sun Chunhua secretly and see what she's really doing. If necessary, we can take some extreme actions. She made a gesture as if cutting her throat. Chin Kiki's eyes lit up. Tong Tong, you're so clever. Li Yutong reached out and tapped Chin Kiki's forehead. With your simple mind, what good ideas can you come up with? Fine, you count the supplies in the storage room and record them. I'll go into the mountains to see if there are any prey in the traps. Chin Kiki nodded. Okay, you go ahead. I can handle the record myself. Li Yutong went home to get a basket and headed into the mountains alone. The forest was dense with tall trees blocking the sky. Occasionally, the calls of unknown birds made the woods seem even more mysterious. She skillfully walked toward the traps she and Chin Kiki had set up earlier to catch some mountain game to supplement their supplies. Along the way, Li Yutong was alert, watching her surroundings carefully, since fierce wild animals often appeared in the mountains. Soon she reached the first trap. Looking inside, she saw 3 wild rabbits and a foolish roe deer. Not bad, a good catch. With her harvest, Li Yutong hummed a little tune and continued to the next trap. Each trap had 3 to 5 small animals. The most common were wild rabbits, with a total of 11. There were also 2 foolish roe deer and 6 wild chickens. Today was a fruitful day. Li Yutong originally planned to throw these wild animals into space for Optimus Prime to absorb, but then she remembered that they were shared property between her and Chin Kiki. She couldn't be selfish. Forget it. I'll sell these things at the black market to get some money. And I'll also bring back the piglet and calf that Jade Jinlon promised me. Thinking this, Li Yutong prepared to leave. Just then, she heard a faint whimpering sound. She stopped and listened carefully. This should be the sound of some young animal, she thought. Li Yutong was somewhat familiar with this sound, which made her curious. Honestly, all young animals are super cute. She started looking for the source of the sound, muttering as she searched, I don't know what kind of animal this is, but why does this sound so weak? After searching for a while, she couldn't find the exact location. This sound is clearly right next to me. Why can't I find it? Suddenly, a soft voice said, Master, the thing you're looking for is in the tree hollow straight ahead. Li Yutong quickly went to the big tree, squatted down, and pushed aside the bushes in front of the hollow. A dark hole appeared before her eyes. The faint whimpering grew clearer. This is the place. Li Yutong was happy. Cece, can you confirm the position of that young animal? Okay, Master. Extend your hand toward the 9 o'clock direction of the hollow, and the young one is right there. Following Cece's instructions, Li Yutong reached her hand deep into the hollow. When she pulled it out, a small white object was in her hand. The tiny creature was motionless, only emitting faint whimpering sounds from its mouth. The small thing was a little bigger than her palm, with its eyes tightly closed, and a red cord was on its belly. Little one, it looks like you were just born. The umbilical cord is still on your belly, Li Yutong said softly, feeling gentle warmth in her heart. Master, this is a snow wolf cub, Cece explained. Wolf cub? Li Yutong's mind immediately flashed with stories of Mr. Manhwa and wolves. The soft feelings she had that year suddenly turned into shock. Wolves are social animals that live in groups. They're also animals that remember grudges. Once they hold a grudge, they can cause endless trouble. She couldn't just watch a small life disappear. She simply couldn't. Just as Li Yutong was caught between hesitation and decision, she spoke again. Master, since you can't bear to see this little one die, why not raise it instead? What are you talking about? It's a wolf. Li Yutong was a bit worried and looked around cautiously, afraid that a group of shining eyes might surround her. Li Yutong's reaction made Shishi laugh. Master, there's no need to be so nervous. Think about it. Wolves usually live deep in the forest. Do you think it's normal for this little thing to appear here? Yes, usually a mother wolf stays in her den before giving birth. She wouldn't have her babies in such a dangerous place. So, something must have happened to force her to leave her den and give birth in this tree hollow. She didn't take her baby with her. And it's just a newborn. Can you imagine what kind of situation would make a mother wolf make such a choice? Li Yutong's mind moved. Shishi, are you saying that this mother wolf might never come back? Yes, Master. Whether it's humans or fierce wild animals, they all have maternal love. If it were possible, who would want to abandon their newborn? Shishi's last words almost made Li Yutong tear up. Yes, unless absolutely necessary, who would be willing to give up their own flesh and blood? Motherly love is always the most touching. Li Yutong decided she would adopt this little wolf. She held the tiny wolf cub and quickly entered her space. Shishi, bring me a glass of milk and a syringe. Yes, Master. As soon as Shishi finished speaking, a glass of milk and a syringe without a needle appeared beside Li Yutong. Li Yutong drew milk into the syringe, carefully brought it to the little wolf cub's mouth, and gently squeezed. The milky, white liquid slowly flowed into the cub's mouth. The cub instinctively suckled, making faint swallowing sounds. Seeing the little wolf drink the milk, Li Yutong finally relaxed her tense heart. Finally, it's full. Li Yutong put down the syringe and looked at the small creature that had been still earlier. Now, it surprisingly stretched out its paw. She gently wiped its mouth with a towel, looked at the tiny bundle, and a pleasant smile appeared on her face. Baby Cece, I'm leaving this little one to you. I need to go to the black market to bring back the 100 piglets and 100 calves I ordered yesterday. Prepare a place for them. Don't worry, boss. That's just a matter of thought, she replied confidently. After giving her instructions, Li Yutong left the space quickly and headed down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, she took out her bicycle from the space and waited like a tomboy before rushing off to the county's black market. When she arrived at the agreed spot, Yujinlan was already waiting there. Li Yutong, in her rush, forgot to disguise herself, so she appeared in her true form this time. Thanks to the powerful beauty-enhancing pills and spiritual spring water, she was no longer the thin, scrawny girl she used to be. Now, she had a curvy figure and a beautiful face, almost like a fox spirit. She saw Yu Jinlong standing straight, with Lin Haonan and a few others behind her. "Boss Yu, you're quite punctual," Li Yutong greeted with a smile. When Yu Jinlong saw Li Yutong's real face, her eyes nearly popped out. This young woman looked exactly like her aunt. What was going on? Seeing Yu Jinlong staring at her face, Li Yutong quickly realized what was happening. Oh no, how could she be so careless? Her alertness as a former Special Forces soldier had flown out the window. She silently cursed herself, but kept smiling and tried to change the subject. "Boss Yu, let's talk about the piglets and calves first." But Yu Jinlong didn't respond. She stepped forward carefully, examining Li Yutong closely, murmuring, "Why do you look so much alike?" Lin Haonan, standing nearby, was also surprised. He leaned in and whispered, "Boss, this." Yu Jinlong took a deep breath, suppressing her shock, and asked, "Miss, what is your relationship with Yu Linglong?" So she forced a laugh and said, "Boss Yu, I think you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm just an ordinary small merchant. I don't know anything about Jade Linglong, let alone have any connection with her. Let's focus on the main business first. I'm still waiting to go back." Yu Jinlong looked suspicious, but didn't press further. She then discussed the transfer of piglets and calves with Li Yutong. Li Yutong quickly finished the deal. After watching Yu Jinlong and her group leave, she stored her things in her space and hurried away. Meanwhile, back at Yu Jinlong's place, he returned home and told Ani nearby, "Go check this girl's background. Be careful not to alert anyone." "Yes, I will complete the task." Ani received the order and left. Lin Haonan happily approached him, saying, "Boss, do you like that girl? I have to say, your taste is really good. She's very beautiful, like a fox spirit." Yu Jinlong glared at him angrily and scolded, "Go away. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm already so old, and she's only about 17 or 18. You just talk nonsense all day. Are you too bored lately? Do you want me to find something for you to do, so you won't be so bored?" Hearing this, Lin Haonan's face changed in fear. He quickly ran away as if he had slipped away, shouting while running, "Boss, I'm really busy. I have many things to handle." Yu Jinlong watched Lin Haonan run away in a panic, a slight smile appearing on his face, proud of himself. "You little brat, I can still handle you?" Meanwhile, Li Yutong had already left the storage place. She found a quiet, deserted spot and quietly entered her space. As soon as she entered her space, she saw the piglets and calves she had just stored away, all neatly arranged. They were happily fighting over food in the trough, eating eagerly. Li Yutong looked at these adorable little creatures with joy, her face full of happiness. She softly said to the void, "Sisi baby, this time it's really thanks to you. Thank you for your hard work." A clear, pleasant voice rang out in the air. "Hee, no trouble at all. I'm happy to help the owner solve problems." Li Yutong glanced at the small wolf cub sleeping peacefully. After disguising herself, she left the space. She took out her ID badge, carried her basket, and entered the black market. She went to the spot where she set up her stall yesterday. Putting down her basket, she started shouting, "People coming from the south, heading north, here are wild chickens, wild rabbits, and silly roe deer. If you need some, come quickly, don't miss out." Her loud call attracted many people. Everyone looked at the game in her basket and asked about the prices. "Ma'am, wild rabbits are 3 yuan 50, wild chickens 3 yuan, and whole silly roe deer 200 yuan each." Li Yutong skillfully bargained with them. Soon, all the wild chickens, rabbits, and roe deer in her basket were sold. Just as she was busy, a man in a black shirt and sunglasses strolled over slowly. He stopped at her stall, looked at Li Yutong for a moment, then reached out and picked up a silly roe deer, examining it carefully. "How much for this silly roe deer?" His voice was deep and hoarse, sounding uncomfortable. Li Yutong held up. The man frowned slightly. "A bit expensive. Can you give me a discount?" Li Yutong smiled. Big brother, these are all alive and I caught them myself. The price is already fair. The man's lips curled up slightly. All right, you seem honest. Deliver it to my house. Hearing that he wanted it delivered, Li Yutong's heart raced. Could this person be thinking of taking advantage of her because she's a young woman? Big brother, I can deliver it to you, but you need to pay first. I can't deliver without payment. The man in black smiled harmlessly. You little girl, worried I won't pay? Do I look like someone short of money? Li Yutong sized him up and said with a grin, Big brother, you don't seem short of money, but I run a small business and I don't give credit. The man in black sighed and took out a stack of money, handing it to Li Yutong. Here, don't be scared. I wouldn't cheat you over this amount. Though he said that, what he was really thinking was hard to tell. Li Yutong took the money, carried her basket, and happily followed the man in black out of the black market. Along the way, she quietly wondered, this big brother seems kind. I wonder what his family is like. She then asked, Big brother, is your home far from here? The man in black turned his head and smiled. Not far, just at the small house up ahead. He pointed to a row of small houses nearby. Li Yutong looked in the direction he pointed. The small houses looked a bit old, but the area was quiet. She nodded and asked, I see you're in a hurry to buy that silly roe deer. Is someone in your family sick? The man in black's face darkened slightly. He sighed and said, Yes, I have an old mother who is sick. Her health isn't good. The doctor said she needs to eat more wild food to get better, so I spent a lot of money to buy her roe deer. Hearing this, Li Yutong felt a wave of sympathy. She quickly said, Big brother, you're so caring. Your mother is lucky to have such a good son. She must be very happy. The man in black smiled and looked at Li Yutong gratefully. Thank you for your kind words. I'm just doing my duty as a son. They reached a house. The man in black took out his key and opened the door. Miss, just put those 2 roe deer in the kitchen. I'll go see my mother. Li Yutong agreed and headed in the direction he pointed. Just as she took a few steps, the door suddenly slammed shut with a loud bang. 2 men in black came out of the kitchen. Little girl, you're too trusting. Seems you lack social experience. Li Yutong turned to look at the man in black. What are you doing? The man in black stopped pretending. Little girl, I won't make things difficult for you. Just hand over the money you just got and tell me how to kill animals without harm. Don't think he's stupid. The roe deer looks like it was caught with some good bait, which means the girl has something that attracts these animals. If I had such a good thing, it would be like having a golden key. That's why, when I saw those 2 silly deer, I planned to trick the young girl into coming over.
Li Yutong smila tesela y.
Oh, I see. You're trying to lure the enemy in and then trap them. Phew, what trap. It's more like catching a turtle in a jar or just having bad intentions. Anyway, they're not kind-hearted. You're right. If you're smart, hand over the good stuff on you now. Otherwise, the man in black threatened. Otherwise what? Do you want to steal my money and bother me too? Li Yutong calmly asked. The man in black looked at her face, which was dark and full of spots, and made a disgusted face. Stop talking nonsense. Hand over your things now. He signaled to the other 2 men in black. They understood and, with sticks in hand, aimed at Li Yutong's head. Just as the sticks were about to hit her, she moved quickly and dodged easily. The men in black looked surprised. They didn't expect this small girl to be so quick.
Li Yutong snarat.
You guys think you can trick me?
Dream on.
She quickly summoned some small stones from her space. She flicked her fingers, and the stones shot out like bullets at the men. One of them was hit on the arm, and his stick clattered to the ground. The man in black, angry and embarrassed, pulled out a dagger from his waist and lunged at Li Yutong. She moved swiftly behind him, kicked his knee, and he fell to the ground. The other 2 men in black saw they couldn't win and tried to run. But Li Yutong wouldn't let them. She summoned more stones to block their escape. Now, it's your turn to hand over your valuables, she said coldly, arms crossed and eyes sharp. The men in black trembled with fear and handed over their money and dagger. After collecting the items, Li Yutong searched the room and found 600 yuan and some old objects. She looked at the man in black lying on the ground and sneered. Next time you see me, stay away. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time. After warning them, She left the place quickly. Until Li Yutong was out of sight, the men in black finally got up from the ground, looking very angry. How dare they steal from us? We must get revenge. One of the men in black said fiercely. Big brother, how can we get revenge? Her stone skills are too strange, another black-clad man asked nervously. The leader of the group turned his eyes and said, Humph, isn't she acting tough? Let's find Brother Dao. He has many men and guns. We can handle her easily. Hearing this, the other two nodded quickly. They hurriedly packed up and left the house, heading straight to Brother Dao's territory. At this moment, Li Yutong didn't know danger was approaching. She was happily counting the money she had just stolen, thinking about how many good things she could buy with it. She hummed a little tune and rode her bike slowly home, unaware that a bigger problem was about to happen. Meanwhile, the black-clad men had already told Brother Dao. When he heard someone dared to cause trouble on his turf, he was furious. He waved his hand and said, Let's go and see this reckless woman. Just as Li Yutong was feeling pleased, Cici suddenly warned, Master, someone is catching up behind us. There are quite a few, about 20 or 30, and the leader has a gun. Hearing Cici's report, Li Yutong thought to herself, Are these 3 little troublemakers looking for help? Do they really think I, Li Yutong, am easy to bully? Having a gun isn't a big deal. In my past life, I could hit 10 perfect shots with my eyes closed. But there are too many of them. Facing them head-on wouldn't work. As the old saying goes, a brave man can't stand against many. Li Yutong's eyes lit up. You think having more people and weapons makes you strong? Today, I will show you the power of the Li family's secret poison. With her plan in mind, Li Yutong continued riding her bike slowly. Suddenly, she heard a commotion behind her, footsteps and vehicle engines. She looked back and saw a group of black-clad men rushing toward her aggressively. The leader, Brother Dao, was holding a gun. Li Yutong remained calm. She quickly took out a special poison powder packet from her space. This poison powder was a secret recipe of the Li family, passed down from ancestors. Once someone is hit, they will cough, feel dizzy, and disoriented immediately. Li Yutong tested the wind direction and found it favorable, with the wind blowing from her side. At this moment, Li Yutong felt like the South Screen Mountain borrowing the east wind. Seeing the group of people chasing behind her, she smiled so broadly that her eyes disappeared. Come on, come closer, she said, then threw a bag of poison powder forcefully at the crowd. The poison powder spread quickly. Several men in black inhaled it and immediately started coughing, vomiting, feeling dizzy, and losing their balance. Oh no! What's happening? Is there an earthquake? Someone shouted. Brother Dao, seeing this, widened his eyes in anger and started shooting. Li Yutong was prepared. She rode her bike, turning left and right, with bullets whizzing past her. This is the skill of a former soldier king from her past life, brave and skilled. If others were in her place, they would have been hit and torn apart by the bullets. She looked back at Brother Dao's gun, summoned a stone, and accurately hit his wrist, causing the gun to fall to the ground. Brother Dao, furious and embarrassed, cursed, This woman is too tricky. Capture her alive. I want to torture her badly. Whoever catches her gets 50 yuan. It's said that great rewards bring brave men. The black-clad men, unaware of danger, rushed toward Li Yutong. She smiled slightly, riding her bike while continuing to spread the poison powder, shouting, 50 yuan is enough to make you risk your life. Your lives are worth so little. Soon, Brother Dao and the others were exhausted and could only watch helplessly as Li Yutong disappeared into the distance on her bike. At this moment, Li Yutong had entered the space. Cici, baby, I didn't want to kill these people, but they kept provoking me and even tried to shoot me. I can't tolerate that. Now, activate your stealth mode. I'm going to send all these people to Optimus Prime as food. Cici obediently responded, Yes, master. In the blink of an eye, Li Yutong vanished and quietly returned to where Brother Dao and the others were. Those people were still cursing and gasping for breath, unaware of the danger approaching. Li Yutong moved like a ghost among them, easily knocking out each black-clad man and collecting them into her space. Brother Dao was terrified to see his companions disappear one by one, but he couldn't see the enemy. He could only wave his arms around in panic. Come out if you dare. Let's settle this face to face. Why did that phrase sound so familiar? Oh, she remembered now. Wasn't that old Jay's favorite saying? Could this man called Brother Dao be one of the old party members? She just didn't know whether he was from the Central Bureau or the Military Bureau. It seemed she would have to question him carefully tonight. Li Yutong walked up to Brother Dao and said coldly in his ear, "So, you've been hiding well, old party member." Brother Dao's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. Without hesitation, Li Yutong knocked him out and stored him away in her space. Then she picked up the pistol he had dropped, frowned, and muttered, "You treat this piece of junk like a treasure? To me, it's nothing more than a toy." Li Yutong entered her space and tied all the captured men together with iron chains, fastening them to a pillar. "You all stay here for now. I'll deal with you tonight," she said before leaving the space. She rode her bicycle back to the Yangjia Y Brigade. As soon as she entered the village, she heard the loudspeaker blaring. "Hello, hello. Can everyone hear me? This is Captain Wang Taiju. All villagers, please gather under the big locust tree. I repeat, everyone gather under the big locust tree." Hearing the announcement, Li Yutong frowned. What could have happened? She pedaled faster toward the big tree. By the time she arrived, many villagers had already gathered, whispering and guessing what was going on. Captain Wang Taiju stood on a raised spot, cleared his throat, and said, "Everyone, we just received word that a group of troublemakers has been seen in our village. Please stay alert. Make sure to lock your doors and windows so they have no chance to cause trouble." The villagers immediately started talking all at once. How did bad people end up here? We're just farmers with no weapons. How can we protect ourselves? No wonder I saw someone sneaking around the east side of the village yesterday. They looked suspicious, and when they saw me, they ran off right away. Li Yutong's heart skipped a beat. She thought about the people in her space. Could they be the bad guys the team leader mentioned? She decided to stay calm and watch what happens next. Wang Taiju then said, "The young men in our village will take turns patrolling tonight to keep everyone safe." After that, he started assigning patrols. Li Yutong watched everyone's reactions and quietly thought about how to handle the people in her space. After the meeting, Li Yutong was about to ride home when Wang Xiaoman, the little grandson of Grandpa Wang, ran back. "Pretty sister, I have something to tell you." Li Yutong took out 2 big white rabbit candies from her pocket and handed them to him. "Xiaoman, what do you want to tell me?" Xiaoman took the candies happily and grinned. "Pretty sister, I want to tell you that today at noon, I went to gather firewood at the foot of the mountain with some friends. I accidentally saw Lin Jiqing talking to a man in the small woods. And guess what? They suddenly hugged each other while talking, Lin Jiqing and a man. Hasn't Lin Xiaoxiao been bothering Zheng Ming all this time? How come she's with another man now? Xiaoman, are you sure you saw Lin Xiaoxiao with a man? Don't get it wrong. Do you know that man?" Li Yutong still found it hard to believe. This story sounded too unbelievable. But Xiaoman nodded confidently. "I'm sure I saw it. It was Lin Xiaoxiao with a man, and I don't know that man. I even heard them talking." Lin Jiqing said she only liked that one man. Hearing this, Li Yutong blinked, as if she was thinking. After a moment, she smiled at Xiaoman. "Xiaoman, you're such a clever kid. I like you very much. If you hear anything new, remember to tell me, okay?" Xiaoman was happy and nodded repeatedly. "Okay. I love talking to Pretty Sister." Suddenly, Xiaoman seemed to remember something. "Pretty Sister, I have one more thing to tell you. I often see Jiang Jiqing from the Jiqing office, wandering around the village. He's like a stray dog." Li Yutong frowned as Xiaoman spoke. The person she mentioned, Jiang Jiqing, was the same Jiang Yumei who came with them to Xinli. She often wanders around the village for no reason. What is she trying to do? Could she be trying to find a wealthy husband here? But then she dismissed that idea. If she's not trying to attract a rich man and just wandering around the village, then she must be looking for something specific. As a young person from the city, what is her real purpose in this small mountain village? Seeing that Li Yutong was silent, Xiaoman asked, beautiful sister. Did you hear what I said? Li Yutong snapped out of her thoughts and patted Xiaoman's head. Yes, I heard. So, where have you seen Jiang Jiqing go? Xiaoman scratched her head and tilted her head to think. I saw her wandering around your house several times. She was holding something in her hand, but I don't know what it is. What is that thing she's holding? Xiaoman, can you describe what it looks like? It's round, and it flashes sometimes. Xiaoman told her everything she saw. Li Yutong's mind moved. That thing looked a bit like a detector. In this era, having a detector in hand makes her suspicious. It seems she needs to tell Lu Yihan about this. Li Yutong took a big white rabbit candy from her pocket and handed it to Xiaoman. She warned softly, Xiaoman, don't tell anyone else about Jiang Jiqing's situation. It's a secret between us.
Can you keep it? Can.
Xiaoman stretched out her little hand. We promise. Seeing this, Li Yutong reached out her hand and linked her little finger with Xiaoman's. Hooked for 100 years. No breaking the promise. Li Yutong gently patted Xiaoman's head and said softly, let's agree on that. From now on, we are good friends. Xiaoman, go home with Grandpa. Grandpa Wang called from nearby. Li Yutong quickly responded politely, hello, Grandpa Wang. Grandpa Wang smiled and replied, Yutong, you're such a polite girl. Did Xiaoman bother you? Li Yutong smiled and said, no. Xiaoman is cute and sensible. She even shared some interesting things with me. Grandpa Wang held Xiaoman's hand and said as they walked, this kid loves to run around. Don't mind him. Li Yutong watched their grandfather and grandson's figures from behind, still thinking about Jiang Yumei. Suddenly, she remembered Brother Dao in the space. If things aren't handled well, it could cause her trouble. She decided to go into the space tonight to check on those people and think of a plan. Li Yutong rode her bike, ready to go home, and questioned Brother Dao in the space. Lu Yihan came over from across the street. Tong, I saw Xiaoman talking to you just now. You looked serious. Did something happen? Li Yutong didn't hide anything and told him about Jiang Yumei. Han, I feel Jiang Yumei is suspicious. She still has a detector in her hand. What is she trying to do? Lu Yihan frowned when he heard this. He came to Yangjiao Huai Brigade on a mission after receiving orders that enemies were active nearby. It seems Jiang Yumei might be a key point. Tong, leave this person to me. You should go home quickly. When she got home, Li Yutong told Qin Kiki about Lin Xiaoxiao and the man. Qin Kiki listened eagerly. Tong, if Zheng Yang finds out Lin Xiaoxiao is playing both sides, I wonder what his expression will be. I almost want to go see the show at the youth camp. Li Yutong also found it funny. That Zheng Yang is really unlucky. He always supports Lin Xiaoxiao, but now she's turned to someone else because she can't get support from home. Qin Kiki patted her thigh. Maybe we should tell Zheng Yang. Let him see Lin Xiaoxiao's true face early. I can't wait to see his green face. Li Yutong shook her head. He probably won't believe it if we tell him directly. We need to think of a clever way. You're right. We need to plan carefully. They chatted for a while before each went back to rest. As soon as Li Yutong entered her room, she slipped into the space. In the space, Brother Dao and others were still tied to the pillar, snoring loudly. Li Yutong poured a bucket of cold water mixed with ice cubes over Brother Dao's head. Under the cold and painful shock, Brother Dao woke up. Looking at myself tied to the pillar with iron chains by Li Yutong, I stared at her with a fierce look. Young girl, do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like this? Brother Dao's eyes widened with anger, and he glared fiercely at Li Yutong, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. However, in the face of Brother Dao's threats, Li Yutong only smiled slightly, a hint of evil charm in her expression that made people feel cold. Of course I don't know who you are, Li Yutong replied casually. Besides, do I really need to know who you are? Her tone was full of disdain, as if she didn't take Brother Dao seriously at all. Seeing this, Brother Dao snorted coldly. I'm a well-known tough guy in the underworld. If you tie me up here, aren't you afraid my friends will come looking for me? When that happens, you'll have a tough time. Li Yutong's lips curled into a mocking smile. Your friends? They probably don't even know where you are right now. I suggest you be honest and tell me who you really are. Brother Dao's face darkened, but he still stubbornly said, "Humph. Why should I tell you?" Li Yutong wasn't angry. She spoke slowly. "All right, then keep pretending to be tough. But I already told the captain that there are bad people in the village. It won't be long before patrols come. What do you think they'll do when they see you?" Brother Dao's expression changed, and his eyes started to flicker. "Also, this is my secret base.
No one knows about it.
Your friends can't find you here. After a while, they might forget about you." Brother Dao's eyes shifted as if he had made a decision. "Look, we're here on someone else's orders to find something in the village. The employer didn't say what it is." Li Yutong saw right through his lie. "Brother Dao, since you're so dishonest, don't blame me for not keeping the code of the martial world." As she finished speaking, a pill appeared in her hand. "Do you know what this pill is?" "Never mind, I'll tell you. It's a special pill I made myself. As long as you take it, your third leg will shrink quickly. In half an hour, you'll turn into a little boy. How about it? Want to try?" Brother Dao's face turned pale instantly, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He stared in horror, eyes wide open. "No, don't give me that. I'll tell the truth." I swear, his voice even trembled with tears. "He is a proud and honest man. If that thing loses its function, what is the point of him living?" Li Yutong waved the pill in her hand. "That's right. If you dare to lie again, you won't get such a good chance next time." Brother Dao hesitated and swallowed hard. His body trembled uncontrollably. If he doesn't speak, he will soon lose his happiness as a man. Maybe speaking will give him a chance. He clenched his teeth and stomped his foot. He decided to betray the principal, even if it meant risking his life. His voice became shaky. "My name is Chindingshan. Brother Dao is just my code name. I am actually a spy sent to the mainland when our country withdrew. My mission is to secretly find a jade Buddha buried here while growing marijuana in the deep mountains. Then, I use these drugs to weaken the minds and bodies of inland people, making them lose their fighting spirit and become weak." Li Yutong looked at him sharply. "When you stayed here, how many people were with you? Where are they now?" Brother Dao didn't dare hide the truth. "I really don't know because we are all undercover agents. To avoid revealing our identities, none of us know each other. We only communicate through radios. But recently, I received news that a young person here is my accomplice, here to help me find the Jade Buddha." Li Yutong frowned. A young person? What's her name?" Brother Dao shook his head. "I don't know. I only know her codename is Fan Lihua. She lives at the youth station." Fan Lihua? Could that person look like Lihua? Li Yutong closed her eyes and recalled all the young people at the youth station. Suddenly, she remembered what Xiaoman told her this afternoon. Thinking carefully, Zhang Yumei really does look a bit like the historical figure Fan Lihua. "Ah, I see." Then she asked again. How do you contact her? And where is the radio?" Brother Dao pointed to his chest. "It's in my pocket right here. You can take it yourself." Li Yutong reached out and felt around his body, finding a neatly folded picture. Sure enough, it was exactly what she guessed, Jiang Yumei. No wonder this person usually has a low profile. It turns out she was hiding her true identity. A barking dog doesn't bite. Li Yutong had a plan. She realized she couldn't let these people use her space for their own purposes. This involved something big, related to the world of weapons, so only the police should handle it. Although she felt a bit disappointed, her past education about patriotism and loyalty was deeply ingrained. She absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to destroy the country's stability and harmony by any means. Li Yutong thought for a moment and then asked, "Do you have any clues about the Jade Buddha?" Brother Dao shook his head.
Not yet.
"We only know it's somewhere nearby. However, Fan Lihua has a detector, and she's already sure the Jade Buddha is at the east end of the village." Li Yutong pointed to the still unconscious people. "Who are they? Are they the ones who stayed here with you?" Brother Dao shook his head. "No, they're my subordinates here. They listen to me." Li Yutong suddenly remembered Fan Meiwan. She pointed to one of them and asked, "Does this person have a cousin? Also a young person from here?" Brother Dao looked at the person and nodded. "Yes, her cousin is Fan Meiwan. She's been here as a young worker for several years. But she's not the real Fan Meiwan. She's just using her name to go to the countryside. Oh? Tell me more. What's the story? Brother Dao slowly explained. The real Fan Meiwan was a city girl from a good family. She was spoiled and didn't want to suffer in the countryside. The girl using her name was a distant relative's child named Ahua. Fan Meijuan's parents wanted to keep her from going to the countryside. They found Ahua's family and promised to give them a lot of money. They also promised to find a job for Ahua's brother in the city. The condition was that Ahua would take her cousin's place and go to the countryside. Ahua's family was poor and couldn't refuse such an offer, so they agreed. Ahua took the place of Fan Meiwan and came here as a young worker. Since childhood, Ahua had a hard life. She was not loved at home. Her parents favored boys, ate the least, and did the most work. But because she looked good, she wanted to use her looks to leave her poor, struggling family. In short, she had high hopes but a fragile life. She always thought she was pretty and would marry into a wealthy family someday. She spent her days trying to outsmart her family and cause trouble for others. When she replaced Fan Meiwan here, her dream of marrying into a rich family was shattered. She became angry and took it out on the young workers here, always finding fault with others. Whenever she saw someone prettier than her, she would try to make their life difficult. Li Yutong was her jealous target. She even used some troublemakers to try to ruin Li Yutong's reputation. This is a typical case of someone who is pitiful but also hateful. After getting the information she wanted, Li Yutong didn't ask more. She took out a diary and handed it to Brother Dao. Write down everything you just said, word for word. Brother Dao took the diary, his hands trembling. He looked at Li Yutong, who was staring at him with cold eyes. He dared not slack off and started writing with trembling hands. Li Yutong watched closely to make sure he didn't cheat. Just as Brother Dao was about to finish the last word, Li Yutong quickly cut his finger with a dagger and pressed his fingerprint at the bottom. After completing this, Li Yutong knocked Brother Dao out with a quick strike and left the room. She had to go to the county police station now. Li Yutong left the house quickly on her bike, disappearing into the night. At the police station, one of the officers on duty was someone who had previously rewarded her. Seeing her come late at night, he sensed something serious had happened. Comrade Li, why are you out so late? Is something wrong? Li Yutong didn't say much. She asked directly, is the director here? I have something important to discuss with him. The officer's face changed. The director is in a meeting. Should I go call him? Li Yutong nodded. Yes, don't delay. Go, and call him quickly. During a meeting, Li Yunfei was called out by the duty officer from the police station. Director, Li Jiqing has something important to discuss with you. She's in the reception room now. When Li Yunfei heard that Li Yutong was here, he strode out quickly. Comrade Li, what's the matter? Li Yutong looked serious as she took out the confession letter written by Brother Dao and handed it to Li Yunfei. Director Li, I won't hide it from you. I caught someone in the black market who was planning to harm me. I didn't expect this person to be a spy placed by the government inside the mainland. Li Yunfei took the diary from Li Yutong and quickly read through it. His gentle expression suddenly turned serious. Comrade Li, are you sure? This is not a small matter. His eyebrows furrowed deeply, showing his concern and seriousness. Li Yutong stood straight and spoke firmly. Director Li, do I need to use this late at night to joke with you? Her tone was just as serious, with no hint of playfulness. Li Yunfei nodded slowly, understanding her point, but his worries didn't lessen. I've received reports from my team that suspicious people have been seen near Yangzhou Huai Brigade. I didn't expect you to find their trail before us. His words showed respect for Li Yutong but also concern for her safety. But you were too bold. Those people are dangerous enemies, and they have guns. Think about it. No matter how good your skills are, can you outrun a bullet? Li Yunfei raised his voice slightly, with clear blame and urgency. I'm fine. Let's not talk about useless things. I've already taken Brother Dao into custody. Hurry and bring your team to arrest them, and also take down their harmful marijuana farm, Li Yutong urged. Li Yunfei smiled and patted her shoulder. All right, we'll go now to plan the arrest. But I have to ask Li Yutong, are you fighting against drugs now? Last time on the train, You encountered drug traffickers, and now you've found a marijuana farm. You've made a big contribution again. The two of them arrived at the meeting room. Li Yunfei clearly explained the situation. Comrades, these are enemy agents hiding right under our noses. We must come up with a detailed plan to catch them. Everyone's expression grew serious as they started discussing loudly. Some suggested a surprise attack to catch the enemy off guard. Others worried it might alert them, so they proposed secretly monitoring the enemy to understand their personnel and routines. Li Yutong listened carefully and suddenly said, I think we can do both. First, send some people quietly to approach the marijuana farm and cut off their communication and escape routes. Meanwhile, another group can pretend to be ordinary citizens nearby to attract their attention. When the time is right, we can act together from both sides. Li Yunfei's eyes lit up, and he nodded approvingly. That's a good idea. It won't alert them, and it keeps our action sudden. Everyone quickly divided tasks based on this plan and prepared accordingly. Li Yunfei looked at the eager team and said seriously, this mission is very important. Everyone must be careful and cautious to ensure success. After finalizing the plan, Li Yutong took out the portrait given by Brother Dao. Director Li, this is a picture of a young person who came with us to the countryside. She is here to help Brother Dao find the jade Buddha statue. She lives in the second room of the youth residence. Li Yunfei took the portrait, looked at it, and immediately ordered, Xiaochen, take people now and arrest this young person. Be careful not to alert others so as not to scare the snake. Yes. We will complete the task. Xiaochen received the order and left with the police officers. Li Yunfei then turned to Li Yutong. Comrade Li, this matter is in our hands. You should go back and rest. Don't worry, none of them will escape. Li Yutong nodded. Director Li, Brother Dao is, and left in an abandoned hunter's cabin at the foot of the mountain. I won't join your operation. I wish you success and a quick victory. Li Yunfei smiled and nodded.
Good.
You've made a great contribution this time. Once we catch the suspects, we'll reward you. After Li Yutong left, Li Yunfei was deep in thought. The case involving the jade Buddha statue was tricky, and previous investigations had been very difficult. Thanks to Li Yutong this time, not only did she find important clues, but she also successfully controlled Brother Dao. It seems that Louis Han can now go back and complete his task. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen led the police quietly toward the residence of the educated youth based on the clues provided by Li Yutong. When they arrived, Xiao Chen signaled the officers to spread out and surround the house. Inside, Lin Xiaoxiao, who usually lives with Jiang Yumei, had gone out again tonight. Only Jiang Yumei was inside. Jiang Yumei was unaware of the danger approaching. She was still proud of her plan with Brother Dao, thinking she was close to getting the Buddha statue. She didn't know that a large trap had already been set quietly. Xiao Chen observed for a moment, confirmed the situation inside, then waved his hand. The police quickly broke down the door. Jiang Yumei looked up in fear, but before she could react, she was firmly taken into custody. The whole arrest was quick and clean, making little noise and avoiding alerting others. Jiang Yumei was taken away, and the residence of the educated youth returned to peace. Meanwhile, Li Yutong rode her bike quickly to an abandoned hunter's hut at the foot of the mountain. She released Brother Dao and his men from her space. To avoid exposing her space, she discussed a plan with Shishi. Shishi, do you have a way to make Brother Dao forget about the space? Li Yutong thought anxiously. Master, I can emit a special mental wave to interfere with his memory nerves, gradually making his memory of the space fade until it completely disappears. But this will use some of my energy. Li Yutong thought for a moment, weighing the pros and cons, then decisively said, All right, I'll leave it to you, Shishi. We absolutely cannot let the secret of the space be revealed. Following her owner's instructions, Shishi immediately began to act. It focused all its energy and released a powerful, subtle mental wave. This wave rippled like gentle waves, softly touching Brother Dao's memory nerves. Brother Dao's tightly closed eyes started to tremble slightly, as if affected by some force. His lips moved occasionally, making unclear murmurs, as if he was struggling with deep memories inside. Seconds passed, and she kept releasing the mental wave with full concentration, not daring to relax for a moment. Finally, after hard work, Brother Dao's body gradually calmed down, and his eyes slowly opened. "Master, it's done," she said with relief. He has completely forgotten about the space thing. A big stone in Li Yutong's heart finally fell. She gratefully said to Shi, "Thank you, little Shi. The wild rabbits in the space are multiplying more and more. You should give some to Optimus Prime. It can help you recover some of your energy." Shi happily replied, "Okay, Master. I'll do that right away." After saying this, it cheerfully flew toward the group of wild rabbits in the space. At this moment, the sound of people riding bicycles came from afar. Li Yutong knew that Li Yunfei and his team had arrived. Li Yutong retied Brother Dao and his men, waiting for the police to arrive. Soon, Li Yunfei and his team entered the abandoned hunter's hut. Seeing Brother Dao and others tightly, he smiled and said to Li Yutong, "Comrade Li, you've saved us a lot of trouble. We're here to take Brother Dao and then go to the marijuana farm to make arrests." Li Yutong modestly smiled. "Director Li, you're too kind. It's what I should do. After all, I am a true Chinese, and I should have a patriotic heart and contribute to my country. It's really no big deal." Li Yunfei nodded repeatedly. "If all our fellow citizens had your awareness and understanding, that would be great." He then praised Li Yutong a few more words before leading his team into the mountains. When they arrived, looking at the vast marijuana fields, he was furious. These people have grown so much illegal stuff here and we didn't get any news. We're derelict in our duty. Following the plan, one team hid nearby, while another silently rushed into the marijuana farm. The arrest didn't go smoothly because there were patrols at the marijuana site at night. When the police entered, they were spotted. Suddenly, alarms blared, and a group of drug traffickers with weapons emerged from all corners, surrounding the police. Both sides engaged in fierce confrontation, with gunfire and shouting echoing continuously. Li Yunfei frowned, realizing the situation was much worse than expected. There were many drug dealers armed with weapons, and our team was on the defensive. Just when the situation became very dangerous, Li Wedong arrived with Lu Yihan and Xin Kiki. It turned out she didn't trust the police's plan and had prepared in advance. Lu Yihan was there to help the police catch the criminals and was always ready to join the fight. Li Wedong and her friends quickly joined the battle. With their quick movements and good fighting skills, they disrupted the drug dealers from the side. Thanks to their help, the police gradually gained control. After a fierce fight, the drug dealers started to retreat. In the end, the difficult operation was successful, and all the drug dealers were caught. Li Yunfei looked at Lu Yihan and Li Wedong. "Thank you, Hanzi, Comrade Li, and Comrade Qin." Lu Yihan winked at Li Yunfei. "Uncle Li, you're welcome. If you want to thank someone, thank Tong Tong. If it weren't for her, I might not have found the drug-making hideout." Li Wedong waved her hand. "Director Li, now that these people are caught, what about the marijuana? How should we handle it?" Li Yunfei was in a good mood. "Comrade Li, I've reported to the higher-ups. Someone will come to deal with the marijuana. You've made a big contribution this time." Li Wedong smiled faintly.
Let's not talk about that.
"Do you know who from the Sun County G Society is connected with the G Society in Jin City?" Li Yunfei thought for a moment and said, "I'm not sure. But during our investigation, we found that a man named Ma San from the Sun County G Society is quite active. He often contacts gangs from other places. Maybe he has links with the G Society in Jin City."
Why?
"Do you suspect they're involved in the marijuana planting?" Li Wedong shook her head. "No, I'm from Jin City. Luo Zhenbong from the Jin City G Society is actually my father-in-law in name. They lost something very important, and I suspect I took it. They sent people here to work with the G Society over there, trying to kill me. But those people were so useless, they were tricked into the mountains by me. I think they've become prey for wild wolves now. I want to meet Ma San." Li Yunfei was confused. Are killers so useless these days? And they even reveal their identities right away? But right now, her life was in danger. Lu Yihan was very frightened by these words.
Tong Tong, why didn't you tell me about this? I'm glad you're okay.
Otherwise, I would have regretted it forever. Qin Kiki also complained, Li Yutong, do you really want to die? Such a big thing, and you kept it from me. Do you not consider me a friend? Li Yutong smiled apologetically. I was worried you'd be concerned. But now it's okay, and I plan to meet Ma San. Maybe I can find out Luo Zhenbong's next move from him. Li Yunfei frowned. Comrade Li, that's too dangerous. Ma San isn't easy to deal with. Many bad things in Sun County Ji society are connected to him, Li Yutong was confident. Director Li, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I think it's better to take action now than wait for them to come and harm me again. Lu Yihan and Qin Kiki looked at each other, both worried, but knowing they couldn't persuade Li Yutong. Li Yunfei thought for a moment. All right, we'll secretly send someone to protect you and make sure you're safe. You go and contact Ma San to see if you can get useful information. Li Yutong was about to agree when Lu Yihan stopped him. Uncle Li, there's no need to trouble yourself. I'll stay at Yangjiao Huai Brigade for a while. I'll take responsibility for Tongtong's safety. Me too. Qin Kiki wasn't willing to fall behind. Honestly, Director Li, both Tongtong and I have some skills. Dealing with a few troublemakers and villains isn't a problem, especially with Brother Lu's help. Li Yunfei smiled and nodded. Since that's the case, be careful. If anything happens, contact me anytime. He then gave a few more instructions to the three before leading his team away. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao was in bed with the man. The man was Ma San from Sun County Ji Society. Xiaoxiao, I've missed you these past few days. Have you missed me? Oh, Brother Ma San, you haven't come to see me in days. Have you been bewitched by some other fox spirit and forgotten about me? You little fox, how could I forget you? Look at this. He pulled out a stack of money. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened at the sight of the thick stack. Brother Ma San, my family is urging me to find a partner and get married. Do you think we should make our relationship official? Lin Xiaoxiao was so captivated by Ma Sanhua's grand promises that she didn't notice the dark, unclear expression on his face. Let's not talk about that. A moment of romance is priceless. Come on, let your brother enjoy a kiss. Just as Lin Xiaoxiao relaxed in Ma Sanhua's arms, he asked, Xiaoxiao, who are the other young women going with you to the countryside this time? Oh, Brother Ma, please focus. Are you eyeing someone else again? How could he? I haven't been here in a long time. I just want to know what's happening around here. While panting softly, Lin Xiaoxiao hugged Ma Sanhua's neck and said, there are 3 other young women with me. One of them lives with me, and the other 2 are named Li Yutong and Qin Kiki. They don't get along with me. They live in a house at the east end of the village. Li Yutong? Isn't she the person they are looking for in Jin City? Xiaoxiao, you said you don't get along with those 2. Can you tell me more? Maybe I can help you. Lin Xiaoxiao exaggerated the events that happened on the train and also mentioned that Qin Kiki was Zhang Yang's fiancé. Brother Ma, do you have any good ideas to deal with them? Ma Sanhua's eyes flickered. All right for now. Keep an eye on Li Yutong and Qin Kiki's movements. I'll have good news for you soon. After they finished talking, Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly walked alone back to the youth commune. Suddenly, someone dragged her into a cornfield. A few peaceful days passed. Regarding Jiang Yumei's disappearance, the official explanation was that she returned to the city early. Although some people made sarcastic remarks, there was no major disturbance. In Li Yutong's rented house, she was discussing with Lu Yihan and Qin Kiki how to get closer to Ma Sanhua. Just then, a noisy commotion came from outside. They went out to see a crowd of villagers rushing toward an abandoned vegetable shed at the west end of the village. Auntie, what's going on? Qin Kiki asked, puzzled, grabbing a woman named Yang Erong and looking anxious.
Aunt Yang Airong lo get excited.
She whispered mysteriously to Qin Kiki and Li Yutong. Young women, you don't know. There's a big commotion at the vegetable shed. Qin Kiki and Li Yutong exchanged a quick look, both understanding each other perfectly. They asked together, is there gossip? Aunt Yang Erong nodded repeatedly, her smile growing brighter. Qin Kiki and Li Yutong looked at each other again, sensing curiosity and excitement in each other's eyes. Then, they both looked at Lu Yihan and asked, are you coming to see the fun? Lu Yihan was not interested in such things. You two go ahead. I'm going home to cook for my grandfather. They nodded without hesitation and hurriedly followed Aunt Yang Erong toward the abandoned vegetable shed. On the way, Aunt Yang kept telling them stories about what was happening inside the shed, making Chin Kiki and Li Yutong even more curious. Now, the place was crowded with people, packed tightly around the shed in several layers. Aunt Yang held their hands and said, "Stay close to me. I'll take you to the best spot to see clearly." Aunt Yang, being experienced in the fields, led them to a crooked tree behind the shed. The tree's trunk was thick and sturdy, perfect for sitting. The three of them sat on the trunk, swinging their legs, ready to watch the show. From here, they had a clear view of everything inside the shed. Li Yutong took a handful of sunflower seeds from her pocket and handed them to Aunt Yang. "Auntie, you can't watch a show without some snacks." Aunt Yang took the seeds and smiled. Li Jiqing always knows what to bring. Look. Lin Xiaoxiao has been pulled out. Li Yutong and Chin Kiki followed Aunt Yang's finger and saw Lin Xiaoxiao, half-dressed, being held by Jing Yang. Tong, Lin Xiaoxiao, looks like she's up to something sneaky, Aunt Yang said happily.
Li Yutong nudda.
Most likely. But these seeds are pretty big. Look at Zheng Yang's face. It's all purple like an eggplant, Aunt Yang said, giggling. They watched the lively scene below the tree. Suddenly, Zheng Yang was shouting loudly, "Lin Xiaoxiao, you little troublemaker.
How dare you cheat on me?
Tell me, who was with you just now?" Lin Xiaoxiao's face turned pale. She hurriedly explained, "Brother Yang, don't listen to others. It's not what you think. A tiny ant crawled on me, and I felt terrible. I was just hiding here catching ants." Lin Xiaoxiao's words made Jing Yang so angry that he was speechless. He felt like he was being treated like a fool. "Lin Xiaoxiao, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? You can come up with such a lame excuse? When I was dating Chin Kiki, you kept pestering me and said you were the best fit for me. Now that I am down on my luck, you're looking for someone else. How blind was I not to see what kind of person you are?" Jing Yang exposed Lin Xiaoxiao's shame in front of everyone. There was no point hiding anymore. Furious, she pointed at Zheng Yang's nose and yelled, "Zheng Yang, don't think too highly of yourself. I only married you because your family is rich. If I married you, I would be a wealthy wife. Now that you're nothing, you still want me to stay loyal to you? Dream on." They argued loudly, and the onlookers around them pointed and whispered, "Look at this, she's from the city. Her ability to be unfaithful is really impressive." Exactly. When she had money, she was the third party breaking up a couple. Now she has no money, and she's showing her ugly side. So shameless. I wonder if that man knows what kind of person Lin Xiaoxiao really is. He shouldn't be played like a puppet by a woman. Seeing so many people criticizing her, Lin Xiaoxiao felt embarrassed. But it was only a moment. Soon, she went to Zheng Yang's side, grabbed his arm, and started to act cute. In the past, whenever she used this trick, Zheng Yang would immediately obey her. "Oh, Brother Yang, I was just confused for a moment. I was tempted by someone with bad intentions. We've been together for so long. How could I leave you for someone else?" Zheng Yang pushed her away with disgust. "Stop pretending. I've had enough of your face. Just looking at you makes me sick." Lin Xiaoxiao didn't expect Zheng Yang to ignore her anymore. She looked a little embarrassed, but quickly changed to a pitiful look, tears welling up in her eyes. "Brother Yang, please forgive me this time. I know I was wrong. I promise to be good and listen to you from now on, okay?" The villagers around saw this, and some started to soften, whispering among themselves, giving her a chance. Well, Lin Xiaoxiao knows she was wrong. Let's give her another chance. The speaker looked regretful, seeming to feel some sympathy for Lin Xiaoxiao. Yes, no one is perfect. Everyone makes mistakes. As long as she changes, it's fine, another person agreed, showing understanding and tolerance. That's right. The old saying goes, abilities can be improved, and kindness is the greatest virtue. At this moment, a young man interrupted, clearly recently graduated from school. His words made the others nod in agreement. However, not everyone was tolerant of Lin Xiaoxiao. Someone stepped forward and sharply retorted, "What nonsense are you talking? She's a person with bad character and lost morals." Keeping her in our Yang Jiaohui team is like a piece of rotten wood ruining the whole pot. Yeah, if someone like her stays, how will the girls in our team find husbands in the future? Another person echoed, looking worried, as if Lin Xiaoxiao's presence was already bringing negative effects to the team. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the crowd. Stop pretending, Lin Xiaoxiao. I saw you meeting with that wild man in private. I won't go into details to avoid polluting everyone's ears, but the scene was too shocking. The speaker was Han Hongmei, a girl from the village whose husband had died and who had returned to her family. Since Zheng Yang arrived, she had taken a liking to him. But Lin Xiaoxiao kept pestering him, so she had always disliked her. Now she finally had a chance to step on her and vent her anger. Lin Xiaoxiao, you meet with that wild man in secret. I've seen you with him many times, and each time it's a different person. Someone like you, who relies on looks to get what she wants, should be sent to the northern wilderness for reform. Lin Xiaoxiao's face turned pale instantly, her eyes panicked. Brother Yang, don't listen to her nonsense. I didn't do anything like that. Zheng Yang sneered, so you've been cheating with others all along. I, Zheng Yang, am a big fool. Green turtle. Lin Xiaoxiao, from now on, you go your way and I go mine. We won't have anything to do with each other. Lin Xiaoxiao wanted to argue, but the villager's eyes were full of contempt. She knew she couldn't continue this act anymore.
Zheng Yang, this is what you said.
Don't regret it. Don't think that I, Lin Xiaoxiao, can't live without you. Let me tell you, the people chasing me can line up from here to the east end of the village. As soon as Lin Xiaoxiao finished speaking, the crowd suddenly became noisy. A middle-aged man with an ugly face stepped forward. Zheng Yang, although you're from the city, you can't give Lin Xiaoxiao what she wants. I, Heir Lizzie, can satisfy her. So, stay away from her in the future. She is already my woman. Everyone knew this man. He was Heir Lizzie, an old bachelor from the neighboring village. I don't know what kind of good luck Heir Lizzie had recently, but he suddenly changed from being a down-and-out man to someone quite wealthy. As for how Lin Xiaoxiao and Heir Lizzie got together, it all started a few days ago. That night, after Lin Xiaoxiao found out Zheng Yang's family stopped sending him money and argued with Zheng Yang, she angrily ran out of the youth camp. Not long after she ran out, she bumped into a man, who was Heir Lizzie. Seeing the young, pretty Lin Xiaoxiao, he was immediately attracted. Under the cover of night, when everything was silent and no one was around, he quickly pulled Lin Xiaoxiao into a cornfield like a hungry wolf. He forcefully pushed her to the ground and vented his desire without mercy. Lin Xiaoxiao struggled desperately, but her weak body was no match for his strength. Finally, it was over. He panted heavily, took out a thick stack of money from his pocket, waved it proudly, and said to Lin Xiaoxiao, I know you're a youth from the Kongjiao Brigade. I won't treat you badly. Take this money. As long as you don't tell anyone what happened tonight, I will send you some money every few days. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened as she looked at the money shining faintly in the dark, feeling a shiver in her heart. Although she was from the city, she had never seen so much money. Ma Sen also gave her some, but it was not enough to fill her teeth. So, even though this man was ugly and had just done something terrible to her, Lin Xiaoxiao knew her body was no longer pure. In this difficult moment, money was more important to her than anything else. So Lin Xiaoxiao silently took the stack of money, said nothing, and turned to head straight toward the youth commune. Today, the second troublemaker came again to find Lin Xiaoxiao. Unexpectedly, someone noticed, which led to this scene. Zheng Yang was so angry he was trembling all over, but he felt helpless. The villagers were furious and pointed fingers at Lin Xiaoxiao and the troublemaker. Qin Kiki and Li Yutong watched from the tree, stunned. Li Yutong even stopped eating sunflower seeds. Would a story in a novel ever have such a dramatic scene? Qin Kiki whispered. This plot twist is so fast, Li Yutong said softly. Lin Xiaoxiao snuggled in the troublemaker's arms, proudly looking at Zheng Yang. Zheng Yang, I've decided to marry the troublemaker. Just wait and see how you'll regret it. Zheng Yang took a deep breath and managed to say through clenched teeth, you deserve each other forever. Since they were already planning to marry, even though living together before marriage wasn't considered proper, He couldn't do anything to stop them. At that moment, a voice called out urgently from outside the crowd, "Don't be fooled by her." Everyone looked over, and it was Su Yao, who had been cooking for Lin Xiaoxiao. Su Yao hurried over, panting. Lin Xiaoxiao isn't sincere with the troublemaker. She's just after money. She used to be with a well-dressed man, took his money, and secretly kept in touch. Now that the troublemaker is rich, she's back to flirting with him. Lin Xiaoxiao's face turned pale instantly. She glared fiercely at Su Yao. Su Yao, stop talking nonsense. Don't forget who gave you the chance to earn money. But Su Yao was fearless. Lin Xiaoxiao, I thought you really cared for Zhengyang at first. I heard neither of you can cook, so I agreed to cook for you and earn some pocket money. I didn't expect you to be so unfaithful, bringing shame to us youth. I even have letters between you and that man. She pulled out the letters exchanged between Lin Xiaoxiao and the man. The villagers were shocked. The troublemaker's face turned pale with anger. He pushed Lin Xiaoxiao away. Lin Xiaoxiao, you little, wearing a green hat. Watch me beat you to death. He then slapped Lin Xiaoxiao hard, knocking her to the ground, but his eyes looked toward Ma San, standing behind the crowd. Yes, all of this was planned by Ma San behind the scenes. To find out about Li Yutong, he had to pretend to be friendly with Lin Xiaoxiao. But Lin Xiaoxiao then asked to marry him.
How could that be?
He is the deputy director of Sun County Ji Association, with a bright future ahead. How could he marry someone with no background, a young, educated youth? Wouldn't that ruin his career? So, he found Niu Jiao on village's heir Lizi and ordered him to force Lin Xiaoxiao into submission, then ruin her reputation. That way, Lin Xiaoxiao wouldn't be able to cling to him anymore. Lin Xiaoxiao collapsed on the ground, looking hopeless. It's over. Everything is over. Zhengyang watched this scene, feeling mixed emotions. He had known Lin Xiaoxiao for many years. It was impossible not to have some feelings for her. But now Lin Xiaoxiao looked like a stranger. In his memory, she was always gentle, cute, and understanding. How did she become like this today? He couldn't understand. Qin Kiki and Li Yutong were also stunned in the tree. The plot's sudden twist was truly unexpected. When heir Lizi looked at Ma San again, Li Yutong caught his gaze precisely. She also noticed Ma San standing behind the crowd. At that moment, Ma San's eyes on Li Yutong were still there before he could hide them. Li Yutong was so beautiful, she looked like a fox spirit. Although they planned to find a way to kill her, such a beautiful woman made him hesitate. Qin Kiki also noticed Ma San's obvious gaze on Li Yutong. She quietly whispered to Li Yutong, "Tong Tong, should I follow Ma San secretly and see what he's really up to?"
Li Yutong nudda. Good idea.
But Ma San isn't an ordinary person. Be careful and don't reveal yourself. While they were whispering, Captain Wang Taizhu came over with a bad look on his face. He had just received the news and hurried over. There's no peace these days. Why aren't you working? Why are you all just standing here? Are you planning to rebel? And can someone tell me what exactly is going on here? Wang Tiezhu's loud voice instantly made everyone quiet. Are you all silent now? Didn't you speak happily just now? Why are you all silent as soon as I arrive? Wang Taizhu sneered coldly, looking at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was dressed sloppily. He could guess what had happened just by looking at her. His eyes then shifted to heir Lizi, narrowing slightly. Heir Lizi, why are you not staying at Nujiawan? Why did you come to Yangjua? Because Ma San was backing him up, heir Lizi wasn't afraid of Wang Taizhu, so he spoke quite impolitely. Hey, squad leader, can I come here?
I'm dating Lin Xiaoxiao.
Is it wrong for me to come here to see her? Heir Lizi crossed his arms, looking proud. Wang Taizhu sneered again. Dating? I think you're here to cause trouble. Look at how things are going. It's affecting our work. Just as heir Lizi was about to reply, Ma San gave a signal from behind the crowd. He swallowed his words and didn't say anything. At this moment, Su Yao stepped forward. Squad leader, heir Lizi is just a troublemaker. He was tricked into being with Lin Xiaoxiao, and Lin Xiaoxiao is secretly seeing other men behind Jingyang's back. Wang Taizhu frowned and looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. Is this true? Lin Xiaoxiao sobbed and said, "Squad leader, Su Yao is lying about me." Wang Taizhu sighed. "No matter what, this shouldn't affect work. Lizi, go back to Nujiawan. I will investigate this matter. Lin Xiaoxiao and Zheng Yang, stay here. Everyone else, go back to work." The crowd gradually dispersed. Qin Kiki took the opportunity to hide and follow Ma San. Li Yutong watched everything, feeling that this wasn't the end of the matter. Wang Taizhu took the two of them back to the team office, his face so dark it seemed like ink was dripping from it. "Zheng Yang, tell me, what exactly happened today?" Zheng Yang didn't want to speak at first, but he couldn't hold it in. He said directly, "Squad leader, today I was working in the field. Someone told me Lin Xiaoxiao was doing something inappropriate in the vegetable shed. I left my work to see if it was true. When I arrived, I only saw Lin Xiaoxiao alone, half-dressed in the shed. There were signs of intimacy on her body. Lin Xiaoxiao saw Zheng Yang not respecting her and angrily scolded him. "Zheng Yang, stop talking nonsense. I used to like you, but I don't anymore. You can't accuse me just because of this." She then looked at Wang Taizhu. "Captain, you have to stand up for me. I can't bear the shame of being called a troublemaker. As the saying goes, catch the thief and the stolen goods, catch the adulterer and the pair. Since you didn't catch me in the act, you can't do anything to me." Wang Taizhu looked at Lin Xiaoxiao's expression and understood what she was thinking. He had also heard some rumors about her being involved with several men, but he had no proof. While Wang Taizhu was thinking about how to get Lin Xiaoxiao to tell the truth, he suddenly had an idea. He said, "Lin Xiaoxiao, I know you think that if you weren't caught in the act, you don't have to admit anything. But Su Yao brought out a letter, which is solid evidence. Also, we have a tradition here. If someone is suspected of wrongdoing, they jump into the Shun Shui pond. If they sink, it means they are guilty. If they float back up, it proves they are innocent. Do you dare to try?" Lin Xiaoxiao's face turned pale instantly, and she looked away nervously. She knew she had done something wrong. If she really jumped into the pond, she would definitely sink. "Captain, isn't jumping into the Shun Shui pond very dangerous? What if something happens?" "That doesn't prove anything," Wang Taizhu sneered. "If you don't dare to go, it means you're guilty." "Zheng Yang, what do you think of this idea?" Zheng Yang nodded. "Captain, I think it's okay. If she's innocent, she can prove it to everyone." Lin Xiaoxiao bit her lip, sweat breaking out on her forehead. She was panicked and didn't know how to respond to this sudden proposal. At that moment, Li Yutong came in from outside. "Captain, I have some medical knowledge. I might have a way to prove whether Lin Xiaoxiao has been unfaithful." Wang Taizhu looked her up and down. "You have a way? Tell me." Li Yutong calmly said, "I know we can check to see if she has been unfaithful, but I don't have medical equipment here. So, I suggest we go to the county hospital now to have her examined. We can see if she is still and the test can also tell us who she was involved with." Li Yutong admitted that she deliberately used this method to make Lin Xiaoxiao confess what happened today. She believed that today's events were connected to Ma San, so she had to start from Lin Xiaoxiao. This made Lin Xiaoxiao break out in cold sweat. She knew very well that she was no longer a young girl. If she went to the hospital, how could she face others in the future? After thinking carefully, she decided to confess to Lizi. "Captain, I was dating Zheng Yang before and planning to marry him. But on the day we argued because we lost our family support, I ran out alone. On the way, I met Lizi and she pulled me into the cornfield." Everyone listened to Lin Xiaoxiao and looked surprised. Wang Taizhu frowned and asked, "Are you sure it was Lizi? Do you have proof?" Lin Xiaoxiao cried and said, "Captain, I dare not lie. I couldn't resist him at the time. He was too strong. After it happened, I was afraid of losing face, so I never dared to say anything." Li Yutong subtly communicated with Cici in her mind. "Cici, do you have a way to make Lin Xiaoxiao tell the truth?" Cici replied in her mind, "Master, I can send out a wave of energy that makes people speak the truth, but only for a short time." Li Yutong was secretly pleased and nodded slightly without showing it. She stepped forward, pretending to be gentle, and said to Lin Xiaoxiao, "Lin Xiaoxiao, if what you said is true, then tell us more details about what happened that day, so everyone can understand." Just as Lin Xiaoxiao opened her mouth to repeat her previous words, Cece released the energy wave. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes instantly became a little dazed, and she blurted out, Li Yutong, don't be too proud. I've been with several men. Today, I was with Air Lizzie in the vegetable shed doing that kind of thing. They all have money. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and looked like they had seen a ghost. Li Yutong remained calm and said, and what about Ma San? Lin Xiaoxiao didn't want to say, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she said, yes, I have a relationship with Ma San. We've been together for a while. Last time we met, he even asked about you, Li Yutong. Your good days are over. Ma San is the deputy director of the Ji Society. He's planning to target you, and you can't escape. Wang Tieju's face turned pale with anger. He threw a piece of paper at Lin Xiaoxiao and said, Lin Xiaoxiao, write down everything you just said. Someone like you, being sent to the North Wilderness for reform is too easy. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at him with disdain. Wang Taiju, you're just a small village official. Don't think your little title is so important. I'm about to marry Ma San. As soon as she says the word, you won't be able to keep your position as team leader. Wang Taiju was so angry he laughed. Lin Xiaoxiao, Wang Taiju, am willing to give up being team leader just to send you and Ma San to reform. Li Yutong smiled and said, Lin Xiaoxiao, aren't you afraid that you're just hoping? Maybe Ma San only sees you as a tool. Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned, then shook her head. Ma San wouldn't do that. He promised me he would marry me. While speaking, under the interference of the CC energy, Lin Xiaoxiao clearly wrote down what she knew, when she was with whom, and what happened between them. She also stamped her fingerprint on her name. Li Yutong smiled and handed the statement to Wang Taiju. Team leader, take this to County Public Security Director Li Yunfei. He will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Wang Taiju took the paper with a firm look. All right, I'll go now. Li Yutong, Zhengyang, stay here and watch over Lin Xiaoxiao. Then he hurried away. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao came to her senses. She looked at her written confession, her face turning pale as paper. She screamed and tried to grab the paper back, but Zheng Yang stopped her. Lin Xiaoxiao, all the dirty things you've done are now clearly proven. Don't struggle anymore. Li Yutong sneered. Now you're afraid? When you framed others before, did you think about this day? Lin Xiaoxiao sank to the ground, her eyes hollow. She muttered, Ma Sen won't abandon me. He will come to save me. A few hours later, Wang Taiju returned with a happy face. It's done. Director Li Yunfei takes this seriously. He's already sent people to catch Ma San and Air Lizzie. Lin Xiaoxiao, you and your brother Ma San can't escape the law. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao completely broke down and fainted. Wang Taiju looked at Li Yutong and asked, do you have a way to wake her up? It's easy. Li Yutong pinched Lin Xiaoxiao's pressure point and shouted, Lin Xiaoxiao, wake up. After a while, Lin Xiaoxiao slowly regained consciousness. She looked around at the people nearby, her eyes full of despair. Wang Taiju said seriously, Lin Xiaoxiao, the evidence is clear now. Just tell the truth honestly. Is there anything else you're hiding from us? Lin Xiaoxiao broke down and cried, revealing how she and Ma San planned to frame Li Yutong. A few days later, Ma San and Air Lizzie were successfully caught. Air Lizzie, a coward, immediately confessed everything when he arrived at the police station. He said, Police officers, I admit that all of this was arranged by Ma San. Li Yunfei looked at Air Lizzie with a serious face, his sharp gaze seeming to see through him. Air Lizzie felt a bit nervous under Li Yunfei's stare. He said, Officers, I will tell the truth. Here's what happened. 2 weeks ago, one night, I lost all my money gambling and owed a lot of debt. I was caught by some people. When I was at my lowest, Ma San suddenly appeared. He told me that if I helped him with one thing, he would help me pay off my debts and give me a lot of money. Li Yunfei frowned and asked, what did he want to do? Air Lizzie licked his lips and continued, he asked me to find a chance to a young woman named Lin Xiaoxiao at Yangjiahui Brigade. I mean, who gets such a good deal? Enjoy the woman's company and get a big sum of money. I didn't think twice and agreed. And then, Li Yunfei's voice grew colder, with a chilling sense of authority. Air Lizzie shrank back and said, I wandered around Yangjiao Huai Brigade for several days, but couldn't find a good chance. Lin Xiaoxiao was always with others, so I couldn't get close to her. What happened next? Li Yunfei pressed harder, not giving him a moment to breathe. Lizzie sighed helplessly and said, "It was Ma San who came up with a plan. Somehow, he managed to get Lin Xiaoxiao to come out. He told me to wait on the road, and as soon as Lin Xiaoxiao appeared, I was supposed to handle her right then, making it happen quickly." Li Yunfei frowned and asked, "Why did he want you to force Lin Xiaoxiao?" Lizzie shook his head like a rattledrum. He didn't say, and I didn't dare ask. In the end, Lizzie and Lin Xiaoxiao were sent to the Beidawang labor camp for disrupting social order through their inappropriate relationship. Lin Xiaoxiao, this foolish girl, finally got herself into serious trouble. With the confessions of Lizzie and Lin Xiaoxiao, Ma San couldn't deny his actions, even if he wanted to. He had to admit what he did. "Director Li, I really had no choice but to do this. You know, our G Society members communicate with each other, especially the Jean City G Society. Their deputy director was acting under orders from above to handle Li Yutong's case. How could I not follow orders? So, to get more detailed information about Li Yutong, I had no other way but to exploit Lin Xiaoxiao's weakness. I paid her a lot of money and had her be with me. Naturally, she would listen to me, and I could get first-hand information from her. But who would have thought that this foolish woman would have such wild ideas and want me to marry her? You see, I am a deputy director of the G Society. How could I marry a small-town girl? That's just a fantasy." I had no choice but to come up with another plan, pay money to bribe Lizzie to be with Lin Xiaoxiao. That way, I would have her leverage and she wouldn't bother me anymore. Li Yunfei sneered. "Orders from above? You really know how to shift blame. Who exactly is above? Tell me." Ma San's face turned pale, hesitating for a moment.
I
don't know. I only know it was conveyed by the deputy director of Jean City G Society." Li Yunfei's eyes sharpened. "You better tell the truth. This isn't an excuse to dodge responsibility." Wang Taizhu looked at Ma San. "No matter who's behind it, your bad deeds won't escape the law's punishment." Ma San didn't dare to glare at Li Yunfei, but he was not afraid of Wang Taizhu. As soon as Wang Taizhu spoke, Ma San barked like a mad dog. "Wang Taizhu, what the are you? I don't need a small squad leader like you to tell me what to do." At this moment, a police officer came in holding the investigation results on Ma San. "Director, these are all the wrongdoings committed by Ma San, and the evidence is solid." Li Yunfei carefully reviewed the documents, which detailed how Ma San had used his power over the years to accept bribes, manipulate women, and even force a pregnant girl to jump off a cliff and commit suicide. Li Yunfei's face grew darker. He slammed the file onto the desk and asked, "Ma San, how do you explain these things?" Ma San's arrogance immediately faded. He looked away nervously and said, These are in the past. You can't blame me for everything." Wang Taizhu snorted coldly. "The past? Do you think time can hide your crimes?" Ma San wanted to argue, but suddenly the office door was pushed open forcefully. A man in a suit hurried in and whispered a few words into Li Yunfei's ear. Li Yunfei's face turned very serious. He took a deep breath and said, "Ma San, take him away first. This case isn't over yet." After Ma San was taken away, Wang Taizhu looked at Li Yunfei with confusion. Li Yunfei frowned and said, "I just received news that there seems to be high-level interference from the Jean City G Association, trying to protect Ma San. The investigation will be very difficult." Wang Taizhu clenched his fists. "No matter how much resistance there is, we can't let this villain go free." Li Yunfei nodded.
Exactly. Keep digging.
"I want to see who is really backing him." Li Yutong knew very well that besides the Luo family in Kyoto, no one else had such great power. Since someone wanted to intervene to protect Ma San, she didn't mind sending him back to his hometown first. But everything had to be done perfectly, without involving the local police in Sun County. Li Yutong's eyes turned, and a perfect plan formed in her mind. "Cece baby, I want to quietly move Ma San from the county police station into the space without causing trouble for the police. How do you think I should do it?" Cece's voice echoed in Li Yutong's mind. You can create a small chaos, like causing some minor accidents near the police station to attract their attention. Then, while they're busy dealing with the incidents, you can sneak into the place where Ma-san is held and put him into the space. I can also help create a fake scene of Ma-san escaping. That way, you can take him away without involving anyone else. Li Yutong's eyes lit up, and she thought this was a good plan. She quickly acted, first causing a car nearby to suddenly break down on the street near the police station, creating a small traffic jam. She also had some helpful citizens argue nearby, which successfully attracted many police officers to manage the situation. Li Yutong seized the opportunity, using Cece's superpower to avoid everyone's sight, and quietly slipped into the room where Ma-san was held. She swiftly moved Ma-san into her space, then disappeared without anyone noticing from the police station. When the officers finished dealing with the outside situation and returned, they still thought Ma-san was inside, unaware that he had already vanished. Li Yutong then arrived in her space, looking at the panicked Ma-san, and let out a disdainful laugh. Ma-san, haven't you always wanted to kill me? Now I give you a chance. If you can kill me, I won't blame you. But if you can't, you must honestly tell me everything you know. Ma-san was stunned at first, then a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. He was already ruthless, and now he saw this as a possible escape. He suddenly charged at Li Yutong, intending to grab her neck tightly. Li Yutong was calm. She turned lightly, and Ma-san missed her, falling flat on his face. Ma-san got up, picked up a stone from the ground, and threw it at Li Yutong. She sidestepped easily, and the stone brushed past her shoulder. After a few rounds, Ma-san was exhausted and panting, while Li Yutong remained calm and composed. "You are no match for me," Li Yutong said coldly. "Now be honest. Who ordered you to target me? Is it the Luo family from Jingtian?" Ma-san sank to the ground, his eyes full of despair and unwillingness, but he still refused to speak. Li Yutong directly ordered Cece, interfere with his thoughts and make him reveal his deepest secret. "Yes, master. I will do it immediately." Under Cece's interference, Ma-san finally spoke. It's Luo Zhenbong from the Luo family in Jingtian. He's a branch member of the Luo family, and they are very close to the main family. The eldest son of the Luo family, Luo Han, is the president of the Ji Society in Jingtian. We all fall under his control. Li Yutong's expression turned serious, realizing that the situation behind this was deeper than she had imagined. Having received the message she wanted, Ma-san no longer had any use. "Cece, take Ma-san to Optimus Prime." Cece, following her owner's command, used her mind to envelop Ma-san's body and brought him to Optimus Prime. "Master, as long as the pillar devours a bad person's soul, the space will recover to 80%. Then you'll be able to see Cece's true form. Not only that, but there's a big surprise waiting for you." Li Yutong's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected such an unexpected joy. "What kind of surprise?" "That's a secret for now. You'll find out soon." "Then what are we waiting for?" "Hurry and let the pillar swallow his soul," Cece responded, controlling Ma-san to approach the pillar. Ma-san struggled in fear, crying out loudly, but under Cece's mental control, he couldn't break free. The pillar emitted a strong pull. Ma-san's soul was slowly drawn out of his body and merged into the pillar. Then his body was also swallowed by the pillar. As Ma-san was consumed, the pillar shone brightly. The space began to shake slightly, and some broken parts quickly repaired themselves. Soon, a gentle glow filled the space. A cute, lively child like Cece, about 3 or 4 years old, appeared in front of Li Yutong. Cece blinked her big eyes and playfully smiled. "Master, I can now appear in physical form to be with you." Li Yutong looked at the Cece in front of her, feeling full of joy. She gently patted Cece's head. "Cece, sweetheart, what was the surprise you mentioned earlier? Can you tell me now?" "Master, you should go to the basement of the villa to see. I promise you'll be satisfied." Li Yutong couldn't wait and went into the villa's basement. She saw that the basement had more than doubled in size, and there was now a research room and a factory. "Cece, isn't this the weapon research and production base from my past life in the army? How did they come here?" Can I go in and take a look? Cece shook her head. Master, that's the special feature of the purple jade space. It can change with the times. It's impossible to go inside because scientists are working there, but you can directly take out weapons from inside. This isn't restricted. You can also tell the researchers your requirements using your mind, just like designing high-end weapon blueprints. She tried to use her mind to request a high-performance pistol. In an instant, a small, delicate pistol with a dangerous look appeared in her hand. She picked up the pistol and examined it carefully. It felt solid, and all its features were top quality. Cece, how powerful is this weapon? Li Yutong asked. Cece giggled and said, Master, this pistol can hit targets accurately from a kilometer away, and it has very little recoil. It was improved by scientists using modern technology combined with techniques from the past. Li Yutong felt more confident. It seemed she would have more strength to face threats from the Jin Qingluo family in the future. She decided to carry this pistol with her for self-defense. Later, she used her mind to suggest some ideas for improving the weapon to the research lab. They quickly responded, saying they would develop it as soon as possible. Li Yutong nodded happily, full of confidence, and left the basement. Suddenly, she remembered something. She looked at Cece and asked, Cece, can you freely come and go from space? Yes, as long as the master needs me, I can appear in front of you anytime. Li Yutong looked at Cece with some worry. Cece, you're such a big little kid suddenly appearing in front of everyone. How can I explain that? Cece tilted her head, adorable as ever. That's simple. I am a spirit, and I can change my shape at will. I can be a little cat or a little dog. Li Yutong's eyes lit up. Great. When you're in space, stay in your current form. When you come out, be in your little cat shape. Cece happily responded and instantly transformed into a fluffy, white kitten very cute. Li Yutong gently picked her up and stroked her fur. Cece, how is that little wolf cub now? I've been busy these days and haven't had time to check on it. Cece, comfortably nestled in Li Yutong's arms, closed her eyes and said softly, Don't worry, master. I take good care of the little wolf cub. It's now on the back mountain of the space, and it has grown quite a bit. It's more energetic now. Li Yutong was curious and decided to go see the little wolf cub on the back mountain. She carried Cece and headed there. From afar, she saw a snow-white little wolf happily playing on the grass. Little wolf heard the noise, turned around, and saw Li Yutong. He immediately ran over happily and nuzzled her leg affectionately. Li Yutong squatted down and gently patted little wolf's head. The dog wagged its tail obediently. Cece jumped down from Li Yutong's arms and played chase with little wolf on the grass. Seeing this scene, Li Yutong smiled. Baby Cece, take good care of the space. I'll go out first. The next day, Wang Taizhu, who returned from town, told her that Ma San had escaped from prison. Li Yutong pretended to be surprised and cooperated with the police to answer some questions. After leaving the police station, Li Yutong slipped into the space. Baby Cece, the Luo family in Kyoto, even the branch members dare to provoke me. It looks like I need to teach them a lesson. Cece curled up in her arms and let out a meow, seeming to show support. Baby Cece, I'll take you out to meet my best friends, she said, then carried Cece out of the space. Coco Chin, who was counting supplies in the storage room, immediately saw the kitten Li Yutong was holding. Tong Tong, where did this kitten come from? It's so cute. She reached out to pick up the kitten, but Cece, not giving her face, swatted her tiny white hand with a paw. Coco Chin was startled by the sudden swipe and quickly pulled her hand back, looking a bit wronged. Oh, why is this little kitten scratching people? Li Yutong couldn't help but laugh. She gently patted Cece's head and said, Coco, Cece might be a little wary of strangers. It just arrived and isn't very familiar with people yet. Coco Chin rubbed her sore hand and kept her eyes on Cece, muttering, this little guy has quite a temper. But since you're so cute, I won't argue with you. Then she slowly reached out her hand again, this time gently and softly, speaking quietly to Cece. Little Cece, I mean no harm. Can I hold you? Cece tilted her head, watching Coco's cautious manner. She seemed to sense her kindness and no longer resisted, obediently allowing Coco to pick her up. Coco's face immediately lit up with a bright smile. Wow, I got her. She's so soft, and her fur is smooth. She gently stroked Cece, who closed her eyes comfortably and purred softly. Li Yutong watched the scene with a smile and said, "It seems Cece has accepted you. It's really enjoying itself now." Chin Kiki excitedly said, "This little kitten is so cute." Yutong, tell me where it came from. Li Yutong told a kind lie, praying silently. Kiki, please forgive me for not telling the truth. You should understand the idea of keeping something valuable safe. I saw it on my way home. It was hiding in a corner, very small, and looking very pitiful. I decided to bring it home. Chin Kiki looked at Cece with caring eyes and said, "It's a little pitiful. From now on, with us, it won't have to suffer anymore. Cece, you are the little pitiful one. Your whole family is adorable. I am a powerful spirit." While they were playing with Cece, Lu Yihan came in and was surprised to see the kitten. "Tong Tong, this little cat is very cute," Li Yutong mentally told Cece. "Cece, this is Lu Yihan. You can't be mean to him. Don't worry, master. I know he is my future owner. I will get along well with him." Li Yutong looked at Lu Yihan and asked, "Yes, it's very cute. I named it Cece. From now on, it's part of our family. By the way, Ahan, where did you come from?" Hearing Li Yutong call him Ahan, Lu Yihan's heart fluttered. He looked at her with warm eyes, and his voice was gentle. "I just came from Tieju's house. I talked to him about the vinegar factory. He asked your family to go to the village office to discuss the collective industry with the village leaders." "Great. I have some new ideas I want to discuss with the team leader." "Let's go, Kiki." "We're heading there now." Chin Kiki agreed, washed her face, and then followed the others to the village office. When they arrived, the village officials were already waiting. As soon as the three entered, Wang Taizhu greeted them and asked them to sit down. Once they were seated, Wang Taizhu spoke. "Thanks to your efforts, our team now has electricity. No more burning oil lamps to work at night." Accountant Wang also said happily, "Yes, thanks to these two comrades, our village now has electricity. Everyone knows my wife makes good clothes and shoes, but she used to work under kerosene lamps, which hurt her eyes. Now, with electric lights, her eyes are finally free." Li Yutong smiled and said, "This is the result of everyone's hard work. After getting electricity, our village can also develop some local industries to increase the income of our members." Wang Taizhu nodded with a smile, showing he agreed with Li Yutong. Then he said, "Yes, Li Yutong is right. Our village has this advantage, which is also a main reason Hanzi suggested building a soy sauce and vinegar factory. But building such a factory isn't easy. We need to think about many things like technology, money, and markets." He looked at Chin Kiki and continued, "Chin Kiki, please share your thoughts." Chin Kiki thought for a moment and said, "Captain, I agree with you. Our village has plenty of raw materials like soybeans and wheat. If we start a flour mill, the bran can be used to make vinegar, which is a good foundation for building a soy sauce and vinegar factory. Also, as people's living standards improve, the demand for condiments like soy sauce and vinegar is growing, so the market potential is very good." Wang Taizhu nodded repeatedly after hearing Chin Kiki's words and said, "Chin Kiki is right. No wonder she's a young person from the city. Her vision is broad." Chin Kiki shyly waved her hand and said, "Captain, you shouldn't praise me like that. I just speak honestly." Li Yutong added with a smile, "Our village has enough labor. If we build a soy sauce and vinegar factory, it can employ many members and increase everyone's income. In sales, nearby villages and towns have market demand. We can start selling locally and then expand gradually. But there are some things to watch out for. First, technology. Good brewing techniques directly affect the quality and taste of the products. It would be best to invite an experienced master to guide us or send some members to learn professional brewing skills." Chin Kiki continued, "Yes, and equipment. We need to buy reliable, standard-compliant equipment to ensure smooth production. Additionally, we must pay special attention to hygiene. We should establish strict hygiene management systems to ensure that our soy sauce and vinegar meet food safety standards. Regarding brand building, we can highlight our village's unique features, emphasizing that our products are natural and handmade. This will help customers remember our village's soy sauce and vinegar. We also shouldn't ignore promotion and advertising. Since spreading information is very important now, we can use channels like a village notice board or have young people help promote our products outside the village. Wang Taizhu listened carefully and nodded now and then. You both make good points. Yes, technology, equipment, and hygiene are all key parts. As for hiring a master and training our members, I think we can start working on that. Louis Han took over the conversation. On the technical side, I already discussed this with my friend in the city. He agreed to come and give us free technical guidance. That's great. This way, our team will save a lot of money, Secretary Fan Yuntao said happily.
Liu Dong Schmilat.
Team leader, about the machines, we don't need to buy new ones. My stepfather used to work at a machinery factory. I often went to the workshop with him and learned from the skilled workers. He even gave me a set of welding equipment he assembled himself. So, as long as you can find the raw materials, I can help assemble the equipment. Are you really capable of doing this? Can you assemble the machines? Wang Taizhu asked, surprised. Louis Han looked at her with admiration. This girl is truly a treasure. She often surprises us. No problem, team leader. You can send someone to the scrap yard to find discarded materials. That way, we can save costs and find what we need. All right, it's settled then. I'll have someone look for raw materials, and you will assemble the equipment, Wang Taizhu decided. Accountant Wang Guanghui looked at Li Yutong and Qin Kiki with bright eyes. Comrades, you both come from the city and are experienced. Think about it. Are there any other industries suitable for our Yangjiao locust team? Hearing this, the other village officials looked at Li Yutong and Qin Kiki with eager eyes, as if their family held a great treasure. Li Yutong thought for a moment and then spoke. Captain, although I haven't been here long, I know that our people rely on manual grinding to turn wheat into flour and corn into cornmeal. Since we mainly produce wheat and corn, why not build a flour mill to make good use of the electricity provided by the government? Wang Tiezhu's eyes lit up, and he stroked his chin as he thought. Yutong makes a good point. Our village has a good harvest of grains. Building a flour mill would add value to our crops. Plus, using electricity to run the machines will be much more efficient than manual grinding. Other village officials nodded in agreement. Qin Kiki also said excitedly, yes. Once we have flour, we can develop more food products like steamed buns and noodles. There will definitely be a good market for them. Wang Guanghui immediately took out a notebook to record. What should we consider when building a flour mill? Yutong, please tell us more. Li Yutong continued. First, we need equipment. Like the soy sauce factory, we can use recycled materials to assemble it. Then, we need a spacious and suitable site. Also, we must train workers so they know how to operate the machines. Wang Taizhu waved his hand. All right, it's settled. Building a flour mill is now on the agenda. Yutong, you'll be in charge of assembling the equipment. Li Yutong smiled confidently. No problem, Captain. I will make sure this gets done well. At that moment, Qin Kiki suddenly had a brilliant idea. Her eyes brightened, and she excitedly said to the village officials, Everyone, I just thought of a great idea. We grow a lot of sweet potatoes at home, and that's a valuable resource. We can think more about this and find ways to use them. Wang Taizhu listened and smiled. He nodded encouragingly. Kiki, that's a very good idea. Keep going, I'm listening carefully. So I think we can process these sweet potatoes into noodles, vermicelli, slices, and powder. This way, we can extend their shelf life and add more value. It can also help increase agricultural efficiency and farmers' income. Wang Tiezhu's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, Comrade Qin, that's a great idea. Turning sweet potatoes into these products not only prevents waste, but also creates another way to earn money. Other village officials agreed, thinking it was a good plan. Li Yutong nodded in agreement, saying, yes, and the technology for processing sweet potatoes isn't too complicated. People in our village should be able to learn it easily. Wang Guanghui quickly took notes and asked, what equipment do we need to process the sweet potatoes? Li Yutong thought for a moment and replied, things like a blender and sifting machine. We can probably assemble them from discarded materials, just like before. Wang Taizhu clapped his hand and said, all right, let's do it. Comrade Yutong, you'll need to work hard to assemble the equipment. Li Yutong said firmly, no problem, squad leader. We can start with small tests, and if it works, we can expand production. Chin Kiki added, we can also have young people take these sweet potato products to the city to sell, opening up more markets. Wang Taizhu smiled and nodded. Everyone's ideas are good. Our Yangjiao Huai Brigade will definitely develop better and better. The decision was made happily. Wang Taizhu sent people to the town and the county scrap yard to find materials, and he chose a suitable place to build a house with bricks and tiles. Li Yutong asked Chin Kiki to distribute farming tools in the warehouse and record the information. She herself was at home, cleaning the materials she and Lu Yihan had collected earlier from the county scrapyard. While cleaning, she communicated with Cici in the space. Cici, the squad leader, gave me an important task to assemble usable equipment from discarded materials. Can you help with this? Cici cheerfully responded. No problem, master. I know a lot about assembling devices. But some delicate operations during assembly might still need your hands. Li Yutong felt happy. With Cici's help, the task seemed much more likely to succeed. Just then, there was a knock at the door. He was holding some metal parts and smiling, saying, I know you're working on assembling equipment. I went to the scrap yard and found some usable materials. Li Yutong looked at the materials he brought and nodded happily. Ahan, you have good taste. These materials are all useful. Lu Yihan saw her washing the materials and said, Tong Tong, you can leave this to me. I learned some mechanical principles in the army, so I can help you with the assembly. After washing the materials under Cici's guidance, they started trying to assemble the pulp machine. Lu Yihan was very skilled with his hands, and Li Yutong was not far behind. They worked together smoothly. After a few hours of effort, a simple prototype of the pulp machine began to take shape. Seeing their work, Li Yutong praised generously. Ahan, your hands-on skills are really good. You understand things quickly and can think beyond what you see. Lu Yihan reached out and gently took Li Yutong's arm, pulling her up from the small bench. He wanted to say something, but just then, an unexpected situation happened. Because Li Yutong had been sitting on the small bench for a long time, her legs had gone numb. When she suddenly stood up, poor blood circulation caused her to lose her balance. She fell directly into Lu Yihan's arms, catching both of them off guard. Coincidentally, her lips pressed tightly against Lu Yihan's lips. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Their lips touched, and the sensation was like an electric shock, quickly spreading through their bodies. Their hearts started beating faster. Li Yutong was startled by this sudden event. Her eyes widened, and she immediately tried to break free from Lu Yihan's embrace. But because her legs were still numb, she couldn't support her body. As she bounced backward, her body began to tilt. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, Lu Yihan's heart tightened. Without thinking, he quickly reached out and grabbed her arm. He pulled her back into his arms with force. This time, their bodies pressed closely together, soft and hard parts colliding as if sparks were flying. Lu Yihan softly called her name, like a warm breeze blowing into her heart. The trembling in his voice made her feel that beneath his calm exterior, his heart was already stirred with waves of emotion. She slightly tilted her head and looked into Lu Yihan's eyes, where deep affection and uncontrollable desire were visible. Ahan, Li Yutong softly responded, her voice tinged with shyness. This call seemed to give Lu Yihan more courage. He slowly lowered his head, and their faces drew closer, close enough to feel each other's breath. Lu Yihan's lips gently pressed against Li Yutong's, offering a tender and heartfelt kiss filled with long-standing longing and love. Li Yutong was momentarily stunned, then slowly closed her eyes, immersing herself in this sweet moment. This kiss was like a switch, opening the long-closed door of their feelings. Memories of their time together and those exciting moments flooded their minds, turning into passionate emotions. Tong Tong, can we be together? Let me be your boyfriend and protect you. Li Yutong, for the first time in her life, was so close to a man she liked, and being kissed by him made her a bit dizzy. Without overthinking, she simply agreed. Okay. Lu Yihan, happy beyond words to get her response, started a second deep kiss. He then picked her up in a princess carry and brought her to her own room, gently placing her on the bed. He leaned over and pressed her down, holding her beneath him. He liked this position, him on top of her, because it often appeared in his dreams lately. Li Yutong wanted to struggle, but suddenly remembered her powers. She hesitated, worried that if she hit him, she might be stuck in bed for days. Forget it, better not to move. While Li Yutong was lost in her thoughts, Lu Yihan's lips pressed against hers again. This time, he only lightly tasted her lips. After the kiss, Lu Yihan buried his head in her neck, sounding a bit helpless. Yutong, can you grow up a little faster? Grow up? She's already quite grown up now, isn't she? In her past life, she had a curvy and attractive figure. Although her start in this life was not very good, after using powerful beauty and skincare pills and spiritual spring water, she has become a beautiful woman, okay? Meanwhile, Lu Yihan was thinking about when Yutong would marry him. Would she leave here first? Or wait until her family's issues were settled? When that happens, the Lu family situation should also improve. He was determined to give her a grand wedding. How long do you plan to keep pressing down? I can hardly breathe. Please, let me go. Li Yutong's playful scolding brought Lu Yihan back to reality. He realized he had been lying on the girl and quickly got off her. Yutong, are you okay? Did I hurt you? No, I'm fine. I'm not that fragile. As she spoke, Li Yutong suddenly noticed her own voice, hoarse, but with a charming tone.
Wow.
Is that really my voice? How did I end up like this? The two of them were lost in their sweet, intimate moment. Meanwhile, in the dark market on the main road, Eugene Lon was frowning as she listened to her subordinate's report. Boss, I found out everything about Li Yutong's background. She's from Jin City, a sent-down youth sent to the Yangjiao Huai Brigade. Her father, Li Jianqing, was executed for corruption and involvement in a scandal. Her stepmother is the daughter of the vice director of Jin City's Ji Society. I also learned that Li Yutong's biological mother committed suicide 8 years ago. She was accused by her husband of infidelity and having affairs, but that wasn't true. She was so humiliated that she took sleeping pills and died. I asked some elderly residents in their neighborhood, and they said Li Yutong looks very much like her mother. She was born prematurely at 7 months. So many suspect that Li Yutong might not be Li Jianqing's biological daughter. Listening to the report, Eugene Lon's eyes narrowed. Are you saying Li Yutong's mother died 8 years ago, forced to death by that scumbag? Seeing her boss's cold and icy expression, the subordinate felt a bit scared. Yes, boss. After Li Jianqing was caught, he said he acted out of desperation and was forced to do some extreme things. Also, boss, Li Yutong's mother was injured and lost her memory years ago. Li Jianqing tricked her into coming home as his wife. It is said that she was carrying many valuable items. Hearing this, Eugene Lon's pupils suddenly shrank. Did you find out what those items are? Yes, we found 2,000 yuan in cash, 6 gold bars, and an emerald green bracelet. The bracelet is said to have a character U engraved on it. Eugene Lon was now 100% sure that Li Yutong's mother was the real aunt she had been searching for all these years. She never expected that her mother had already passed away 8 years ago. Eugene Lon clenched her fists, her eyes full of anger and sadness. She had been looking for her family for so long, only to see her loved one tortured to death by that scumbag. Go and find out more details about Li Yutong, including her situation in Yangjiao Huai Brigade, and who is around her now, she coldly ordered. Yes, her subordinate quickly left after receiving the command. Meanwhile, Li Yutong was still immersed in her sweet moments with Lu Yihan, unaware that her family's secret was about to be uncovered. Eugene Lon had already made a plan. Since her aunt was no longer alive, she decided to protect her only daughter herself. She decided to visit Yangjiao Huai Brigade in person to meet her blood-related cousin. At the same time, Lu Yihan and Li Yutong were planning their future. They didn't know that a fateful encounter was about to happen, and Li Yutong's life would change dramatically because of it. A few peaceful days passed. During this time, Li Yutong and Lu Yihan, guided by Cici, finished making the flour processing machine and the equipment needed for the soy sauce and vinegar factory. Today, Louis Han drove the team's tractor to the county to fetch bricks and tiles. Li Yutong was alone at home, pondering whether to assemble a corn sheller, a machine that separates corn kernels from the cob. While she was focused on designing the plans, she saw Wang Xiaoman rushing in anxiously. "Pretty sister, someone at the village entrance is looking for you. She gave me 50 cents and asked me to come find you." Li Yutong blinked, her mind racing to figure out who might be looking for her, but after thinking for a while, she couldn't come up with anyone. Seeing her stare blankly, he urged gently, "Beautiful sister, did you hear me?" Li Yutong nodded, patted Wang Xiaoman's head, and took out a few white rabbit candies from her pocket. "I heard you. Thank you for coming to tell me. I will go see her now." Li Yutong arrived at the village entrance and was a bit surprised to see who was there. Why did he come? Could he also be sent by the Luo family? But that doesn't seem right. If he was sent by the Luo family, he wouldn't come so openly to find her. Yu Jinlong looked at Li Yutong calmly. Yes, the person coming to see Li Yutong was Yu Jinlong. Since receiving his subordinate's report, he had thought carefully and decided to come personally to confirm whether Li Yutong was truly his cousin. He looked at the woman walking toward him and saw that she resembled his aunt, as he remembered. Yu Jinlong stepped forward, his voice low but gentle. "Yutong, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you because I am your cousin, Yu Jinlong." Li Yutong looked surprised.
Cousin?
She had never heard of having such a relative. Seeing her reaction, Yu Jinlong said slowly, "I have found out about your background. Your mother is my eldest aunt." Li Yutong's eyes widened, her heart stirred with shock. "Are you the little boy from the Yu family who ran away long ago?" At that moment, Louis Han was driving a tractor loaded with bricks and tiles back. Seeing Yu Jinlong and Li Yutong standing together at the village entrance, he frowned. He quickly walked over, shielding Li Yutong behind him, and looked cautiously at Yu Jinlong. Yu Jinlong looked at Louis Han and smiled slightly. "And who is this?" Li Yutong hurried to explain. "This is Louis Han, my." Before she finished, Louis Han cut in, "I'm her boyfriend." "Who are you?" Yu Jinlong smiled faintly. "Since you're her boyfriend, I won't hide anything. How about this? You take the tractor back to the production team, and we'll wait here for you. I'll take you both somewhere." Louis Han looked at Li Yutong, who nodded, then said, "Okay, I'll be right there. But if you dare hurt her, I will find you no matter where you go." Yu Jinlong looked at Louis Han with a calm expression. "Don't worry, I won't hurt her." Li Yutong thought to herself. "Can you really hurt me?" "Louis Han, I doubt you dare." After about 10 minutes, Louis Han hurried over. Yu Jinlong saw him coming and smiled slightly. "Not bad, very brave. Let's go. This isn't a good place to talk. I'll take you to the county town. I've already booked a private room. We can discuss things there." Although Louis Han had some doubts, the saying, "the brave are bold," applied to him. Li Yutong wasn't worried that Yu Jinlong might be up to tricks. At worst, she could just pull Louis Han into her space in a crisis. They got into Yu Jinlong's car and soon arrived at the place he mentioned. Yu Jinlong didn't beat around the bush. He asked directly, "Louis Han, can I trust you?" Louis Han looked at him firmly. "Tell me what this is about first. If it's reasonable, I will naturally trust you." Yu Jinlong nodded. "Honestly, I am Yutong's cousin. Her mother is my aunt." Li Yutong had already heard this from the leader of the black-clad men. She asked directly, "You say you're my cousin. Is there anything that can prove your identity?" "Of course," Yu Jinlong said, pulling out a green bracelet. "Yutong, look at this bracelet. Is it the same as your mother's?" "It has a Yu character engraved on it." Li Yutong took the bracelet and examined it carefully. It was exactly the same as the one her mother left behind, in both material and style. It was clear that the man claiming to be her cousin was indeed from the Yu family. She then asked, "Cousin, since your identity is genuine, why did you suddenly find me? Is there something you want to tell me?" She looked directly at Yu Jinlong. Yu Jinlong took a deep breath and said, "Yutong, years ago the Yu family was persecuted and wiped out. Only I escaped. I've been searching for my aunt, who is lost abroad. But until I saw your true face last time and sent people to investigate your background, I found out that my aunt passed away 8 years ago. You are the only person in this world related to me by blood. I want to protect you and not let those crazy people know you exist." Li Yutong had already learned some things about the Yu family from the leader of the black-clad men, but she still didn't understand the full story. Cousin, can you tell me what really happened between the Yu family and the Luo family back then? When I mention this topic, Yu Jinlong looks angry and upset. He clenches his fists and slowly begins to tell the story. Back then, our Yu family was one of the top families in the capital. Our business spread across the country, and our wealth was as large as a nation's treasury. The Luo family appeared to be doctors for generations, but secretly, they were involved in killing and looting. Their true skill was not medicine but poison. But at that time, our family head, my grandfather, didn't see the true nature of the Luo family. He was very close to Luo Haotian, the head of the Luo family. They even arranged a marriage between my eldest aunt and Luo Han, the eldest son of the Luo family. When they grew up, they naturally got together. At first, Luo Han was very caring towards my aunt, but gradually, his true nature showed. He forced my aunt to return to the Yu family and steal the family heirloom. This scoundrel, Li Yutong, couldn't help but curse. My aunt didn't want to do it. The Luo family woman used the excuse that my aunt had been out of the house for many years to make her return home, intending to divorce her. Filled with sadness and anger, my aunt took her personal maid and returned to the Yu family, but this was a trap set by the Luo family. The maid had already been bought by them. Not long after returning, the maid poisoned the food, causing everyone in the Yu family to fall ill. Their health kept worsening. At this moment, the Luo family made their move. They suppressed our Yu family in business and colluded with officials to accuse us of false crimes, imprisoning all 23 members of the family. They were tortured daily, and some weak elderly people died from the abuse. My aunt knew she was the cause of the disaster for the Yu family. On a dark, windy night, she escaped and went back to the Luo family to seek revenge. But because she was poisoned and lost her martial arts skills, she failed and disappeared without a trace. Cousin, since you say my mother is your eldest aunt, how many aunts do you have? And how did you escape? How have you been all these years? Li Yutong asked, tears streaming down her face, full of concern. Tong Tong, I have 2 aunts. My youngest aunt was weak since childhood, so my grandfather sent her to Hongluo Temple to recover. After the family's troubles, she disappeared without a trace. The prison guard watching over our cell couldn't bear to see us suffer anymore. He faked his own death to rescue me. 3 years after I was freed, I met my current grandfather, who is an old friend of my grandfather. When he learned I was the only descendant of the Yu family, he immediately adopted me. Li Yutong listened with anger and sadness in her eyes. Cousin, have you found a way to deal with the Luo family now? Yu Jinlong's eyes were firm. I've been secretly investigating the Luo family's crimes for many years, and now I have found quite a bit. But they are very powerful. Luo Han is now the president of the Ji Society in the capital. Acting rashly could alert them. Lu Yihan clenched his fists. Let's think of a plan together. I won't let Tong Tong fall into danger again. Yu Jinlong looked at Lu Yihan and nodded. It's best to have your help. The Luo family is deeply involved in both government and business. We need to find their weakness. Li Yutong shared what she knew. Cousin, the Luo family has never given up searching for the family heirloom of the Yu family. Do you know what that heirloom is? Yu Jinlong glanced at Lu Yihan, hesitating a little. Li Yutong saw her concern. Cousin, if it's convenient for you to tell, I won't ask any more. It's nothing secret. The Yu family has fallen on hard times now. A small family heirloom can't be that important. Yu Jinlong paused and continued. The Yu family has a jade pendant passed down from our ancestors. Only someone recognized by the pendant can inherit its power. I don't know exactly what that inheritance is. Li Yutong knew the jade pendant he mentioned was the one her biological mother used to wear. But how could she earn the pendant's recognition? Cousin, do you know how to get the pendant recognized? Yu Jinlong nodded.
Yes.
You just need to place the pendant on your forehead. If a vision appears in your mind, that's the inheritance. If it's blank, then the pendant doesn't recognize you. Lu Yihan had been silent, listening quietly beside them. Li Yutong took off the jade pendant from her neck and handed it to Yu Jinlong. Cousin, this was worn by my mother when I was born. At that time, she had lost her memory and didn't know what the pendant symbolized. We are both descendants of the Yu family, so maybe the pendant will recognize us. Yu Jinlan took the pendant with a complicated look in his eyes. He wasn't sure if he, as the only male heir of the Yu family, would be accepted by the pendant. Following the method he remembered from his ancestors, he pressed the pendant to his forehead and held his breath, feeling the transfer of power from the pendant. Seconds passed. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his expression shifted between surprise and seriousness. Finally, he slowly lowered the pendant, eyes wide with shock. I saw it. It contains the strategies and connections of the Yu family's past merchants, as well as some hidden industries. With this, I can help the Yu family rise again, he said excitedly. Li Yutong and Lu Yihan also looked happy. This was undoubtedly a powerful weapon against the Luo family. Li Yutong was eager to try. Cousin, I want to try too. She took the pendant and pressed it to her forehead. After a moment, her face showed an incredible expression. Because in her mind, an ancient voice appeared. Child, you have finally come. You are her, and she is you. I am an ancestor of the Yu family. This pendant carries not only the secrets of business, but also my divine insight and strategic abilities. The Luo family is greedy and has secretly sabotaged us for years, causing the decline of a Yu family. Now that you have inherited this, you are the hope of the Yu family. I have left some deadly clues in the pendant, hidden in the cellar of an abandoned house outside the capital. But remember, this is dangerous. Do not act rashly. When you and your cousin restore the Yu family's power and have enough strength, you can retrieve those clues and overthrow the Luo family. Hearing the words, you are her, and she is you, Li Yutong felt confused. She communicated mentally with the voice. Senior, you said I am her, and she is me. What does that mean? I am from a different time and space from the original owner, the ancient voice slowly replied. Child, this world, space, and time are intertwined in wondrous ways. Although you and the original owner come from different times, you share the same soul imprint. In this mysterious realm, you were chosen to come here and inherit the Yu family's legacy. You carry modern wisdom and courage, while she has the resilience of the Jade family bloodline. Together, you are the key to the Jade family's revival. Li Yutong nodded vaguely, then asked, how can I work with my cousin to revive the Jade family business? A gentle voice replied, you have the special ability to see the true value of treasures and plans strategically. You can help your cousin use business skills. Start with small tasks, gradually build your capital and connections, and proceed steadily. When the time is right, you can take advantage of the Luo family's weaknesses. Li Yutong took a deep breath. Senior, how can I activate my treasure-seeing eye? What is it useful for? Is it like the special vision I saw on TV, like X-ray eyes? The voice responded kindly, child, to activate your treasure-seeing eye, focus your mind and communicate with the jade pendant. When it flashes with light, your eye will open. This eye is much stronger than the X-ray vision on TV. It can see through things, understand their true nature, and spot business opportunities. All antiques and treasures in the world are within your sight, and you can use it endlessly without rest. Li Yutong felt excited. She quickly focused her mind and tried to communicate with the jade pendant. Soon, she felt her eyes heat up, and the world in front of her became incredibly clear. Every tiny detail was visible to her. Great! Li Yutong shouted happily. Jin Lan Yu and Yihan Lu looked over at her, attracted by her shout. Tong Tong, did you gain some special inheritance? You're so excited. Li Yutong smiled and said, Ahan, cousin, I got a big treasure. Guess what it is? Yihan Lu, seeing her so excited, asked curiously, did you find a treasure? Jin Lan Yu also smiled and said, I think it must be a special ability. I heard from our elders that our ancestors of the Jade family were very capable people. Hearing this, Jin Lan Yu suddenly became excited. Yutong, you didn't get your ancestors' ability, did you?
Li Yutong nudda pili. Yes.
I inherited the ancestors' treasure-seeing eye, which can see the essence behind the surface. Jin Lan Yu was thrilled. Cousin, when you return from Jin City, I'll take you to the underground stone gambling market. We'll definitely make a lot of money. Lu Yihan frowned and asked, The gemstone market is full of mixed people. Isn't it too dangerous? Yu Jinlong patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry. With me here, I won't let Tong Tong get hurt. Plus, with her eye for treasures, we might be able to make a big move to revive the Yu family." Li Yutong suddenly thought of something and said, "Ahan, cousin, Jincheng is under Yun province's jurisdiction. As far as I know, it borders MD, so there are many raw jade stones and semi-finished products there. Once I get leave from the team leader, I definitely want to go see it." Yu Jinlong's eyes lit up.
Tong Tong is right.
That place has rich resources. We might find high-quality raw stones there. Although Lu Yihan still felt a bit worried, seeing Li Yutong's eager expression, he nodded and said, "All right. Since you want to go, I will go with you. I can't rest easy otherwise." Li Yutong smiled and said, "Ahan, don't worry too much. The Yu family members are all talented in both arts and martial skills. My cousin and I can take care of ourselves." Yu Jinlong agreed. "That's right. Our family has been trained in both brains and brawn since we were young. We are top-notch in both." Hearing this, Lu Yihan became interested. "Cousin, since that's the case, let's have a friendly sparring here. I want to learn a few moves from you." Yu Jinlong grinned and said, "No problem. I'll spar with you." They went to the spacious living room and took their stances. Lu Yihan made the first move, throwing a straight punch at Yu Jinlong. Yu Jinlong easily sidestepped and grabbed Lu Yihan's arm, attempting a clever shoulder throw to toss him out. Lu Yihan reacted quickly, twisting his body in midair and landing steadily. Li Yutong watched with wide eyes and clapped happily. The next few rounds, the two fought fiercely, evenly matched. Lu Yihan, though slightly less experienced, was young, strong, and quick. Yu Jinlong relied on the unique martial skills of the Yu family, responding flexibly. After a heated exchange, both were panting and stopped. Lu Yihan sincerely said, "Cousin, your skills are really impressive. I still have a lot to learn from you." Yu Jinlong wiped his sweat and smiled. "You're not bad either. Your reactions are quick. With time, you'll get even better." Li Yutong stepped forward and handed over a towel. "There, now Ahan, you can rest assured. Your cousin is so capable." Lu Yihan nodded. "Yes, with my cousin here, I feel much safer." After a brief pause in the conversation, Li Yutong unintentionally looked at her cousin Yu Jinlong's handsome face, but her gaze was drawn to a scar. She felt a little uncomfortable. The scar ran across his face, ruining his otherwise perfect features, which made her feel a bit sad. After hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but ask, "Cousin, how did you get that scar?" This question was like dropping a stone into a calm lake, instantly breaking the relaxed mood. Yu Jinlong was slightly startled. His smile froze a little, and a faint shadow flickered in his eyes. Behind that scar was a sad past. Memories flooded his mind like a tide, but he didn't know how to answer his cousin's concern. After a short silence, he took a deep breath, seeming to calm his emotions, and prepared to slowly tell the hidden story from his past. "Years ago, our Yu family was innocent, but we were thrown into a dark prison. Luckily, a kind person rescued me from that terrible place, and I regained my freedom. But who knew this so-called freedom turned me into a homeless orphan, wandering the streets and living from hand to mouth. That day, fate played a cruel joke on me. I met a pervert on the street who was only interested in handsome boys. Unfortunately, I fit his taste, so he forcibly took me to his creepy house. That night, he demanded I serve him in his room. Faced with such humiliation, I couldn't accept it. So, while he was drunk, I gathered my courage, grabbed a kitchen knife from his house, and fiercely attacked him. Seeing him fall into a pool of blood, my fear and anger eased a little. Then, I ran away from that terrible place without hesitation. However, I knew they would soon find out what I had done. Sure enough, not long after, they started searching all over the streets for me, trying to catch me. To escape their pursuit, I had to take extreme measures. I cut my face with a dagger. The intense pain almost made me faint, but I knew that only by doing this could I completely change my appearance and make it impossible for them to recognize me. After my wounds healed, I found that my face had become completely unrecognizable. a different person from before. Although this made me feel very sad and insecure, it also gave me a new identity and a chance to start over. When Yu Jinlong told this story, her tone was so calm and relaxed, as if it were just someone else's story. But only she knew how difficult those dark days were, how she struggled in despair, and how she finally endured through it all. Listening to Yu Jinlong's story, Li Yutong clenched her fists tightly. How could they treat their own family like that? Cousin, I learned some medical knowledge from my mom, and then I developed a medicine to remove scars. I named it Shenghenling, a fancy name. This medicine can quickly get rid of stubborn scars, but I didn't bring it with me today. I'll send it to you tomorrow. Actually, there's no special medicine called Shenghenling. It's just pills made from spiritual spring water and some herbs. The real thing that can quickly remove scars is the spiritual spring water. When Yu Jinlong heard that her scars could be removed, she smiled happily like a fool. Tong Tong, is what you said true? Can it really remove the scars on my face? Li Yutong looked at Yu Jinlong, who was so happy she was almost lost in joy, and joked, "It's not steamed, it's boiled. Do you think I'd lie to you?" Yu Jinlong smiled, so much her eyes narrowed into slits, and patted Li Yutong's shoulder. Tong Tong, you really are my lucky star. If this scar removal really works, I don't know how to thank you. Lu Yihan watched from the side, feeling happy for Yu Jinlong but also secretly glad that his pursuit of his wife might go more smoothly. Suddenly, Lu Yihan thought of something and asked, Tong Tong, is it difficult to develop this medicine? Do you need me to help find some herbs? Li Yutong was pleased and said, some herbs are hard to find. If you can help, that would be great. Lu Yihan patted his chest confidently. No problem. I'll use my connections to find all the herbs needed. Yu Jinlong watched the two of them teasing each other and joked, well, you two seem to work well together. Lu Yihan, have you asked for my approval before trying to date my cousin Yutong? Li Yutong blushed and scolded softly, cousin, do you still want me to help treat your face or not? Yu Jinlong quickly gave in, all right, my dear cousin, I was wrong, okay? No wonder people say girls always side with outsiders. You're already protecting him, and you're not even officially together yet. Lu Yihan hurried to smooth things over. Brother Yutong is the woman I want to protect for life. Please be kind and support us. Yu Jinlong laughed heartily, and the atmosphere became light again. As a black market boss meeting his cousin for the first time, Yu Jinlong naturally wanted to treat them to a meal. So the three of them went to a state-run restaurant, ordered every dish available that day, and asked for 3 bowls of rice. They sat together, leaning in close and chatting quietly while waiting for the food. Yu Jinlong said, I heard someone from Jincheng is planning to cause you trouble. Do you want me to take care of it for you? Li Yutong shook her head. No need. I plan to ask for leave in a few days and go to Jincheng myself. I also want to check if there are any jade mines there. Yu Jinlong's eyes lit up. Then I'll go too. It's been a long time since I visited Jincheng. It'll be fun. Li Yutong was about to refuse when the waiter arrived with the dishes. The table was soon filled with delicious food, and the aroma spread through the air. They paused their discussion about the trip and began to enjoy the meal. Halfway through, Yu Jinlong said mysteriously, I have some connections in Jincheng. Maybe they can help. Lu Yihan frowned. Are your connections reliable? Don't cause trouble for Yutong. Yu Jinlong patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, they're trustworthy. Li Yutong looked at the two of them and smiled helplessly. All right, we'll go together, but you both have to follow my lead. They nodded. Sure. Once we're there, we'll listen to you. You know the place best. After the meal, they agreed to leave once Li Yutong got her leave approved, then went home to prepare. When Li Yutong and Lu Yihan returned to the team headquarters, they found the place bustling with activity. Under Wang Tieju's leadership, the villagers worked together to build the factory. Everyone had clear tasks, some were laying bricks, others carrying tiles, and some were building walls. Everyone was very enthusiastic, sweating heavily, but their energy never waned. Li Yutong watched the scene with great happiness. Lu Yihan had gone to help with the work, but she didn't disturb everyone. Instead, she went straight home to prepare dinner. Today, when they bought supplies in the county, they specifically bought pig trotters and pig intestines to improve their meals. She also planned to ask Liu Yihan to bring some back for her grandfather. Since she had agreed to date Liu Yihan, her grandfather was also her elder. Li Yutong decided to make braised pig trotters. She skillfully cleaned the pig trotters, put them in cold water, added slices, scallions, and cooking wine to remove the smell, blanched them, and then took them out. At that moment, Qin Kiki returned and saw Li Yutong busy in the kitchen. She walked in. "Tong Tong, what delicious food are you making?" Li Yutong smiled and said, "Today, I'll let you try authentically style braised pig trotters." Hearing about pig trotters, Qin Kiki's mouth watered. "Yutong, I don't know how to cook this dish. Let me do it." Li Yutong looked at her with some doubt.
Can you do it?
"I remember you used to be a master of dark cuisine. Don't waste the pig trotters I bought so hard." Qin Kiki rolled her eyes. "They say if you're a quick learner, I can definitely do it while you watch." So Li Yutong took on the role of teacher for a moment. "I'll tell you the steps and you follow. Heat oil in the pot, add rock sugar, and cook on low heat until the sugar turns caramel color and bubbles. When the sugar melts and turns into caramel with small bubbles, add the pig trotters and stir-fry to color them." Listening to Li Yutong talk rapidly, Qin Kiki felt a bit overwhelmed.
Tong Tong, slow down.
"I can't keep up." Li Yutong then slowed her speech. "Next, add star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and other spices to stir until fragrant. Add enough water to cover the pig trotters. Bring it to a boil on high heat, then turn to low and simmer. Let the pig trotters absorb the rich flavors and become tender and flavorful." With Li Yutong's guidance, Qin Kiki completed her first braised pig trotters, feeling a strong sense of achievement. Li Yutong pinched a piece of pig's trotter, chewed it a few times, and said with a smile, "It tastes pretty good. You are quite teachable." Having received praise, Qin Kiki felt more energetic. "Tong Tong, what dish should we make next?" "I'll do it. The second dish is crispy fried pork intestines." "First, we need to clean the pork intestines thoroughly," Li Yutong directed. "Okay, no problem. I'll go clean them," Qin Kiki said, carrying the pork intestines to the riverbank. It was noon, and there was not a single person around. She started cleaning them using the method Li Yutong taught her. While she was focused on cleaning, a pair of malicious hands reached out from behind her. Taking advantage of her inattention, someone suddenly pushed her into the river with force. Qin Kiki, a former Special Forces soldier, knew how to swim, but being suddenly pushed into the water made her choke on several mouthfuls of water. Reacting quickly, Qin Kiki looked toward the riverbank and saw a familiar face, Sun Chunhua, who was punished by the team leader to herd cattle and clean the barn. Sun Chunhua was loudly shouting, "Help! Someone has fallen into the water. Is anyone there? Help!" Just as she finished speaking, a hideous man jumped out from behind a large tree nearby. He quickly took off his shirt and, with a clumsy dog paddle, swam toward Qin Kiki. He called out while swimming, "Qin Ziking, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you." Qin Kiki was stunned. Who was this person? How did he know her name? Meanwhile, at home, Li Yutong was happily waiting for Qin Kiki to bring back the cleaned pork intestines. Time passed second by second, but she still didn't see Qin Kiki's figure. "Where is that girl? It's been so long, and she still hasn't come back," Li Yutong muttered, feeling a bit anxious. She paced back and forth in the kitchen, secretly worried that something might have happened to Qin Kiki. Finally, unable to contain her worry, Li Yutong decided to go look for Qin Kiki. She hurried toward the riverbank, repeatedly praying that Qin Kiki was safe. When she was still some distance from the riverbank, she suddenly saw a woman she recognized pushing an unprepared Qin Kiki into the water. Li Yutong's heart started pounding quickly. She stared in shock, feeling like the whole world had stopped turning at that moment. "Kiki," Li Yutong shouted in fear, her voice echoing in the air, full of worry and panic. Her legs seemed to move on their own, rushing straight toward the riverbank. But when she arrived, she was stunned by what she saw. A very unattractive man was like a hungry wolf chasing Qin Kiki in the water, muttering some rude words. Qin Jiqing, don't run. I'm here to save you. They say a life-saving favor should be repaid, so just come with me. Qin Kiki was desperately swimming toward the shore, her face full of anger. Shameless bully, I can swim myself. I don't need your help. Seeing this, Li Yutong's anger flared. She glared furiously at the ugly man, then looked at Sun Chunhua, who was smirking nearby. She understood everything now. This woman had already damaged Keek's reputation once before, and now she was doing it again. She really thought the world belonged to Sun Chunhua. Enough is enough. Without hesitation, Li Yutong kicked out fiercely, hitting Sun Chunhua hard. The kick was powerful, and Sun Chunhua, caught off guard, was kicked into the water. Coincidentally, Sun Chunhua fell right onto the ugly man, which was a deliberate move by Li Yutong to control her strength. Both of them fell into the river. Sun Chunhua was terrified by the sudden splash. She couldn't swim. She quickly grabbed the man's arm, mistaking him for her lifeline.
Help.
I can't swim. Hurry and save me. The man from the neighboring village, an old bachelor who had never been with a woman, now found himself with an opportunity. Sun Chunhua was offering herself, so he took advantage of her. Under the guise of saving her, he started touching her, taking advantage of the situation. Just as Sun Chunhua was about to be pulled ashore, Li Yutong gave an order to Cece. Cece, don't let these two get out of the water. As long as no one gets hurt, do whatever you want. Cece, upon receiving the order, instantly turned into a shadow and dove into the water. She first used her tail to wrap around the third child's legs and then swung him forcefully, tossing him into the middle of the river. The third child struggled desperately in the water, shouting, "Help!" She also flailed around in the water, swallowing several sips of water. Cece created small whirlpools in the water, trapping the two of them in the middle. Coco took the opportunity to swim ashore, glaring fiercely at the two people in the water. Hearing the commotion, Lu Yihan quickly ran over, followed by the men who were working nearby. Li Yutong quickly turned around and used her body to block Coco, hiding her figure from view. Lu Yihan ran while taking off his shirt and threw it to Li Yutong. Yutong, put this on Coco first. Li Yutong nodded and quickly helped Coco put on Lu Yihan's large coat, which covered her important parts. Sun Chunhua was both scared and angry. She shouted from the shore, "Li Yutong, you won't have a good life. Come and save me." Li Yutong sneered. "Did you think about this when you pushed Coco into the water? Besides, I can't swim, so I can't help you." The third child also started crying loudly. "Auntie, I didn't want to come. That woman paid me 50 yuan to ruin the reputation of this educated youth." Sun Chunhua never expected that Li Yutong saw everything she did, nor did she expect the third child to bite back. "Third child, don't lie. When did I tell you to come and harm people? Everyone knows you're just a troublemaker. You're so old and still unmarried. Did you see the girl in the water and get a bad idea?" Seeing Sun Chunhua throwing dirt on him, the third child didn't care anymore. He took out 10 big notes and said, "Sun Chunhua, this is the money you just gave me. I was just passing by. When you saw Coco washing things by the river, you suddenly decided to send me over to pretend to help, and then groped her, ruining her reputation." The noise was so loud that Sun Chunhua's husband, Old Third Yu, and their 2 children ran over. Seeing Sun Chunhua being held and touched by the third child, Old Third Yu became very angry. "Sun Chunhua, are you again flirting with men? Last time, you ran away with another man. I forgave you for the sake of our 2 children. I never expected you to be so shameless, to be with that old man right in front of me. How am I supposed to raise our children after this? Yu's son, Yugo Dan, is already 10 years old." Seeing his mother hugging another man, his face turned bright red with anger. "Sun Chunhua, you shameless woman, you have brought shame to our family. I would rather not be in this world than come from your. You are not my mother. I don't have a mother like you." His sister, Yu Xiaohua, is his twin, but her personality is very different from her brother's. She glared fiercely at Li Yutong. "Li Yutong, you saved me last time and I thank you for that. But you can't use that favor to accuse my mother. I finally got my mother back. If you drive her away, you will be my stepmother, and I will rely on your money to live." Liu Tong was so angry she laughed. "You Xiaohua, maybe you're not fully awake and just dreaming. I regret saving you that day in the mountains. It would have been better if a poisonous snake had bitten you and killed you. And you want me, your aunt, to be your stepmother? Why don't you go to heaven?" Sun Chunhua was anxious and furious. She didn't care about what the two children said anymore. She had to explain things clearly to old Third Yu, or her dream of becoming a wealthy lady would be ruined. She loudly argued, "Old Third Yu, you fool. I was harmed by him. He wanted to ruin Qin Jiqing's reputation. I was dragged into this mess." But old Third Yu refused to believe her. His eyes widened with anger. He jumped into the water and pulled Sun Chunhua out of the arms of Sanwazi. He slapped her, making her head tilt to one side. "Sun Chunhua, you shameless. Today you're flirting with this one, tomorrow with that one. You don't even spare someone like Sanwazi.
Get out.
Get out now, and don't come back to our family again." Sun Chunhua's face was swollen from the slap. She looked down and quickly covered her chest with her hands, afraid her clothes might reveal too much. "Old Third Yu, you're framing me. I didn't do anything. I didn't any man. I just wanted to ruin Qin Kuku's reputation. I didn't expect it to turn out like this." Everyone around gathered and started to mock her after seeing her action. "Why are you still covering up? What clothes sticking to your body look just like you're not wearing any clothes at all. Phew. You sly fox, you're married but still trying to flirt with men. Why isn't your husband doing his job?" Well, I have to say, Sun Chunhua doesn't look great, but her figure is impressive. Look at her bust, it's so high and firm. If I knew she could catch the eye of Sanwa, I would have gone to find her long ago. You're thinking of going to find her? Aren't you worried about catching some disease? Let me tell you, I heard that a few years ago she went to a place where she might have been with many men. Honestly, I smell something strange on her, like the scent of a man. Lu Yihan frowned as he watched the chaotic scene and said to the people nearby, "Get them all ashore first. We can talk about everything else later." Everyone hurriedly helped them onto the shore. Samwa was still shouting, "I have proof. This money was given to me by Sun Chunhua." Sun Chunhua looked at the money with hatred and denied, "Sanwa, don't spread lies. How can you prove this money was for me? Could the money I gave you be different from others?" Sanwa smiled strangely. "Sun Chunhua, you think I'm stupid? I've been prepared for your tricks. I marked every bill with your name written in pencil. You can't deny it." Old Third was so angry, he was trembling and raised his hand to hit Sun Chunhua. "Sun Chunhua, you wicked woman. You secretly gave money to that ugly man behind my back. You're just a dog that forgets its own bones. Today, I will beat you to death." Wang Taizhu felt like his head was about to explode. Last time, Niu Wazi went missing, and until now, no one has seen him alive or dead. A few days ago, the debtor also disappeared. Now another scandal has happened, one after another. Can our team still stay strong and keep its reputation? Li Yutong saw Wang Taizhu coming and walked over seriously, saying, "Captain, I saw Sun Chunhua push Kiki into the water with my own eyes. If you don't handle this fairly, I will go straight to the police and report her for attempted murder." Wang Taizhu had not spoken yet when Sun Chunhua became anxious. "I didn't mean to kill her. I just wanted Sanwa to ruin her reputation." After finishing her words, she realized she had fallen for Li Yutong's trap. Li Yutong looked sharply at Sun Chunhua. "Sun Chunhua, last time you stole from the community fund, and now you deliberately hurt someone. Kiki can swim, and if she couldn't, she might have drowned." Sun Chunhua stiffened her neck and argued, "She's fine now, isn't she? I wanted to hurt her, but I didn't cause any real harm. Why are you so serious about this?" "Why am I serious?" Li Yutong stared angrily at Sun Chunhua. "I want to send you to the police station and invite you to a simple meal." When Sun Chunhua heard about going to the police, her legs nearly gave out, and she almost knelt down. She cried and begged to hold Wang Tiezhu's leg, but he dodged her. "Captain, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. I won't do it again." Wang Taizhu looked uncomfortable, glancing at Li Yutong and then at Sun Chunhua. At this moment, Liu Yihan stepped forward. Captain, this is a serious matter. If we don't handle it strictly, it will be hard to gain everyone's trust, and we won't be able to give Comrade Kiki an explanation. People around also agreed, demanding strict punishment for Sun Chunhua. Wang Taizhu clenched his teeth. All right, I'll leave this to the police. I will cooperate with the investigation. Hearing this, Sun Chunhua collapsed to the ground. She pointed at Li Yutong and Kiki, shouting curses. You two foxes. I curse you to have bad luck forever, to be led by thousands of people. Before she finished cursing, Kiki kicked her into the water. Sun Chunhua, you shameless trash. I was washing pig intestines nicely, and you pushed me into the water. You love playing in the water so much. I'll let you play until you're tired. Sun Chunhua couldn't swim at all. Her body lost balance in the water, flailing constantly, but she didn't surface. Instead, she sank deeper. Her screams echoed in the water. Help me. I can't swim. Her voice was full of despair and fear. She struggled desperately, trying to grab anything that could save her, but all around was water. Endless water. Wang Taizhu was worried about losing a life, so he quickly ordered someone to rescue Sun Chunhua from the water. However, because she had drunk a lot of water, her belly was swollen, looking like she was pregnant. Old Third Yu quickly ran over and pressed a few times on her chest, which made Sun Chunhua spit out some water. Her face gradually returned to normal. This time, Li Yutong decided not to let Sun Chunhua go. She said to Liu Yihan, Ahan, ride my bike to the police station and ask Director Li to come here. People with bad intentions like this should not stay in the team. Keeping them around is like raising a tiger. Okay, I'll go now. Just as Liu Yihan was about to leave on the bike, a loud commotion came from afar. It turned out that Sun Chunhua's relatives had heard the news and rushed over. Leading them was a strong man, Sun Chunshao, Sun Chunhua's brother. He pointed at Li Yutong and others and shouted, You city kids from outside, how dare you bully my sister? If you don't give us an explanation today, I won't stop. Wang Taizhu hurried forward to explain what happened, but Sun Chunshao didn't listen. He led a group of people and was about to attack. Captain Wang, it's not that I don't respect you, but these new city kids are too arrogant. They dare to bully my sister. Today, I want them to understand that you don't mess with a tiger. Li Yutong, Qin Kiki, and Liu Yihan stood in a line, blocking Sun Chunshao. Li Yutong sneered. Talking about tigers? I think you're more like a monkey. Try to move us and see what happens. Sun Chunshao looked at the three with contempt. You three weak little chicks, I can knock you down with one punch. He then lunged at Li Yutong. Overestimating yourself, Li Yutong scoffed and kicked Sun Chunshao in the stomach. He flew out like a cannonball and crashed heavily to the ground. That was with her controlling her strength. Otherwise, he might have gone to see the Grim Reaper. Everyone around, who had followed Sun Chunshao, was stunned. They didn't expect this seemingly fragile girl to have such strength. Sun Chunshao, furious and ashamed, got up and charged at Li Yutong again. The people with him also joined the fight. Qin Kiki and Liu Yihan's eyes sharpened. What are you trying to do? Bullying the weak with the strong. They then joined the fight. Qin Kiki skillfully dodged the opponent's attack and then found an opening. She kicked one person's knee, causing him to scream in pain and kneel on the ground. Li Yihan, with quick and agile moves, was like hitting a punching bag, one punch after another, completely dominating the fight. Wang Taizhu was anxiously pacing nearby, shouting, Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Let's talk nicely. During the chaos, a jeep sped onto the scene. It was Li Yunfei himself arriving. He got out of the car and said seriously, Hanzi, I was originally here for a small matter with you, but I didn't expect this. I will handle it. Then he looked at Sun Chunshao and others. Everyone stop. Anyone who causes trouble again will be dealt with for disturbing public order. After understanding the situation, he decided on the spot to take Sun Chunhua and Sinwazi back to the police station for investigation. Sun Chunhua started to make a scene again, but it was no use. Old Third Yu and his two children watched silently as Sun Chunhua was taken away. They didn't try to stop her, and their faces were all cold and expressionless. Sun Chunhua was taken away, facing strict legal punishment. Although she had foreseen some of this in her dreams, her own bad intentions led her to ruin herself. In a dim interrogation room, the pale light shone on Sun Chunhua's dazed face. She lowered her head, her hair messy on her cheeks, trembling slightly. The air around her seemed frozen, so quiet that only her rapid breathing could be heard. She occasionally looked up with swollen, red eyes, full of fear and despair. Her once arrogant attitude was gone without a trace. She remembered her past wrongdoings, and regret flooded her like a rising tide. She had a chance to become a wealthy wife, but her obsession made her lose herself. Now, she faced a long prison sentence where she would spend her life repenting for her crimes. Li Yutong helped Qin Kiki back home, telling her to take a hot bath. She went to the kitchen to brew a bowl of brown sugar and jujube tea for her. Kiki, drink this tea quickly to get rid of the cold inside. Qin Kiki took it and drank it all in one go. Tongtong, do you think Sun Chunhua is sick? Since she knew what would happen in her dreams, she should have enjoyed her life instead of causing trouble. Now look at her. She's ruined herself. That's right. The day she came to test my purpose was to see if she was the only one with a future path. When she saw no flaws in me, she thought she was favored by fate, sent by heaven to change her destiny. That's why she acts so recklessly, Li Yutong said calmly. Qin Kiki nodded repeatedly. Tong Tong, you're so right. But she forgot one thing. When the sky is angry, rain follows. When a person is reckless, trouble follows. She really doesn't know her limits. Fate has its cycles. Heaven won't spare anyone. Knowing the future doesn't change the outcome. Good will always prevail over evil. While cooking, the two chatted casually. Soon, they finished making crispy fried intestines and pumpkin head stew. At this time, Louis Han finished work and didn't go home first. Instead, he came straight here. As soon as he entered, he was drawn in by the delicious smell of food. Tong Tong, what did you make? It smells so good. Let me try some. Li Yutong looked at him with a smile, amused by how eager he was, and teasingly said, if you want to eat, just say so. No need for excuses. This made Qin Kiki laugh out loud. Big brother Lu, just say you want to eat. Why make up such a reason? Now, isn't that right? Ha ha. Louis Han didn't get upset. Instead, he opened his mouth and said, Tong Tong, it smells so good. I'm drooling already. He remembered his boss once said that to win a partner's heart, you need 4 things. Be brave, be sweet, act quickly, and be precise. If you're not brave enough, how can you win her over? He looked at Li Yutong eagerly, almost wagging his tail, hoping she would feed him. Li Yutong was both amused and helpless at his expression. She picked up a piece of crispy fried intestine with her chopsticks and placed it in his mouth. Just this one bite for you. Louis Han's eyes lit up. Chewing the intestine, he mumbled, it's so delicious. Tong Tong, your cooking is amazing. Qin Kiki teased from the side. Big brother Lu, your praise is so obvious. Louis Han wasn't annoyed. He smiled and said, I'm telling the truth. Li Yutong's cheeks turned slightly red from his words. She playfully scolded, only your sweet talk. Saying that, he handed the packaged braised pig's trotters and gourd heads soaked bread to Louis Han. Take this to your grandfather first so he can enjoy a good meal and strengthen his health. Okay. Louis Han took the food and quickly ran away. Back home, old Master Lu was playing chess with Uncle Wang. When he saw his grandson return, carrying something in his hand, he asked, Hansi, what are you holding? Louis Han greeted Uncle Wang before replying, this is braised pig's trotters and gourd heads soaked bread made by Tong Tong. She asked me to bring some back for you. It's also a chance for you and Uncle Wang to try it. Uncle Wang smiled and looked at Louis Han. Little Han, are you sure about your relationship with Miss Tong Tong? Otherwise, she might be thinking too much. Louis Han was not shy and nodded. Uncle Wang, you guessed right.
Tong Tong has agreed to date me.
But I still need to do my best and win her over quickly. You, kid, are quite good at chasing girls. But you can't rush things. Hot tofu doesn't rush to cook, Uncle Wang said with a smile. I understand, Uncle Wang. You and my grandfather should have your meal first. After you finish, I'll come back. After saying that, Lu Yihan hurried away. He returned to Li Yutong's side, where three people sat around the table, eating delicious food and chatting happily. Lu Yihan shared funny stories from work, making Qin Kiki and Li Yutong laugh nonstop. The meal was warm and joyful, and Lu Yihan secretly thought that he must create more chances like this in the future, so Li Yutong would fall in love with him. In the next few days, Qin Kiki went to the warehouse to work, while Li Yutong and Lu Yihan used parts they found at the scrap yard to assemble the machines they needed. Wang Taizhu led everyone to build the factory and applied for funds from the commune. Everything was ready, just waiting for the harvest season to start work. The main crops in Sun County were corn, soybeans, sweet potatoes, and cotton. After harvesting the corn, they would plant winter wheat. Once the wheat was in the ground, it was the winter break. One early morning, the village's loudspeaker broadcasted, "Villagers, please pay attention. Starting today, the harvest begins. I will now assign tasks. Women go to the fields to pick corn cobs. Men, take small hoes to dig up the corn stalks. Hurry to the warehouse to get your tools and bring in the mature crops." Upon hearing the notice, the villagers quickly finished their breakfast and headed to the storage to pick up tools. Women's team leader Zhang Tsuehua, who is also Wang Tiezhu's mother, arranged the work for the women. "We will split into two groups today. One led by Wang Xuemei to break corn cobs, and the other with sickles to harvest soybeans with me. It's busy harvest time, so no one can be lazy. If anyone dares to fall behind, don't say I didn't warn you." Zhang Tsuehua is quite respected among the women. When she gave the order, everyone eagerly took their tools and went to work with their respective leaders. Li Yutong and Qin Kiki finished distributing the tools and hurried to help in the fields. Both of them are strong and didn't join the women breaking corn. Instead, they used small hoes to dig up the corn stalks alongside the men. In the cornfield, the men worked energetically, swinging their small hoes. Li Yutong and Qin Kiki kept up, moving quickly and steadily. Lu Yihan was also among the crowd. He was there to work for his grandfather. He kept glancing at Li Yutong with admiration. Suddenly, Li Yutong's hit something hard. When she dug it open, she found a fist-sized stone. "I thought I found treasure," Li Yutong joked, putting the stone into her pocket. "I'll throw it away when I get to the edge of the field." Actually, she had already used her special vision to see that the stone was a high-quality jade raw stone. Everyone saw it was just a stone and laughed, teasing her. "I say, Li Jiqing, your awareness is pretty high. You only throw the stone after you get to the edge of the field."
Exactly.
Not only is she aware, but her work speed isn't any slower than ours men. Li Yutong and Qin Kiki just smiled faintly. "We just eat a bit more, and are a bit stronger than other young workers." It's said that men and women working together don't tire easily. With these two beautiful women, Qin Kiki and Li Yutong, the men seemed energized, urging the women ahead to break the corn cobs faster. "I tell you, old ladies, aren't you usually quite chatty? Why are you so slow today? Yeah, we're all free now, and you're still not quick enough. Otherwise, these small hoes might even step on your heels." Women who argue loudly are not afraid of anyone. When they hear the men speak, they speed up their work and talk nonsense. "Zhang Big Head, what are you so proud of? You only have a 3-minute hot streak. Save some strength for tonight when you go home to serve your wife. Stop bragging. Yeah, song with your legs, you think you can keep up with us? If we put in more effort, we could leave you several blocks behind." While everyone was joking and teasing each other, suddenly dark clouds gathered in the sky, and big raindrops started falling with a loud splattering sound. "Oh no, it's going to rain heavily," someone shouted in panic. Zhang Tsuehua quickly shouted, "Everyone stop arguing. First, load the grain into the storage house." Everyone immediately started working quickly and busily. Li Yutong and Qin Kiki also stopped worrying about the stones and helped everyone carry corn and soybeans. The rain grew heavier. Lu Yihan was worried about Li Yutong, so he ran through the rain to her side and put his raincoat over her shoulders. "Tong Tong, be careful. Li Yutong felt warm inside and smiled, saying, I'm fine. Let's hurry and finish the work. Grandpa Wang, although old, also helped everyone carry the grain. He looked up at the sky and said, It's nothing. This is just a passing shower. Let's first move the grain into the storage and we can keep working later. Okay, we'll follow Grandpa's advice and hurry to move the grain. After finishing, everyone looked like soaked rats, but seeing the rescued grain, they all smiled with relief. As Grandpa Wang predicted, the rain soon stopped, and a rainbow appeared in the sky. When the rain stopped, everyone naturally went back to the fields to continue harvesting the crops and bring them home. For farmers, crops are very important and meaningful in many ways. They are the core and foundation of their lives. Crops are the farmer's source of income. The land is their lifeline, and the crops are the wealth that grows on it. Farmers work hard in the fields, from planting, fertilizing, watering, to harvesting. Every step is done with care. It took 2 days for everyone to harvest all the corn and soybeans. Next, they would pick cotton. The autumn sun shone on the endless cotton fields, like a golden velvet blanket covering the land. Pure white cotton blooms on the branches, like clouds falling from the sky to the earth. At dawn, Zhang Tsuehua led men, women, and children with bags and baskets to the cotton fields one after another. The women wore bright headscarves, and the men rolled up their sleeves, showing their strong arms. Everyone eagerly started picking cotton. As they entered the field, only the sound of swish swish could be heard, like gentle autumn rain falling on the leaves. The farmers moved between rows of cotton, their hands busy working. Li Yutong and Qin Kiki had never done this kind of work before. Watching the lively women happily picking cotton, Li Yutong grabbed Zhang Tsuehua's arm. Auntie, Kiki and I have never done this before.
We really don't know how. Can you teach us?
Zhang Tsuehua paused her work and smiled, patting Li Yutong's hand. It's not hard. I'll show you. She bent down and skillfully pulled cotton from the cotton buffs, moving quickly and confidently.
See?
Just like this, hold the bottom of the cotton and gently pull. Li Yutong and Qin Kiki watched carefully, then tried to imitate her. At first, they were clumsy. Either they couldn't pull it out or damaged the cotton buffs. Zhang Tsuehua patiently guided them. Don't worry, take your time. Practice a few more times and you'll get the hang of it. Encouraged by her, Li Yutong and Qin Kiki gradually found their rhythm and their picking speed increased. Soon, their bags were full of cotton. Seeing their work, they both smiled happily. Qin Kiki pointed to the girls over there. Tong Tong, look at those girls. They pick cotton like they're dancing to a song. It's pretty fun to watch. Li Yutong looked over and saw young girls dancing lightly among the cotton plants, like butterflies in a flower garden. They picked cotton while humming cheerful tunes, and their clear singing echoed over the field. When they found especially large, white cotton, they would excitedly shout, Look at this beautiful cotton. Wang Muchuan saw Li Yutong and Qin Kiki and waved to them. Li Jia, Qin Jia, come over here. Let's pick cotton together. Okay, we're coming now. 2 people came over to Wang Muchuan. She happily told them some safety tips. Sisters, be careful not to pick the leaves, only pick the fully bloomed cotton. Okay, we understand. The 3 of them picked cotton and chatted happily. Muchuan, you work very quickly. Did you often help with chores at home before? Li Yutong asked curiously. Yes, Sister Li. Our family has many people. Grandpa is old and can only do light work. My younger brothers and sisters are still small, so I take the chance when school is on holiday to help my parents share some of the workload, Wang Muchuan said with a smile. Kiki looked at her rough hands and felt a bit emotional. Muchuan, are you in high school now? Wang Muxin shook her head.
Not yet.
I'm too young. Before I go to high school, I want to tell you a secret. What's secret? Both of them asked, sensing there was something interesting. Wang Muchuan looked around and lowered her voice. A few days ago, I went with my grandpa to visit my second dad. I saw Zheng Jiqing hugging Han Hongmei in the small woods. They seemed to get along well. Kiki immediately became interested. Little Muchuan, tell me more about that family. Han Hongmei is already married. She married for 2 years, but her husband had an accident and passed away. Her parents took her back home. You don't know their family, they look down on others. Since that incident with Lin Xiaoxiao, Han Hongmei has often appeared in front of Zhengyang on purpose or by accident. One time, she was waiting by the small river where Zhengyang was returning from the youth center. She pretended to trip and fell into the river. And then, Kiki asked eagerly. Then Zhengyang was passing by. She shouted for help loudly. Zhengyang didn't think much and went down to save her. They ended up close, and Han Hongmei said she would repay his kindness with her body. Zhengyang was hesitant, but they got together. Listening to this, Kiki couldn't stop laughing. Haha, Zhengyang really brought this on himself. I don't know what he was thinking. His family is pretty good, yet he's willing to be with that little widow here. Li Yutong had a different guess. I think Zhengyang's family gave him an ultimatum, telling him to find a way to win you over. If he can't, they won't help him anymore. He knows he can't do it, so he gave up and did what he had to do. The three of them worked and chatted casually until noon. Then everyone stopped working and sat on the field edge to rest. Wang Muchuan took out her own snacks and water, eating simply. Although the meal wasn't fancy, her face showed happiness. To her, being able to have a meal during hard work was already a kind of happiness. Li Yutong took 3 pieces of bread from her space and offered one to Wang Muchuan. Xiao Muchuan, try it. Don't refuse. The bread smelled very tempting, a big contrast to the dry food Wang Muchuan had. Wang Muchuan felt a little shy, but accepted the bread under Li Yutong's warm gaze. She took a bite, and the soft texture and sweet flavor spread in her mouth. She couldn't help but smile in surprise. Big sisterly, it's delicious. After a simple lunch, everyone went back to their hard work. By late afternoon, a few people carried cotton back home. Li Yutong went ahead to the warehouse to collect the harvest. Qin Kiki didn't expect to meet someone she least wanted to see on her way home, Zhengyang. As Li Yutong guessed, Zhengyang's family had really given him an ultimatum: find a way to win over Qin Kiki. They even sent him 100 yuan for expenses. His father wrote in the letter, Younger, our family isn't as well off as the Qin family. Since they broke off the engagement, I've become a joke in Jin City. You must win over Qin Kiki. Her family is rich, and if you marry her, our future will look better. Take this 100 yuan, buy her nice things, make her happy, and settle things quickly. If not, don't come back. I'll pretend I don't have a son like you. Zhengyang looked at the letter, clenched his teeth, and decided to go all out. When he saw Qin Kiki, he immediately forced a smile and stepped forward to stop her. Kiki, I want to talk to you. Zhengyang refused to give up. He took out a small cloth bag from his pocket, which contained a cheap bracelet he bought for a few yuan. Coco, I bought this especially for you. You look good wearing it. Qin Kiki sneered. Do you think I care about your junk?
Stop bothering me.
Besides, we're already divorced, so we have no relationship. Don't come bother me again, or don't blame me for being rude. She was about to leave, but Zhengyang wouldn't let go. He grabbed her arm. Qin Kiki, don't be ungrateful. I'm willing to take you back. I've already given you enough face. Don't be so ungrateful. Ungrateful? Qin Kiki was so angry she laughed. Zhengyang, what are you? If I was willing to take you back, I would. Your face is bigger than a newspaper. You're messing around with Lin Xiaoxiao, and that's fine, but now you're sleeping with a widow. I don't want someone like you, used and worn out. Zhengyang was also angry. Qin Kiki, enough. I've lowered myself to come find you. That's my way of apologizing. Why are you still so mean? Fine, I won't say anything about what you just said. Let's get married. Qin Kiki was stunned. Why did he suddenly mention marriage? When she finally understood, she pointed at Zhengyang's nose and yelled, Zhengyang, are you crazy? Who do you think you are? Do you think I'll kneel and accept you? Get lost. Stay away from me, or I'll beat you up. Who gave him the confidence to come here and act so boldly? Qin Kiki, enough of this. I've already apologized. I was wrong before. Just stop being angry. Let's go get the marriage license and move out together. Hearing his commanding tone, Qin Kiki was furious. Zhengyang, you're asking for it. She kicked him hard in the face, knocking him down. Still angry, she walked over and kicked him again. As Zhengyang was falling, she kicked him once more, like kicking a shuttlecock. While kicking and cursing, she said, "Zhengyang, listen up. I am Qin family's only daughter. Someone like you, fickle and flirtatious, like we Qin family don't want you.
Just seeing you makes me sick.
If you dare to bother me again, I will make sure your Jing family can't stay in Jin City." I mean what I say. The villagers working nearby saw Qin Kuko playing with Zhengyang like a ball and were speechless. This Qin Jiqing looked gentle and weak, but she turned out to be so fierce. I can't afford to offend her. I really can't. Zhengyang saw someone coming and quickly shouted, "Someone's been hurt. Help!" When Wang Taizhu and Li Yutong arrived, their expressions were very different. Li Yutong looked excited and relieved, while Wang Taizhu was angry and helpless. These young people are always causing trouble. Every day, they have so many messy problems. He didn't want to be the team leader anymore.
Kin keskiviko. Stop kicking.
If you keep going, someone might get seriously hurt, Wang Taizhu shouted helplessly. In her furious state, Qin Kuko was calmed a bit by Wang Tiezhu's shout. She stopped and let Zhengyang fall to the ground from above. "Zhengyang, I tell you, don't think I don't know what you're planning. You want to step on me to support your Zheng family? Forget it. Just be honest and dig in the dirt for a living." Qin Kuko brushed imaginary dust off her clothes. If killing people wasn't illegal, she really wanted to cut this. "He's like a toad sitting on my face. If he doesn't bite, he just irritates people." Zhengyang was already vomiting uncontrollably. Playing kickball with Qin Kuko made him feel like riding a roller coaster. His stomach was churning badly. The villagers looked worried as Zhengyang kept vomiting. Could he have a concussion from the kick? That's why he's vomiting so much. Qin Kuko snorted. He just spun around too much, that's all. No big deal. As the saying goes, troublemakers bring trouble on themselves. Then she took out 30 yuan and threw it at Zhengyang's face. "Zheng, this is your medical fee. If you dare to show up in front of me again, I will risk my life to make sure you and your whole Zheng family pay the price." After that, she strode away, leaving Wang Taizhu and the villagers standing there, confused and stunned. Wang Taizhu sighed helplessly, squatting down to look at Zhengyang. "You should stop bothering Qin Kiki. You've seen her temper." Zhengyang weakly replied, "Captain, I really can't help it. My family is pressuring me." Wang Taizhu shook his head. "You shouldn't cause trouble like this. Just go home and rest." At that moment, Li Yutong stepped forward, looking at Zhengyang with a cold smile. "If you have any sense, stay away from Kiki. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Don't think I won't stand up for her, or even for myself." Zhengyang clenched his teeth but didn't dare to argue. The villagers helped Zhengyang to his feet, and he staggered back home. Li Yutong and Wang Taizhu also prepared to leave. Li Yutong smiled and said to Wang Taizhu, "Captain, don't worry too much. This problem is mostly solved." Wang Taizhu smiled bitterly. "I hope the young people will have fewer problems in the future." The two of them then headed back toward the village. Meanwhile, Zhengyang secretly vowed not to give up easily. He was determined to find a way to make Qin Kiki change her mind so he could escape his troubles. Back home, Li Yutong looked at Qin Kiki, who still looked angry. He walked over and said, "Kiki, I think Zhengyang won't let this go easily. Such a troublemaker is better off being dealt with thoroughly." Qin Kiki's eyes lit up. "Tong Tong, do you have any good ideas?" Li Yutong leaned close to her ear. "Here's what you should do." Qin Kiki's heart fluttered with hope. "Tong Tong, you're so clever." "Okay, I'll act tonight." Feeling more confident, Qin Kiki went into the kitchen and cooked her favorite dishes, sweet and sour pork ribs, spicy cabbage, and steamed rice. After eating and drinking their fill, they waited for nightfall. At midnight, Li Yutong and Qin Kiki put on their night clothes and went out. First, they went to the young workers' dormitory. Qin Kiki activated her invisibility ring and silently approached Zheng Yang's room. Zheng Yang and Zhao Hongbin were sleeping soundly, snoring loudly. "Really? What a rat scare," Qin Kiki muttered. She sharply tapped Zheng Yang on the back of his neck, knocking him out. Then, without hesitation, she carried him away and quickly left. Waiting outside, Li Yutong took out 2 pills from her bag and put them into Zheng Yang's mouth. These were her homemade love potion and strong laxative. After taking one, the effects would last for 12 hours. Kiki, now you're invisible. Just toss Zheng Yang into Han Hongmei's room. They've already been involved for a while. Let's make it official and let them become a real couple. Qin Kiki nodded excitedly. Yes, yes. The scumbag and the mean girl, they should be locked together forever. After saying that, she carried Zheng Yang and headed quickly toward Han's house. Li Yutong quietly returned home. Not long after, Qin Kiki also came back. As soon as she entered, she excitedly said, Tong Tong, you won't believe it. As soon as I got to Han's house, I woke Zheng Yang up. When he saw Han Hongmei, he looked like a wolf spotting prey. TSK, it's really hard to describe. Li Yutong also wanted to see the scene for herself. Qin Kiki continued, I locked the door, so we could watch the show. Li Yutong was eager. Let's go now and see what's happening. The two sneaked over to Han's house. When they got close to the window, they heard Han Hongmei screaming and Zheng Yang mumbling nonsense. There was also a loud crashing sound, probably from Zheng Yang's laxative working. Li Yutong and Qin Kiki covered their mouths to stifle their laughter. Suddenly, the door burst open. Zheng Yang, clutching his stomach and looking pained, rushed out. Behind him, Han Hongmei, dressed in disarray, looked embarrassed and angry as she chased him, scolding and hitting him. They wrestled in the yard, waking up the neighbors and people nearby who came out to see what was going on. The yard was in chaos. People pointed and whispered, Who is that? He looks like Zheng Jiqing. I think so too. He doesn't get up during the day and keeps bothering Qin Jijia. Why is he here at night? How addicted must he be? He's a mess and that thing still works. No wonder Qin Jijia calls him Golden Needle Mushroom. He's not much thicker than one. Seeing the scene, the Han family members were furious. Han Laoda grabbed a broom and started hitting Zheng Yang. You little brat. How dare you come to our house in the middle of the night to bully my daughter? I'll beat you to death today. Due to the effects of the medication, Zheng Yang was in an excited state. Although he couldn't stop pulling, he was also holding Dare Han Hongmei and doing such things. Li Yutong and Qin Kiki took advantage of the chaos to quickly slip away, laughing all the way. Now Zheng Yang and Han Hongmei's reputation is completely ruined, Li Yutong said happily. Qin Kiki nodded. Yes, let's see how they act in the future. I think Han's family won't let Zheng Yang go easily. They might force him to marry their daughter. Li Yutong analyzed calmly after laughing. That would be best, so he won't keep causing trouble, Qin Kiki said happily. Li Yutong nodded and gave her an idea. Kiki, tomorrow you should write a letter to your parents and tell them what's happening here. Let them be prepared and not fall into Zheng's family's tricks. Qin Kiki kept nodding. Okay, I'll write it now and send it to the town in the morning. The two chatted for a while before each went back to their rooms to sleep. Li Yutong returned to her room and immediately entered her space. Cece saw her owner come in and ran over with short legs. Master, you haven't been to this space for a long time. I miss you so much. Cece, baby, I miss you too. These days are the harvest season, so I've been busy and didn't have time to come in. Sorry for the trouble, Cece. It's not a problem. But the mature grains, fruits, eggs, and duck eggs in the space need to be dealt with. If not, they will pile up. Okay, in a few days I'll go to the black market and handle all of that. If there are too many piglets and calves, you can throw some to King Dianzu to help repair the space.
Got it, Master.
Cece has already thrown some in. Now you can use telekinesis to take things directly. Telekinesis? What does that mean? Li Yutong's mind was a bit blank. It's just what it sounds like. As the space recovers, its functions are improving. Now, the master can use telekinesis to pick up objects within 50 meters and can even drive the space to break through walls. Li Yutong's eyes widened instantly, face full of disbelief. That's amazing. Let me try. She looked around and her gaze landed on an apple on a nearby table. She focused her mind and silently wished for the apple to come to her hand. At first, nothing happened. and Li Yutong felt a little anxious, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Just as she was about to give up, the apple slowly floated up and flew toward her, landing steadily in her palm. Li Yutong was so excited she jumped up. Wow, I really did it. Then she aimed her attention at a book inside the cabinet in the next room. She activated her space magic, imagining it piercing through the wall to take out the book. Soon, she arrived in front of the bookshelf. Cece, how many more surprises do you have for me? Master, we're just getting started. There are many features still locked. Li Yutong suddenly remembered the little wolf cub. Cece, where is the little wolf cub? I haven't seen it in a while. Call it over. Somehow, Cece used a method, and the little wolf cub quickly appeared in front of her. The little wolf cub was no longer a cub, it was now about half the size of a full-grown wolf. It saw Li Yutong and affectionately rubbed against her legs, making soft growling sounds. Li Yutong crouched down and stroked the shiny fur of the snow wolf. What are you saying? I can't understand you. The snow wolf couldn't understand what Li Yutong was saying either, but it could feel her kindness. Cece looked worried. Master, the snow wolf is upset. It's been a long time since you last saw it, and it's grown so big but still doesn't have a name. Li Yutong's eyes widened. Cece, can you understand wolf language? Cece rolled her eyes. I am a spirit tool. I can communicate not only with animals but also with various plants. Li Yutong suddenly understood and smiled as she said to the snow wolf, let me give you a name. Since you're all white, how about calling you Snow Wind? The snow wolf looked at Cece in confusion, waiting for her translation. Cece, feeling helpless, could only act as a mediator between the girl and the wolf. After hearing Cece's translation, the snow wolf liked the name. It happily barked a few times and spun around Li Yutong several times. Li Yutong stood up, patted Snow Wind's head, and said, from now on, you'll stay with me. I will protect you. Snow Wind nuzzled her hand affectionately. At that moment, Cece suddenly said, Master, the energy in the space is fluctuating again. It seems like a new feature is about to unlock. Li Yutong's eyes lit up. Really? Let's see what the new feature is. Cece closed her eyes and sensed for a moment, then said happily, Master, this time we've unlocked a space teleportation function. You can now teleport freely within a certain range. Li Yutong was very excited and couldn't wait to try this new feature. She focused her mind and imagined herself in the neighboring garden. In an instant, Li Yutong, Xiefeng, and Cece appeared in the garden. The sunlight gently shone on the colorful flowers, filling the air with a lovely scent. Everything looked like a beautiful dream. Li Yutong looked at the wonderful scene before her and couldn't help but laugh happily. Thinking about all the amazing features she now had, her life felt like a bright, colorful painting slowly unfolding, full of excitement. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. She turned to look at baby Cece, her eyes full of curiosity and hope. Cece, since the spiritual spring water in the space is so powerful, do you think the snow wolf, if it drinks from the space spring often, could it develop intelligence? Cece tilted her head, looking very adorable. It thought carefully for a moment, then said, it might be possible. From what I know, spiritual spring water can strengthen the body, help creatures heal quickly, and also remove impurities from the body, which can improve memory. Li Yutong's eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky after hearing this. She muttered to herself, if the silver wolf really gains intelligence, that would be amazing. Then we wouldn't just be partners, we could talk like friends. Xiefeng, nearby, seemed to understand their conversation. He wagged his tail gently and let out a soft whimper. Li Yutong crouched down and gently petted Xiefeng's head. Xiefeng, you also want to become smarter, right? Xiefeng nuzzled her hand affectionately, as if responding. If the snow wolf gains intelligence, maybe it can help us a lot, Li Yutong continued, already imagining different scenes. It could explore the secrets of space with us, and maybe discover more wonderful uses for the spiritual spring water. Cece nodded. Exactly. After gaining intelligence, the snow wolf will understand us better, and our teamwork will be even more harmonious. Li Yutong stood up and looked into the distance. I really look forward to that day. Later, in this magical space, we will create many more wonderful memories. Sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Baby Cece, you can't just focus on managing the space. You also need to remember to take Snow Wind to hunt in the forest. Otherwise, Snow Wind might become too tame and lose its wild nature, Li Yutong suddenly thought, quickly telling Cece. Cece looked at her slow-to-respond owner and rolled her eyes. Master, you're only just thinking of this now? Do you think I haven't taken Snow Wind hunting in the forest? Let me tell you, your speed might not even match Snow Wind's. Really? Li Yutong was a bit doubtful. I train running every day. Snow Wind is just a young wolf. How could it be faster than me? Don't doubt it. Actions speak louder than words. Why don't you race Snow Wind and see? Cece secretly challenged her. Fine, let's race. After all, I've been through a lot in the military. I can't lose to a young wolf, Li Yutong said confidently. Li Yutong and Snow Wind stood at the starting line in the garden. Li Yutong stretched and looked determined. Snow Wind wagged its tail happily and let out a deep growl. Ready, set, go, Cece ordered. Li Yutong shot forward like an arrow. Snow Wind was not willing to fall behind, galloping with all four paws, closely behind. At first, Li Yutong kept the lead, but gradually Snow Wind's speed showed. It darted through the flowers and quickly overtook her. Li Yutong gritted her teeth and pushed herself harder, but couldn't catch up. In the end, Snow Wind crossed the finish line first. Breathless, Li Yutong walked over to Snow Wind and said with a mix of frustration and amusement, All right, you really beat me. Snow Wind barked proudly and circled around Li Yutong. Cece laughed and said, Master, now you believe, right? Snow Wind drank the spiritual spring water, so its strength is much better than before. Li Yutong patted Snow Wind's head and said, Looks like I need to train with Snow Wind from now on, so it doesn't leave me far behind. Snow Wind nudged Li Yutong's leg and whined softly, as if saying, Master, Snow Wind will run with you in the future to help improve your speed. 1 night outside equals 5 days inside the space. During these 5 days, Snow Wind took Li Yutong running every day to train her speed. You might be surprised, but Li Yutong's speed and stamina have improved a lot. Thank you, Snow Wind. From now on, we will go into the space every night to train together. Baby Shishi, prepare some food for Snow Wind. Yes, Master. The next day, Li Yutong and Qin Kiki went to the storage room. Now, it was full of grains and cotton. They needed to carry the cotton out to dry using baskets. Other villagers also came here to pick up tools, and then went to the threshing ground to beat soybeans. Everyone queued up quietly, waiting to get farming tools, and during this time, they started gossiping. Did you hear? Old Han's family had trouble last night. Their daughter was bullied. Yes, I saw it myself. That guy was Zhengyang. He's really bold. Tell me what happened next. Li Yutong and Qin Kiki looked at each other. They also wanted to know how the story ended. So, while handing out tools, they listened carefully to the gossip. Let me tell you, this is first-hand information. Zhengyang went crazy and, despite Old Han chasing him, he still did something to Han Hongmei. Later, Old Han had no choice but to knock Zhengyang out with a stick and lock him in the storage room. Also, Zhengyang woke up this morning. He still looked weak and exhausted, and he was shouting that he wanted to find Han Hongmei. Then, Old Han talked to him through the door, saying he could be with his daughter if he agreed to 3 conditions. Tell me what the 3 conditions are. First, today go with Han Hongmei to get the marriage certificate and register the marriage. Second, after marriage, he must live in their house, and his work points and money earned will be taken by them. Third, if they get a chance to return to the city in the future, he must take his family with him. Did Zhengyang agree? You can't refuse. Old Han is very tough. He said if I don't agree, he will report him to the police for misconduct and harassment of his daughter. Zhengyang was so scared that she had to follow Old Han's plan. In front of the village officials, she signed an agreement. There are 3 copies, 1 for the Han family, 1 for Zhengyang, and 1 kept in the village office. Hearing this, Li Yutong and Qin Kiki both let out a quiet sigh of relief. Bad people have their own troubles too. Everyone took their farming tools and went to work. Lu Yihan also took tools for his grandfather and said a few words to Li Yutong before hurrying away. Before leaving, He looked at them deeply, as if he could see through everything. Both of their hearts beat faster at his sharp gaze. His keen observation skills are really impressive. Tong Tong, I feel like Brother Liu knows everything, Chin Kiki asked nervously as she watched Liu Yihan walk away. Yeah, I feel the same. When he asks tonight, we'll tell the truth. If he doesn't ask, we just pretend we don't know anything, Li Yutong calmly planned. Although she was now dating Liu Yihan, they didn't know each other well enough. She couldn't let him find out her secret. As the saying goes, a man with nothing to hide has nothing to fear. After hanging the cotton out to dry, Li Yutong told Chin Kiki to turn the cotton over and dried herself. She then headed to the black market. She disguised herself again and went to Yu Jinlan's room. As soon as she entered, she saw Yu Jinlan waiting for her. Tong Tong, I've been waiting for you for days. Why are you so late? Yu Jinlan complained. Seeing him alone in the room, Li Yutong didn't hide anything. I've been busy with the harvest these days. I finally found time today. I can't stay long because the cotton outside the storeroom is still drying. She took a small porcelain bottle from her bag and handed it to Yu Jinlan. Cousin, this is the Shuhen Ling I told you about. You should apply it once in the morning and once at night. In a week, it will cure your condition. Really? Are you comforting me? Yu Jinlan asked, a little doubtful. His scar has been on his face for over 20 years. It's not easy to get rid of it. I am a master of both traditional Chinese and Western medicine. Your small scar is nothing to worry about, it's easy to treat, Li Yutong said confidently. After speaking, she took out a bottle of mineral water filled with spiritual spring water and handed it to Yu Jinlan. This is a special medicine I made. It's colorless and tasteless. Drinking it will make your skin glow again. Yu Jinlan tremblingly took the bottle. Cousin, you are my lucky star. The scar is ugly, but for me, it's also a kind of protection. Now I want to remove this protection and appear confidently in front of others. Hearing this, Li Yutong suddenly wanted her cousin to become stronger. Cousin, this bottle of medicine I gave you can strengthen your body and remove impurities inside. You should drink it all now, to clear out the impurities and boost your health. Later, when you practice martial arts, you'll get twice the result with half the effort. Yu Jinlan looked at the medicine, hesitating. Yutong, there shouldn't be any problem with this, right? Li Yutong patted her chest confidently. Don't worry, cousin. I wouldn't harm you. This is carefully prepared by me. Haha, it's pure spiritual spring water for my space, with no side effects, only benefits. Seeing her so confident, Yu Jinlan gritted his teeth and drank the medicine in one gulp. Soon, he felt a heat inside his body and sweat appeared on his forehead. Then, black impurities started to seep out of his skin, giving off a foul smell. Yu Jinlan frowned in discomfort, trembling slightly. Li Yutong calmly watched him and encouraged, Cousin, hold on. This is just the impurities leaving your body. As time went on, more black impurities came out, but his spirit grew stronger. Finally, the impurities stopped coming out. Yu Jinlan took a deep breath, feeling lighter than ever. He moved his muscles, and was surprised to find his strength seemed to have increased a lot. He looked gratefully at Li Yutong. Tong Tong, thank you. This medicine is really amazing. Li Yutong smiled. Cousin, go take a shower quickly. That smell is really strong. Yu Jinlan suddenly realized something and lifted his arm, almost feeling sick from the smell on himself. His face turned red, and he said awkwardly, Cousin, please wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. Li Yutong smiled and waved her hand. Go quickly, don't waste time. As soon as Yu Jinlan left, Lin Haonan came in. Seeing Li Yutong alone in the room, he was surprised for a moment, then smiled and said, Sister Tong, our boss has already told me who you are. I've offended you before, please forgive me. Li Yutong waved her hand generously. It's fine, you didn't know. By the way, my cousin said your father is the county party secretary. How did you end up in this line of work? Lin Haonan didn't hide anything and laughed. Well, my old man is pretty open-minded. My two brothers work in government offices, but I've always been the free-spirited one. My dad just lets me be. Li Yutong nodded with interest and asked, Have you ever run into any dangerous situations doing this job? Lin Haonan's eyes lit up, clearly excited.
Plenty.
Once, we clashed with another group over territory. They brought a lot of people and weapons, and we weren't about to back down. A big fight broke out. I took on several of them myself and got a few injuries, but in the end, we drove them off. Li Yutong listened with wide eyes, both nervous and intrigued. Lin Haonan, if my cousin trusts you to manage the black market, you must be really capable. Lin Haonan chuckled. You're right. I may be a bit lazy, but I've got my strengths. I'm straightforward, value loyalty, and I know some martial arts. That's why your cousin and I get along so well. Of course, my family background helps too. Just then, Yu Jinlong came back from his shower, dressed in clean clothes and looking refreshed. Seeing Lin Haonan there, he said, Haonan, what are you two talking about so happily? Lin Haonan stood up with a grin. Boss, I was just telling Sister Tong about my glorious past. Yu Jinlong smiled and shook his head. All right, enough bragging. Tong, your potion really works well. I can feel strength all over my body now. Li Yutong smiled proudly. Of course. If you keep exercising, cousin, you'll become even stronger. What kind of potion is that? Lin Haonan asked curiously. It's understandable, he's curious. His mother has a strange illness. Every winter, she has trouble breathing, coughs nonstop, and sometimes feels nauseous and vomits. Many doctors couldn't help her, so he's very sensitive whenever he hears about any medicine. Yu Jinlong knew why he was so curious. Are you thinking about your mother's illness again? After saying that, she suddenly had an idea. She looked at Li Yutong. Cousin, you're so skilled in medicine. Can you analyze your cousin's mother's condition and tell us what she has? Li Yutong frowned slightly, thinking for a moment. Based on your description, your mother probably has lung and kidney deficiency. The cold invasion in winter makes her worse. But I need to see her in person to be sure. Lin Haonan was so excited. It was like hearing beautiful music. Tongjie, do you have time today? If possible, I want you to come and see my mom today. Winter is coming soon, and if she doesn't get treatment, she will suffer through this winter again. Li Yutong was touched by his filial piety. Yes, I can. Besides bringing medicine for cousin and delivering some goods, I have nothing else to do. Since that's the case, our deal is done. I'll go to your house with you. Okay, I'll prepare the money and some old items. You go ahead to the trading spot to prepare the goods. We'll meet again in an hour. Li Yutong nodded with a smile. All right. Lin Haonan hurriedly left. Li Yutong looked at Yu Jinlong. Cousin, I have shipments every now and then like grains, fruits, vegetables, wild game, and other daily necessities. Do you think you can handle that? Yu Jinlong waved confidently. Don't worry. Over the years, I've been searching for my aunt and have been involved in black markets across the country. No matter how many goods there are, I can handle it. Li Yutong blinked and teased. Cousin, I didn't realize you're still a hidden millionaire. Rich or not, my cousin, the money you have now is less than 1% of what our Jade family once had. We're still far from our goal, Jade Jinlong humbly said. Cousin, you can run such a market. Isn't that connected to the family that adopted you? Li Yutong casually asked. Jade Jinlong nodded. You're right, Tong. The family that adopted me is the Meng family, one of the 8 great families in the capital. The person who adopted me is a close friend of my grandfather. Our families are very close. When the Jade family had problems, he used his connections to help. That's how your mother, my aunt, was able to leave the capital safely. Back then, the Luo family was trying to please the enemies of the Meng family. The two families were evenly matched. Plus, the current officials are not as good as the ones in charge. Everyone in prison, except the guard who released me, was spying for that family. So even though the Meng family used their power, they couldn't save all of us Jade family members. Old Master Meng felt guilty about this for many years. When he found out I was still alive, he searched for me in every way and adopted me as his grandson. He told others I was his biological grandson and that I was being raised in the countryside. That's why my name on their household register is Meng Jinlong. Li Yutong felt proud for her cousin. Cousin, if I get the chance, I definitely want to thank old Master Meng and his family. They saved the only bloodline of our Jade family. Jade Jinlon smiled slightly. Tong Tong, it's good that you have this kind heart. But the Meng family adopted me mainly because of my grandfather's relationship with them, and also because they saw I had some ability. The Meng family is full of talented people. I've achieved my current position through my own efforts. Li Yutong looked at him with admiration. Cousin, you're amazing. By the way, how do the others in the Meng family treat you? Jade Jinlon's expression became a bit complicated. On the surface, they are polite. But the Meng family is a big clan, and there are many internal struggles. Still, I'm not afraid. I have my own influence and methods. Li Yutong worried. Cousin, you must be very careful. These big families are complicated. Be sure to watch out for treacherous people. Jade Jinlon patted her shoulder. Don't worry, Tong Tong. My goal in establishing myself in the Meng family is to better revive the Jade family in the future. When the time is right, I will make those who once harmed the Jade family pay the price. Li Yutong clenched her fists, her eyes full of determination. Cousin, I believe in you. I will work hard with you to make the Yu family shine again. Li Yutong suddenly thought of something and looked at Yu Jinlon. Cousin, how old are you this year? Are you married? Yu Jinlon gave a bitter smile. Tong Tong, I am 28 years old now. The only daughter of the Men family, Men Yunshu, likes my talent, but we are officially just uncle and niece, so we can't get married. That's why I haven't married anyone yet. Hearing this, Li Yutong suddenly thought of Qin Kiki. However, the age gap between them was quite large, which made Kiki feel a little sad. Cousin, what do you mean? Do you also have feelings for Long Yunshu? Li Yutong asked cautiously. Yu Jinlon smiled slightly, but said nothing. Tong Tong, I won't hide it from you. I also have feelings for Long Yunshu. She truly loves me, and I like her too. But old mastermen and my foster father are really kind to me. I don't know how to tell them about us. Hearing this, Li Yutong's heart moved. Cousin, since you both love each other, you should tell his parents the truth. Yu Jinlon sighed helplessly. Tong Tong, after thinking it over, I feel I might not be good enough for Men Yunshu. Look at me now. If I marry her, she might be laughed at for not having good judgment. Li Yutong knew her cousin felt a bit insecure, and the shadows from childhood had affected him emotionally. Cousin, when you were adopted by the Men family, you already had scars on your face. Men Yunshu knows about this. If she doesn't mind your flaw, it shows she truly loves you. Such a woman is rare. Besides, I will help you think of a way to remove the scars. Li Yutong comforted him. Cousin, is what you said true? Do you really have a way to remove the scars on my face? Yu Jinlon asked in disbelief. If his scars were gone, he would have the confidence to pursue Yunshu.
Li Yutong patted her chest confidently.
Don't worry, cousin. I am very confident in my medical skills. The siblings talked for a long time before Li Yutong went to the storage area. She took out all the food, seasonal fruits, eggs, and ducks from her space, both laying and non-laying chickens and ducks, and also the items listed on Yu Jinlon's inventory. The pile filled 2 rooms. Lin Haonan arrived as planned and was surprised to see so many supplies. Sister Tong, you really go all out. Your supply channels are very wide.
Li Yutong smiled calmly.
I have a friend at the southern port. It's very easy to get supplies from there. Li Yutong told a small lie about her space. She didn't plan to tell anyone, including Lu Yihan and Yu Jinlon. Lin Haonan was smart. Hearing her words, he didn't ask more and smoothly completed the deal. Li Yutong took 10,000 yuan in cash and some old items and left first. Lin Haonan, wait at my cousin's place for a moment. I'll give these to my partner, then I'll go with you to see your mother. Lin Haonan respectfully said, Please go ahead, Sister Tong. I'll wait there. Li Yutong nodded and walked away confidently. She went to a quiet place, made sure no one was following her, and then stored all the items in her space. Next, she went to Yu Jinlon's house, where Lin Haonan was waiting. Seeing her, he quickly stood up. Sister Tong, can we go now? Li Yutong smiled slightly. Yes, we're going to see your mother now. Lin Haonan led Li Yutong to a small villa. He pushed open the door. Sister Tong, this is my home. From now on, I won't call you Sister Tong. Is it okay to call you Dr. Li? Li Yutong nodded with a smile. Of course. They entered the house. An exhausted middle-aged woman was lying on the sofa. Lin Haonan hurried over and softly said, "Mom, Dr. Li is here." The woman forced a faint smile and weakly said, "Thank you, Dr. Li." Li Yutong approached and carefully checked her pulse. Her face grew serious. She found that the woman's condition was more complicated than expected. Besides lung and kidney deficiencies, she also had a rare poison in her body. To recover, the poison must be detoxified first. Li Yutong paused to think for a moment, then took out some special herbs from her space and began preparing medicine. Lin Haonan watched nervously, full of hope. After mixing the medicine, Li Yutong fed it to the woman. After a while, her face started to regain some color, and her breathing became steadier. Lin Haonan excitedly held Li Yutong's hand. "Dr. Li, thank you so much." Li Yutong comforted him. "Don't thank me yet. This only temporarily relieves the symptoms. To cure her completely, she needs ongoing treatment. I can give you some medicine to help her recover, but she must take it consistently for a while." Lin Haonan's eyes lit up with hope. "Dr. Li, can you really cure my mother?" Li Yutong nodded confidently. "The medicine I prescribe will help restore her lung and kidney energy and remove the cold from her body. As long as she takes the medicine on time, stays warm, and eats properly, her condition should improve a lot." She then took out paper and a pen, quickly wrote the prescription, and handed it to Lin Haonan. Lin Haonan happily accepted the prescription and kept thanking her. "Thank you so much, Dr. Li. If my mother gets better, I don't know how I can ever thank you enough." Li Yutong looked around the room but didn't see anyone else. "Where are the others in your family? Aren't they home?" Seeing her ask, Lin Haonan smiled and said, "Dr. Li, my dad and my brother and sister-in-law are at work. My aunt is taking care of my mom. They're probably out buying groceries now." Li Yutong nodded. "All right. Your mother is fine for now. Come outside for a moment. I need to talk to you." Li Yutong said goodbye to Lin Haonan's mother, then followed him out of the house to his private study. "Jieli, just tell me what you need." Li Yutong nodded seriously. "As long as your mother takes the medicine I prepared, her condition won't be a big problem. But I found a very rare poison in her body." Hearing about poison, Lin Haonan's eyes widened in shock. "Jieli, are you saying someone poisoned my mother?" "Yes, that's what I'm telling you. The poison in her body wasn't given all at once. It accumulated over time.
I just helped her detoxify it."
"But one person who poisoned her once can do it again. You should warn your family to be careful." Lin Haonan frowned, his eyes full of anger and worry. "Who could be so cruel to harm my mother like this?" Li Yutong looked serious and said, "We don't know yet, but since the poison has been used for a long time, it's probably someone close to us. Think carefully. Has anything unusual happened at home recently?" Lin Haonan paused to think, then suddenly looked up. "My brother brought home some health supplements a while ago, saying they were good for my mom and that she should keep taking them. Maybe that's the problem." Li Yutong's heart tightened. "That's very possible. Quickly, show me the supplements." Lin Haonan hurried out and soon returned with the supplements. Li Yutong examined them carefully and looked very upset. These supplements contain toxic ingredients. Lin Haonan clenched his fists in anger. "I'll ask my brother what's going on." Li Yutong held him back. "Don't act rashly. We need proof before making any accusations. Let's investigate quietly first." Although angry inside, Lin Haonan knew someone was deliberately targeting their family. He forced himself to suppress his feelings. "Tongjie, I'll tell my father about this. I believe he'll find out the truth." "I'll take you back now." Li Yutong waved her hand. "No need. You should go take care of your mother. I know the way back." After leaving Lin's house, Li Yutong checked the time. It was exactly 3 p.m. She planned to go home with Qin Kiki to store the cotton bolls just in time. She didn't delay and went to the black market, buying 5 pounds of pork and 2 pounds of ribs. She rode her bike home. By 4:30 p.m., she arrived at Yangjiao Huai Brigade. Qin Kiki was busy packing the dried cotton into the storage room. "Kiki, I'm back. Let's do it together." "No problem. This little task is nothing for someone as strong as me." Qin Kiki carried a basket and cheerfully headed into the storage room. Li Yutong also grabbed a basket and helped her pack the cotton. Kiki, I bought 5 pounds of pork from the county town earlier. When we get home, I'll cook your favorite braised pork to reward you for your hard work today, Li Yutong said happily. Hearing this, Qin Kik's eyes lit up, and she smiled with anticipation. Tong Tong, you're so kind. I can't wait to eat the braised pork you made. However, Qin Kik's good mood didn't last long. She suddenly remembered what happened at noon today and couldn't help but gossip with Li Yutong. Tong Tong, you don't know Zhengyang came back to the youth camp today. He looked so embarrassed and tired. It's really satisfying to see. Qin Kiki frowned and continued. He even told everyone he's getting married to Han Hongmei in 3 days and invited everyone to celebrate. Do you think we should go? Li Yutong blinked and thought for a moment before replying, I think we should go. Zhengyang came with us, and even though we have some disagreements, his wedding is a big event. We should go and give our blessings. Qin Kiki nodded. Yes, you're right. And if we don't go, those gossiping women will definitely talk behind our backs. We don't want to be the subject of their rumors. Exactly. So let's go. But we can just show a little support, maybe give a small gift. Nothing too fancy, Li Yutong comforted her. Qin Kiki felt happy. All right, it's settled. I hope Zhengyang and Han Hongmei are happy. The autumn harvest finished quickly this year. Thanks to the corn harvester assembled by Li Yutong, everyone didn't have to spend so much time and effort shelling the corn. Captain Wang Taizhu ordered someone to push the corn harvester from the storage room to the pile of corn and said excitedly, Ladies and gentlemen, this year, thanks to Comrade Li's assembled corn machine, we won't have to shell the corn by hand. Today, we will see the surprise this machine brings us. The crowd burst into enthusiastic applause. Everyone gathered around, curious about this strange iron contraption they had never seen before. Wang Taizhu waved his hand and shouted, Start the machine. As the machine roared to life, a few strong young men threw the corn cobs into the feed opening. The machine operated quickly, and golden corn kernels shot out like rain from the outlet, falling into prepared burlap sacks. The corn husks also shot out from another outlet, and a few people carried them away to another place. The people at the scene gasped in amazement, their faces full of surprise and excitement. This machine is amazing. We won't have to worry about husking corn anymore. Exactly. Every year when it's time to husk corn, my hands get rough like the corn husks. It seems like your hands only get rough when you husk corn. Get lost, you old troublemaker, joking about me. It's all thanks to Comrade Li. With this corn husking machine, we've been freed from hard work. Yes, Comrade Li is really clever. You see, city folks are just smarter. How come we can't think of things like this? Listening to everyone's chatter, Wang Taizhu couldn't stop smiling. He patted his chest and said, With this treasure in our team, our harvests will only get better and better. The machine kept working, quickly filling bag after bag with corn kernels. Everyone was full of energy and hope for the future. The corn husking machine became the most eye-catching star of this autumn. Lu Yihan quietly approached Li Yutong. Tong Tong, how did your brain get so clever? Li Yutong smiled. You're not bad either. We assembled so many machines, and you contributed a lot. Kiki looked at the two joking around and rolled her eyes. Enough, you two. Publicly showing off like this, don't you think about how single folks like me feel? Li Yutong teased with a smile. Oh, Kiki, you've grown up. Are you looking for a boyfriend now? Lu Yihan looked at her and said kindly, Kiki, I can help you find someone. What kind of person do you want? Kiki crossed her arms and pretended to be annoyed. I don't care about your introductions. I have high standards. First, he has to be handsome, responsible, and able to care for others. Lu Yihan raised an eyebrow and joked, Wow, you have quite a list. But there is someone in our village who fits your criteria, veterinarian Chinyu from the next village. He's handsome, loves animals, and must be kind to people too. Kiki glared. I don't want your introductions. I'm not interested in that kind of pretty boy. I want someone tall, strong, and brave, like a soldier. Upon hearing Qin Kik's request, Li Yutong's heart moved. Luckily, she hadn't introduced her cousin to Kiki, or it might have been awkward. Lu Yihan took things more seriously this time. Qin Kiki, honestly, I have a good friend who fits your requirements perfectly. The main thing is, he has already met you and is very pleased with you. Do you want to meet him? Chin Kiki was surprised. You said your friend has met me? When did that happen? I didn't know. Could it be? Did Liu Yihan secretly bring his friend over to meet me? Liu Yihan immediately saw what she was thinking and explained. Don't overthink. Last time, my friend and I went to Jincheng on a mission. We ate at a state-run restaurant and saw you and Tong Tong arguing with some busybodies. I fell for Tong Tong at first sight, and he also has a good impression of you. Oh, I see. In that case, you might as well ask your friend to come over and meet us. We can exchange ideas. If he's not afraid of a little fight, that would be great. Li Yutong rolled her eyes. Calm down. Why are you so impatient? Be careful, you might not get married. At that moment, Wang Taizhu approached with a smile. You young folks are full of ideas. That corn sheller really helped us out. I've already reported to the commune about our team having a corn sheller. In a few days, there will be a technical exchange meeting, and we'll send someone to share our experience. Who wants to go? Li Yutong and Liu Yihan looked at each other and said in unison, We want to go. Chin Kiki was also eager. I'll go too. It's a good chance to see the outside world. Wang Taizhu nodded with satisfaction. Good, just you guys. Make sure to bring honor to our team. Suddenly, Wang Taizhu remembered something and looked at Li Yutong. Comrade Li, when you first arrived, you said you wanted to help us develop high-yield seeds. How's that going? Have you made any progress? The autumn planting is coming soon, and wheat seeds are what we need most. Li Yutong thought about the high-yield wheat in her space. If she could plant it outside, the yield would be much higher than with current seeds. But if she took out too many at once, it might raise suspicion. It would be better to secretly swap the wheat seeds in the storage room. That way, she could increase the grain yield without attracting trouble. Yes, that's a happy decision. She looked at Chin Kiki and smiled, saying, Captain, I managed to grow some in our yard, but not very much, enough to plant about an acre. You might want to try planting these seeds. If the yield is higher than other wheat seeds, we can plant more next year. Wang Tiezhu's eyes lit up. That's great. Comrade Li, you're really a blessing to our team. With these high-yield seeds, our harvest might double next year. But we can't just take your seeds for free. I'll decide to reward you with 50 jin of grain, and after the autumn planting, I'll give you 10 days off to rest. Li Yutong was very happy. She needed to go to Jin City, and was thinking of a good reason to ask the team leader for leave. Now, the opportunity came naturally. Team leader, since you've approved me for 10 days off, could you also give me a letter of introduction? I need to handle some personal matters outside. Wang Taizhu remembered Liu Yihan mentioning her family issues and guessed what she needed. Without hesitation, he agreed. Sure, I'll write you a letter of introduction right away. After all, you're a hero of our team. He first arranged for someone to retrieve and safeguard the seeds, then wrote the introduction letter for Li Yutong. Comrade Li, this new letter is valid for 10 days. There's also a blank one here. If 10 days aren't enough, you can fill it out yourself. Li Yutong took the letter and said, Thank you, team leader. I will finish my tasks quickly and return. That evening, while everyone was resting, Li Yutong quietly went to the seed storage room. She carefully looked around to make sure no one was there, then took out the high-yield wheat seeds from her space and quickly replaced the seeds in the storage. Sigh, doing good for the people still has to be done secretly. I think I did a good job as a behind-the-scenes hero. But family, I believe you, and I hope that the high-yield seeds cultivated in this space will bring higher harvests here and improve people's lives, right? After 2 days, the commune's technical exchange meeting was held as scheduled. Li Yutong, Liu Yihan, and Chin Kiki represented the team and attended. The commune secretary, Wu Kai-xian, personally welcomed them. He shook hands with Liu Yihan. Comrade Liu, on behalf of all members of the Leap Forward commune, I want to thank you. Even during your leave, you worked hard to help the members, and these 2 young educated workers used their knowledge to benefit the local people. This spirit is very admirable and worth learning from. The secretary, true to his role, immediately praised the 3 as role models. Li Yutong smiled modestly. Thank you for the compliment, secretary. We're just doing what we should. Wu Kaixian looked eagerly at Li Yutong and Qin Kiki. Both of you are strong women and have contributed greatly to our commune. During this technical exchange meeting, please share your experiences so other teams can learn from you. Li Yutong and Qin Kiki nodded quickly in agreement. Inside the meeting hall, all the representatives from different teams had already taken their seats. The meeting began with speeches from several leaders, emphasizing the importance of agricultural technology exchange. Next, representatives from each team spoke. Liu Han, as a representative, introduced the process of designing and installing the corn husking machine. When it was Li Yutong's turn to speak, she confidently stepped onto the stage and bowed to everyone present. Respected leaders, dear young educated workers and fellow commune members, I am young worker Li Yutong. I am honored to share our experience in assembling the corn husking machine at this technical exchange meeting. When I first arrived at Leap Forward Commune, I saw members working hard during the busy farming season, peeling corn by hand in the traditional way. It was slow and inefficient, and everyone was exhausted, sweat soaking their clothes. I felt uncomfortable about this. I wondered if I could use what I learned to help solve this problem. So, I, along with Comrade Liu Han, Comrade Qin Kiki, and other young workers, gathered to discuss. We decided to try designing and building a corn husking machine. During the day, we worked with the members in the fields, learning about corn and farming processes. At night, under dim lights, we studied materials and drew plans. We carefully checked every part size and each step of the process, trying to make everything as practical and efficient as possible. When we saw the machine happily working, with corn kernels falling like rain and the members smiling happily, all our hard work felt worthwhile. I want to thank the commune leaders for their support and trust, giving us the chance to practice and learn. Thank you to all the members for your help and guidance, which taught us many things that can't be learned from books. I also want to thank my fellow young workers who worked hard with us. It is everyone's teamwork that made the corn sheller possible. As young workers, we carry the mission given to us by our era. We should combine what we have learned with the realities of rural life and actively participate in building and developing the commune. Finally, I hope our experience can help other teams and encourage more places to adopt advanced farming techniques. Let's work together for a better future for our commune. Thank you all. After finishing, there was a few seconds of silence, then suddenly loud applause erupted. Wang Taizhu clapped and cheered loudly. While everyone was still excited, suddenly a representative from the audience stood up and said sarcastically, it sounds good, but who knows if this corn sheller really works as well as they say. Maybe they're just exaggerating. His words caused a small ripple of disturbance in the crowd. Li Yutong looked at him calmly and smiled, replying, Comrade, practice is the only way to test the truth. If you have doubts, you are welcome to visit our Yuezhan commune and see for yourself. I believe you will be satisfied with the results of the corn sheller. At this moment, Liu Han also stood up confidently and said, That's right. Our corn sheller has been tested and used in real situations, and there are no false claims. Wu Kaixian, the secretary of the commune, also spoke. Everyone is here to share experiences for the development of the commune. If you have questions, we can discuss them after the meeting. Let's keep the exchange going smoothly. The representative sat down unhappily. The meeting then returned to order, and the discussion continued enthusiastically. As this lively technical exchange was about to end, Wu Kaixian, the secretary, stepped onto the stage with a smile. His voice was loud and strong, as if it could reach everyone in the room. This technical exchange has been a great success. Then he looked at the corn sheller assembled by Li Yutong, showing admiration. Especially the corn sheller assembled by Comrade Li Yutong. Its design is clever, and its performance is excellent, bringing great convenience to our farming work. Wu Kaixian highly praised Li Yutong's achievement. After a short pause, he continued, After careful consideration, I have decided to submit the design drawings of this corn husking machine to the machinery factory. They will increase production to make more of these machines, which will free up more labor and improve agricultural efficiency. Wu Kaixian's decision was a clear recognition of Li Yutong's work and a positive push for technological innovation. Finally, Wu Kaixian announced some exciting news. I would like to specially commend comrades Lu Yihan, Li Yutong, and Qin Kiki. They performed excellently at the technical exchange meeting and brought us many valuable ideas and experiences. Therefore, I had decided to award each of them 100 yuan and present them with honorary certificates as encouragement. Before he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted again from the crowd, and everyone congratulated these three outstanding comrades. On the way home, Qin Kiki held her honorary certificate, feeling very excited. Big brother Lu, Tong Tong, I've benefited a lot from following you. I even got an honorary certificate. Not bad, not bad. Li Yutong looked at her with a smile. You're not just benefiting from us. When we assembled this machine, you took on the work of 2 people. You earned that certificate. Lu Yihan nodded in agreement. Kiki, you're also great. You focus on the military side, and Tong Tong on the civil side. Together, you make a perfect team. The happiest person was probably Wang Taizhu, because with the corn-husking machine assembled by Li Yutong, the commune awarded their Yangjiao Huan Brigade a certificate of advanced brigade. This made the other brigade leaders very jealous. Oh wow, Brigade Leader Wang. You're really fired up now. If your village develops well, don't forget to help us out at Niujiawan. The leader of Niujiawan Brigade, Niu Jianxi, was very jealous. Yes, Brigade Leader Wang. I didn't expect you, so young, to have such great courage to support the youth in inventing and creating. I really admire you. Qin Chuanming, the leader of Changjia village, was also envious. Wang Taizhu chuckled. Hey, 2 brigade leaders, what are you saying? Your villages also have educated youth. Maybe if you explore their potential, you'll find something different. When they returned to the team, Wang Taizhu proudly hung the honor certificate in the most visible spot at the team office. As a retired soldier, Wang Taizhu valued team pride the most. The honor certificate for this advanced team made him more excited than the 200 yuan reward he received. Looking at the bright red certificate, he couldn't stop smiling and kept praising Li Yutong and the others. There is a saying, happiness often comes with trouble. When they are happy, someone else might be unhappy. This was the case with Niu Jishan, the team leader of Niujiawan. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Humph. Wang Taizhu, just a rookie. Why does he get the trust of the commune secretary? It's only because of the clever inventions of our village youth. If the honor for the sheep horn locust was taken away, I wonder if Wang Taizhu would still be so proud? So, he secretly went to the commune and found Wu Kaixian. Secretary Wu, I just can't believe that a young village youth could be so smart designing a corn sheller. I suspect she might have copied someone else's invention. Don't you think so? Wu Kaixian listened and thought it made sense. Whether they assembled it themselves or not, once doubts were raised, it was their duty to investigate. He immediately sent a team to investigate the Niujiawan team. The investigators found Li Yutong and the others and explained the situation seriously. Li Yutong was calm. She took out her sketches and notes from the design process, explaining her ideas and innovations in detail. Lu Yihan and Qin Kiki also helped to support her story. After careful examination, the investigators confirmed that this was indeed their original work. Honest work is never afraid of scrutiny. As a result, Niu Jishan was severely criticized, and Li Yutong and her team's reputation grew even more. Soon, the autumn planting began. Every year, Uncle Wang was responsible for sowing the seeds. He could evenly scatter the seeds in the fields, ensuring good wheat sprout rates. This year was no different. He hung a bamboo basket on his left arm and reached into it with his right hand to grab wheat seeds. They say a skilled person's work can reveal their ability. Uncle Wang had farmed all his life, and when he reached in, he sensed that this year's seeds felt a little different. He grabbed a handful, examined it carefully, and noticed something unusual. These seed grains are full and smooth on the surface, clearly high-quality products. The fields in their village can't produce such good seeds. Although feeling suspicious, I didn't say much. I carefully spread all the seeds evenly across the field. As I sowed, I wondered in my mind, My old man has been dealing with land and seeds since he was young, but he's never seen such plump wheat seeds. Could it be because that girl assembled the corn harvesting machine and the commune rewarded us? While thinking, I suddenly heard someone call from nearby. Grandpa Wang, how are these seeds this year? Grandpa Wang straightened up and replied with a smile, "These seeds are very good. I've never seen such quality at my age." At this moment, old Li from the same village came over, looking mysterious. He said, "I heard that these seeds are specially given to our Yangjia Y brigade by the commune. Because Li Yutong and others made the corn harvesting machine, the commune values us and wants us to have a big harvest next year." Hearing this, Grandpa Wang suddenly understood.
No wonder.
After planting, everyone looked forward to this batch of seeds. Days passed, and tender green wheat seedlings gradually appeared in the fields. The seedlings grew especially strong, seeming to predict a big harvest for the Yangjia Y brigade next year. Grandpa Wang looked at the lush green seedlings and smiled so broadly that his eyes squinted. He told everyone, "Thanks to that girl Yutong, our days will definitely get better and better." Li Yutong, who was praised by Grandpa Wang, was now testing the machines needed for the flour mill, soy sauce and vinegar factory, and sweet potato processing plant with Wang Taizhu and a few other village officials. These machines were all built by her and Lu Yihan under Cece's guidance. Qin Kiki also helped by passing parts and in bolts. Watching the machines run smoothly, Wang Taizhu smiled happily. "I'll go use the loudspeaker to call everyone. Let's meet under the big locust tree." Wang Taizhu was very active. In no time, the village loudspeaker announced, "Villagers, attention. Each household send a representative and bring a stool. Come to the big locust tree for an important announcement." Repeating for those who didn't hear, villagers and educated youths working in the fields looked confused. Why is the brigade leader calling us to a meeting now? How will we earn work points? We have been working on the land for most of the day. Now, if we go back, wouldn't all our effort be wasted? The scorekeeper looked serious and said, "The team leader has called a meeting. You can stop working now, and you'll still get your usual points." Hearing this, everyone smiled and carried their hoes back home. "Why do you think the team leader called a meeting?" Ask someone else, hurry up, and you'll find out when you get there. A few days ago, I saw many people heading to the team leader's house. I think the flour mill and the soy sauce factory are about to open. Really? Then let's go quickly to see what's happening. If we don't go now, someone else might take the chance. Soon, everyone went home to get small stools and gathered under the big locust tree. Li Yutong and Qin Kiki saw Wang Muchuan and her mother walking together and went over to greet them with smiles.
Hello, Auntie.
I was planning to visit you at home when I had some free time, but I haven't had the chance yet. Wang Muchuan's mother, Tang Guifang, is a straightforward person who is kind to everyone. She smiled and took Li Yutong's hand. "Li Jiqing, I often hear Muchuan talk about you and Qin Ziking. She says you both take good care of her. Last time, she even asked her grandpa to bring back a lot of meat." "Thank you so much." Qin Kiki also smiled and said, "Hello, Auntie. We like playing with Muchuan because she's so well-behaved and smart." Tang Guifang chuckled and said as they walked, "You two are good girls. I don't have much to offer, but I can sew clothes reasonably well. Since it's autumn now, if you don't have warm clothes, just bring them over and I'll make some for you." Li Yutong quickly smiled and thanked her. "Thank you, Auntie. We were worried about making clothes ourselves, so your words are a big help." Wang Muchuan smiled sweetly. "My mom is not only good at sewing but also makes great noodles, steamed buns, and flatbreads. Those are her specialties." Qin Kiki was delighted to hear this. "Really? We're both from the south, and we mainly eat rice. We can't really make good noodles or buns. They always turn out hard. Auntie, could you teach us how to make them?" Tang Guifang smiled and nodded. "No problem. When it rains and you can't work, come to my house. Auntie will teach you how to make steamed buns and pancakes." Wang Muchuan, the clever little boy, proudly praised his mother. "Sisters, do you know? My mom can also make flower-shaped buns. Whenever there's a big celebration in the village, everyone comes to my mom to make flower buns." Li Yutong listened with envy. "Auntie, you can make flower buns? That must be very hard to do." In her past life, Li Yutong had been on a mission in a town famous for its noodles. She once attended a gangster boss's birthday party as an undercover agent. The hotel hosting the event was 5 stars. The chef made a life-sized Christmas tree out of dough, all handmade by the master chef. The tree was decorated with realistic flowers, insects, and fish, with beautiful colors. She was amazed and thought, such skill is found among ordinary people. Tong Guifeng smiled and said, "It's not that hard. My grandma on my mother's side makes really good flower buns. She can make all kinds of animals and flowers that look very lively. I learned from her." "That's great. When we have time, we will definitely come visit Andy." "We hope you won't mind our fussing," Qin Kiki said happily. "Not at all. You can come anytime," Tong Guifeng replied warmly. They continued talking and arrived under the big locust tree, sitting together. The young workers sat on the other side. Li Yutong nodded and greeted them with a smile. At this moment, Wang Taizhu saw everyone was there and spoke directly. "I believe everyone has heard that recently, Lu Yihan, Li Yutong, and Qin Kiki worked together to set up a flour processing machine and a soy sauce and vinegar brewing machine for our team. They have been tested and are working well. The factory buildings for the flour mill and the soy sauce and vinegar factory are also finished." He paused briefly. "Now that we have the machines and the buildings, I want to discuss the labor arrangements with you. Also, everyone knows that only our team has the flour processing plant and the soy sauce and vinegar factory. Other teams don't have them. Secretary Wu from the commune has given me a task. We must develop these 2 village-run businesses." Hearing this, everyone became excited and started whispering among themselves. "Team leader, how will we arrange the labor?" someone asked loudly in the crowd. Wang Taizhu cleared his throat and said, "I want everyone to volunteer to sign up for work at these 2 factories. The daily work points are higher than working in the fields, and there are extra allowances." As soon as he spoke, everyone was interested. Who wouldn't want to earn more work points and allowances? But some hesitated. "Can we really work in the factories? We've never done that before." Li Yutong stood up and said, "Don't worry, we will teach you how to operate the machines, and there will be an adjustment period at the start. As long as everyone is willing to learn, it will be fine." At this time, the young workers also started discussing whether to sign up. The youth team leader, Yu Zhenjung, said, "This is a good opportunity. We can earn more work points and learn new skills." While everyone was thinking about whether to sign up, Wang Taizhu spoke again. "Before you sign up, I want to discuss how we should run these 2 companies." His words made everyone focus on him. Yu Zhenjung frowned slightly and said first, "Captain, the most urgent thing now is to decide if everyone will participate. We can talk about how to run the companies later." The village's capable Zhang Donghai also advised, "Yes, first we decide on signing up. How to run the business can be discussed later, and it should be based on the actual situation." But Wang Taizhu insisted, "I think we need to discuss this in advance. If we sign up blindly without knowing how to run the business, problems will come up. If the management is poor, not only will we waste time, but we also won't earn work points." Hearing Wang Taizhu, the young workers nodded in agreement, and the discussion resumed. "Captain is right. We can't just rush in blindly. Exactly, we need a plan." Seeing everyone support him, Wang Taizhu cleared his throat and continued, "First, we need to clarify who our target customers are for these 2 companies. Are we aiming at our village, or are we planning to sell outside? If it's for the village, we need to understand what the villagers need. If we want to sell outside, we must consider transportation and sales channels. Shouldn't you discuss this with us first?" Since Li Yutong brought it up, she should be responsible for it. This was said by Fan Meiwan. Last time, the small troublemakers from the neighboring village didn't ruin Li Yutong's reputation. Now, if there's a chance to target her again, she definitely won't miss it. Li Yutong looked at Fan Meiwan carefully. Last time, it was her who sent some troublemakers from the neighboring village to damage her reputation. She hasn't settled the score yet, and now she's causing trouble again. So, she decided to settle old and new scores together. Li Yutong stood up and looked sharply at Fan Meiwan. "Fan Jiqing, the flour processing plant and the soy sauce factory are community-owned businesses, not my personal property. I suggested creating village-run enterprises to help the villagers improve their lives."
That's not what I want to talk about now.
"I just want to ask you, what is your real purpose for coming here?" Fan Meiwan was caught off guard. Her eyes flickered. Then she said firmly, "Of course, I came to contribute to the village," following the call.
Liu Dong snarat.
Since you're here to contribute, why are you not actively participating in the discussion about the community businesses? Instead, you're shirking responsibility. Is that what you call contribution? Fan Meijuan's face turned red. She was about to argue, but Li Yutong continued, "And I haven't forgotten how you colluded with troublemakers from the neighboring village to damage my reputation last time. If you truly care about the village, you should put aside these petty thoughts and participate seriously in planning the businesses." Everyone around looked at Fan Meijuan with disapproval. Fan Meijuan bit her lip and lowered her head, afraid to speak. Inside, she was wondering, how does Li Yutong know those troublemakers were called by me? What else does she know? Could it be that she knows everything I've done? The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. She lowered her head even more. Wang Taizhu saw this and stepped in to mediate. "All right, everyone stop arguing. Let's continue discussing the businesses. Li Jiqing is right. These are everyone's enterprises, and we all need to work together." Hearing this, everyone resumed their lively discussion. Yu Zhenjing stroked his chin and thought for a moment. "If we aim outside, the sales channels will be a big problem because we lack experience. But if we only target the village market, it's too small." Li Yutong also fell into thought, then said, "I think we can do both. First, we should meet the needs of the village, gain experience, and build a good reputation. Our commune has a flour processing machine, and our location is very convenient because it is in the center of the commune. No matter which team comes to us for flour processing, it will be very easy." Wang Taizhu nodded and said, "Li Jiqing is right. Our initial plan is to process flour for outside customers." Zhang Donghai, known as 12 Skills, truly lives up to his nickname. He thinks differently from others. "Captain, I think since our flour mill is for external processing, we should have different ways to charge for our services." Everyone listened quietly, including the village officials, paying close attention to Zhang Donghai's ideas. For example, we can charge wealthy customers, and for those who don't have much money, we can take back the bran and use it to offset the processing fee. Wang Taizhu nodded repeatedly. 12 Skills go on. Zhang Donghai chuckled. "I'm just sharing my thoughts as they come. It might be a bit messy, but please bear with me. Also, I thought about our attitude toward service. Since people come to us to buy, not to beg for help, we must treat everyone equally, whether they are poor or rich, and serve them with a smile." Li Yutong listened to 12 Skills and agreed with his ideas. After he finished, she stood up and said loudly, "Big Brother Zhang has thought of everything. I want to add something. We can set up a customer feedback system. Villagers or people from other teams who come for flour processing can leave their opinions and suggestions. This way, we will know what we are doing well and what needs improvement, so we can fix things quickly. Also, for customers who give valuable suggestions, we can offer some discounts, like reducing part of the fee for their next processing. Besides, in terms of service, besides smiling, we can offer extra help. For example, providing storage for flour for customers who travel far, or helping them find transportation. This will surely attract more customers to our flour mill." As Li Yutong finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. Wang Taizhu excitedly patted his thigh. "Li Jiqing, that's a great idea. Let's do it this way." Everyone continued to discuss the management of the soy sauce and vinegar factory enthusiastically. The atmosphere was lively, and each person was sharing ideas for the future of the village-run business, as if envisioning a bright tomorrow for the Yangjiu Y Brigade. Regarding the factory's operation, Li Yutong only made one request. "Fellow villagers, our soy sauce and vinegar factory is different from the flour processing plant. Besides the basic requirements, everyone must pay attention to personal hygiene. After all, we are producing edible products, so hygiene must be maintained. Of course, I'm just suggesting. Coco and I won't be involved in production or processing." At this moment, the old party secretary, who had been silent, spoke up. "Li Jiqing is right. Hygiene issues cannot be taken lightly. But our village generally has low awareness of hygiene, so we need to do a good job of promoting it." Li Yutong's eyes lit up. "Old party secretary, you've reminded me. We can hold a hygiene knowledge training class regularly teaching everyone about the importance of hygiene and some basic hygiene practices. Wang Taizhu immediately agreed. That's a good idea. I'll organize everyone to participate. The group continued discussing details like raw material procurement and production processes. Before they knew it, evening was approaching. Wang Taizhu stood up. Everyone has worked hard today. We've come up with many good ideas. Next, we'll start by setting up the training class, then prepare for the flour processing plant and the soy sauce and vinegar factory. Everyone, go home and rest well. We start working tomorrow. Everyone got up one after another, full of energy, and went home. The path of developing village-run enterprises in Yangjia Y Brigade had taken a solid step forward. Li Yutong returned home and discussed another matter with Qin Kiki. Kiki, I need to go back to our hometown in a couple of days. Do you want to come along and visit? When Qin Kiki heard she could go home, she was immediately excited. I want to. I've been thinking about it lately. Since I've taken over the original owner's body, I should take on that responsibility. We've been away for several months. It's good to go back and see. But since we've left, what about the warehouse? Li Yutong thought for a moment. That's easy. We can ask Wang Muchuan to handle the warehouse work for a few days. I think she won't refuse. The question is, how do you plan to tell the brigade leader? Qin Kiki scratched her head and said, as for the team leader, I'll be honest. We just want to go back home to see our families and handle some family matters. Once we return, we'll be more motivated to work. I think the team leader is a good person and should understand us. Li Yutong nodded and said, all right, it's settled then. Tomorrow, I'll go talk to Wang Muchuan about the storage room. The next day, Li Yutong found Wang Muchuan and explained everything. Wang Muchuan happily agreed. No problem.
You can go back now.
I'll take care of the storage room and make sure nothing goes wrong. Li Yutong gratefully said, thank you. When we come back, we'll treat you to a meal. Wang Muchuan smiled politely. Sisterly, there's no need to be so polite. I can only help with this much. Qin Kiki also smoothly asked for leave from the team leader. The team leader smiled and said, it's good for young people to go home and visit. Your families must be missing you. But taking a few days to relax is also good. When you return, you should help with our rural development. Of course. As the great leader said, young intellectuals should go to the countryside to learn from the poor farmers. We will use what we've learned to support rural development and promote the economy and culture. Qin Kiki proudly recited the slogan without feeling embarrassed at all. All right, stop showing off and wasting time. Hurry back and think about what to bring your parents. Wang Taizhu waved his hand to send them off. Thinking about bringing things, Qin Kiki remembered the wild game from the mountains. They hadn't checked their traps for days, and maybe everything was a mess inside. She quickly went home and called Li Yutong to go to the mountains and check the traps together. Tong Tong, what do you think about making spicy wild game to bring to my parents? That way, they can enjoy the local game and it will be easier to store. That's a good idea. Our traps must have some good stuff. We can bring some back and give some to Han's grandfather, and he can pass some to Uncle Wang and the others. Yes. You're right, Tong Tong. We also need to ask Xiao Muchuan to watch the warehouse for us. It's right to send some wild game to them. Now, in the golden autumn season, the two of them walked and picked mushrooms and wild fungi from the mountains. The wild mushrooms here are very delicious, and they collected quite a few. Li Yutong, while collecting mushrooms, suddenly had an idea. Since she now had a good eye for treasures, why not use it? Maybe she could find something valuable. Thinking this, she immediately activated her treasure-detecting ability and explored the nearby mountains. Suddenly, she noticed two large boxes underground, not far away. Coco, let's go see over there. I have a feeling there's something good. Li Yutong didn't tell Qin Kiki the full truth. It wasn't because she wanted to hide it, but because it involved the Yu family's heritage, which she couldn't easily share. Qin Kiki trusted Li Yutong completely and followed her without question. Li Yutong led the way, and when they reached the spot, she pretended to start digging. Coco, I can feel there's something good underground. Let's dig together. If we find something valuable, we can split it equally. How does that sound? Qin Kiki teased with a smile. Do you think you're a fortune teller? Just by guessing, you know there's something good there. Although she said that, she reached out her hand. Bring out 2 digging tools. Let's dig together. Haha. I remember a slogan, if you want to know who's best at digging, ask Kiki and Tong Tong. Li Yutong happily handed her 2 small shovels, giving one to Qin Kiki. As she threw the shovel, she suddenly remembered the weapons in her space. She looked around, saw no one, and took out a pistol loaded with bullets. Coco, these are weapons from our base stored in my space. Here's one for self-defense. Qin Kiki took the pistol, her eyes full of surprise and excitement. Wow, this thing is really reliable for protection. Put it away quickly, don't let anyone see it, Li Yutong warned. Qin Kiki stuck out her tongue and hurriedly stored the pistol in her space ring. Then, the 2 of them, holding their shovels, started digging vigorously. Not long after, their shovels hit something hard with a loud clang. They looked at each other and sped up their digging. As the dirt was cleared bit by bit, the 2 large boxes gradually became visible. Qin Kiki couldn't wait and reached out to open the boxes, but they didn't move at all. Li Yutong examined carefully and noticed a complex lock on the boxes. Coco, didn't you see the lock on the boxes? She found a piece of iron wire in the space, fiddled with the lock a few times, and the lock clicked open. As the box was opened, 2 full boxes of neatly stacked gold bars appeared inside. Wow, whose treasure is this? It's buried here. Qin Kiki was so surprised she swore loudly and reached out to feel the gold bars. No matter whose they are, since we found them, they belong to us. Don't touch them. Quickly take them away. Li Yutong didn't hesitate and immediately put one of the boxes into her space. Qin Kiki also didn't delay and put the other box into her storage ring. Tong Tong, do you think we're rich now? How much do you think these gold bars are worth? In good times, gold is for collecting. These might be buried by a wealthy person from some big group. We both know that in a few years, these items will have value as collectibles. While speaking, Li Yutong restored the disturbed earth to its original state. Qin Kiki quickly helped, making sure the big hole looked untouched, even scattering a dry leaf on top. Then, the 2 headed toward the trap they had set. Sure enough, as they expected, the trap contained small animals, mostly rabbits, thanks to the spiritual spring water Li Yutong placed there. Qin Kiki excitedly rubbed her hands. So many rabbits. Let's gather them quickly. When we get home, we can make some into dried meat to give to my parents and sell the rest on the black market. Li Yutong nodded, and they started catching the rabbits one by one. There are about 20 or 30 rabbits here, along with wild goats and pheasants. We've really struck it rich this time. My space can hold living animals, so I'll store them first and deal with them when we get home. Qin Kiki agreed. Yes, hurry up and store them. We can't let others find out. Then, the 2 carried their baskets and headed down the mountain. Back home, Li Yutong and Kiki threw themselves into preparing the wild rabbits and pheasants, planning to turn them into delicious dried meat. They were busy and excited when suddenly, Lu Yihan strolled in slowly. Seeing the pile of wild rabbits and pheasants on the ground, he became interested and teased. Wow, so many animals. Did you 2 go into the mountains today? Li Yutong paused her work, looked up, and nodded with a smile. She explained, these are all caught from traps. We plan to make them into cured meat. When you go back later, bring some to Grandpa Lu to try. The rest, I plan to take home for Coco's parents and friends over there. Hearing this, Lu Yihan didn't hesitate. He quickly rolled up his sleeves and joined their work battle. He moved very quickly, picked up a rabbit, and soon opened it up with skillful hands. Tong Tong, let me help you with this. I'll handle the cleaning here, and you and Coco can start making the cured meat in the kitchen, Lu Yihan said while skillfully processing the wild animals. Li Yutong looked at Lu Yihan gratefully and said, that's very kind of you. With your help, we'll be more efficient. After saying that, she and Qin Kiki took the prepared wild animals into the kitchen. In the kitchen, Li Yutong and Qin Kiki worked clearly together. Qin Kiki prepared the spices needed for curing the meat, while Li Yutong cut the wild animals into suitable-sized pieces. They put the cut meat into a large basin. Then Qin Kiki evenly sprinkled the prepared spices on top. Both of them wore gloves and carefully kneaded the meat, making sure each piece absorbed the flavors well. Meanwhile, Lu Yihan outside was still working steadily on the remaining wild animals. He moved quickly, finishing all the rabbits and wild chickens in no time. Then, he carried the processed animals into the kitchen to join the next steps of making the cured meat. With their teamwork, the wild rabbits and chickens soon turned into fragrant cured meats, neatly hung in a ventilated place to dry. Ahan, we plan to leave the day after tomorrow. Please let Grandpa Lu know. We'll be gone about 10 days. Can your holiday allow that? Li Yutong asked. My holiday has already ended, but I reported my love to my superiors. They are considerate and let me stay here on a mission, so I can also find time to be with you, Lu Yihan replied while busy with his work. Hearing that he would be on a mission here, Li Yutong, a former Special Forces soldier, and Qin Kiki didn't ask any more questions, knowing it was best not to. This might actually be a good opportunity. I need to go to Jincheng to handle some matters, she said. And also, my comrade, Chu Yunfan, whom I mentioned to you last time, has been in Jin City these days. So, if I go there, I can just happen to meet him. Lu Yihan honestly told everyone everything he knew. Qin Kiki immediately became interested and asked eagerly, what does your comrade look like? Is he tall, strong, handsome, and charming like you? Lu Yihan slightly smiled and replied, that guy is about my height, looks pretty handsome, and is definitely the kind of guy many girls dream of. Qin Kiki's eyes lit up with anticipation and she said excitedly, wow, so I might get a chance to meet the handsome guy? Li Yutong, standing nearby, couldn't help but tease, oh, Kiki, are you falling for him? Qin Kiki's face suddenly turned red. She felt a bit shy and explained, oh no. I'm just curious since I've heard so much about him from you guys. While the three of them were chatting happily, Lu Yihan received a special communication signal. There's an emergency. I need to handle it, he told Li Yutong. Your departure the day after tomorrow is fine. I will make arrangements here. Li Yutong nodded and reminded him to stay safe. After Lu Yihan hurriedly left, Qin Kiki was still imagining Chu Yunfan and kept asking Li Yutong, what do you think Chu Yunfan's personality is like? Li Yutong smiled gently and shook his head, saying, I haven't seen him myself, only heard Lu Yihan mention him a few times. From his description, he seems pretty good. Hearing this, Qin Kiki's eyes suddenly brightened, as if she thought of something fun, and she said excitedly, oh, if only we could both marry the two brothers. Then we could keep hanging out together all the time. That would be so happy. Li Yutong rolled his eyes at her and said annoyed, stop dreaming. Even if you get married someday, do you think we can still live together like now? I think your partner will definitely catch me and throw me out like trash. He dares. Qin Kiki immediately jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, crossed her arms and said fiercely, let me tell you, if I find a boyfriend in the future, he must listen to me. Otherwise, I'll give him 8 slaps a day to see if he dares to disobey. Stop bragging, you just like to boast, and it doesn't cost anything. Li Yutong couldn't help but laugh at her naive friend's idea and could only sigh helplessly. After dark, Li Yutong and Qin Kiki each carried a wild rabbit and a wild chicken, along with a basket of eggs, to Wang Muchuan's house. When the door was knocked, a voice asked from inside, who is it? That was Wang Muchuan's voice. It's me, Li Yutong. Li Yutong quickly responded, and the door was soon opened. Sisters, why are you here? Come in quickly. Wang Muchuan looked a bit surprised but happy to see them. Okay, Xiao Muchuan, are your parents at home? Li Yutong asked as she entered. They are. My grandfather and my parents are in the main hall. I'll take you there now. They followed Wang Muchuan to the main hall, where Grandpa Wang, Uncle Wang, and Aunt Gui Fong were all present. Grandpa Wang, Uncle and Aunt, sorry to bother you so late. We hope you don't mind, Li Yutong said politely. Grandpa Wang smiled and waved his hand. No trouble at all. You've come a long way and brought something. Sit down and chat. After sitting down, Li Yutong placed the items she brought aside and said, Grandpa Wang, Uncle, Aunt, today we caught some wild game in the mountains. We thought since you take care of Xiao Muchuan often and it's not easy for you, we'd bring some to share. Accountant Wang quickly stood up. That's not necessary. You should keep it for yourselves. Your days are not easy either. Li Yutong smiled. her eyes full of determination. She stepped forward and pushed the wild game toward Uncle Wang, saying, "We can't finish it ourselves and Xiao Muchuan, and we get along very well. Every time I see her, I feel very close. Please accept this small gift from us and don't refuse." And Gui Fong stood nearby, watching the scene. She felt that refusing would be a bit unkind, so she smiled and said, "Thank you so much. You two girls are very kind. Our Xiao Muchuan also likes being with you." Qin Kiki also smiled and laughed, her eyes forming a crescent moon. She said, "That's right. Little Muchuan is so cute. She always makes us very happy." Everyone was amused by Qin Kiki's words, and their laughter echoed inside the small house. Then everyone started chatting casually, talking about recent harvests in the village and funny stories among neighbors. Li Yutong saw that the atmosphere was good, so she took the opportunity to bring up an important matter. "Grandpa Wang, Accountant Wang, we want to discuss something with you. We've been in the village for several months and have been missing home. We want to go back and visit our parents. While we're away, we'd like Xiao Muchuan to manage the storage room for us. Is that okay?" Grandpa Wang smiled, his eyes full of trust. He looked at them and said, "You two are very sensible children. I trust you, and I trust our Muchuan too. Don't worry. While you're gone, just leave the storage room to Mu Xian. She will take good care of it." Accountant Wang also spoke up kindly, "You two have been in our village for a while now. It's time to go back and see your family. But if you go now, you won't be able to come back for the new year. Think carefully about this." Li Yutong nodded with a smile and said seriously, "We understand. After visiting our parents this time, we will come back and celebrate the new year here. Our household registration is still with our brigade, so this place is like our second home." After sitting for a while, they got up to leave. The family politely saw them to the door before returning home and closing the door. Li Yutong and Qin Kiki had been in the village for a long time, but this was the first time they walked at night. They always felt like someone was following them. Li Yutong silently made a hand gesture to Qin Kiki. The other understood immediately. They pretended to be calm and continued walking back. As they walked, Li Yutong gave a command to Cici. "Cici, baby, I think someone is following us. Go check and see who it is." "Received, Master," Cici's voice sounded in Li Yutong's mind. Then, a faint light shot out from her and silently moved behind to investigate. Qin Kiki leaned close to Li Yutong and asked in a low voice, "Cici checked. Do you have any results?" Li Yutong patted her hand gently and reassured her, "Don't worry. Cici is very powerful." Soon after, Cici flew back and whispered in Li Yutong's ear, "Master, the village troublemaker, Li San, wants to cause trouble for you." Li Yutong frowned and thought quickly. She deliberately slowed down her pace with Qin Kiki. When Li San got close, she suddenly turned around and shouted, "Li San, what are you following us for?" Li San was surprised they noticed and hesitated for a moment. Then he grinned and said, "Ladies, it's so late to be out walking. I'm just trying to kindly see you home." Li Yutong sneered and asked coldly, "Stop with the act. Who told you to follow us?" Li San smiled awkwardly and said, "Ladies, you can't just accuse me without proof. I was just trying to help you get home. Now you're blaming me? Forget it. Good people are hard to find these days." "I think I'll head back now." Seeing how cautious these two young women were, he decided not to get involved further to avoid causing trouble for himself. Li Yutong sneered again. "Humph, if you dared to follow us, you must have thought about the consequences. Do you think you can leave now? Isn't it a bit late for that? Do you think you can leave without asking for my opinion?" Qin Kiki also looked at Li San with a half smile. "You think you can follow us and walk away unscathed? I'll ask you one last time. Who sent you, and what is your purpose?" As she spoke, she drew a small dagger and pressed it against Li San's neck. Li San saw the dagger against his neck, and his cheerful expression instantly faded. A flash of panic appeared in his eyes, but he quickly tried to act calm and said, "Miss, what are you doing? I really was just passing by and helping you. No one is giving me orders. Could these two have mind-reading abilities? Why are they so difficult to deal with?" Li Yutong crossed her arms and said coldly, "Stop pretending. Since we left Master Wang's house, You've been following us. That's no coincidence. If you're smart, tell us who's behind this. Otherwise, you won't be leaving today. Lee San broke out in cold sweat. He swallowed hard and looked back and forth at the two women, trying to find a chance to escape. But Chin Keek's dagger was pressed firmly against him. Any sudden move could cut his neck. I really can't say, Lee San stammered, voice trembling. Chin Keeki sneered softly, pressing the dagger a little harder, cutting into Lee San's neck. A trickle of blood appeared. If you won't talk, don't blame us for being rude. If you don't explain clearly today, don't even think about leaving here. Lee San shivered from the pain and finally couldn't hold on anymore. I will tell you. It was Fan Meiwan from the youth service station who sent me here. I just came back with her from outside. When she saw you two going to Grandpa Wang's house, she told me to stay here and find a chance to ruin your reputation. Li Yutong immediately caught the main point in Lee San's words. Where did you go with Fan Meiwan? What did you do? Lee San hesitated, unwilling to speak. Li Yutong smiled slyly and struck quickly like lightning, knocking Lee San out with one. Before losing consciousness, Lee San was still thinking that this woman didn't seem to be a good person. Kiki, take him home for questioning. I feel there's something big going on here. Chin Kiki agreed and carried Lee San back home. Once home, Chin Kiki unceremoniously threw Lee San on the ground and dragged him into the basement like a dead dog. This place was almost cut off from the outside world. No matter how loud the noise, no one outside could hear it. Li Yutong took out her previous poison, heart-devouring powder. This medicine causes severe chest pain and difficulty breathing. If the antidote isn't taken in time, it will be fatal within 3 hours. Without hesitation, Li Yutong poured the poison into Lee San's mouth and forced him to drink cold water. Kiki, go search him. This guy followed us late at night and is so sneaky. He must be up to no good. Chin Kiki nodded and started feeling around Lee San's body. Sure enough, as Li Yutong predicted, he had a gun, 200 yuan and a key. Tong Tong, do you think this guy might be a spy? Just 2 minutes after Lee San took the heart-devouring powder, intense pain struck his heart, waking him up. He was sweating heavily and rolling on the ground, but the pain didn't ease at all. It felt like someone was tightly gripping him, and he was struggling to breathe. At that moment, Li Yutong's ghostly voice echoed softly in Lee San's ear. Lee San, I tell you, you've already taken my heart-devouring powder. If you don't take the antidote within 3 hours, you'll have to go see the king of. Lee San was shocked by the loud voice, feeling both stunned and angry. This woman is too ruthless. She strikes hard and with poison, even deadly poison. He instinctively reached for his waist, but found it empty. A sharp pain in his chest made Lee San involuntarily clutch his heart, and he spoke with difficulty. Just ask what you want to know directly. Li Tong, sitting with her legs crossed on a chair, looked at Lee San's pale face and slowly swung her leg. I want to know what you're hiding. You know the answer yourself. I won't force you. If you want to tell, just tell. If you don't, hold on for 3 hours of pain, and then you'll be free. Devil. Lee San looked at Li Tong with her expressionless face, feeling she was scarier than a demon. Give me the antidote, and I'll tell you everything I know. Lee San said this aloud, but in his mind, he thought, as soon as I get the antidote, I'll make him talk, even if it takes my whole life. Hearing this, Chin Kiki chuckled and walked over. You're dreaming. Do you think I can't see through your little tricks? Like I said, if you want to say it, say it. If you don't, I don't want to hear it. She then pulled Li Tong up. Let's go to sleep. It's late, and you're disturbing everyone's dreams. Okay, I'm really tired too. Li Tong agreed, without hesitation, and followed Chin Kiki out. Lee San saw they were really leaving.
How could that be?
If they left, he'd have to face the Grim Reaper. No. Better to stay alive than die. Don't go. Can't I just say what I want? Lee San's voice was full of pleading. Li Tong paused. Speak. I'll give you one chance. If you dare to lie, the consequences are on you. At this critical moment, no one dared to joke about their life. I'll tell everything I know, Lee San said, wiping cold sweat from his forehead and stammering. I'm not Lee San. My real name is Xiao Lin Yongji. I'm from the Red Sun country. The marijuana base you destroyed last time was actually our secret base from the Red Sun country. Unfortunately, you destroyed it. It's gone, but we must find that Jade Buddha statue. It belongs to our country. Li Tong heard about the Jade Buddha for the second time, but she still didn't know where it was hidden. You said you are here to find the Jade Buddha statue. Do you know where it is hidden? What is Fan Meijuan's relationship with you? Shaolin Yongxi endured a stabbing pain in his chest and continued speaking. Back then, when our people from Hongri country came to your Huagua, the Jade Buddha was given to General Oshima by the emperor himself before he left. He wrote clearly in his diary that the Buddha was buried in Yangjiao Huai village, but I really don't know the exact location. As for Fan Meijuan, she is just a fool. A few kind words and some money can easily fool her. I said I would find a treasure in the village and take her away with me if I found it. She actually believed such nonsense. What a fool. Li Yutong was speechless. Fan Meijuan was truly incredibly stupid to have gotten involved with enemy agents. She was hopeless. Having learned what she wanted, Li Yutong didn't want to waste more time. It was clear this person was connected to Lu Yihan's recent mission. She turned to Qin Kiki and ordered, "Kiki, go to the Lu family and ask Lu Yihan to come here." Qin Kiki wasn't as quick-witted as Li Yutong and was momentarily stunned. "Isn't it too late to call Brother Lu over now?" Li Yutong rolled her eyes impatiently. "If I tell you to go, just go. No need to talk back." After Li Yutong's sharp words, Qin Kiki finally reacted. She forced a smile and ran off quickly. Lu Yihan arrived very fast. When he entered the basement and saw Li San, his eyes narrowed. He approached, groped behind his ear, then tore forcefully, revealing a human mask. Underneath the mask was a strange, pale face, typical of the style from Hongri country. Lu Yihan looked at Li Yutong. "Yutong, I'll handle this person. He's exactly who we're looking for." Li Yutong nodded and recounted the information she had learned from Shaolin Yongxi. After listening, Lu Yihan's brow furrowed. "Tong Tong, I'll take care of the next steps. You and Kiki shouldn't get involved. I'll try to earn credit from my superiors, but since this involves enemy agents, the reward might not be given to you openly." Li Yutong understood and handed him the gun and keys she found on Shaolin Yongxi. "Go to Li San's house. You'll definitely find something there." At that moment, Shaolin Yongxi, who had been unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes and lunged toward a nearby dagger, trying to make a final struggle. Lu Yihan reacted quickly, kicking away the dagger and then quickly restraining him. Shaolin Yongxi shouted wildly, "Don't try to find the Jade Buddha statue. It will bring you disaster." Li Yutong stepped forward and coldly said, "No matter what disaster comes, we will face it. Just focus on taking care of yourself." Then Li Yutong looked at Lu Yihan and handed him a pill. "He has ingested my poison. This is the antidote. If you want to know something, take it back and ask."
It's been an hour now.
"If there's no antidote in 2 hours, he will die." She gave Lu Yihan a knowing look. "All right, I'll take this person away first. But with this gain, I might not be able to go to Jin City with you. You two go ahead first. I will meet you there later," Lu Yihan said regretfully. He had hoped to spend some time with his future wife, relaxing and strengthening their bond, but plans changed unexpectedly. All he could say was, "Life is unpredictable. It's okay, you go ahead and do your work. We'll wait for you there," Li Yutong said with a slight smile. "But be careful yourself." Lu Yihan knocked Shaolin Yongxi out with a quick strike and carried him away. Li Yutong and Qin Kiki didn't get involved in what happened next. They believed Lu Yihan and the others could handle it perfectly. "Tong Tong, where do you think that Jade Buddha statue is hidden? Look at how grand their display is. This statue must be very important," Qin Kiki said lazily, yawning softly as she watched Lu Yihan's figure disappear into the distance. "Who can say for sure? I believe Lu Yihan, and the others will find it. We've been busy for so long and are tired. Let's go back and get a good sleep," Li Yutong said while patting Qin Kiki's shoulder. Just as they were about to leave the slightly creepy underground room, Li Yutong suddenly remembered her treasure-detecting eyes. She activated her special ability and carefully examined the room. Unexpectedly, she spotted a cleverly hidden secret door. "Kiki, Li Yutong suddenly grabbed Qin Kik's arm, looking excited. There's something here. She quickly pulled Qin Kiki over to the secret door. Li Yutong carefully peeled away the disguise covering the door, revealing a small door about half a person tall. Qin Kik's eyes widened in surprise as she asked, Yutong, could the secret door be hiding that jade Buddha? Li Yutong shook her head and said, I'm not sure, but it's worth a look. The two took a deep breath and slowly pushed open the small door. Behind it was a narrow passage, completely dark and filled with an old smell. Li Yutong took out her flashlight, and its faint light revealed a small area. They carefully walked forward along the passage, each step cautious to avoid triggering any traps. Suddenly, Qin Kik's foot seemed to hit something, making a sharp, clang sound. Oh no, Qin Kiki whispered in fear. At that moment, several arrows shot out from the walls on both sides of the passage. Li Yutong quickly pulled Qin Kiki behind her, and they pressed close to the wall. The arrows whistled past them, with one even brushing Li Yutong's clothes. Once the arrows stopped, both of them were still shaken. Qin Kiki patted her chest and said, That was too close. Let's go back. Li Yutong firmly replied, We've come this far. We can't give up easily. Just be careful. They continued forward and finally reached the end of the passage. In front of them was a small room, with a jade Buddha statue emitting a gentle glow placed quietly on a stone platform in the center. That's it, Qin Kiki said excitedly, reaching out to touch the statue. Don't touch it. Li Yutong stopped her just in time, pulling out 2 pairs of special gloves they had used on previous missions and tossing her a pair. Put on the gloves. It's not a trap set by the enemy. Qin Kiki realized she had been reckless, stuck out her tongue, and quickly put on the gloves. Only then did they try to move the half-human-sized jade Buddha statue, but found they couldn't lift it. Tong Tong, with just the 2 of us, we can't move this. What's going on? Qin Kiki asked, puzzled, despite using all her strength. Li Yutong didn't answer her question but circled around the statue. Coco, this statue might be a switch. Try turning it clockwise. Qin Coco listened, held the statue with both hands, and forcefully turned it clockwise. At first, the statue didn't move at all. She gritted her teeth and pushed harder. With a creaking sound, the statue slowly started to turn. As the statue turned, the ground began to shake slightly, and the surrounding walls made cracking noises. Li Yutong looked around carefully and pulled Qin Coco to the side. When the statue had turned 90 degrees, the wall in front of them slowly opened, revealing a dark, deep passage. A mysterious aura filled the passage, with faint glimmers of light flickering. Qin Coco looked excitedly at Li Yutong. Tong Tong, it seems we found the right way. Li Yutong nodded and took out 2 flashlights from her space, handing one to Qin Coco. Be careful. We don't know what's inside. The 2 held their flashlights tightly and carefully moved deeper into the passage. On the walls beside the passage, strange symbols seemed to be carved, hiding secrets unknown. The passage was very long. They walked for about 2 hours before reaching a large door. Li Yutong used her treasure-detecting eyes to see clearly inside through the door. It was a hidden underground biological lab, where live experiments were being conducted. The subjects included adults and children, mostly children. They could clearly hear the conversations inside. Xiao Dao, the people I brought this time are carefully selected according to your requirements, suitable for your needs. Good job. I'll reward you greatly this time. Xiao Dao, our experiment is at a critical stage. With these backup blood supplies, won't our experiment succeed? Dao Yuan, you're right. These Chinese people are our test subjects. Once we turn them into killing machines, we won't have trouble taking over China. Li Yutong and Qin Coco, who had received strict patriotic education, held deep love for their country and could not accept such insults. Li Yutong silently made a gesture to Qin Coco, and the 2 quietly left the place. When they returned to the basement, Qin Coco finally spoke. Tong Tong, what should we do? Should I tell Lu Yihan about what happened here, or should I call the police? Li Yutong closed her eyes and thought for a moment. Kiki, I think their mission this time is to destroy the laboratory here, but they can't find the entrance. Then let's hurry and meet up with them to tell them where the entrance is. Chin Kiki said urgently.
Liu Tong nudda.
Yes, we can't waste any more time. The people inside are waiting for us to rescue them. The two quickly headed toward where Liu Yihan and the others were. Soon, they met up with Liu Yihan and his team. Li Yutong explained in detail about the laboratory entrance and what was inside. Liu Yihan listened carefully, his eyes turning cold. Everyone get ready to act. We must completely destroy this laboratory this time. Everyone quickly prepared for battle. Led by Li Yutong, they smoothly passed through the corridor and reached the big door. Liu Yihan gave the order, and the team members broke down the door and rushed inside. The enemies inside the laboratory didn't expect anyone to suddenly break in, and chaos broke out. A fierce fight began. Liu Yihan and his brothers fought face to face, while Li Yutong and Chin Kiki went to the experimental subjects and took them to a safe place. Li Yutong then gave an order to Cici. Cici, use your illusion to protect this child. Yes, master. Don't worry, I am here. There's a room on the far east side of the laboratory where the enemies store supplies. There are many good things there. You and your companions should go and take everything. Okay, I understand. Li Yutong pulled Chin Kiki to the room Cici mentioned. Inside, there were many grains and 6 large boxes. They didn't check what was inside the boxes. With a wave of her hand, they both entered their own space and storage rings. When they finished collecting things and came out, the battle on Liu Yihan's side was already intense. The leader of the Red Sun country, Kojima Ichiro, was holding the person who was delivering the experimental subjects, pressing a gun against his back. I warn you, put down your weapons and leave this laboratory, or I will shoot him. Liu Yihan made a retreat gesture to his brothers and was negotiating with Kojima Ichiro. Kojima Ichiro, although the hostage in your hands is our fellow countryman, he is willing to hurt others for his own benefit. Such behavior is simply unforgivable. So don't think you can threaten us with him. I have every right to deal with this traitor on the spot. Liu Yihan spoke firmly and righteously. The trafficker immediately became anxious, like ants on a hot pan. He quickly shouted, "Comrade soldiers, isn't it your duty to protect us civilians? How can you be so cold-hearted and ignore my safety?" However, Liu Yihan was not moved by his words. His gaze remained steady and cold. At this moment, Kojima Ichiro let out a sneer. "Ha, you Chinese always talk about kindness and sacrificing yourself for others, right? I think you just say that to sound good. In reality, you can't really do it. Since you don't care about others' lives, let's all just perish together." After speaking, he took out a remote control, and his voice was sharp and piercing. "Listen up, Chinese. Our Red Sun Nation's warrior code doesn't allow betrayal. Since you've found this place, come with me to meet the heroes who sacrificed on your Chinese territory." Just at this critical moment, Li Yutong gave Chin Kiki a quick signal. With their many years of understanding, Chin Kiki immediately understood her meaning. Without hesitation, Chin Kiki pressed the button on her storage ring, activating its invisibility function instantly. A faint light flashed, and Chin Kiki seemed to blend into the surroundings, becoming invisible and silent as she quietly approached Kojima Ichiro. Kojima Ichiro was completely unaware of Chin Kiki's presence. He was focused on controlling a device with the remote. Chin Kiki moved like lightning, swiftly snatching the remote control from him. At the same time, she grabbed the pistol tightly held in Kojima Ichiro's hand and confiscated it. Everything happened so quickly that Kojima Ichiro had no time to react. The remote and the pistol had already changed hands. He looked in shock at his empty hands, his face showing disbelief. Chin Kiki didn't give him any chance to breathe. She quickly kicked him hard in the leg. The kick was very strong. Ichiro Kojima was caught off guard, lost his balance suddenly, and fell forward like a puppet with its strings cut. The person he was pointing a gun at, a human trafficker, also fell to the ground because of this sudden change. Liu Yihan was a bit confused by the quick turn of events, but he knew this was a rare opportunity. He quickly decided to act and ordered his men to control the people from the Red Sun country, making sure they couldn't fight back. Soon, the scene was under control, and the tense atmosphere eased a little. At this moment, Li Yutong stepped out from hiding. She looked calm and approached Lu Yihan, saying, "Han, there are many research materials here. Quickly take your people and carry all those documents away so we can finish the mission." She paused for a moment, then looked at the shelves with experiment bottles and continued, "As for the chemicals used in the experiments, to prevent them from causing harm if they leak, it's better to destroy them on the spot." After saying this, Li Yutong moved closer to Lu Yihan, lowered her voice, and whispered so only the two of them could hear, "Don't hand over all the research data. The situation is complicated now, and there might be some troublemakers upstairs. Keep some of the data for yourself so you have a backup if something happens later." Lu Yihan nodded slightly. He understood Li Yutong's concerns. In this environment full of interests and conflicts, it's always wise to be cautious. Then Lu Yihan ordered his men to start working. Some collected the documents quickly and carefully, packing important files and data. Others destroyed the experiment chemicals using safe and effective methods to avoid unnecessary danger. While everyone was busy, Lu Yihan kept an eye on their progress and watched the controlled Red Sun people. The Red Sun people looked disappointed. Their plan had failed, and they could only stand quietly aside. After a tense and busy period, the data was collected, and the chemicals were successfully destroyed. Lu Yihan and his men, carrying the important research materials and the Red Sun people, headed back home. Before leaving, she instructed, "Tong Tong, I will ask someone to notify the Public Security Bureau in Sun County. They will send people to take away the children who were kidnapped. You two should go back and rest now. Okay, we won't interfere here anymore. Kiki and I will head back first." The two of them followed the tunnel back to the position of the Jade Buddha statue. Chin Kiki looked at the half-human-sized statue with some regret. "Tong Tong, the jade has such good quality, but we can't take it with us. It's a pity." Li Yutong also didn't want such a fine piece of jade to be buried here forever. She communicated with Cici mentally. "Cici, baby, this Jade Buddha can only rotate, not move. Is there any way you can help me move it?" Cici's voice sounded in Li Yutong's mind. "Master, I can try to use my space powers to wrap the Buddha and compress it into my space. But it might take some time, and I need to block the energy waves around to avoid being noticed." Li Yutong nodded, signaling Chin Kiki to stay alert. Cici began to use her ability. A faint glow appeared around the Jade Buddha, gradually enveloping it. The Buddha slowly shrank. Just as the Buddha was halfway compressed, a slight tremor suddenly came from the tunnel, as if something was approaching. Chin Kiki hurried over nervously. "Tong Tong, it seems like something's happening." Li Yutong asked Cici to speed up while watching the tunnel entrance carefully. Finally, the Buddha was successfully compressed into her space. At the same time, a swarm of mice burst out from deep inside the tunnel, densely packed and quite frightening. Cici, panicked, shouted, "Master, quickly leave. These mice are used by the people from the Red Sun country for experiments. They carry the plague virus. Contact with them will infect you." Hearing how serious it was, Li Yutong knew she couldn't just run away. If these mice escaped, the Horned Locust Squad, and even the entire Jumping Forward commune would be in great danger. "Cici, do you have a way to completely eliminate these mice?" Cici quickly responded, "Master, I can release purifying energy from my space to eliminate the virus, but I can't directly kill the mice." Li Yutong made a quick decision. First, eliminate the virus, then find a way to deal with the mice. Baby Cici started to activate her space powers. A gentle light shone on the group of mice, gradually purifying the virus. However, there were too many mice, and they kept rushing toward them. Chin Kiki anxiously said, "Tong Tong, with so many mice, what should we do?" Li Yutong suddenly remembered she had some beast-repelling powder in her space, which she had bought at the black market before. She quickly took out the powder and sprinkled it over the mice. Surprisingly, the mice seemed extremely frightened. They turned around and ran deep into the tunnels. Watching the mice disappear into the tunnels, Li Yutong breathed a sigh of relief. Chin Kiki patted her chest and said, "Finally solved it." "That was really scary." Li Yutong frowned, thinking quickly. "Kiki, even though the mice are temporarily scared off, they might come back. To completely get rid of them, We need to destroy the tunnels and the laboratory thoroughly. Qin Keek's eyes lit up. Are you saying we should use bombs to kill the mice? Li Yutong nodded. We have a remote control. The kidnapped children will be taken away soon, and tomorrow morning we can press the button. After they discussed their plan, it was already dawn. Although they hadn't slept all night, they had experienced so much that their minds were still excited and alert, with no sign of tiredness. Forget it, no more sleep. Let's pack up and go to work directly. They washed up, cooked a simple breakfast, and then went to the storage room to distribute farming tools. Just as they finished and were about to count the supplies in the storage, Wang Xiaoman ran over, panting heavily. Beautiful sister, the team leader wants you to go to the main office to answer a call. Li Yutong looked at Xiaoman, who was sweating profusely. She took a freshly cooked egg from her pocket and handed it to him. Xiaoman, take this and eat it. I'll go answer the phone now. Xiaoman smiled happily and took the egg. Thank you, beautiful sister. The call was from Li Yunfei. As soon as Li Yutong answered, Li Yunfei's excited voice came through. Yutong, you really helped us a lot this time. We cracked a human trafficking case and rescued many kidnapped children. This is a great achievement. The reward for you and Comrade Qin will be delivered soon. Li Yutong listened to Li Yunfei's excited tone and smiled slightly. Uncle Li, helping you catch the bad guys is what we, as citizens, should do. But there is something I must tell you in person. Can you come over? There was a brief pause on the other end. Is there something you can't say over the phone? Uncle Li, this is very important. I'm worried it might cause unnecessary panic. It's better if you come here. All right, I'll come right away. After hanging up, Wang Taizhu asked curiously, Li Yutong, what's so important that you can't tell me in front of everyone? Why do you need someone from the police station to come here? Li Yutong smiled slightly. It's not that I don't want you to know. I just don't want others to find out and get scared. When Director Li arrives, we'll go to my house and I'll tell you everything. Li Yunfei arrived quickly. Li Yutong took him and Wang Taizhu to the basement of their home. She opened a hidden door and reached the tunnel entrance. Uncle Li, Captain, this is what Coco and I accidentally found. It leads directly to those places. She looked at Li Yunfei, trusting he understood her meaning. Li Yunfei nodded, signaling her to continue. Last night, Coco and I saw thousands of rats crawling out of this tunnel.
It was terrifying.
Luckily, I brought some insect repellent powder from home, and it scared the rats into the tunnel. Wang Taizhu was stunned. You mean this underground area is a rat nest? If those rats get into the villagers won't have peace. Li Yunfei also realized how serious the situation was. He looked at Li Yutong, then at Wang Taizhu, and asked directly, do you have any good solutions? Li Yutong took out a remote control and handed it to Li Yunfei. Uncle Li, you should recognize this. The captain has also been in the army, so he knows what it means. With this, destroying this place is easy. But if we make too much noise, it will scare the villagers. That's why I asked you to come personally. Li Yunfei took the remote, nodded seriously, and said, you've thought this through. I'll arrange some people to come quietly, prepare the explosion without alarming the villagers. Once everything is ready, we'll press the button. Wang Taizhu quickly nodded and said, I'll organize some trustworthy villagers to help, and they'll keep quiet about it. Li Yutong looked at the two of them, feeling a bit more at ease. Thank you, Uncle Li and the team leader. But we need to act fast. In case those mice come out again, it will be trouble. Li Yunfei decided quickly. I'll contact the bureau right away to arrange for help, and we aim to finish the preparations today. Wang Taizhu hurried to gather the villagers. Li Yutong returned to the ground and continued to watch the surroundings with Qin Kiki. Soon, plainclothes police arrived in the village. Under Li Yunfei's command, they quietly entered the basement and started setting up the explosives. Wang Taizhu also took a few villagers, pretending to help carry supplies nearby. Everything was going smoothly and carefully, just waiting for the final button pressed to eliminate the danger. Time passed, and by late afternoon, the explosive team finished their work. Li Yunfei held the remote control. Just as he was about to press the button, Li Yutong gave an order to Cici, baby Cici, put up a protective shield around the village to prevent causing panic among the villagers. As soon as the shield was in place, a deep roar suddenly came from the tunnel. Then, A group of larger, more ferocious mutant mice burst out wildly from the tunnel. These mice had strange red eyes, about the size of kittens, with sharp teeth gleaming coldly. Li Yunfei's face changed. Without hesitation, he pressed the remote. A loud explosion followed, destroying the tunnel and laboratory instantly, with a huge shock making the ground tremble. However, some mutant mice survived the blast and lunged at everyone. Li Yutong and Qin Kiki quickly used insect repellent powder, scattering it over the mice. Cici also cast spells, releasing energy waves to push back the approaching mice. Wang Taizhu and the villagers grabbed farming tools and fought bravely alongside the police. With everyone's teamwork, they finally eliminated all the mutant mice. The village returned to peace, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yunfei looked at Li Yutong with admiration. Thanks to your careful planning, or this could have been a big problem. Li Yutong smiled and said, "It's everyone's effort. As long as the village is safe, that's what matters." Li Yunfei laughed loudly. Li Yutong, your talent and ability are impressive. You're really underusing your skills by farming here. Li Yutong smiled calmly and joked, "It's okay. Good things will shine wherever they go." As Li Yunfei and his people left, the village returned to peace. Li Yutong and Qin Kiki prepared for their departure the next day. "Kiki, should we take all this cured meat back?" Qin Kiki looked worried at the row of cured meat hanging under the eaves. "Put it all in your storage ring. When we get there, we can take it out. Take some home, and I'll send some to Deputy Director Lon." "That sounds good. There's no fridge at home, so too much will spoil," Qin Kiki said as she packed. "Cured meat lasts a long time. Plus, winter is coming soon, so it won't spoil." They chatted casually as they finished packing everything they brought. "Kiki, come with me to the Liu family. I think Liu Yihan isn't home now, only Grandpa Liu. We can bring him some wild game to help him recover." Each carried a basket with a wild rabbit, a wild chicken, and some cured meat they had prepared. Lu Ziqian saw them coming and happily opened the door. "Li Yutong, Kiki, why are you two here? Come in quickly." As soon as Li Yutong entered, she took out the wild rabbit, wild chicken, and cured meat. "Grandpa Liu, we set traps in the mountains. These are the wild animals caught in the traps. I brought some for you to help you get stronger." Lu Ziqian smiled and took them. "Child, when you find good things, you keep them for yourself. You always bring me some, which shows your kindness." Qin Kiki also stepped forward and asked, "Grandpa Liu, Brother Liu isn't home these days. Have you eaten yet?" "I have. Just now, your Uncle Wang's granddaughter brought me a bowl of her mother's homemade noodles. I ate a big bowl. It was so delicious," Lu Ziqian said happily. "Grandpa Liu, you make my mouth water just hearing that. I heard some places call those noodles water-wrapped noodles, and others call them Old Han's Delight. Whether hot or cold, they taste great." Li Yutong had tasted a type of mixed rice cake in her past life, and it was really delicious. "You're right, girl. As older people, our teeth aren't as strong. Things like this rice cake don't require much biting, so it's perfect for us," Lu Ziqian honestly said. Qin Kiki's eyes lit up. She pulled Li Yutong's arm and said, "Tong Tong, why don't we try making the rice cake ourselves? I've never made it by hand before." Li Yutong smiled and nodded. "Sure, it's a good chance to learn from Grandpa Liu." Hearing this, Lu Ziqian became interested. "Haha, the key to making this rice cake is in stirring. You have to stir in one direction continuously. The more vigorous, the tastier it is. There's a saying, to make good rice cake, stir 72 times." He demonstrated the stirring motion as he spoke. Qin Kiki and Li Yutong listened carefully and asked questions from time to time. Then they started preparing. Li Yutong was in charge of mixing the batter, while Qin Kiki helped by passing ingredients. Under Lu Ziqian's guidance, they successfully made the rice cake. Qin Kiki couldn't wait and scooped a bowl, took a bite, and her eyes squinted happily. "It's so delicious, just like Grandpa Liu said, so fragrant." Li Yutong also took a bite and praised it enthusiastically. The three sat together, happily finishing the rice cake. Qin Kiki patted her stomach and said, "This trip was worth it. I learned how to make rice cake. When I go home, I'll show my mom and let her skills." Lu Ziqian listened as his grandson mentioned their plans to go home. Now, hearing Qin Kiki talk about it, he reminded them kindly. You two will be on the train for several days. I heard that trains aren't very safe these days. You're both so pretty, so remember to wear masks when you go out. Li Yutong obediently replied, Okay, we understand, Grandpa Lu. We're leaving now. Ahan isn't home these days, so you must take good care of yourself. As they left the Lu family house, they saw someone standing at their door from afar. Li Yutong looked closely and was surprised to see Lin Haonan. Seeing them return, Lin Haonan hurried over. Where have you two been? I've been waiting here for half an hour. Li Yutong was a bit surprised. Lin Haonan, why are you here? Let's go inside and talk. Li Huanan waved his hand and said, It's late now. I won't go inside to avoid causing unnecessary trouble for you. I just came to tell you that our eldest has something urgent to handle and left first. He asked me to tell Miss Biao that he will wait for you in Jin City in 3 days. Li Yutong saw he wasn't going in, so she didn't insist. Instead, she asked about something else. Li Huanan, is your mother's illness better? Have they found the person behind it? When talking about her mother's condition, Li Huanan smiled and said, Tongjia, thank you for your concern. My mom has taken the medicine you gave her, and her condition has improved a lot. My dad also asked me to invite you to our house for a meal. Also, the toxins in my mom's body were caused by the health supplements my brother brought back. It was the work of my dad's political rival, and he has already been taken in for investigation by the police. He then took out 2 train tickets from his pocket. These are tickets bought for you two by my eldest brother. They are sleeper tickets for the train at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Li Yutong took the tickets, feeling very warm inside. Is this what it feels like to be cared for by family? Tongjia, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. When you return, I'll come to see you off. Alright, since you're not going in, I won't keep you. Be careful on the way, Li Yutong said with a smile. Don't worry. In Sun County, no one dares to mess with me. Okay, I'm leaving now. Bye-bye. Watching Li Huanan leave, the two finally opened the door and went inside. Seeing Qin Kik's expression, Li Yutong knew what she was thinking. She put down the basket and pulled her into the house. After hearing this, Qin Kiki nodded as if she understood, but still had many questions in her mind. She couldn't help but ask, You really confused me. Your cousin? So, he is your mom's nephew from her family? But earlier, Li Jianqing said that the Yu family had no one left. How is it that now a cousin suddenly appeared? Faced with Qin Kik's rapid questions, Li Yutong sighed helplessly and explained, There's a long story behind this. So, Li Yutong told her everything about the past conflicts between the Yu family and the Luo family. Qin Kiki became angrier the more she listened and felt upset about what happened to the Yu family. Are you saying that the Luo family in Jincheng found out about your mother's identity, and that's why Luo Yanshu deliberately approached Li Jianqing to get the Yu family's treasure? Exactly. That's how it was, Li Yutong sighed. When my mother escaped, she was injured and lost her memory. This gave Li Jianqing a chance. Kiki, I won't hide from you. I am not Li Jianqing's biological daughter. When my mother escaped, she was already pregnant. If I guess right, my real father should be the enemy of the Yu family, the president of the Ji Society in Kyoto, Luo Han. Qin Kik's eyes widened in shock, almost dropping her jaw. Wow, this story is so dramatic. Your real father is an enemy? What are you planning to do now? Will you go back to Jincheng and tell the Luo family the truth? Li Yutong shook her head firmly. I won't easily admit my relationship with the Luo family. They caused so much suffering for the Yu family. I need to find out what really happened back then before making any decisions. Plus, my cousin is here too. He definitely wants justice for the Yu family. Qin Kiki frowned worriedly. But isn't that too dangerous for you? The Luo family has a lot of power in Jincheng. Li Yutong patted her shoulder. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. My main goal in returning to Jincheng is to take down the Luo family. One reason is because of the hatred for the Yu family, and another is that after I arrived here, Luo Zhenbang sent people to assassinate me. I fought back. You know my temper, I'm vengeful. Qin Kiki nodded. Alright, then I'll go with you. No matter how dangerous, I'll be by your side. Li Yutong looked at her friend, feeling a warm feeling inside. With you here, I feel more confident. They looked at each other and smiled, as if ready to face anything. After Li Yutong returned to her room, she immediately entered her space. As soon as she entered, Xiefeng sensed her presence and happily ran over from a distance. He stopped suddenly in front of Li Yutong, spun around her, and made a woo-woo sound. Cici came over to explain, "Master, Xiefeng is telling you that he has learned to hunt now. Today, he fought a group of big gray wolves in the mountains and successfully tamed them." Hearing that Xiefeng had learned to hunt made Li Yutong genuinely happy for him. But when she heard about the fight with the wolves, she became very worried. She looked at Xiefeng carefully. "Xiefeng, are you hurt anywhere?" Thanks to Cici, Li Yutong and Xiefeng could communicate fairly well. Xiefeng shook his head, indicating he wasn't seriously hurt. Cici smiled and explained, "Master, think about it. Xiefeng fought against more than 10 big gray wolves alone. It's impossible he wasn't hurt at all. His back leg was bitten by the alpha wolf, and he bled a lot. I used spiritual spring water to treat his wound." After that, Xiefeng fought the alpha again and defeated it, making it unable to fight back. Eventually, the wolf surrendered. Li Yutong gently petted Xiefeng's head with concern. "Xiefeng, you're amazing. But don't take such risks in the future." Xiefeng nuzzled her affectionately. At that moment, Cici suddenly said, "Master, now that Xiefeng has tamed those wolves, our space's safety is even more assured. Plus, those wolves probably know a lot about the mountains. They might help you gather information about the Luo family in Jincheng." Li Yutong's eyes lit up, and she thought Cici's idea made a lot of sense. She knelt down and looked at Xiefeng seriously. "Xiefeng, can you ask your wolf friends to help me keep an eye on the Luo family in Jincheng?" Xiefeng tilted his head as if thinking, then let out a howl and wagged his tail quickly. Li Yutong smiled happily. With Xiefeng and his friends helping, she felt more confident about facing the Luo family in Jincheng. That night, Li Yutong slept in her space. After resting well, she got up and made meat pies, boiled eggs, roasted some sweet potatoes in the oven, and prepared a plate of cake. These are all the things prepared for eating on the way. Seeing the many chickens, ducks, and rabbits in the breeding area, Cici was given a command. "Cici, you need to pick out the hens and ducks that don't lay eggs. When I return to Jean City, I will deal with them." Cici quickly selected the hens and ducks that needed to be dealt with. Li Yutong then stored them in a secret room within a space. Next, she looked at the pigs and cows that could be sold or slaughtered, and suddenly had an idea. "Cici, do you know how to slaughter pigs?" "I mean, like a butcher does?" Cici tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said softly, "Master, I learned how to slaughter pigs from the knowledge database." "I think I can try." Li Yutong's eyes lit up. "That's great. Let's slaughter all the pigs that can be sold. We can make some money when we go back to Jean City." "Master, I want to try first." Cici used her abilities to control a fat pig, which struggled and squealed as she restrained it. Cici followed the steps from her knowledge, and she finished slaughtering the pig cleanly and quickly. Li Yutong watched in amazement, surprised that Cici really had this skill. "Cici, you're so capable. I love you so much." Then one pig after another was processed. Li Yutong carefully divided and packed the pork, preparing to take it to Jean City for sale. She also asked Cici to process a few cows in the same way. Seeing the meat stored in the space, Li Yutong nodded with satisfaction. "Cici, you've been a big help. When we get back to Jean City, I'll find more interesting knowledge for you to learn." Cici happily jumped around. Yes. Master, I want to learn so many more things." The next morning, Li Yutong and Qin Kiki set off on a train to Jean City. This time, unlike their trip to Sun County, they both had sleeper tickets and both were lower berths. After settling their luggage, they saw a stylish middle-aged woman, about 40, walking over with a girl around 15 or 16. The girl was holding her hand. The girl was complaining as they walked, "Mom, who bought us these tickets? They're middle berths, and it's so inconvenient to get on and off. I don't want to sleep in the middle." The woman tried to comfort her. "Ning, don't be so stubborn. We'll see later. If there's a better seat, I'll definitely change it for you." "That's more like it." The girl proudly tilted her head back, looking very superior. The mother and daughter approached Li Yutong and Qin Kiki, checked their tickets, and confirmed they were in the right place. The girls started complaining again. Mom, hurry up and change my lower bunk. I don't want to sleep in the middle. We'll be on this train for 2 days to Jean City, and it's going to be so uncomfortable. The middle-aged woman also didn't want to sleep in the middle bunk. She looked at Li Yutong and Qin Kiki, noticing their simple clothes, and felt a bit disdainful. Then she spoke bossily. Hey, you two young ladies, sleep in the middle bunk and let us have the lower one. Li Yutong and Qin Kiki looked at each other but ignored the woman, continuing to chat and laugh. Seeing she was ignored, the middle-aged woman suddenly snapped. I say, you two young girls, do you have no manners? Elders are talking to you, and this is your attitude. Li Yutong stopped laughing and looked coldly at the woman. Auntie, we bought these tickets ourselves. Why should we give up our seats? If you want to change, go ask someone else. Don't try to guilt us. Qin Kiki also chimed in. Exactly, we want to sit comfortably for 2 days too. The girl stomped her foot and said, You're so stingy. My mom is an elder, and you can't show some respect for the elderly and care for the young. The middle-aged woman also supported her. That's right. Young people these days have no manners. Here, I'll give you each 10 yuan. Just swap the lower bunk for us. The girl spoke as if offering charity. Yeah, maybe you've never seen what 10 yuan looks like. Hurry up and take the money and go to the middle bunk. Li Yutong showed a dangerous smile. 10 yuan? Your faces are as big as newspapers. Having money is so impressive. Qin Kiki also sneered. They say money can make the devil dance, but we're human. We don't want to deal with people who only care about money. The middle-aged woman thought they looked down on her money and sneered. Here, I'll give you 20 yuan each. Hurry up and swap the lower bunk. Li Yutong and Qin Kiki looked at the mother and daughter as if they were fools, and in unison said, Life is dull. Frog's commentary on humans. The middle-aged woman didn't understand what was being said, but her confident appearance didn't change when she saw the two women remain calm. She continued to push. 30 yuan quickly moved to the middle bunk. Li Yutong and Qin Kiki grew impatient with the endless bargaining. Li Yutong crossed her arms and sneered. Andy, do you think we will give up our rights just for this small amount of money?
Dream on.
Even if you raise it to 300 or 3,000, we won't change. The middle-aged woman's face turned red with anger. She snapped, You two uneducated girls, don't think you can refuse and then face the consequences. The girl next to her shouted loudly, Mom, stop talking to them. Just sit here and see what they can do to us. As she spoke, the girl tried to sit on Li Yutong's bed. Qin Kiki quickly stepped in and stopped her. Try sitting down, and if you cause trouble today, I won't hold back. Just as tensions were about to explode, a train attendant approached. The middle-aged woman immediately saw a savior and started crying. Conductor, look at these two rude girls. I paid to change seats with them, but they refused and even insulted me. The conductor looked at the situation seriously and said, Ma'am, tickets are bought by passengers. Whether someone agrees to swap seats depends on their own choice. Forcing others to change seats is not reasonable. Before the woman could reply, the girl got angry and pointed at the conductor's nose, shouting, Hey, do you know who we are? Just favoring these two poor girls. I tell you, my dad is the deputy director of the G Club in Jincheng. The train's final stop is in Jincheng. Whether you keep your job or not depends on what happens. Deputy director of the G Club in Jincheng. Could that be Luo Jinbang? Are these two his wife and daughter? But that didn't seem right. Luo Yanxue was almost 40, and this middle-aged woman looked only about 40. Li Yutong and Qin Kiki exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. Mistress. Illegitimate daughter. Thinking of this possibility, Li Yutong's eyes flickered, and she quickly changed her mind. She first gave the conductor a way out, saying, Conductor, thank you for helping us. We'll handle this ourselves, so you don't need to worry. Thank you. The train conductor often runs this train route, and since her family lives in Jean City, she naturally knows how powerful the vice director of Jean City G Society is. That person is not someone a small train conductor like her can offend. Hearing Li Yutong say this, she decided to step back. All right, you handle it yourselves. Don't disturb the other passengers' rest. After the train conductor walked away, the girl became more daring. You two move aside quickly. Li Yutong smiled slightly and silently discussed a plan with Cece through her mind. Cece, these two are Luo Zhenbang's mistress and illegitimate daughter. You know, I came to Jin City this time to take down Luo Zhenbang. How do you think I can make them tell the truth? Cece's voice echoed in Li Yutong's mind. Master, we can scare them. Say you have evidence against Luo Zhenbang. If they don't tell the truth, you can reveal the evidence and ruin Luo Zhenbang's reputation. Li Yutong shook her head gently, looking determined. That's not a good idea. We're still on the train, and if we do that, it will cause a big scene. I'll find a way to get the information myself. Quickly find the voice recorder I kept from my past life. I want to record everything they say. Got it, Master? The recorder is already on in your pocket. You can start questioning now. Everything was ready. Li Yutong calmly began to talk to the girl. She smiled gently, her tone soft but sharp inside. Little sister, you shouldn't be so arrogant and domineering. We can consider giving you a seat. You just said your father is the vice director of G Society, and the woman next to you must be his wife, right? Coco Chin was caught off guard by Li Yutong's words. She was about to speak, but was stopped by Li Yutong's sharp gaze. She could only sit angrily, feeling annoyed. When she heard, wife, the middle-aged woman's face instantly darkened. Hatred surged in her heart. That old woman was not someone she could compare herself to. She wanted to change the subject, but heard the girl casually say, Oh, you're checking household registration, huh? You know quite a lot. My mom isn't my dad's official wife, but I am his most loved daughter. This time, Dad asked us to come to Jin City to meet. When the middle-aged woman heard her daughter reveal everything, her face turned pale with worry. She quickly tried to stop her and said, Ning Ning, what are you talking about? The girl glared at her mother unhappily and pouted, saying, Mom, why are you scared? Dad said that this time, we will kick out that yellow-faced woman and her lazy daughter. Soon, you'll be able to officially become Dad's wife. The nearby passengers overheard this and started talking among themselves. Li Yutong felt secretly pleased but kept a calm face and continued, Oh, I see. So, you're making a big fuss to chase them away. Aren't you worried about causing trouble? It might not sound good if this gets out. The girl scoffed dismissively. What trouble? My dad has power and influence. Who dares to say anything? The middle-aged woman also tried to stay calm and said, Stop meddling. This is none of your business. Li Yutong sneered and said, I'm just trying to help. Since so many people on this train heard you, it might cause problems for you later. The girl, full of youthful stubbornness, was annoyed by Li Yutong's words. She said, What's there to be afraid of? There's a saying, if you don't look out for yourself, no one will. That yellow-faced woman has taken my dad for many years, and I was a secret daughter for 15 years. This time, I'm going back to kick her out of the house. Hearing this, Li Yutong decided there was no point arguing further. She quietly turned off her recording device and gave the mother and daughter a cold smile. Ladies, after hearing all this, I understand your situation. Since your father is so powerful, why don't you ask the train staff to move you to the business class? That's a special area for important passengers. Why are you squeezing in here with us? Don't you think I'm right? She then looked at all the passengers. The passengers nodded in agreement. Exactly, with power and influence, they shouldn't be taking regular seats. Yes, business class is for people like you. Just ask the train staff to change your seats. The girl was annoyed and embarrassed by everyone's reactions. Stop bossing us around. We don't care about business class. You should give up your seats for us. The middle-aged woman also chimed in, Yes, today you have to give up your seats, whether you want to or not. Li Yutong remained calm and collected. She took out a voice recorder and waved it. I recorded what you just said. If you cause trouble again, I will release this recording for everyone to see your ugly faces. The mother and daughter's faces instantly turned pale. The girl wanted to argue, but the middle-aged woman held her back. Let's not make trouble. Let's go. The girl looked unwilling, but she was pulled away by the middle-aged woman. Qin Kiki sighed in relief and gave Li Yutong a thumbs up. Tong Tong, I thought you were going to give in to them. Li Yutong smiled and put away the recorder. That was just a small trick. When we get to Jincheng, there will be more exciting things. The two annoying troublemakers left, and the carriage became quiet again. Everyone slept peacefully that night, having a good rest. The next morning, when the train arrived in Xiang City, many people got on. The carriage quickly became crowded, and the smell started to get bad. When Li Yutong and Qin Kiki returned from washing up, they saw two middle-aged women sitting on their beds. The women wore patched clothes, and each had a snakeskin bag beside them, bulging with contents. Seeing Li Yutong and Qin Kiki return, the women smiled shyly. One of them said, "Ladies, we didn't buy tickets for seats. We've been standing all the way. Can we sit here and rest a bit?" Li Yutong and Qin Kiki looked at each other. Li Yutong smiled and nodded. "Sure, you can sit, but we might need to sit down later." The women thanked them repeatedly and carefully sat down. Qin Kiki leaned close to Li Yutong and whispered, "Tong Tong, we just chased away that mother and daughter yesterday, and today two more are trying to take our seats." Li Yutong whispered back softly, "It's not easy traveling alone. Letting them sit for a while is fine." After saying that, she sat on Qin Kiki's bed and temporarily gave her own bed to the two women. Seeing Li Yutong was so accommodating, the women exchanged glances and started chatting with her and Qin Kiki. "Comrades, are you also going to Jincheng?"
Lý Du Tông politely noted that.
"Yes, we're going to Jincheng. We're also headed to Jincheng. Do you two have family there?" Visiting relatives, the middle-aged woman continued to ask. Li Yutong does not like others to pry into her private life. She simply smiles and says, "Yes, visiting relatives. We're going to Jean City for the first time. When we get off the train, we're not sure if the two young ladies can point us in the right direction. How do we get to the machinery factory?" Before Li Yutong can answer, Qin Kiki speaks first. "The machinery factory, I know the general direction, but we're not very familiar. After we get off the train, we can ask others around us. We'll find it eventually." The two women smile and thank them warmly. The train continues to move. The women enthusiastically take out homemade snacks from their bags and insist on giving some to Li Yutong and her friends. Li Yutong wants to refuse, but she's worried it might seem rude, so she accepts. She quietly signals to Qin Kiki not to eat. Then she takes out her own baked bread and shares it with the women. During the chat, Li Yutong finds that although these women like to ask questions, they are generally kind. As they near Jean City, the train suddenly announces a temporary track repair ahead, causing a delay. The women become anxious, worried about missing their appointment at the machinery factory. Li Yutong comforts them. "Auntie, don't worry. The delay won't be long. Once we get off the train, we'll hurry and surely make it." While speaking, she notices that the bags at their feet seem to move slightly. She initially thinks she's seeing things, but when she looks more carefully, she confirms the bags are indeed moving. Could there be something alive inside? The women notice Li Yutong's gaze and smile as they explain, "We're going to Jean City to visit relatives. We brought a few chickens we raised ourselves." "Did we scare you?" Li Yutong doesn't think much of it at first, but their explanation catches her attention. As the saying goes, explanations are often cover-ups. Cover-ups reveal the truth, and the truth is real. Li Yutong begins to quietly activate her keen eye for treasures. "Family, can you guess what shocking scene Li Yutong saw?" Inside those two old, worn snakeskin bags, there were actually people, specifically children about 3 or 4 years old. Human traffickers. This thought hits her like a thunderclap, exploding in her mind instantly. However, in her past life as a Special Forces soldier, she had undergone professional training and was excellent at managing her expressions. She remained calm and composed on her face. "Oh, I knew it. Your bag is moving," Li Yutong said with a laugh, pretending to casually approach Qin Kiki. She quickly wrote the words, "human trafficker," on her leg. Then, to avoid arousing suspicion from the traffickers, she quickly added, "Let's set a trap and catch them all." Qin Kiki, being very clever, immediately understood and nodded subtly. Soon, the train arrived at Jean City Station. Li Yutong smiled and said to the trafficker, "Auntie, Your chickens are quite big. They look heavy. Let me help you carry them. The trafficker looked at her cautiously, then forced a smile and said, No need, no need. These are just some chickens and ducks. No trouble for you, young lady. Li Yutong continued calmly. Auntie, carrying these alone must be tiring. I can help you out. Maybe I can watch out for you if anything happens on the way. The trafficker hesitated but finally agreed. Li Yutong took the bag, feeling the slight movement inside. She suppressed her anger and continued walking with Qin Kiki and the two traffickers. As they walked, Li Yutong saw Lan Anning riding a bicycle. Lan Anning also saw her and was about to get off to talk, but she noticed the secret distress signal Li Yutong sent, informing them of her location. Lan Anning silently responded with a hand gesture and quickly rode to the police station. To buy time, Li Yutong deliberately started a casual conversation with the traffickers. Auntie, where are you planning to take these things? The trafficker impatiently replied, Stop asking questions. Mind your own business. Li Yutong remained calm and continued chatting. Auntie, you seem so irritable. I haven't said anything wrong. Why are you angry? Just then, distant sirens could be heard. As the saying goes, a guilty conscience causes one to be nervous. Hearing the sirens, the traffickers panicked. One of them sneered and said, Who are you? Did you call the police? Li Yutong calmly said, Auntie, don't panic. Maybe there's another case nearby, but the human traffickers clearly didn't believe it. They pulled out a small knife they carried and threatened, If you dare to make trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Qin Kiki stepped forward and loudly said, Human traffickers. We've known you were suspicious for a long time. Now you can't escape. Put down your weapons and surrender peacefully. Of course it's you. I knew you two looked like cunning foxes, not good people. One trafficker snarled with a fierce face and hurtful words. Li Yutong smiled calmly and said, I say, you two are both quite old now, probably grandmothers, yet you still hurt other people's children? Aren't you afraid of karma? Not worried about facing consequences after death? Or that children might come back to seek justice in their dreams? The traffickers were stunned by Li Yutong's 3 questions, confused and speechless. In that moment, taking advantage of their distraction, Li Yutong, with her special forces skills, quickly grabbed the knife and subdued the trafficker. Qin Kiki also managed to catch another trafficker, cursing as she did, You traffickers! Do you think your conscience is gone? How could you hurt such young children? Aren't you afraid your own grandchildren might suffer because of you? Li Yutong praised, Kiki is so brave. The traffickers retorted, You have no conscience either. Your whole family has no conscience. Soon after, Lan Anning arrived with a few police officers. Take these 2 traffickers away for serious questioning, she ordered. Everyone says justice will prevail. When the traffickers saw the police, they were so scared they didn't dare speak much. They obediently put on handcuffs and were taken away. Their fate was probably sealed with a small punishment. After the traffickers were taken away, Lan Anning finally had a chance to talk to Li Yutong and Qin Kiki. How come you two are back? I saw you earlier and thought I was imagining things, Lan Anning said in surprise, with a look of disbelief. Li Yutong and Qin Kiki looked at each other and smiled, then politely greeted Uncle Lan. Hello, Uncle Lan, Qin Kiki explained. We took leave from the team and came back especially to see our parents. Her tone showed her longing for her family. Lan Anning smiled and replied, Oh, I see. You are such filial children. Qin Kiki continued to smile and asked, By the way, Uncle Lan, is my mom at work today? Lan Anning replied, Yes, she is. I just saw her at the office a little while ago. Are you trying to surprise her? Qin Kiki happily nodded, her eyes shining with excitement. She said, Yes. A few days ago, I received a letter from my mom. She probably didn't expect me to come back now. I want to give her a big surprise. Li Yutong watched Qin Kiki happily and also felt glad for her. She said, Kiki, you should carry your luggage back home first. I need to talk to Uncle Lan about something. I'll come find you later. Qin Kiki knew what Li Yutong wanted to discuss with Lan Anning, so she didn't ask further. She said, Okay, I'll go home and cook. You'll be able to eat when you come back. Li Yutong stood still, watching Qin Kiki walk away until she disappeared from sight. She turned around and softly said to Lon Anning, "Uncle Lon, let's find a quiet place to talk." Lon Anning nodded seriously. "All right, I'll take you somewhere where no one will bother us." They arrived at a quiet small courtyard, empty of people. Lon Anning didn't explain much, and simply invited Li Yutong inside. He poured her a cup of tea. "Drink some water, and we'll talk slowly." Li Yutong took the cup, took a sip, and then asked with a smile, "Uncle Lon, how have you been lately? Does your back still hurt?" Lon Anning smiled and answered, "I've been good. Ever since you gave me acupuncture and the medicine you prescribed, I haven't had much trouble lately." Hearing this, Li Yutong felt a bit relieved. She said with concern, "That's good. I've been worried about your health. When I come back, I'll make sure to check on you carefully and try to cure your back pain completely." Lon Anning laughed heartily and said, "Ha, that's great. You don't know, Yutong, in our line of work, you never know when a task will come suddenly. If your body isn't in good shape, that's a big problem." Li Yutong changed the subject. "Uncle Lon, how is the situation in Jincheng? Are the G group people still so arrogant?" Lon Anning saw her ask about this and did not hide anything. "Yutong, the policies from above have recently changed, and the current situation has also shifted. The people from G society are no longer as bold as before. They are now hiding their intentions and watching quietly." Li Yutong nodded and took out a voice recorder from her pocket. "Uncle Lon, I know you've been paying attention to the Luo family. I have a strong piece of evidence that can help bring them down." Lon Anning had never seen a voice recorder before and didn't know what it was. Li Yutong explained, "Uncle Lon, this is called a voice recorder. I bought it from the black market over there. When I came back this time, I happened to meet Luo Zhenbang's mistress and illegitimate daughter on the train. This device has recordings of them, which I believe will be very helpful to you." Lon Anning took the recorder carefully, looking serious as he examined this new object. "Yutong, you've thought of everything. Can this really be used as proof to take down the Luo family?" Li Yutong confidently nodded. "Don't worry, Uncle Lon. The recordings are very explosive. Luo Zhenbang's mistress openly talks about many shameful things about the Luo family, and his illegitimate daughter brags about their wealth and power. Once these are made public, the Luo family's reputation will fall apart in the eyes of the public." Lon Anning carefully put the recorder into his pocket and patted Li Yutong's shoulder. "Yutong, you've grown a lot over these years and become more clever. But the Luo family is very powerful. Even with this evidence, it won't be easy to bring them down." Li Yutong's eyes shone with determination. "Uncle Lon, I know it's difficult, but I won't give up. The Luo family has done so many bad things, especially persecuting my family. I must make them pay. And now that the situation has changed and G Society's people are holding back, it's the perfect time for us." Lon Anning nodded slightly. "You're right. Next, we need to plan carefully. We shouldn't act rashly or we might alert them." He fell into thought for a moment and then continued. "First, we need to find professionals to verify the authenticity of the recordings to make sure they hold up legally. Then, at the right time, we should release this evidence to the public, ideally drawing widespread attention and creating social pressure." Li Yutong listened carefully and nodded in agreement. "Uncle Lon, I think we can join forces with some groups unhappy with the Luo family and let them participate. This way, our strength will be greater." Lon Anning nodded with admiration. "Yutong, you have thought this through very carefully. I have also met some honest people in official circles who are unhappy with what the Luo family has done. I can talk to them and see if we can work together." They discussed their plan for a long time and made a rough outline. When Li Yutong left, she felt full of hope and determination. The road ahead will be tough, but with support from someone like Lon Anning and strong evidence in hand, overthrowing the Luo family is not just a distant dream. Meanwhile, the Luo family still enjoyed their past prosperity and arrogance, unaware that a storm was quietly approaching. Qin Kiki was carrying her luggage and heading home when she met her older brother and sister-in-law coming back from work. "Oh, look, little sister is back. Why didn't you tell us? It's not a holiday or anything. Why did you come back now?" Sister-in-law Ma Xiaomei said with a sour expression. Hearing her unpleasant tone, Qin Kiki rolled her eyes. "Big sister-in-law, this is my home. I can come back whenever I want. Do I need your permission to return? Her older brother Chin Jonka quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Kiki, are you just back? Come on, let's go home. Your sister-in-law was just surprised to see you back. Chin Kiki snorted coldly. I think she just doesn't want me to come back. Hearing this, Ma Xiaomei raised her voice. Oh, I didn't mean that. Don't accuse me unfairly. With more people in the house suddenly, I have to ask about it. Chin Jonka sighed helplessly and took Chin Kiki's arm. Kiki, don't be mad at your sister-in-law. Let's go inside and talk. Chin Kiki pulled away from her brother. I'm not mad at her. I just can't stand her sarcastic attitude. At that moment, the door suddenly opened and Chin Kiki's father, Chin Aigua, came out. What's all the noise at the door? Kiki, it's rare for you to come back. Don't cause trouble with your sister-in-law. Chin Kiki felt very wronged. She knew these were the feelings of the original owner, and she felt a bit helpless. Dad, I finally came back from the countryside, and I haven't even entered the house yet, but I'm already being disliked. Even you don't welcome me home. Do you? Ma Xiaomei curled her lips. What did I do? I just asked a few questions. Chin Jonka quickly pulled his wife aside and whispered to her. Seeing this scene, Chin Kiki felt annoyed inside. She dragged her luggage and went into the house. When Chin Aigua saw his daughter suddenly return, he was a little worried. Kiki, why did you come back so suddenly? Did something happen? In those days, young people sent to the countryside couldn't leave easily. They only got a few days off during the New Year to visit family.
Dad, it's nothing.
I just came back with Tong Tong. She has some errands here, and I asked the team leader for a few days off to see you all. Chin Kiki's voice was a bit dull. Her good mood was completely spoiled. That's good. You came back so suddenly. I thought something had happened. Come, tell me. Our life in the countryside very hard? Chin Aigua asked with concern. Chin Kiki wanted to start explaining how tough life in the countryside was, but Ma Xiaomei's sarcastic voice came from the door. Oh, you're telling Dad about your troubles? It's just a few days back. No need to make it sound so pitiful. Chin Kiki's face turned red with anger. Sister-in-law, can you stop targeting me? I worked so hard in the countryside, and now I can't even talk to Dad. Chin Jonka hurriedly pulled Ma Xiaomei aside again and whispered sternly. Can't you be a little calmer? Kiki finally came back. Ma Xiaomei muttered softly. I'm just thinking of this family. Suddenly, she's talking so much. Chin Aigua frowned. Xiaomei, Kiki is also part of this family. Please watch your words. Ma Xiaomei reluctantly shut her mouth. Chin Kiki took a deep breath, calmed her emotions, and said to her father, Dad, life in the countryside is hard, but I can endure it. This time, I just want to spend more time with you all. Chin Aigua nodded happily. Good, good. As long as you're safe. The family finally went inside, but the atmosphere was still a bit tense. Li Yutong arrived at this moment. Hearing Ma Xiaomei's sarcastic tone, she made her own plans in her mind. She came over and called out, Hello, Uncle Chin, hello, big brother and sister-in-law. I am Li Yutong. I came here to take care of some matters. Yutong, come in quickly. Just now, Coco was saying she came back with you. Chin Aigua said politely. Thank you, Uncle Chin, Li Yutong replied as she walked into the house. Ma Xiaomei saw another person coming to eat and muttered unhappily. What's going on? My little sister just came back, and now she's brought someone else. How will we manage in the future? Li Yutong heard clearly, even though Ma Xiaomei spoke softly. She remained calm and said, Coco, please bring out the gifts I brought for Uncle and Auntie. Coco agreed and took out the preserved meat, wild chicken, wild rabbit, eggs, and duck eggs from her suitcase. Seeing so many things, Ma Xiaomei's eyes widened in surprise. She smiled happily and said, Coco, you brought back so much stuff. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had known, I would have asked your brother to pick you up at the train station. No need, Coco replied calmly. She had seen many people like this who think of themselves as the mother figure in their lives. Li Yutong looked at Chin Aigua. Uncle Chin, how is your health lately? Aunt Fong is doing well too, right? Good. Good. We are all fine. It's just that you two have had a hard time. Uncle also grew up in the countryside, so he knows how tough rural life can be. You two must have suffered quite a bit. Chinagwa looked at Coco with some concern. His daughter was so beautiful, yet she had to endure hardships in the countryside. It really made him feel uncomfortable inside. While they were talking, Fong Lanchi hurried back from outside. As soon as she entered, she hugged Coco tightly. Coco, you're finally back. Let me see if you've lost weight. Feeling her mother's love, Coco's discomfort quickly faded. Although she was not the original owner, perhaps influenced by her emotions, she snuggled in Fong Lanchi's arms, enjoying this pure motherly love. Mom, I'm doing well. I live alone with Yutong in the countryside, not with those young workers, so it's much easier. And the work isn't hard. Look, I haven't even gotten sunburned. Li Yutong waited until the mother and daughter's emotions settled before smiling and greeting. Aunt Fong, hello. Sorry for the sudden visit this time. Please forgive us. You child. What are you saying? Just treat this place like your own home. Don't worry about bothering us. Li Yutong smiled slightly. Thank you, Auntie. I already booked a hotel outside, so I won't trouble you. Fong Lanchi was anxious to speak. Why stay in a hotel? There's plenty of space at home. Just stay with Kiki. Don't be so formal. Chinagwa also chimed in. Yes, Yutong, just stay at home. It's so lively and nice for the family. Ma Xiaomei saw all the delicious food and quickly agreed. Exactly. Staying at home is more convenient. Li Yutong's visit wasn't for fun. She came to take down the Luo family and seek revenge. If she stayed at Qin's house, some things would be inconvenient. She smiled and said, I'm very grateful for Uncle and Auntie's warm hospitality. I've already booked a room at the hotel and paid for it. I can't get the money back. If I don't stay there, it would be a waste. Fong Lanchi still hesitated and held Li Yutong's hand. Yutong, if the money is wasted, it's okay. It's not right to make guests stay in a hotel. Plus, with so many people at home, it's much warmer than a hotel. Qin Kiki also helped out. Yutong, just stay at home. Living together is better for chatting. Li Yutong felt a bit conflicted, but her revenge couldn't afford any mistakes. She quickly thought of a plan and pretended to be troubled. Andy, my hotel room is also booked with some conference services. If I don't stay there, I might have to pay a penalty, and it's more than the room fee. I'm a bit tight on money right now, so I really can't afford it. Fong Lanchi listened and couldn't insist further. She sighed. All right then, since you've arranged everything, I won't force you. But if you need anything at the hotel, just tell Andy. Li Yutong smiled and nodded. Thank you, Auntie. Don't worry. Then she looked at Qin Kiki. It's not easy for you to come back, and you only have 10 days off. We've already wasted 2 days on the road, plus the return trip, so only 6 days left. Just stay at home and spend time with Uncle and Auntie. While speaking, she blinked and Qin Kiki understood. It was a subtle reminder to be careful and not let the original parents realize she was an imposter. Okay, I understand. You should focus on your work these days. If you need anything, just contact me. Qin Kiki also reminded, speaking in a secret code only the two of them understood. Don't worry, I will. After leaving the Qin family, Li Yutong carried her simple luggage and headed to Jin City's largest hotel, Jinxiu Guest House. The guest house looked quite clean. She went to the front desk and said, Hello, I want a single room for 1 week. The receptionist looked at her and said, A letter of introduction, 42 yuan for a week. Li Yutong was surprised. That's so expensive. Almost as much as a full month's salary for a regular worker. This was just her situation. Others probably couldn't afford it. Once the room was ready, Li Yutong took her luggage to the room at the back of the second floor. Seeing the clean and tidy room, she nodded with satisfaction. Although it wasn't as luxurious as a 5-star hotel in later years, it was good enough for now. Actually, she wouldn't stay here at night. She only booked the room to make it easier when Lu Yihan and her cousin came looking for her. Li Yutong stored her luggage in the space, locked the door, and slipped inside. The past 2 days on the train had been exhausting, full of trouble and dangerous people. She collapsed onto the big bed and soon fell asleep. When she woke up again, it was already dark outside. She touched her hungry stomach and wanted to go to the kitchen to make something tasty. She came in carrying a bowl of shredded pork noodles. Master, she knows you're hungry, so I made you a bowl of shredded pork noodles. Try it and see how it tastes. Li Yutong was shocked and widened her eyes. Shishi, you can cook too? Shishi proudly nodded her little head. Of course. I'm very good at it. I made this noodles following the most authentic recipe. Li Yutong took the noodles, blew on them gently, and took a bite. The noodles were chewy, the pork was tender, and the broth was flavorful. Wow, so delicious. Shishi, you're amazing. Li Yutong couldn't help but praise. Shishi was happy to receive her owner's praise and spun around happily. Master, if you want to eat anything in the future, just tell me. I'll make it for you. After eating and drinking well, Li Yutong started to think about her next plan. She wants to overthrow the Luo family, but it's not an easy task. It might be better to visit the Luo family tonight, gather information, and perhaps gain some advantage. Baby Cece, I want to visit the Luo family tonight to gather information. Can you change my appearance and make me invisible to others? Cece patted her chest and promised, Don't worry, master. That's a piece of cake for me. With a wave of her small hand, Li Yutong's appearance instantly changed to that of an ordinary old woman, and she emitted a subtle, hard-to-detect aura. Master, your current look is unrecognizable to Lu Yihan. Also, the aura you emit now has a stealth function. It's a simple illusion. Others can see you, but you can't be seen. Li Yutong nodded with satisfaction and left the space and the guest house under the cover of night. She skillfully arrived outside the Luo mansion, using Cece's ability to pass through guards and sneak inside. The Luo family was brightly lit, hosting a banquet. The main guests were the same exceptional mother and daughter she met on the train. Luo Zhenbang was introducing them to everyone. Everyone, this one is my cousin Song Yakin, and this one is her daughter, Song Shining. Starting today, Shining will be registered under our Luo family, and her name will be Luo Shuyao. She is my adopted daughter. His words were met with enthusiastic applause. Li Yutong's lips curled slightly. It seemed Song Yakin was quite resourceful, managing to join the Luo family this way. That's good, but I hope you won't regret your choice. At this moment, Luo Zhenbang continued, Here I, Luo Zhenbang, thank everyone for taking the time to attend our family reunion. Let's have a toast. When he said this, Li Yutong's eyes lit up. This was a rare opportunity, once in a lifetime, so she must seize it. Li Yutong quietly approached Luo Zhenbang, took out a small porcelain bottle from her space, containing a colorless, tasteless rabies virus she had studied in her previous life. With current medical technology without a rabies vaccine, there was no way to solve this problem. Frankly, anyone infected with this virus would experience full-body convulsions, difficulty breathing, and repeated fevers within a day. Once rabies symptoms appeared, the death rate was 100%. Li Yutong's lips curled into a sly smile as she summoned a silver needle from the space. She dipped the needle tip into the liquid from a porcelain bottle and quickly jabbed it into Luo Zhenbang's neck. Suddenly, Luo Zhenbang felt a sharp pain in his neck. He thought he had been bitten by an insect and reached up to touch it. Li Yutong, who had successfully ambushed him, felt very happy inside. Luo Zhenbang, I will make you suffer for your betrayal. You bullied my mother and coveted the Yu family's treasures. Your good days are over. Enjoy the big gift I am giving you. She then quietly poured the remaining liquid into Luo Zhenbang's wine. Watching him drink the special wine, Li Yutong left the banquet and wandered around the Luo residence. Cece, find out where the Luo family keeps their valuables. I want to take everything, she ordered. No problem, master, Cece's voice echoed in Li Yutong's mind. According to the scan, the valuables are stored in the underground vault, right beneath the main house. Li Yutong's eyes lit up. She immediately headed in the direction Cece indicated. At the door of the basement, she found a password lock. Cece, can you the code? Easy. Soon the lock beeped and the door opened. Li Yutong entered the vault, which was filled with sparkling jewelry, antiques, paintings, cash, and various documents. She was dazzled by the wealth. She quickly used her space ability to store each item into her space. All these things were stolen from others. Now, Li Yutong thought she was going to enjoy her victory. I won't leave you even a single hair. Looking at the empty shelves, she felt proud. Luo family just wait to cry. After collecting everything from the underground vault, Li Yutong began to look around. She found it strange that, on such an important day, Luo Yenshu and her mother and son were nowhere to be seen. Just as she was puzzled, she heard loud noises coming from a room. Li Yutong moved like a ghost, opened her treasure appraisal eyes, and peered through the door. Inside, she saw Luo Yenshu, Li Mingho, and Li Minglu. At this moment, Luo Yenshu was smashing things inside the room. Shameless woman, all these cousins and relatives are just liars, Don Hao patiently advised. Mom, what are you doing? We're just staying here for now. Although Grandpa and Grandma are kind to us, we are still guests. If Grandpa finds out how you're acting, he will scold you. Lu Yenshua's eyes turned red with anger. Grandpa is too unreasonable. Anyone with eyes can see that the mother and daughter have bad intentions. Did you see how much that little brat looks like your grandpa? But there's nothing I can do. This is the Lu family. The three of us still need Grandpa's protection. By the way, Mom, didn't you send someone to Sun County last time to find those things and deal with that wild girl Li Yutong? I wonder if they succeeded. It's been so long, and no one has come back. I guess they won't return. No, I have to send someone again to get rid of that girl once and for all. I agree. Hualing going to the countryside must have been because those girls did something. As long as that girl isn't gone, we can't feel at ease. Li Yutong listened outside the door, sneering quietly. What a pair of wicked mother and daughter. Since that's the case, I will make you both despair completely. She gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. No need to send anyone to Sun County. I'm right here. Li Yutong asked Cici to change her back to her original appearance, then crossed her arms and looked at them with a disdainful gaze. Lu Yanshua was stunned when she saw Li Yutong, then her eyes widened with anger. You little brat. Weren't you supposed to be in Sun County? How come you're here? Li Yutong raised an eyebrow. I came whenever I wanted. As for you, all you do is plot behind people's backs. Come on, I'll give you a chance now. Kill me yourself if you dare. Don Hao and Don Lu also stood up, watching Li Yutong carefully. Humph, don't be proud, Li Yutong. I know it was you behind what happened last time. Today, if we catch you, don't expect to leave alive, Don Lu said fiercely. Li Yutong's lips curled into a smile. You think you can do that? You should worry about Luo Zhenbang first. He drank the big gift I gave him. I bet something interesting will happen soon. Lu Yanshua and the others looked confused, not understanding what Li Yutong meant. Li Yutong kindly explained. What? Don't understand? That's right. You who are slow to grow and quick to harm others only know how to cause trouble. I am kind-hearted, so I will tell you clearly. Your father and your grandfather have already drunk the poison wine I prepared for them. Their good days are about to end.
What did you say?
The three of them all changed their expressions at once. Just as they were about to shout out, Li Yutong waved her hand, took them into her space, and gave Cici a command. Cici, squeeze out everything they know, then send them to be nourishment for the space. Yes, master. I promise to complete the task. Not only is Li Yutong ruthless, but her principle is to avoid trouble and not fear it. If anyone dares to provoke her, she will send them to be space nourishment. Cici, transform into Luo Yanjua. I need to go to Luo Zhenbang's room to find evidence of his crimes. Soon, Li Yutong transformed into Luo Yanjua's appearance. She confidently walked toward Luo Zhenbang's room. The guards saw it was Luo Yanjua and did not stop her. Inside the room, Li Yutong began to search carefully. In a hidden compartment in the study, she found a stack of files. Opening them, she discovered years of Luo Zhenbang accepting bribes and trading illegal items. Below the files was a notebook detailing everything Luo Zhenbang had sent to the Luo family in Kyoto over the years. Item names, dates, locations, even the exact minutes were recorded clearly. Li Yutong was overjoyed. She quickly stored the files and the notebook into her space. At that moment, footsteps sounded outside the door. She quickly hid to the side. Luo Zhenbang entered, pale and staggering. It seemed the virus was already taking effect. While he collapsed into a chair, Li Yutong quietly slipped away. Disguised as Luo Yanjua, Li Yutong swaggered through every corner of the Luo family. Wherever she went, it was like a locust passing through. Nothing remained. Looking at the empty Luo family, Li Yutong smirked maliciously. Justice will come in its own time. Li Yutong left the Luo family, walking away with a ruthless attitude, and quietly returned to the guest house. They say a burden lifted makes one feel light. Right now, Li Yutong felt just that. She was lying on the large bed in her space, listening to Cece's report. Master, that fat woman said your mother committed suicide years ago, partly because Li Zhanqing falsely accused her, but mainly because Shen Mingru, Luo Yenshua's mother, threatened her life. She told her that if she didn't take her own life, she would sell you to a place where you could never turn your life around. She also said she married Li Zhanqing just to control him and make him honestly serve the Luo family. Recently, the Luo family in the capital sent a telegram to Luo Zhenbang saying someone had informed them that your cousin is the little boy who escaped from the Yu family years ago, the only heir of the Yu family. They suspect that the treasure of the Yu family is hidden with your cousin, so they told Luo Zhenbang to find him quickly and get the items that can open the Yu family's treasure. After hearing this, a cold glint appeared in Li Yutong's eyes. It turns out her mother's death was so complicated, and the Luo family is truly extremely cruel. Her cousin is hiding the secret of the Yu family's treasure, and the truth behind it is deeper than she imagined. She sat up, rubbed her temples, and fell into deep thought. The person who betrayed her cousin's background must be connected to his adoptive family, but she doesn't know who it is yet. When her cousin comes, she must ask clearly what is going on. But Shen Mingru is very cunning. She didn't expect this woman to play such an important role in her mother's suicide. She didn't know before, but now she does. Well, then get ready to go to. Li Yutong touched her chin, thinking about how to get revenge on this old woman Shen Mingru. Suddenly, she remembered the diary Li Zhanqing left behind. She only read the first half and hasn't looked at the second half yet. Knowing Li Zhanqing's character, he would have recorded all his wrongdoings clearly. With a single thought, the diary appeared in her hand. Li Yutong eagerly opened the second half of the diary and quickly skimmed through it. Sure enough, it detailed many of Shen Mingru's evil deeds. Besides threatening her mother to commit suicide, Shen Mingru also colluded with others to sell machinery from the factory at low prices for profit. She even designed schemes to frame others to keep all the benefits for herself. The more she read, the angrier she became. Her fists clenched tightly, and her knuckles turned white. A plan for revenge gradually took shape in her mind. The next morning, Li Yutong hurried to the Jin City Public Security Bureau, carrying the files she found from the Luo family and Li Zhanqing's diary. As soon as she arrived, Lan Anning saw her immediately. Yutong, are you here to see me? Lan Anning asked warmly. Li Yutong smiled and greeted him. Good morning, Uncle Lan. I'm here to see you, because I have something important to give you. Really? Come, let's go to my office. Lan Anning led her to his office. Without hesitation, Li Yutong took out the files and diary. Uncle Lan, don't ask me where I got these from. I really can't say. But I swear to you, these things are completely true and reliable. She looked at him sincerely. Lan Anning took the materials, frowned slightly, and started flipping through them quickly. As he turned the pages, his face grew darker, until it was as black as a pot. This is just too much, he said, trembling, clearly shocked by what he saw. Luo Zhenbang and Shen Mingru are just as bad as each other. For their own benefit, they are willing to do anything. Li Yutong nodded, feeling just as angry about Luo Zhenbang and Shen Mingru's actions. Lan Anning took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, then said to Li Yutong, Yutong, don't worry. I will report this to the director as soon as possible. The director will take this seriously, and then we can start an investigation. They will have to pay for what they did. Li Yutong's eyes lit up with hope. Uncle Lan, please do. My mother's death was not in vain. I hope we can bring them to justice soon. Lan Anning patted her shoulder. You did the right thing. These pieces of evidence are very important. With them, we can fight crime more effectively. Then, Lan Anning quickly organized the files and went to the director's office. The director examined the materials carefully, his expression becoming serious.
This is no small matter.
The illegal activities involved must be thoroughly investigated. Immediately set up a special team to look into Luo Jinbang and Shin Mingru. A battle between justice and evil had begun, and the crucial evidence provided by Li Yutong became the key to uncovering the truth and punishing the wrongdoers. Meanwhile, Li Yutong had already gone to the black market and found the man with the birthmark. I remember you. A few months ago, you came here to buy something. The birthmark man greeted Li Yutong with a smile, saying, "So, what do you need this time?" Li Yutong didn't hold back and poured herself a cup of tea. After taking a sip, she slowly said, "I'm not here to buy anything this time. I want to discuss a big deal with you." "What kind of deal?" The birthmark man had never underestimated Li Yutong. When he heard about a big deal, he immediately became interested. Li Yutong took out her prepared samples. "Take a look at these. If you need them, I can supply large quantities." The birthmark man looked at the samples, his eyes shining with green light, like a wolf seeing food. "Yes, yes. As long as it's the same as these samples, I'll take as much as you can give."
Li Yutong smiled calmly.
"Boss, I don't mean to look down on you, but do you really have such a big appetite?" The birthmark man was momentarily stunned by her words, then burst out laughing. "Haha, little girl, don't underestimate me. I've been working in this black market for many years. I've seen all kinds of trouble. As long as your product is good quality, I'll find a way to sell it. But tell me, where does this stuff come from? Don't cause me any trouble." Li Yutong's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "Don't worry, boss. The source is completely clean. As for your appetite, let's sign a contract first. I'll give you 3 days. You can eat as much as you can and I'll supply it. If you can't finish, don't blame me for finding another buyer." The birthmark man narrowed his eyes and carefully studied Li Yutong, secretly pondering. He could sense she was not simple, but this tempting offer was hard to resist. "Little girl, no need for a contract. Here's a list. Prepare the goods according to it. We'll meet at the city god temple in 2 hours. Cash on delivery, goods on delivery." "Good. Boss, you're generous." Li Yutong praised him with some flattery, set the price for the supplies, then left the black market. At the Luo family estate, after Luo Yenshua and his mother mysteriously disappeared, Luo Jinbang was woken up early in the morning by Shin Mingru. "Old Luo, something's happened." A big problem. When he opened his eyes, Luo Jinbang saw Shin Mingru crying with tears and snot. Seeing her face full of wrinkles, Luo Jinbang felt angry. "What's all the fuss about? I told you, no matter what happens, don't get too anxious. How can you look like a proper head of the household if you're so panicked?" "I didn't mean to panic. Do you know? Yenshue and her children are missing. I haven't seen them since last night." Shin Mingru cried loudly. "What did you say?" Luo Jinbang suddenly sat up from the bed. "Tell me clearly, what happened to Yenshue? Why can't we find her?" "Old Luo, I didn't see Yenshue and her children at the banquet last night. This morning, I went to her room and everything was gone. Her things, Mingho and Minglu, they're all missing." Luo Jinbang frowned deeply, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. He quickly dressed and went to Yenshua's room. It was completely empty, as if everything had been moved out. "Send people to find them. Make sure to bring them back," Luo ordered. Shin Mingru, crying, said, "Old Luo, this is too strange. Ever since Song Yakin and her daughter arrived, Yenshue disappeared. Could she have forced Yenshue to leave?" Luo Jinbang shot her a sharp look. "Stop talking nonsense. Without proof, don't jump to conclusions." Meanwhile, Li Yutong was busy preparing supplies. Her storage space was almost full. These goods were carefully selected and prepared, each with some value. She was secretly thinking that selling some of these items could solve the storage problem and also bring in cash, 2 birds with 1 stone. 2 hours later, Li Yutong arrived at the city god temple on time. The man with the birthmark had been waiting there for a while. When he saw the full load of supplies Li Yutong brought, he smiled with satisfaction. "Not bad, little girl. You're punctual," he said appreciatively. Li Yutong smiled slightly and replied, "Boss, you're flattering me." After inspecting the goods, The man with the birthmark was very pleased with the quality and quantity. He waved his hand, and his assistant brought over a box. "Please count the money and notes in front of us," he said. Li Yutong casually glanced at the box. She had already checked the cash with her own expert eyes. Exactly the right amount, no more, no less. "No need to count. I trust your integrity, boss," she said confidently. The birthmark man listened and smiled happily. "Haha, young lady, you're really brave. I hope we have a chance to work together again." "Of course," Li Yutong also nodded with a smile. "See you next time." After saying that, she picked up her suitcase and walked quickly away from the city god temple, leaving the birthmark man and his men behind. "Boss, should we?" One of the men made a sneaky gesture. "No, you see how confident this girl is. As the saying goes, skilled people are bold. She came alone, so she must be special. We shouldn't act rashly." The man shrank back and followed the birthmark man as they left. Meanwhile, Luo Zhenbong sat in his living room, looking impatiently at Shin Mingru. "Go fix your face first. Just look at yourself. It's really disgusting." In the eyes of others, Shin Mingru was from a wealthy family, had a decent job, and her man was a deputy director of a club. She seemed to live a very comfortable life. But only she knew her man was a devil, a wolf in disguise. Whenever she was unhappy, he took it out on her. In their basement, there was a whip used to punish her. Hearing Luo Zhenbong complain about her, she dared not speak and could only obediently start to tidy herself up. Luo Zhenbong watched her leave, feeling annoyed. He pinched his forehead and thought of Song Yakin. Yakin was better, gentle, and beautiful. She was careful with her requests, which greatly satisfied his vanity. He enjoyed being depended on and admired, so he brought her into his home. But Shin Mingru, with her plain face, was a burden. Her presence prevented him from openly being with Yakin. Thinking of this, Luo Zhenbong's eyes narrowed. After a moment of thought, he had a plan in mind. They say a man without poison isn't a real man. Only by giving up the child could he trap the wolf. Just then, Song Yakin came over with a cup of tea, gently saying, "Cousin, don't worry too much. Have some tea to relax." Luo Zhenbong looked at her, and his irritation eased. He took her hand and said, "Yakin, it's really good to have you. I will find a way for us to be together openly." Song Yakin shyly lowered her head and softly said, "Cousin, I have no other thoughts. As long as I can see you every day and stay by your side, I will be happy." Meanwhile, after Shin Mingru finished tidying up, she felt full of sadness and worry. She was worried about Luo Yenshua's safety and afraid that Luo Zhenbong might do something harsh. She secretly decided to find her daughter and uncover the truth. Just as Shin Mingru was about to go out looking for her, Luo Zhenbong stopped her with a hint of a calculating look on his face and said, "Check on Yenshua. If you can't find anything, don't come back." Shin Mingru clenched her teeth and turned to leave. What she didn't know was that as she stepped out, Luo Zhenbong immediately sent someone to follow her. Shin Mingru wandered aimlessly on the street, not noticing anyone following her. Unconsciously, she arrived at the place where Luo Yenshua and her mother had been bullied before. They say darkness hides under the lamp. Could Yenshua be hiding in the place that brought her shame? Thinking this, she couldn't help but walk inside. Two burly men who had been following Shin Mingru exchanged glances and showed expressions of determination. They were glad that this fool had solved their problem without them having to do anything. They followed Shin Mingru into a small house. Not long after, loud screams and lewd laughter came from inside. Soon Luo Zhenbong, having received news, rushed over with his men. He stormed into the house and saw Shin Mingru, dressed in revealing clothes and her provocative purple marks. He completely lost his temper. "Shin Mingru, you shameless woman. I've supported you with good food and drink for so many years, and you've been cheating behind my back." He slapped her several times. Shin Mingru, already tense, was knocked to the ground by the slaps and rolled her eyes. "Shameless woman, how dare you cheat on me? How can I go out in public now? My backbone is about to break." Enough talk, divorce. Lying on the ground, tears mixed with humiliating sweat, Shen Mingru wanted to explain, but couldn't make a sound. She struggled to get up, looking at Luo Zhenbang with a fierce expression, and suddenly had a bright idea. She left the house, and immediately someone started following her. Just after she had a problem, Luo Zhenbang appeared. If you say this wasn't his plan, no one would believe it. Shen Mingru suddenly burst out laughing. Haha, Luo Zhenbang, you really have a good plan. You want to force me to divorce you, and then promote Song Yakin. Fine, if you want me to leave, I'll do it. Living with you feels like being in every day. It's better to die and end it all. She then crawled up from the ground. Somehow, she had the courage. In a flash, she rushed toward the stone table in the middle of the house. With a loud bang, Shen Mingru's head hit the table, blood splattering everywhere. Luo Zhenbang was so shocked he froze in place. He only wanted to force Shen Mingru to divorce him, but he didn't expect her to actually try to end her life. The people around were stunned by the bloody scene, and everything became terrifyingly quiet. Luo Zhenbang had already drunk wine infected with rabies virus, and was also stabbed with a virus-infected needle by Li Yutong. Now, overwhelmed by the shock, he suddenly convulsed and collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Li Yutong had no idea what was happening. She received a report from Shi saying that Yu Jinlan was waiting for her at the guest house where she was staying. Without hesitation, Li Yutong hurried back to her guest house and saw Yu Jinlan at the front desk checking in. Cousin, you're here? Li Yutong greeted him with a smile. Yu Jinlan turned around at the sound of her voice and replied with a smile. Yes, I finished my work and came right away. The two quickly entered Yu Jinlan's room. Li Yutong was straightforward and didn't beat around the bush. Cousin, your identity has been exposed. I just received confirmed news that the authorities in Kyoto sent a telegram to Luo Zhenbang, ordering him to find you, and also to locate that batch of items left by the Yu family years ago, which are said to contain endless treasures. Li Yutong thought Yu Jinlan would be panicked or furious, but when she looked up, she saw him calm and composed, as if all this was expected. Cousin, why aren't you worried or scared at all? Li Yutong asked, full of doubt. Yu Jinlan's lips curled into a slight, calm smile. Yes, I am afraid. How could I not be? But what is the use of being afraid of light pollution? Guodong, to be honest, I went to Kyoto a few days ago. I have found out who leaked my information, and I went back to deal with it. Li Yutong was surprised at first, then worried. Cousin, Kyoto is dangerous. Did you encounter any danger? And how did you handle the person who leaked the information? Jinlan gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. That person has already been punished. Now, we need to think about how to deal with Luo Zhenbang. Since he received orders from Kyoto, he won't give up easily. Li Yutong smiled and shook her head. Cousin, don't worry about Luo Zhenbang. I already gave the police evidence of his crimes. I believe he will be brought in for questioning soon. Good, you've done well. I've also made arrangements. If the police can't catch him, we will take strong action, he said, making a gesture as if cutting his throat. Li Yutong smiled calmly. Don't worry, cousin. Even if the police don't act, he won't last long. I've already given her a rabies virus, and I believe it has already taken effect. Jinlan gave a thumbs up. You're amazing, little cousin. Your medical skills are now extraordinary. Look at my face. After taking the medicine you prepared, the scars are gone. Li Yutong modestly smiled. Cousin, my mother was skilled in medicine. Although she lost her memory later, she never forgot her medical knowledge. Thinking back, she was very talented in medicine, probably because she inherited the jade pendant. It's likely that her medical skills came from that inheritance. Jinlan nodded in agreement. Yes, you're right. Because the jade pendant held special meaning for my aunt. Even after she lost her memory, the pendant was deeply engraved in her soul. That's why she gave it to you when you were born. The siblings were chatting happily here, while Luo Zhenbang had already been taken to the hospital. Shen Mingru, due to excessive blood loss, died despite rescue efforts. Luo Zhenbang was now lying on the hospital bed, trembling all over, struggling to breathe, with tubes inserted all over his body. Because of his special status, the hospital arranged a private room for him. His two sons stayed by his side. His main doctor was performing various tests and had a consultation with doctors from other departments. An older doctor announced the diagnosis. Based on the patient's test results and symptoms, he probably has rabies. Luo Zhenbang's two sons immediately looked pale. His eldest son, Luo Xinhua, tremblingly asked, "How is that possible? How could our father have rabies?" His younger son, Luo Tianhua, looked at his brother with confusion. "Brother, did Dad ever get bitten by a mad dog before? I heard rabies can have a long incubation period. Maybe there's a mistake." The doctor shook his head helplessly. "From the symptoms, it's likely, but we need further test results to be sure." Luo Xinhua grabbed the doctor's hand urgently. "Doctor, please check again carefully. There's no way Dad has rabies." "You must be mistaken," the doctor sighed. "Young master, we hope it's a mistake too. Because if it is rabies, we need to send him to the provincial hospital immediately. We don't have the rabies vaccine here." Tears of worry ran down Luo Tianhua's face. "Hurry up and check. Why are you delaying? If you waste time and Dad's condition worsens, can you really take responsibility?" At this moment, outside the hospital, a black car stopped. Li Yutong and Yu Jinlong got out. They hurried over after receiving news from Shishi, wanting to see how Luo Zhenbang was doing. As they entered the hospital building, they heard the argument between Luo's two brothers. "Brother, all the doctors here are useless. How could Dad get rabies?" "I don't believe it," Luo Tianhua shouted angrily. Luo Xinhua remained calm. "There's no point arguing now. We need to find a way to save Dad. But how? Mom's body is still at home, and now Dad is in trouble." "It's really hard to handle everything," he replied. Just then, Song Yakin and Luo Shining came in. "Xinhua, Tianhua, go back and handle Mom's affairs. Leave this to me and Shining. The deceased should be laid to rest quickly," Song Yakin said. What she didn't say aloud was that having a restless ghost at home is very unlucky. They should bury her quickly. Just looking at it gives chills. Luo Xinhua and Luo Tianhua exchanged a glance. Although they had doubts, they felt that their mother's matter could no longer be delayed, so they nodded in agreement. "Then please take care of my dad, cousin. We will go back first to handle my mom's affairs, and after that, we'll come back, so you can rest." As the eldest in the Luo family, Luo Xinhua calmly made arrangements. Song Yakin nodded slightly. "All right, you don't need to worry about this place. Poem Ning and I will stay here." Luo Xinhua gave a few more instructions before pulling Luo Tianhua away from the hospital. Watching the brothers walk away, Song Yakin went to Luo Zhenbang's bedside. Seeing his flushed face, she knew he had a fever. "Poem Ning, you stay here to take care of your dad. I'll go find the doctor to talk." Outside, Li Yutong and Yu Jinlong looked at Luo Zhenbang on the bed and showed a look of satisfaction after their revenge. Heaven's way is fair. No one can escape it. "Cousin, Luo Zhenbang's rabies has indeed worsened. In a few days he will die," Li Yutong whispered.
Good.
"Such an ending is just right," Yu Jinlong said with a frown, her brows tight with anger. Her teeth clenched with a clicking sound. "He not only helped the evil and betrayed our Yu family to harm the Luo family in Jingdu, but also tried to take your life. His heart is so cruel. Now he's suffering this fate. He deserves it." While Yu Jinlong and Li Yutong were talking, Song Yakin hurriedly ran out of the doctor's office, her face full of worry and beads of sweat on her forehead. She rushed back to the ward and quickly approached Luo Poem Ning. Grabbing her arm with a tense expression, she said, "Ning Ning, I just spoke carefully with the doctor. Your dad really has rabies. The doctor said that people with this disease might act like mad dogs, biting others randomly. If he bites someone, they could also catch rabies." Hearing this, Luo Poem Ning's face turned pale instantly. She instinctively took a few steps back. Her lips trembled slightly, and her voice was tinged with tears. "How could this happen? How did Dad get this disease? Ning Ning, now is not the time to cry. What we need to do now is get more money out of him. If he passes away someday, we need to ensure our future life." While the mother and daughter discussed their plan, Luo Zhenbang, who had been quietly lying on the bed, suddenly let out a deep growl. His eyes turned bright red, like a wild animal gone mad. He suddenly sat up and lunged at Luo Shining. Song Yakin shouted in surprise and quickly protected Luo Shining behind her. She grabbed a nearby chair and threw it at Luo Zhenbang. The chair hit Luo Zhenbang, causing him to fall to the ground. But he quickly struggled to get up again, making a woo-woo sound as he moved closer to them. The hospital room became chaotic. Nurses and doctors heard the noise and rushed in. Several male doctors worked together to hold Luo Zhenbang down and gave him a sedative.
Soon he calmed down.
The doctor said seriously, the patient's condition is unstable. He needs to be isolated and treated. Try to avoid close contact with him. After that, the nurse was instructed to move Luo Zhenbang to the isolation ward. Luo Shining watched her father being taken away, tears filling her eyes. She choked out, "Dad, how did you become like this?" But Song Yakin looked calm and composed, watching Luo Zhenbang being taken away, her eyes showing very complicated feelings. Li Yutong noticed Song Yakin's expression and felt a sudden jolt in her heart. That woman's expression was too strange. It was not the reaction a woman who depends on a man for support should have. Think about it, an unrespectable mistress seeing her benefactor like this. Shouldn't her first reaction be crying loudly? Why do her eyes look so complicated? It's very confusing. To clear her doubts, Li Yutong gave a command to Cici. "Cici, watch that Song Yakin. I think she's acting very strangely." Cici received the order and quietly followed Song Yakin without making a sound. Li Yutong watched from a distance. She saw Song Yakin pretending to be heartbroken, crying and wiping her eyes with a handkerchief, but her eyes kept glancing around, as if she was looking for something. After a while, Song Yakin took advantage of everyone's distraction and sneaked into a small room nearby. Cici followed her inside quietly. Li Yutong has a super assistant named Shishi, so she doesn't need to do anything herself. She looks at Yu Jinlan and says, "Cousin, this is your first time in Jin City. Come on, I'll take you around and tell you about the city's history. Okay, it's really my first time here. I heard Jin City has a long history." "Is that true?" Yu Jinlan asks eagerly. Li Yutong nods. "Yes, cousin. Jin City is an ancient city over 800 years old, built by the mountains and water. Look at these blue stone roads, smooth from years of wear, showing the changes over time. Also, there are streams inside Jin City, flowing clear and free. Fish swim happily in the water. It's a good place for relaxing and fun." Yu Jinlan listens with interest as they walk. Suddenly, Shishi's urgent voice comes from Li Yutong's mind. "Master, Song Yakin is in the room with a mysterious person. They seem to be planning something secretive." Li Yutong's expression sharpens. She says to Yu Jinlan, "Cousin, something urgent came up. Let's pause our tour for now." Although a bit confused, Yu Jinlan nods. Li Yutong quickly heads toward a small room. When she reaches the door, she signals Yu Jinlan to wait outside. She carefully approaches, listening at the door with her ear. She hears Song Yakin speaking softly. "The plan can't stop. We need to speed up." The mysterious person responds, "No problem. As long as it works, your benefits won't be missing." Li Yutong's brow furrows. It seems there's a big secret involved. At that moment, someone taps Li Yutong's shoulder. If she hadn't been specially trained in her past life, she might have been so startled she lost her composure. She turns to see Lu Yihan and a young man who looks cheerful and handsome. Lu Yihan makes a shoo gesture and signs with his lips. "You go ahead and leave with your cousin. We'll handle things here. After we finish, we'll meet you at the guest house." Li Yutong silently responds, "Okay, stay safe." She pulls Yu Jinlan away quickly. On the way, Yu Jinlan is full of curiosity. "Tong Tong, how did Lu Yihan end up here? And what's really going on in that room?" Li Yutong briefly explains the situation. Yu Jinlan's eyes widen. "So, there's a big conspiracy hidden inside." Li Yutong nodded and said, "It's not clear what their plan is yet, but it's definitely not good." The two arrived at the guest house, anxiously waiting for Lu Yihan and the others. As time passed, Li Yutong's heart grew more anxious. Finally, Lu Yihan and the young man arrived. As soon as they entered, Lu Yihan explained, Tong Tong, brother you, our goal in Jean City this time is to catch Song Yakin and her accomplices. I can't share the details now, but the issue has been resolved. I came here to meet up with you. Li Yutong knew they were on a mission and didn't ask more. She smiled and looked at the young man who came with Liu Yihan. Han, would you like to introduce your friend? Before Liu Yihan could speak, the young man beside him spoke first. Comrade Li Yutong, although we haven't met before, Hanzi has mentioned you 108 times in front of me. So, I already know your name. Let me introduce myself. I'm Chu Yunfan, Hanzi's teammate and good brother. Li Yutong was amused by Chu Yunfan's words. She was naturally cheerful and generous, so she didn't mind his teasing. Chu Yunfan, under the sky of Chu Land, clouds drift lazily, and in the distance, a sailboat raises its white sail, sailing on the blue waves. This scene is full of movement and beauty, symbolizing that the person with this name has deep cultural roots like Chu Land, a pure and free heart, and a carefree, cloud-like temperament. The person who gave you this name must be very cultured. Chu Yunfan was surprised and widened his eyes. Li Yutong, you're amazing. When my grandfather named me, he said the same thing. He hoped I would have a positive attitude towards life, face difficulties bravely, and move forward toward my goals. Liu Yihan looked at the two, who seemed to get along well. Feeling a bit jealous, he kicked Chu Yunfan. Hey, Xiao Fan, stay away from my girlfriend. Chu Yunfan rolled his eyes at him. Behave. I already know how much you care about Yutong. Didn't you say you wanted to introduce me to a girlfriend? Where is she? Liu Yihan looked at Li Yutong. Tong Tong, what about Qin Kiki? Isn't she with you? Li Yutong smiled and glanced at Chu Yunfan. She lives at her own home. I haven't told you before. Keek's father works at the Jean City Military Department, and her mother works at the Jean City Public Security Bureau. She finally came back for a visit, so she has to stay with her parents and not live with me. Yu Jinlong watched them with interest and cheerfully said, since everyone knows each other now, Tong Tong, go call Qin Kiki. It's a good chance for us to have a meal together and welcome the newcomer. Li Yutong smiled and looked at Chu Yunfan. She winked and said, Chu Yunfan, my best friend Qin Kiki, has high standards. You better show your best side. Of course, Chu Yunfan's eyes sparkled. Yutong, is your best friend as pretty as you? Li Yutong said with a smile. It's a secret. I'll go call Kiki now. The phone rang once and was answered. When she heard Li Yutong's voice, there was a flurry of chatter on the other end. Li Yutong, where have you been these days? No news at all. I thought you disappeared from the face of the earth. Miss, what kind of shock did you get? Such strong resentment. Stop talking nonsense and come out. Let's go eat together. After hanging up, Qin Kiki quickly arrived. Seeing so many people in the house, she looked a bit confused. Tong Tong, who are all these people? I've never seen them before. Li Yutong introduced them one by one. No need to introduce, Liu Yihan. This is my cousin, Yu Jinlong. She then pointed to Chu Yunfan. And this one I want to introduce properly. He is Liu Yihan's comrade and good brother, Chu Yunfan. When Qin Kiki entered, Chu Yunfan was immediately attracted by her beautiful appearance and confident aura. Hearing Li Yutong introduce herself, she smiled and extended her hand. Are you Qin Kiki?
I'm Hu Yunfan.
Nice to meet you. Qin Kiki didn't hold back. She reached out and shook his hand.
I'm Qin Kik.
You're Chu Yunfan, right? You look pretty good. Chu Yunfan was a bit shy from her straightforward compliment. He scratched his head and smiled. Thanks. You're very beautiful too. Li Yutong watched them with a mischievous smile and deliberately said, Wow, you two seem to hit it off right away. Looks like there's something going on. Qin Kiki rolled her eyes at Li Yutong. Go away, we just met. Everyone left the room joking and laughing. These days, the only place to eat was a state-run restaurant. Yu Jinlong ordered all the dishes available today and said with a smile, None of you fight over me today. As Yutong's cousin and the oldest among you, I should treat everyone to this meal. Liu Yihan originally wanted to show off in front of Li Yutong, but hearing this, he didn't insist. All right, since Big Brother says so, we'll accept your kindness. Soon, the food was served. During the meal, Chu Yunfan kept instinctively passing tissues and drinks to Qin Kiki. She didn't refuse and occasionally chatted with him, making the atmosphere very friendly. Yu Jinlong watched this and teased, Yunfan, you need to try harder. Chu Yunfan scratched his head. Don't worry, big brother, I will. After eating, everyone took a walk nearby. Chu Yunfan gathered his courage and invited Qin Kiki to walk alone in the small park next door. After a moment of hesitation, she agreed. Watching their figures walk away, Li Yutong smiled and said to Lu Yihan, looks like these two might develop something. Definitely, Lu Yihan said with a smile. They say matching glasses should be a perfect fit. I thought carefully before trying to set them up. Yu Jinlong suddenly said mysteriously, I bet that in less than a month, they'll be together. Lu Yihan raised an eyebrow, not convinced. A month is too long. I think half a month is enough. Li Yutong laughed uncontrollably. You two are betting now? Fine, I'll join in. If it happens in half a month, Yunfan treats us to dinner. If it takes a month, Kiki treats. Everyone agreed. At that moment, in the small park, Chu Yunfan and Qin Kiki were walking slowly along the lake. The moonlight shimmered on the water. Chu Yunfan took a deep breath, about to speak, when suddenly a small wild cat jumped out from the grass beside them and let out a meow. Qin Kiki was startled and instinctively grabbed Chu Yunfan's arm. He then held her hand, his heart pounding faster. Summoning courage, he said, Kiki, I think I really like you. Can you give me a chance? Qin Kiki is not a shy person. When she heard Chu Yunfan speak, she smiled and said, Chu Yunfan, honestly, I think well of you. But since we just met today, I have a requirement for my partner. He must be skilled. Why don't we have a little competition? If you can beat me, I will consider it. Chu Yunfan was surprised for a moment, then smiled confidently. All right, I accept your challenge. They found a clear patch of grass and prepared for the match. Qin Kiki was the first to attack, throwing a quick straight punch at Chu Yunfan. Chu Yunfan dodged easily by turning to the side and then grabbed Qin Kiki's arm, trying to hold her down. But Qin Kiki reacted quickly. She spun around, broke free from his grip, and then kicked him in the stomach. Chu Yunfan jumped back to avoid the kick, then saw her preparing to kick again. He quickly lunged forward and pushed her to the ground. Their faces were very close, and they could clearly feel each other's breath. Qin Kiki's cheeks turned red, and her heart beat faster. Chu Yunfan looked a little nervous too, but he kept his eyes on her and softly said, I win. Qin Kiki bit her lip and turned her head away, whispering, You're good. I'll think about it. Chu Yunfan jumped up and offered her his hand. Get up. We just had a friendly match. He then pulled her up and said seriously, Let me introduce myself. My name is Chu Yunfan. I'm from Jing City, 23 years old. My father, Chu Anxiong, is a commander in the military district. My mother, and Weining, is the deputy director of the police bureau. I have 3 siblings. I am the second. My older brother works in research, and I also have a pair of twin younger siblings.
That's all about me.
Please take care of me. Listening to Chu Yunfan's introduction, Qin Kiki made a decision inside but still spoke carefully. I believe Lu Yihan has already told you about me. I live in Jin City. My parents' jobs are okay, but compared to your family background, they are not as impressive. Are you sure you want to date me? Chu Yunfan gently held Qin Kiki's hand and said sincerely, I like you for who you are, not because of your family. I don't care about those external things. I just know that I am very happy every moment I spend with you. Qin Kiki looked into his sincere eyes, feeling touched inside. But she still pretended to hesitate and said, Let me observe you a bit more. Zhu Yunfan smiled and nodded. Okay, I will do my best. When the two returned to the group, Li Yutong and the others looked at them with anticipation. Lu Yihan teased first. So, how did it go? Zhu Yunfan proudly said. I won the contest. Cuckoo agreed to consider me. Everyone cheered and Yu Jinlong smiled. Looks like I will lose the bet in the next half month. Li Yutong also smiled and said, No matter who wins or loses, as long as they can be together, it's a good thing. Qin Kiki pretended to be angry and glared at Li Yutong. Li Yutong, are you using us as tools? I want to cut ties with you. Li Yutong quickly begged for forgiveness. Sorry, Cuckoo. Please forgive me. You're a big person, so don't bother with me. Qin Kiki snorted but couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, Louis Han suggested, since Xiao Fan won the contest and Koku agreed to consider him, we should celebrate. Everyone agreed. They found a lively restaurant and ordered a table full of delicious food. During the meal, everyone joked and teased Zhu Yunfan and Qin Kiki. Koku, you did well in Jincheng. You found a little brother-in-law for me. Just so you know, if you dare to have a male partner instead of a female, I won't forgive you, Li Yutong joked. Louis Han also added, yeah, Xiao Fan, if you get married and forget about me, your brother, just watch how I deal with you. Zhu Yunfan felt a bit embarrassed, but still rolled his eyes at Louis Han. Enough already. You're typical of someone full but not knowing hunger. Qin Kiki, though pretending to be annoyed with everyone, felt happy inside. After eating and drinking, everyone left the restaurant. The moonlight was gentle and shone on them. Zhu Yunfan gathered his courage and gently took Qin Kiki's hand. She was slightly surprised but didn't pull away. At that moment, she told Li Yutong everything she had learned. Master, that Song Yakin was sent by the Kyoto Luo family to watch Luo Zhenbang. She is also involved with enemy agents. Li Yutong squinted her eyes. So, does this mean that the Kyoto Luo family is not only involved in theft and murder, but also suspected of treason? Then, Louis Han and Zhu Yunfan probably came to Jin City for this reason. 2 days later, at Jin City First People's Hospital. After quickly burying Shin Mingru, Luo Zhenbang's 2 sons came to visit him in the hospital room. However, outside the room, hurried footsteps approached, and a serious group of police officers entered. Leading them was Lan Anning, who looked determined and directly faced Luo Zhenbang. Comrade Luo Zhenbang, we have collected all your criminal evidence. According to instructions from our superiors, we are here to arrest you legally and take you for investigation. Luo Xinhua and Luo Tianhua immediately reacted. They quickly stood in front of their father, their emotions running high. You can't take our father away. Even if he has committed a crime, he is sick. You shouldn't be so unkind. Lan Anning frowned, speaking seriously but rationally. We sympathize with Mr. Luo's situation, but everyone is equal before the law. The crimes he is suspected of are serious, and he must undergo investigation. The hospital will assign someone to accompany him to ensure he receives proper treatment during the process, but the Luo brothers refused to back down easily. They looked furious and shouted loudly, "You're playing with people's lives. Our father can't handle this kind of trouble." The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense, as if the air had frozen. Seeing this, Lan Anning decisively drew her gun, pointing it at Luo Xinhua and Luo Tianhua. Her voice was cold. You two, do not interfere with our duties. If you block us again, we will charge you with resisting arrest and obstructing official duties and deal with you on the spot. For a moment, the room was filled with tension, like a powder keg ready to explode. At this critical moment, Luo Zhenbang, who had been silent and weak, finally spoke. Xinhua, Tianhua, stop making trouble. I made my mistakes, and I will bear the consequences. But from now on, the Luo family depends on you too. Remember, live well and don't follow in my footsteps. Hearing their father's words, Luo Xinhua and Luo Tianhua's anger gradually faded, replaced by tears. They understood that their father was taking responsibility for his mistakes and thinking about their future. Finally, they slowly moved aside and watched as their father was taken away by the police. The room returned to calm, but the hearts of the Luo brothers remained restless for a long time. They understood that from this moment on, they must truly take on the responsibility of the Luo family. With their father's instructions in mind, they promised to live good lives. Soon, Luo Zhenbang was taken away. He admitted to crimes such as bribery, corruption, hiring killers, stealing from others, and inappropriate relationships. He was sentenced to death and executed immediately. All the stolen money he gained through abuse of power was confiscated. His 2 sons also faced consequences. They were sent to work in remote areas. Luo Shining's illegitimate daughter, Luo Shining, also went to the remote area with her 2 brothers. When leaving, she cried and protested, "I don't want to go to the faraway mountains. I came here with my mother to be the lady of the Luo family. not to suffer with you. Luo Xinhua slapped her face without hesitation and spoke harshly. You, an illegitimate child who is not accepted, have no right to shout at us. And your mother, she even got involved with enemy agents. We didn't turn you in because we are kind. If you dare to cause trouble again, you can go to jail with your shameless mother. Luo Shining was stunned by the slap, her face burning with pain, and her eyes full of resentment. But she dared not speak, only covering her face and glaring bitterly at Luo Xinhua. Throughout the journey, Luo Shining cursed everything in her heart, feeling like the unluckiest person in the world. When they arrived in the remote area, the environment was worse than she had imagined. The houses were simple, supplies were scarce, and the people around looked at them strangely. Seeing all this, Luo Shining broke down and cried loudly. But life wouldn't change just because she cried. The once glorious Luo family had now come to an end. Li Yutong received a report from Shi and simply said, "Evil people will be punished by heaven." Lu Yihan gently pulled her into his arms and said, "Tong Tong, Luo Zhenbang's family has received their punishment. Be happy. Brother Yu went out today for work and Coco and Fancy went shopping. We will leave Jean City tomorrow. Today, I will go with you to see your mother and tell her this good news. Let her see me as her future son-in-law." Since Li Yutong learned that she shares the same soul as the original owner, she has considered the original owner's mother as her own mother. Now, she kneels in front of Yu Linglong's tombstone, overwhelmed with sadness, and tears flow uncontrollably. "Mom, your daughter is here to see you. You've been alone and lonely here all these years. When you passed away, you didn't even know your true identity. Mom, I will tell you now that your real identity is the daughter of the famous Yu family in the capital. It was that scoundrel Li Jianxing who deceived you. He colluded with the Luo family just to take our Yu family's wealth." Clear memories flood her mind, and Li Yutong cries loudly, tears streaming down her face. "Mom, I watched helplessly as that beast pushed you into despair, but I couldn't protect you. This is a pain I will carry for my whole life. But now, those who caused your death have been dealt with by me personally. You can rest in peace now. Mom, my grandparents and 23 members of the Yu family were all killed by the Luo family in Kyoto. Only my eldest uncle's family and cousin are left alive. But don't worry, I won't let the Luo family get away with it for long. I will do my best to protect my cousin and ensure the Yu family lineage continues. Rest peacefully, Mom." Lu Yihan, seeing Li Yutong crying so sadly, also kneels down with her. "Auntie, I am Lu Yihan, Tongtong's boyfriend. I want to tell you about my family, so you can be at ease. I am from Kyoto, and I am the deputy commander of the Kyoto Military District. My parents are in the Huacheng Military District. Due to special policies of the times, my grandfather had to give up his former glory and live in seclusion in the countryside. I met Tong Tong on her way to the countryside. Rest assured, as long as I am here, Tong Tong won't have to suffer like before. I will protect her with my life and love her forever." At this moment, a gentle breeze blows, and the flowers in front of the tombstone sway softly. Li Yutong, in a daze, seems to see her mother smiling and nodding at her. Her heart warms, feeling as if she has received her mother's approval. Li Yutong slowly stands up, wipes away her tears, and her eyes become firm. She looks at Lu Yihan and says gratefully, "Thank you, Yihan. With you by my side, I am not afraid of anything." Lu Yihan tightly holds her hand and says, "From now on, I will always be with you. We will face all difficulties together." As the two turned to leave the cemetery, Li Yutong suddenly noticed a small box appearing beside the tombstone. Usually not believing in ghosts or spirits, she was shocked and widened her eyes. "Yihan, did you see that box?" "I am sure it wasn't here when we just arrived." Lu Yihan nodded. "Yes, I saw it." The box appeared suddenly. "Tong Tong, maybe Auntie has some special connection and sent this gift to you." Li Yutong hesitantly opened the box, revealing a delicate necklace with a pendant that was the family crest. Her heart skipped a beat. This must be something her mother left for her. She carefully put the necklace around her neck and knelt down again. "Mom, I know you can hear me. If you have anything to tell me, Please come visit me in my dreams tonight. I want to see you, Mom. Lu Yihan was worried she might get upset again and gently pulled her up. Tong Tong, let's let Auntie rest in peace. I believe she wouldn't want to see you so sad. Li Yutong nodded slightly and followed Lu Yihan out of the cemetery. Han, since we met, I've never asked about your family. When you mentioned it just now, I feel like your background must be quite extraordinary. Li Yutong said as they walked. Tong Tong, I've actually wanted to tell you everything about my family for a long time, but I never found the right moment. Today, I think it's best to tell you everything now. Lu Yihan took her hand, and they arrived at a small river. He took out a handkerchief and wiped a blue stone slab clean, then sat down with Li Yutong. Tong Tong, my grandfather Lu Ziqian was a high-ranking official in the capital back then. He had 2 sons and a daughter. My father, Lu Jingyuan, is the second son. I have an older brother, a younger brother, and a sister. My older brother is Lu Binghan, just like his name, cold and distant, a staff officer in the military district. My younger brother, Lu Shuehan, is in the Navy, protecting our country's blue waters. My sister, Lu Shirhan, just graduated from high school and is dreaming of a bright university life. Lu Yihan paused, his eyes showing some complexity, then continued. My grandfather went to the rural area of Sun County because of the special circumstances of that time. The situation was unstable, and he was forced to move there. In the village where you were a young worker, he still remained optimistic and resilient, making many honest friends. Although life in the countryside was tough, it gave Grandpa a deeper understanding of life. Li Yutong listened quietly, her hand warmly held by Lu Yihan. She didn't expect Lu Yihan to come from such an extraordinary family background, but it didn't make her feel distant. Instead, it helped her understand his calmness and sense of responsibility better. Tong Tong, I've told you everything about my family. I hope it doesn't burden you. I like you for who you are, not for anything else, Lu Yihan said seriously, looking into her eyes. Li Yutong gently leaned on his shoulder and said, Han, I don't care about your family background. I only care about you. But I do have a concern, my own background. If I'm right, my biological father is the accomplice who harmed the Yu family, the current leader of the Kyoto Ji Society, Luo Han. Whether he's in prison or dead, I will be affected. This might prevent me from passing the official background check if we want to get married. Lu Yihan gently patted her back and said softly, Tong Tong, don't worry. Even if Luo Han is your biological father, you are different from him. You are kind and brave, and you want to avenge the Yu family. The background check mainly looks at your character and actions. I believe the organization will see your goodness. And I will be with you, explaining everything to the organization. Li Yutong looked up, tears shining in her eyes. Really, Han? I'm afraid my background will affect you. Lu Yihan held her hand tightly and said firmly, Of course it's true. I won't let you face this alone. We will solve it together. No matter what happens, I won't leave you. Li Yutong leaned into his embrace, feeling a warm wave in her heart. As someone who had lived 2 lives, she had been single her whole life until her death, always fighting in the military camp. The opposite around her saw her as a buddy, often shoulder to shoulder, calling each other brothers. Some had pursued her, but they only liked her family's status. She didn't care for any of them. In this life, perhaps heaven pitted her for being single for nearly 30 years and sent Lu Yihan to accompany her. When they returned home, Qin Kiki and Chu Yunfan hadn't come back yet, but Yu Jinlan had already returned. Tong Tong, are you going to visit your great-aunt's grave today? I see her pants are full of dirt. Yu Jinlan feels a bit regretful. If she had known they were going to see her great-aunt, she would have gone with them, even if she didn't want to deal with all the messy things. Li Yutong smiles slightly. Yes, cousin. The matters in Jincheng are settled now. The people who hurt my mom are gone. I just want to tell her so she can rest easy. All right, tell me where your great-aunt's grave is. I want to pay my respects too. When we settle in Kyoto in the future, we will move her coffin there, so she can be with Grandpa and Grandma. Li Yutong's eyes turn slightly red with emotion. She nods gratefully. Okay, cousin. Next time I go, I'll bring you along. At this moment, Lu Yihan steps forward politely. Big brother Yu. Tongtong's future is in my hands. I will take good care of her. Yu Jinlan looks at Lu Yihan's firm expression and then at Li Yutong, smiling happily. Yihan, I trust you. Tongtong has had a hard life since she was young. Please take good care of her. Li Yutong leans happily against Lu Yihan, smiling contentedly. Suddenly, the door swings open. Qin Kiki rushes in hurriedly, shouting, "Oh my, I'm exhausted." Seeing the scene inside, her eyes brighten. Wow, the atmosphere is nice. Tongtong, are you and Big Brother Lu officially a couple now? Qian Fan, who followed behind, already knew about his brother's deep feelings and feels happy for him. He jokes as he enters, "Hey, Xiaohan, you're pretty quick. I just started, and you've already made it official. Isn't that a bit unfair?" Lu Yihan rolls his eyes. "Go away and stay somewhere cool. Whether you can win your wife's heart depends on your skills. As the saying goes, a master leads the way, but practice makes perfect. Work hard, young man." Everyone laughs loudly at his words, their cheerful voices filling the air. Li Yutong turns to look at Qin Kiki with a gentle smile. Softly, she says, "Kiki, we're leaving tomorrow to go to Rui City near MD, then straight to Sun County. Please tell Uncle and Auntie tonight. I won't be with you. I need to visit Uncle An's house tonight to give him some gifts in person." When Qin Kiki heard this, her eyes immediately sparkled like bright stars, shining with uncontrollable excitement. She eagerly tugged on Li Yutong's sleeve, speaking with anticipation. "Tongtong, we're going to that underground market, right? I've heard that the black market there often has people betting on stones. Let's go join in the fun. Maybe we'll get a big prize." Seeing Qin Kiki so eager, Li Yutong smiled affectionately and gave her a look that said, "You're finally catching on," then nodded gently. "Yes, yes. This time, I brought you along to see more and maybe make a little money." That evening, Li Yutong went to Lon Anning's house, which was the same old house from the Li family. Looking at this familiar place, Li Yutong felt especially close. As she was lost in thought, she saw Lon Anning come out carrying a trash bag. Lon Anning immediately noticed Li Yutong staring off into space. Li Yutong quickly snapped out of her daze and walked over with a smile. "Uncle Lon," Lon Anning beamed and hurriedly threw the trash into a large bin nearby. "Yutong, why are you here now? Did something happen?" he asked with concern. "Come on, let's go inside and talk." Li Yutong followed Lon Anning into the house and handed him what she was carrying. "Uncle Lon, these are some local specialties I brought from Sun County and some big pieces of meat from the meat factory. I'm leaving tomorrow, so I came to see you tonight. You child, you came all this way and brought so much stuff. You're working hard as a rural youth and life isn't easy. This is the last time, so next time, don't bring anything." While they were talking, Lon Anning's wife came out from the back room, warmly greeting Li Yutong and offering her the best tea in the house. Li Yutong smiled and thanked her. The three of them talked late into the night. When Lon Anning saw Li Yutong off, he quietly shared some news. "Yutong, when we raided the Luo family, we found a telegram sent from Kyoto. It instructed Luo Zhenbong to find you Jinlong quickly and to get a necklace from him. They say it's the key to opening the Luo family's treasure. If you don't come over tonight, I'll come find you tomorrow and tell you about this." Li Yutong knew that the necklace mentioned by the Luo family was the one she saw at her mother's grave today. She smiled and thanked Lon Anning, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Lon, for telling me this news. But you should be careful too. This time, Jin City has taken down a branch of the Lu family from Kyoto. Be cautious of their revenge." Lon Anning smiled openly. "Don't worry. We've already prepared. Let me tell you a secret. Things will settle down soon. Those people will soon face bad luck." Li Yutong nodded with a smile. Yes, yes. I heard the same. It should end by next year at the latest. The dark days are coming to an end." Li Yutong didn't just hear this from others. She remembered it from her past life. On her previous planets, the chaos ended in 76. Even though this isn't the same time and place, history tends to follow a similar path. After saying goodbye to Lon Anning, Li Yutong went straight back to the guest house. At this moment, Lu Yihan and Chu Yunfan were chatting in Yu Jinlan's room. Chu Yunfan laughed as he spoke. "Once during a field training, we had a new soldier who was really bad at finding his way. The squad leader sent him ahead to scout, but he kept going off course. When we realized he was missing, we searched everywhere for him. Finally, we found him in a cornfield. He looked confused and asked if we were doing some new training exercises. We all laughed so hard our stomachs hurt. Louis Han also burst out laughing. That sounds funny. We had a teammate who was very clean and tidy. Every time he washed up, he made sure everything was neat. Once, during a mission in the mountains, we stayed there for days with no chance to wash properly. When the mission was over and we returned to camp, he saw the faucet and rushed over. He started washing without even taking off his clothes. Looked like a drowned rat. We were all stunned. Jade Jinlong listened eagerly and asked, "In the army, is the training really strict?" Chu Yunfan patted his chest and said, "Absolutely. During training, you can't slack off even a little. For example, standing at attention for hours without moving. Once, a mosquito bit my face, and it itched so badly I almost couldn't stand it, but I couldn't move. That was really uncomfortable," Louis Han added, "but strict training made us stronger. Every time we finished a tough task, the sense of achievement was beyond words." Everyone in the military camp treated each other like family, helping and supporting one another. Once, I accidentally twisted my ankle during training. My comrades took turns caring for me, bringing me food and helping me carry things. I felt very touched. While they were happily chatting, Li Yutong knocked on the door. As soon as she entered, she asked, "What are you talking about? You seem so happy." Chu Yunfan smiled and said, "We're sharing funny stories from the camp. Do you want to listen?" Li Yutong sat nearby, listening with interest as they continued telling stories filled with laughter and hard work. The room was filled with cheerful laughter from time to time. Later that night, the four of them each went back to their rooms to sleep. Li Yutong did not sleep in her room, but in the space. Today had been emotionally intense, and she was a bit tired. As soon as her head hit the pillow, she fell asleep. That night, she had a very special dream. In the dream, she saw the original owner's mother, Yu Linglong. She looked very beautiful, similar to her mother in her past life. She had a noble and elegant aura, clearly from a wealthy and well-educated family. Her voice was soft and clear, like a gentle breeze, yet easy to hear. "Tong Tong, my dear daughter, even though you are not from this world, you are still the child I carried for 10 months. After I passed away, I realized that the 23 living members of the Yu family had been ruthlessly harmed by the Luo family. My poor daughter Yutong also suffered at the hands of that wicked, fat woman." When she said this, Yu Linglong looked sad but then showed a peaceful expression. "Now I am in another world, reunited with your grandparents. I am not lonely here, but I always think of you, my child. The king of saw how deep my love for you was and used a special method to pass that necklace to you." Her face was gentle, and her voice was soft and soothing, making her seem very kind. "Mom wants to tell you that the pendant on this necklace is the key to opening the treasure of the Yu family. Without this pendant, even if the Luo family tries their best, they will never be able to get even a little bit of our family's wealth. Child, since you are fortunate enough to inherit the Yu family, you must take on the important task of restoring the family's honor." Yu Linglong's expression became serious as she spoke, then suddenly changed tone. "Your cousin, Yu Jinlong, is indeed skilled in martial arts and very powerful, but he doesn't have the special talent you possess. So, the responsibility to revive the Yu family and seek revenge naturally falls on your shoulders." Yu Linglong sincerely told Li Yutong in her dream, with a hint of helplessness and bitterness in her eyes. Then, Yu Linglong took a deep breath, as if making a firm decision, and continued, "Child, I have one more thing to tell you. Actually, your biological father is not Luo Han. The Luo family married me into their family just to get the family's wealth. That was something Luo Han, that scoundrel, said after drinking too much on our wedding night. So, we didn't consummate the marriage that night. Later, I found out that Luo Han is not a good person." Li Yutong in the dream was struck by lightning, looking shocked and stunned. Seeing her child's surprised expression, Yu Linglong felt a sharp pain in her heart, but she endured her sadness and continued. The Luo family wanted to get the family's wealth, so they devised a cruel plan. Luo Han pretended to take me out for a romantic night, then got me drunk with alcohol, intending to ruin my reputation. I couldn't accept that, so I tried to commit suicide that night. Later, I was a soul from modern society who traveled here. The person I was with, although I didn't see his face clearly, I knew he wasn't a bad person. He wanted to take responsibility for me. I didn't agree, and he left a token before rushing away. After saying this, Yu Linglong paused, as if recalling the man's appearance, then continued. Not long after that man left, Luo Han came in with people, saying I had damaged the Luo family's reputation and wanted to divorce me. He also used this as leverage to force me to return to the Yu family. Luo Han had also bribed a close maid, promising her that if she could bring down our Yu family, he would marry her. Soon after I returned to the Yu family, my maid poisoned the food. Since the Luo family has harmed our Jade family, they must pay the price and be completely eliminated. The dream suddenly ended, like losing internet connection on a computer. Li Yutong woke up with a few seconds of confusion. Then she quickly became alert. The clear memory of the dream appeared to her mind, and she noticed she was now wearing a green jade ring. Li Yutong stroked the jade ring and thought deeply. This probably wasn't just a dream, but a real event. Otherwise, how could she have this green ring? This jade ring was likely left by her biological father, a symbol of his identity. She didn't know who he was, or if he had searched for her biological mother all these years. But she didn't care. Knowing her real father wasn't Luo Han, that scoundrel, she felt no guilt about seeking revenge. Since she was responsible for avenging the Jade family, she needed to plan carefully. Oh, Uncle Lon mentioned that the Luo family in Kyoto asked Luo Zhenbong to help find Yu Jinlon and get the necklace he had. Maybe she could use this to her advantage. She took off the necklace from her neck and summoned Cece. Cece, can you make a perfect fake of this necklace and pendant? Cece blinked her big eyes and patted her chest. No problem, master. I can do anything. With a wave of her small hand, a bright light flashed, and a perfect replica of the necklace appeared before Li Yutong. Li Yutong nodded with satisfaction, and a sly smile appeared on her face. Kyoto Luo family, you poisoned and killed the entire Jade family. Today, I will fight fire with fire and make you taste the poison of the king of. Her eyes narrowed slightly. In this era, news spread slowly, so she had to race against time. Before the Luo family in Kyoto learns of Luo Zhenbong's death, she would create a time gap. Yes, that's the plan. Early the next morning, Li Yutong called Qin Kiki to come over. Kiki, what is the most toxic poison you got from the king of? I need some now. Qin Kiki looked surprised but still took out a small bottle from her storage ring. This is the bone corrosion powder I got from Lord Yama. Just a little touch, and the bones will slowly decay. In less than a month, the person will turn into a pile of rotten mud, and the medicine won't help. What do you want to do with this poison? Li Yutong smiled mysteriously. I have my plans. Help me apply this poison to this fake necklace. Qin Kiki followed her instructions, applying the poison while muttering. Are you planning to set a trap for the Luo family? Li Yutong's smile deepened. Kiki, do you know? The Luo family is very good at using poison. Ordinary poisons can't harm them. I want to see if Lord Yama's poison can be undone by them. As Qin Kiki applied the poison, she praised her. Tong Tong, I see you're getting smarter. You can think of such sneaky tricks. I wonder if True would chase after you if she found out. Talking about Su Zhenjin, Li Yutong did feel a bit nostalgic. She wondered how the girl was doing alone there. Su Zhenjin, just living day by day. After applying the poison, Li Yutong carefully stored the fake necklace and hurried to the post office. She sent a telegram to the Luo family in Kyoto under Luo Zhenbong's name, saying she had found Yu Jinlon and obtained the necklace. She would send the necklace once she received a reply. After sending the telegram, Li Yutong felt relieved. Now she just had to wait for the Luo family to get involved. She could already imagine them greedily grabbing the necklace, only to be corroded by the poison. Once the telegram was sent, Li Yutong asked Cece to stay alert here. As soon as the Luo family's reply arrived, she would be contacted. She then returned to the guest house to prepare for leaving. Just after Li Yutong and her group finished breakfast, Cece's voice message came through. Master, the Luo family's telegram has arrived. It was sent by someone with the code name Night Cat. Li Yutong's eyes lit up. She quickly asked Cece to read the message. It said, "Send the necklace back quickly. There will be a reward. If there is any mistake, don't blame the Luo family for being ruthless." Night Cat, Li Yutong sneered. Night Cat? Why not call you Dead Mouse? You dare to threaten me? I won't let you get away with this. She quickly packed her things and headed back to the post office with a poisoned fake necklace. When they arrived at the post office, Li Yutong carefully placed the necklace into a box. She had Shishi imitate Luo Zhenbang's handwriting to fill out the recipient's information, and then paid for express shipping. Watching the staff take the package away, Li Yutong smiled, as if she could already see the downfall of the Luo family. The Luo family members are just the appetizer. The real show is yet to come. After leaving the post office, Qin Kiki, along with her family's prepared package, met up with Li Yutong at the guest house. As soon as they met, Qin Kiki started talking excitedly. Tong Tong, you don't know. When my mom was preparing things for me, my older sister-in-law kept stopping her. She said that if I could bring back so many delicious things, it meant I was living well over there, so there was no need to prepare so much for me. Li Yutong rolled her eyes. Your sister-in-law is really speechless. Didn't you give her a piece of your mind? Qin Kiki grinned mischievously. My nickname is Qin Dui, which means I love to argue. She said that right in front of me. Of course I couldn't just let it go. Curious, Li Yutong asked. So, what did you say? Qin Kiki proudly lifted her chin. I told her sister-in-law you're wrong. If I have good food over there, it's because I'm capable. But if my mom wants to give me more, that's her way of showing she cares. If you think I'm doing well, why don't we swap? I stay home and work for you, and you go to the countryside to enjoy your so-called good life. Li Yutong couldn't help but laugh out loud. That was a clever comeback. How did your sister-in-law react? Qin Kiki pouted. She turned green with anger and couldn't say a word for a while. I guess she didn't expect me to reply so quickly. Li Yutong patted Qin Kiki on the shoulder. You're impressive, Qin Dui. By the way, everything's ready, so we should set off now. This trip will definitely help you all make a little fortune. Qin Kiki's eyes lit up. Exactly. I can't wait. Let's go call Brother Lu, Chu Yunfan, and Brother Yu, and then we'll leave. The three people Qin Kiki mentioned carried their simple luggage and left the guest house. We've been waiting for a while. Let's go to the train station. I'm really looking forward to this trip to Ruishi, Chu Yunfan said with a smile as he approached. He naturally took the luggage that Qin Kiki was holding. Lu Yihan couldn't help but tease. Wow, even our young master Chu has a day when he carries bags and helps with luggage? I must share your proud moment with my brothers when I go back. Chu Yunfan rolled his eyes at him. Good manners. You act like you're better than me, but you're just as eager to follow behind Yutong. We're all the same, so stop laughing at each other. Yu Jinlong watched the two argue and said with a smile, you two should stop attacking each other. Having two beautiful girls to talk to you is a lucky thing for you both. This made Lu Yihan and Chu Yunfan agree in unison. Brother Yu is right. The five of them happily chatted as they arrived at the train station. It only took 3 hours by train from Jincheng to Ruishi. Since Ruishi borders MD, as soon as they arrived, they could feel a different, lively atmosphere compared to inland areas. They joked and carried their luggage to the best guest house in Ruishi. To find out about the underground gemstone gambling places, Li Yutong took a piece of nougat from her pocket and handed it to the front desk, starting a conversation.
Hello, miss.
We need 5 rooms for 2 days. She then showed her invitation letter and smiled as she handed it over. The front desk clerk was a woman in her 30s. When she heard Li Yutong call her miss, she touched her face happily. Dear guest, this is your first time in Ruishi, right? Let me tell you, this is the best guest house in Ruishi. Usually, it costs 7 yuan per person per day, but since you're so good at talking, I'll give you a discount and charge you 1 yuan less. Li Yutong quickly agreed. Thank you, miss. Please take these candies home to your children. We are indeed new here, and wonder if you could tell us about the fun places around. The front desk clerk happily put the candies in her pocket. You've come to the right person. Ruishi is in the western part of Yun Province, under the Dahongdai and Jingpa Autonomous Prefecture. Ruishi has a special location advantage. It's a major border trade port between China and Myanmar, with lots of goods coming in and out every day, including jade, agricultural products, and daily necessities. The cultural landscape of Raleigh City is also quite unique, blending the cultures of the Dai, Jingpa, and other ethnic groups, along with MD culture. For example, the Morley Tropical Rainforest Scenic Area offers beautiful natural scenery and Buddhist cultural relics. Visitors can also see MD-style pagodas and buildings, experiencing a different local flavor. The front desk staff are really good at their job, giving a detailed introduction that sounds like a professional tour guide. Li Yutong nodded in approval and gave a thumbs up to the front desk. Miss, you explained everything so well. We've traveled all this way, and I heard the jade here is famous. We want to buy some to take home. Can you tell us where to find good jade? The front desk looked around and lowered her voice. Girl, I'll tell you, there's a black market underground not far from our guest house. We call it Jade Harbor Black Market. They have gemstone gambling yards there all year round. If you're lucky, you can buy the most expensive gems for very little money. Li Yutong's eyes lit up. She asked casually, Miss, is the Jade Harbor Black Market safe? We're a bit worried since we're outsiders. The front desk patted her chest confidently. Don't worry, girl. As long as you follow the rules, you'll be fine. The quality of jade there is good, and many people have found treasures. But once you go in, don't talk too much or cause trouble. Li Yutong quickly nodded and agreed. After chatting a bit more, she and the others carried their luggage upstairs. In the room, Li Yutong shared what she had learned. Everyone was excited. I didn't expect it to be so easy to find out. Let's go check out Jade Harbor Black Market tonight, Chu Yunfan said. Li Yutong thought for a moment and said, Not so fast. We need to prepare first and learn the basic rules of gambling on jade. We shouldn't go in completely clueless. While talking, she was also communicating with Cece in her mind. Cece, we want to visit the Jade Harbor Black Market to look at jade gambling. Do you know what we should pay attention to? Cece's voice quickly responded in her mind. When gambling on jade, first look at the outer shell. The grain size and tightness of the sand particles can show the condition inside the jade. Evenly fine sand is better. Also, pay attention to the different production areas, as each has its own characteristics. Look for signs like python bands or moss patterns on the shell, as these often indicate the presence of good jade. When making the first cut, it is very important to choose the right spot. Try to cut where there is potential. Also, do not be impulsive or let the seller's words confuse you. Trust your own judgment. Okay, I understand. Cece baby, you really are the mastermind of the owner. As night quietly falls, Li Yutong shares the key points she prepared earlier with everyone. They all nod in agreement and silently prepare themselves mentally. The five of them, filled with a mix of hope and nervousness, head toward the Jade Harbor Black Market. Like the black markets on the mainland, Jade Harbor's black market also has 2 guards standing watch. That mysterious gemstone market is like a maze full of hidden treasures, with many opportunities and challenges, waiting for them to solve the mysteries. Jean Lon, the boss of the black market, walks straight up and talks with the guards. He speaks clearly and quickly convinces them. Then, each of the 5 pays $1 and they successfully enter Jade Harbor's black market. Once inside, a special feeling hits them. Under dim lights, stalls are lined up, filled with all kinds of raw stones. The crowd is lively, merchants shouting, buyers bargaining, and people gasping when stones are cut open. It's very bustling. The 5 walk between stalls, looking carefully at each raw stone. Li Yutong examines the texture and patterns of the stones, trying to find clues about their value. The others are also focused, not missing any possible opportunity. Suddenly, one raw stone catches Li Yutong's eye. Its surface is smooth, with fine patterns, seeming to hide something special. She stops and squats down, looking closely. Actually, she is using her gemstone identification skills to check if there is jade inside. The other 4 gather around her. Tong Tong, you've been holding that stone for a while. Have you noticed anything different about it? Qin Kiki asks as she squats beside Li Yutong. Unaware of the details, Jinlan knows that his cousin has a keen eye for gemstones. She can tell at a glance if there is jade inside a raw stone. To cover for Li Yutong, he says to the boss, "Boss, we want the stone. How much does it cost?" The boss looked at the rough stone in Li Yutong's hand, which was covered in a shell-like exterior. It was hard to tell if there was jade inside. He smiled and said, "This piece of stone costs only 5 yuan. But in the gambling stone market, there's no room for regret. Once the deal is done, we can't control whether good jade will be found or not." Jinlan smiled happily and said casually, "No worries, boss. If you can give us a better price, we'll stay longer and pick more stones. My cousin is just playing around. Whether or not we find good jade, we don't mind too much." Hearing this, the boss hesitated for a moment, then scratched his head as if making a big decision. "All right, since you're outsiders and not very experienced, I'll sell it to you for 3 yuan. Jinlan didn't hesitate. She quickly took out 3 1-yuan bills from her pocket and handed them to the boss, then handed the stone to Li Yutong. "Tong Tong, this is for you to play with," she said. Li Yutong took the stone with both hands, but her mind was as clear as a mirror. She was sure that inside the stone was high-quality jadeite. At that moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded nearby. A man wearing sunglasses approached, looking at Jinlan and the others with disdain and mocking. "You amateurs are just here to gamble on stones? Dream on. With this broken stone, what good stuff do you think will come out?" Hearing this, Lu Yihan's face immediately darkened. He glared at the man in sunglasses and shouted angrily, "You really have no sense of boundaries, sticking your nose in too far." The man in sunglasses didn't back down. Instead, he sneered and said more arrogantly, "Oh, getting angry? If you got the guts, cut this stone open and show me what's inside." Jinlan quickly patted Lu Yihan's shoulder to calm him down, then turned to the boss and said, "Boss, please help us cut this stone." The boss nodded and placed the stone on the cutting machine. As the machine roared to life, the stone was slowly sliced open. When the cut surface appeared, everyone gasped. Inside was a piece of jade with a warm color and fine texture, an ice-type jadeite. The man in sunglasses stared with wide eyes, full of disbelief.
Wow.
This seemingly ordinary broken stone actually cut out a glass-type jadeite? Li Yutong and the others cheered excitedly, especially Qin Kiki, who was smiling very happily. "Tong Tong, your taste is so unique. Come on, let's go see the vendor's stall again." Because this vendor's stall displayed glass-type jadeite, it attracted many people. Everyone was browsing and picking, and business was very busy. At this moment, Lu Yihan noticed a rough stone with obvious rough bands and eagerly handed it to Li Yutong. "Tong Tong, based on the features of the jade stones you mentioned, I think this piece might have good stuff inside." Li Yutong used her appraisal eyes to look at it. "Ahan, this raw stone looks good, but it has very little jade inside. It's not worth buying." Then, the man with glasses came over. He looked at the raw stone in Lu Yihan's hand and, hearing Li Yutong's opinion, said disdainfully, "Hey, miss, do you really understand gambling on stones? If you don't want this raw stone, give it to me. I want it." Lu Yihan frowned, about to speak and argue, but Li Yutong gently held him back. She smiled at the man with glasses and said, "All right, I'll give it to you. But remember, you took it from us voluntarily. If nothing good comes out, don't blame us." The man with glasses snorted proudly, "Don't worry. I've been in the gambling stone market for years and have never been mistaken." He then bought the raw stone from the vendor at a high price. Li Yutong silently watched the show. He couldn't wait to have the vendor cut the stone. Everyone gathered around, eager to see the result. When the cutting machine stopped, the man with glasses stepped forward to look. His face instantly turned pale. There was indeed jade inside the raw stone, but as Li Yutong said, the amount was very small, and its value was far below what he paid for it. He had spent a whole month's salary to buy this raw stone. The man with glasses was furious and pointed at Li Yutong, shouting, "Did you guys know this stone was no good and deliberately gave it to me?" Chu Yunfan rushed forward to argue, but Li Yutong stopped him calmly and said, I told you from the start that the jade inside was scarce. It was your gambler's mentality to want to get rich quickly. Now that nothing good came out, you're blaming us. Don't blame us. This stone was given to me by your partner. I lost money, so you have to compensate me. The man with glasses saw that they were outsiders and spoke arrogantly and unfairly. Every year there are top-notch people, but this year there are especially many. This made Chin Kiki, who had a hot temper, very angry. She started to scold. I say, you look like a decent person, but why do you keep talking nonsense? Are your eyes used for venting? Do you understand that if you bet, you have to accept losing? A man should have some responsibility. If you keep causing trouble, I won't hold back. As Chin Kiki spoke, 3 tall, handsome men, Lu Yihan, Chu Yunfan, and Eugene Lon, stood in a row, giving off a strong presence. The man with glasses looked at the scene and felt a bit nervous, but he tried to stay brave and said in a tough tone using the local dialect, don't think that just because there are many of you, you can do whatever you want. In this city of Ruishi, I'm not afraid of you, he spoke confidently, but his legs trembled slightly. Seeing this show of bravado, Chin Kiki couldn't help but laugh. Tough mouth. Just as the situation was about to escalate, an old man suddenly stepped out from the crowd. He had white hair, but his eyes were sharp and wise. He carried an aura of calm authority. The old man looked around at everyone and said slowly, gambling on stones is all about chance. Winning or losing is normal. Young brother, if you bet, you should accept the result. There's no need to argue. Hearing this, the man with glasses blushed and paled, wanting to argue back, but when he met the old man's piercing gaze, he lost his confidence. Old sir, I know I was wrong. The man with glasses lowered his head and whispered. Chin Kiki snorted. Good, you're sensible. The old man smiled and said to Li Yutong and the others, you all are knowledgeable. Stone gambling is also about fate. Maybe we can exchange ideas in the future. Li Yutong nodded politely and thanked the old man. Thank you for helping us, sir. We are very grateful. The old man looked at Li Yutong's beautiful face, especially her eyes, and felt a strange sense of familiarity. He couldn't help but say, Miss, your eyes remind me of someone I knew long ago. The old man squinted slightly, lost in memory. Li Yutong asked curiously, Sir, who do you think of? The old man slowly replied, that was many years ago. I met a woman at a grand stone gambling event. She also has a pair of lively eyes like yours, with a unique understanding of gemstone betting and a sharp intuition. At that time, she chose an unremarkable raw stone, and everyone thought she was making a mistake. But she insisted on buying it, and it turned out to be a top-quality jadeite. The scene is still vivid in my memory. Li Yutong listened intently, feeling very curious about the mysterious woman. What happened to her later? The old man sighed. Later, she seemed to leave the gemstone betting world because of some reasons, and we haven't heard from her since. Over the years, I often think of her. Today, seeing you, your eyes look just like hers, as if time has gone back to those days. At this moment, Chin Kiki teased, maybe Yutong is a descendant of that senior, which is why she understands gemstone betting so well. The old man's eyes lit up. That's a real possibility. Young lady, do any of your family members work in the gemstone industry? Li Yutong shook her head. My family has never been involved in gemstone betting. I just have a personal interest in it and study it on my own. Please don't blame our heroine for lying. Her uniqueness must not be known to outsiders. The old man nodded. No matter what, you have a real talent for gemstone betting. It's not just about good eyesight and experience. Sometimes it's also about a bit of fate and intuition. Just like today, helping you out was also a kind of fate. If you encounter any difficulties in gemstone betting in the future, feel free to come to me. Li Yutong gratefully thanked him again. Thank you, sir. If I have the chance, I will definitely seek your advice. Li Yutong's mind replayed Yulinglong's words in her dreams. Her background still remains a mystery. Today's chance encounter might be the clue she needs, so she must not miss this rare opportunity. She politely asked the old man, Sir, what was your old friend's full name? You should remember her appearance, right? The old man squinted his eyes, lost in memory, and slowly said, Of course I remember. Her surname is Men, and her given name is Yanping. She has the same eyes as you, and her appearance is somewhat similar, about 3 or 4 points. But she has an oval face, with a slightly larger mouth than yours. She is tall, with a gentle and elegant demeanor, clearly from a noble family. Li Yutong immediately asked Shi to quickly draw a picture based on the old man's description, while she also picked up a pen and pretended to sketch on paper. She was once the leader of a women's special forces team. To complete various missions, she studied calligraphy, painting, music, and chess. Soon, a vivid sketch of a young woman appeared on the paper. She handed the drawing to the old man and softly asked, "Sir, please take a look. Does this look like her?" The old man took the sketch and examined it carefully. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's exactly her. The drawing is very accurate." Li Yutong felt happy inside and continued to ask, "Sir, can you tell me how you met this woman, Yanping Men? And where is she now?" The old man put down the sketch and began to speak slowly. "We met many years ago at a big stone gambling event. She was very elegant and graceful, leaving a deep impression on me. We had a few interactions afterward, but then, for some reason, she suddenly disappeared. I haven't been able to contact her since." Li Yutong frowned and asked further, "Do you know if she has family or other friends?" The old man shook his head.
I'm not sure about that.
"I only know she comes from a big family, but I don't know the details. By the way, young lady, could you give me this drawing as a keepsake?" Li Yutong felt a little disappointed, but didn't give up. She handed the sketch to the old man. "Thank you, sir, for telling me so much." Later, everyone gathered around to talk about stone gambling. The old man shared many of his experiences and stories, and Li Yutong and the others listened eagerly, gaining a lot. The next part was Li Yutong's turn. Using her expert eye for appraisal, she helped the group of 5 pick several rough stones. Although they looked ordinary on the outside, each could be cut to reveal top-quality jade. Coco was very excited and hugged Li Yutong, giving her a big kiss on the cheek. "Tong Tong, I love you so much." Although Coco was a woman, this made Lu Yihan feel a bit jealous. His future fiancée hadn't even been kissed yet, and Coco had already stolen a kiss. This made him feel a little jealous. Lu Yihan frowned and deliberately cleared his throat twice. Coco finally noticed and stuck out her tongue, then released Li Yutong. Li Yutong's cheeks turned slightly red. She looked at Lu Yihan with a helpless expression. Could this be the legendary feeling of jealousy? At this moment, Chu Yunfan teased, "Hanzi, you're almost overflowing with jealousy." Everyone laughed upon hearing this. Next, they began to cut the stones. As each raw stone was opened, the clear and beautiful high-quality jadeite was revealed, and people around looked at it with envy. Qin Kiki was so excited she jumped up and down. Eugene Lon also slightly smiled, her eyes full of happiness. Lu Yihan kept a close watch on Li Yutong, his eyes full of affection and possessiveness. After finishing the stone cutting, they gained a lot. The old man looked at everything and smiled, saying, "You all are very lucky, especially this young lady. She has great talent." Li Yutong modestly smiled. Then, everyone said goodbye to the old man and left the jade market with their cut jade. On the way back, Lu Yihan finally couldn't hold back. He took Li Yutong's hand. She was a little surprised at first, then gently held his hand back. Qin Kiki teased beside them. "Wow, Brother Lu, your possessiveness is really strong. I tell you, Tong Tong and I are very close friends." Li Yutong subtly glanced at her. Qin Kiki immediately realized she had spoken out of turn and quickly changed the subject. "Tong Tong, do you think we should bring some gifts to the village officials when we return to Sun County?" Li Yutong gave her a knowing look and smiled. "Of course we should bring gifts. Not just the village officials, but also Grandpa Lu, Uncle Wang, and their family. They showed kindness, so we should return it." Lu Yihan listened and smiled, feeling that Li Yutong was kind and thoughtful. He gently squeezed her hand and softly said, "I'll take care of the gifts. I promise everyone will be happy." Li Yutong looked up at him with trust in her eyes. "Then it's a lot of trouble for you." Suddenly, Chu Yunfan remembered something. "Since we've cut so much fine jade, Why not make some jewelry? Tong Tong and Kiki would look great wearing them. Chin Keek's eyes lit up, and she clapped happily. Great idea. Tong Tong, you must pick your favorite pieces. Li Yutong felt a little excited. She had never worn jewelry made from her own jade before. Lu Yihan looked at her expectant face and said, I'll make you a unique set. While they spoke, they had already returned to their place. Lu Yihan quickly contacted a skilled jeweler to make jewelry, while the others started discussing suitable gifts for the people of Sun County. Laughter and cheerful chatter filled the room. Lu Yihan soon found a master craftsman skilled in making jade jewelry. Sir, I want to make a bracelet with this imperial green jade. Can I have the initials of 2 people's names engraved on the 2 beads at the clasp? People say that old folks are wise, and this saying is true. The old man smiled warmly at Lu Yihan. Young man, are you giving this bracelet to someone special? I have a suggestion. You can design a small mechanism on the bracelet so that when it's fastened, the 2 initials form a heart shape. Lu Yihan's eyes lit up. He thought this idea was wonderful. It would make the bracelet more meaningful. He nodded quickly. Yes, sir.
Please make it as you suggested.
I'd appreciate it if you could finish it soon. The old man patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, young man. You can trust my skills. Come back in 3 days to pick it up. Meanwhile, everyone else in the room was still lively discussing the gifts. Chin Kiki suggested bringing some local specialty foods for the village officials. Yu Jinlong thought it would be good to add some practical daily items. Li Yutong listened carefully to everyone's suggestions and occasionally added her own. When Lu Yihan returned, he told everyone about the bracelet making. Chin Kiki then teased Li Yutong. Yutong, you're about to have your own special bracelet. Li Yutong rolled her eyes. Go play. Why can't I have my own bracelet? You have someone too, right? Maybe Chu Yunfan will surprise you. Chin Kiki smiled warmly at Chu Yunfan, as if saying, Really? Is there really a surprise? Chu Yunfan understood immediately and said with a smile, Of course. If Li Yutong gets a bracelet, I'll have a surprise for you. That night, Chu Yunfan secretly went to the master craftsman Lu Yihan had contacted and asked him to make another pendant, also heart-shaped. Here, Chin Kiki pulled Li Yutong into her room and spoke mysteriously. Tong Tong, I have 3 warm jade pieces in my storage ring that I got from Lord Yama. I overheard the black and white impermanents reporting to him that they were crafted by a cultivator from the cultivation world, with protective charms carved using Taoist techniques. I'll give you one. Please give this to Lu Yihan. I'll also give one to Chu Yunfan. They are always risking their lives, and only soldiers like us understand that danger. Li Yutong was deeply touched by Chin Kiki. She casually waved her hand, and a large box filled with cash appeared at Chin Kiki's feet. Kiki, this box is full of cash. Quickly put it into your storage ring so no one else sees it. Chin Kiki wanted to refuse, but just then, there was a knock on the door. She had to quickly pack up the box and go open the door. They looked at each other and smiled. Chin Kiki opened the door to see Jade Jinlong standing straight outside. Cousin, why are you here? Is something wrong? No, Jade Jinlong said affectionately. I came to tell you that I received a message from my subordinates. There's a problem on their side, and I need to go handle it. I just came to say goodbye. When Li Yutong heard her cousin was leaving and remembered the warning from Yilinglong in her dream, she quickly pulled him inside. Come with me. I want to give you something. She then took out a special men's bracelet from her space. Chin Kiki immediately recognized it as a high-tech product developed by their military research team in their past life. Cousin, wear this bracelet. Here's a box filled with silver needles. Each needle is coated with poison. If you're in danger, press the switch, and the needles will shoot out automatically. Jade Jinlong, who was behind the black market, had seen many good things, but he had never seen this before. He was very curious. Tong Tong, is this thing really that amazing? Of course. If you don't believe it, you can try, Li Yutong said confidently. To help Jade Jinlong become skilled at using it in danger, Li Yutong had him practice the operation and see the effect right then. Jade Jinlong was so surprised that his eyes nearly popped out. Tong Tong, where did you get this? Li Yutong lied without hesitation, casually saying, Cousin, I found it while hunting in the mountains inside a cave. I thought about it for a long time before figuring out how it works. Of course, this bracelet had more functions like making calls, real-time location tracking, and others, but these required internet support. Yu Jinlan didn't think much and happily accepted it. Li Yutong then took out a small, delicate pistol. Cousin, along with this bracelet, there's also a pistol. It's fully loaded. Keep it for self-defense. Yu Jinlan took the pistol and examined it carefully, eyes full of surprise. Tong Tong, your mountain hunting trip was quite successful. With these two treasures, I feel much more at ease. Li Yutong smiled. Cousin, since you're out in the black market, danger is unavoidable. With these, you'll have extra protection. Yu Jinlan was deeply touched. Is this what family bonds feel like? Being alone in the world for a long time, he hadn't felt this kind of caring from loved ones. He suppressed his emotions, patted Li Yutong's shoulder, and said, Tong Tong, I'm grateful for you. But you also need to be careful. Don't just give away such valuable things so easily. Li Yutong nodded. I understand, cousin. I've also kept some self-defense items for myself. Yu Jinlan finally felt reassured, carefully storing the pistol and bracelet. He felt even more grateful to Li Yutong. He said a quick goodbye and left in a hurry. Over the next 3 days, everyone prepared gifts for Sun County and looked forward to the custom-made bracelet from Lu Yihan. When talking about returning to Sun County, Lu Yihan spoke up. Yutong, Yunfan, and I need to go back to Kyoto. We have to report to our superiors. If there are no new tasks, I'll return to the Yangjiahui Brigade. Chu Yunfan also approached Qin Kiki, a bit reluctant. Kiki, we just met, and now we have to part. I really don't want to leave, but wearing this military uniform, I have to prioritize national interests. I hope you understand and accept that. As a female soldier, Qin Kiki naturally understood their sense of patriotism and dedication. Because she has a simple personality and isn't overly sentimental or wealthy, she cheerfully patted Chu Yunfan's shoulder and said, I understand. You are all working hard for the country and the people. Without your efforts, we wouldn't have a peaceful life. Li Yutong also looked at Lu Yihan with concern in her eyes. Don't worry about work. I will wait for you in Sun County. Lu Yihan gently squeezed her hand. Yes, wait for me. Please also take care of my grandfather. Soon 3 days passed. Lu Yihan and Chu Yunfan picked up their bracelets and pendants from the Jade Master and took their partners back to their rooms. Lu Yihan put the bracelet on Li Yutong's wrist and said something that made her see him in a new light and feel warm inside. Tong Tong, I read in a book once that a bracelet around the wrist is like an invisible bond between lovers, symbolizing the connection between two people. It reminds both of us that our feelings are closely linked. No matter where we go, an invisible thread keeps our hearts together. So I wear this bracelet on your wrist, hoping our love will last long and stay steady, not easily broken by outside forces. Li Yutong took out a piece of warm jade given to her by Qin Kiki. Since you put so much thought into this, I'll give you something good. Lu Yihan held the jade and surprisingly felt a warm energy spread from his palm through his whole body. It was warm but not hot. Warm jade? That's a good thing. If you give me this, people might think I'm stealing ancient artifacts during missions. He complained with a teasing tone, but his love for the jade was obvious. Ha! Such a two-faced guy. Meanwhile, over with Qin Kiki, Chu Yunfan took out a yellow glass jade pendant tied with a red string and put it around Qin Kiki's neck. The pendant was heart-shaped and engraved with her name. Kiki, even though we've only known each other for a few days, I already have deep feelings for you. This heart-shaped pendant represents my heart. Please leave a little space for my sincerity and let it find a place in your heart. Qin Kiki listened in surprise to Chu Yunfan's confession, caught off guard. She clearly knew she didn't dislike or reject Chu Yunfan, but saying she fell in love at first sight was a bit of a stretch. Qin Kiki looked at the delicate heart-shaped pendant and was momentarily unsure how to respond. She gently touched the pendant, feeling its warm touch, just like Chu Yunfan's passionate gaze at that moment. Yunfan, I really appreciate your kindness, Qin Kiki said carefully. But feelings take time to develop. I don't want to rush into a decision. A hint of disappointment flashed in Chu Yunfan's eyes, but he quickly smiled warmly. I understand, Kiki. I am willing to wait until the day you truly accept me. Chin Kiki felt a small movement in her heart and grew more fond of this caring man. She nodded softly.
Good.
I hope we can get to know each other better. Then she took out a piece of warm jade, identical to the one Li Yutong gave to Lu Yihan. Yunfan, I give this to you. Wear it close to your body. I hope it keeps you safe. Chu Yunfan happily took the shiny white jade, feeling its warmth clearly transmitted to him. Without hesitation, he put it around his neck, smiling happily like a silly boy. Kiki, thank you. I will come to see you whenever I have time. At this moment, Li Yutong and Lu Yihan came out of the room. Seeing their expressions, Li Yutong understood a little and teased, Oh, it looks like your confession was successful. Chin Kiki blushed rarely and scolded with a smile. Li Yutong, don't be so bossy. Just because you set fire as a local official doesn't mean I, as a common person, can't light a lamp. Huh. What are you bragging about? Everyone chatted happily, creating a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. The time to say goodbye finally arrived. Lu Yihan and Chu Yunfan boarded the car back to the capital. Li Yutong and Chin Kiki stood in place, watching the car drive away. Chin Kiki sniffed and said, Tong Tong, they've gone. We need to hurry back to Sun County too. Li Yutong nodded and opened the gifts Lu Yihan prepared for the village officials. They were some local specialty items and high-quality fabrics. Kiki, let's buy some local snacks and fruit candies to share with the children when we go back. Chin Kiki always followed Li Yutong's words. After finishing these tasks, they took the gifts and headed back to Sun County, both looking forward to seeing Lu Yihan and Chu Yunfan again in the future. This time, the two of them were away for 12 days. As soon as they returned to the Sheep-Horn Locust Brigade, they went to get their leave approved from the team leader, Wang Taizhu. When they left, they were holding gifts for the village officials. At that moment, Wang Taizhu was in the brigade office, having a meeting with the village officials to discuss how to help the soy sauce and vinegar factory sell their products. Seeing Li Yutong and Chin Kiki return, he suddenly stood up and said, Li Yutong, Chin Kiki, you two are finally back. Li Yutong saw that the village officials were in the brigade office. She smiled and handed the gifts she brought to them. Dear leaders, these are some small gifts that Kiki and I bought for everyone during our trip. They are simple things, so I hope you won't mind. Since Sun County is a mountain area, even the village officials had never seen such fine fabric before and looked a bit shy. Oh, you two are too polite. You went out and brought us gifts. How can we accept them easily? Wang Taizhu said politely, but he honestly accepted the gifts and changed the subject. Li Yutong, Chin Kiki, our brigade's soy sauce and vinegar factory has produced its first batch. However, most of the sales are to nearby villagers, and the sales volume isn't very good. We're trying to figure out how to expand the market. Since you two are here, maybe you can help us come up with some good ideas. He then brought over a stool for each of them. They sat facing each other. Li Yutong broke the silence first. She looked directly at the person opposite her and asked softly, Team leader, I want to understand how our soy sauce and vinegar factory is selling. What sales methods are we using? Li Yutong knew very well that if the factory wanted better results, she first needed to understand its marketing model so she could take targeted actions. Village Secretary Fan Yuntao thought for a moment and replied, Li Jiqing, our factory has dedicated sales staff responsible for selling. When customers come in, there are people to serve them. As for the sales method, it's quite traditional, cash transactions. After hearing this, Li Yutong frowned slightly. She then said, Secretary Fan, I think relying on customers to come to us might not be the best approach. Think about it, there aren't many villagers here, and everyone is busy working in the fields every day. They don't have much extra time or energy to travel far just to buy soy sauce and vinegar. When she reached this point, Li Yutong paused briefly, seeming to organize her thoughts. Then she continued, There's one more thing. It's very hard for local villagers to earn money. If our sales only accept cash, wouldn't that exclude some people who don't have money? Do you think my point makes sense? The village officials weren't stupid. After Li Yutong spoke, they all became more interested. Wang Taizhu was the first to speak. Li Yutong, tell us your idea. Li Yutong looked around and saw everyone watching her with hope. She smiled slightly and shared her plan. Team leader, secretary Fan, fellow village officials, here's what I think. We can send some smart, capable young people to use carts to carry our soy sauce and vinegar around the village, delivering directly to homes. This way, villagers who don't have time to come by can still get our products. It will also help make our soy sauce and vinegar more well-known. Why not do it? Coco Chin, who had been quiet, also shared her idea. Leaders, I think we can break the tradition of only accepting cash. Of course, paying with cash is good, but for families without money, we can trade goods instead. Everyone was impressed by her suggestion. Wang Taizhu quickly asked, Coco Chin, tell us more. Coco Chin smiled slightly. Team leader, to make our soy sauce and vinegar, we need ingredients like soybeans, bran, and various grains. We can trade our products for these, swap soy sauce and vinegar for bran, soybeans, or corn. Wang Tiezhu's eyes lit up. He patted his thigh excitedly. Great idea. This solves the problem for villagers without cash and also supplies raw materials for our factory. It's a win-win. Other village officials nodded in agreement, thinking this plan was feasible. Fan Yuntao added, let's get started quickly. We should pick some strong, quick-talking young men to deliver the goods. Wang Taizhu immediately arranged for people to select suitable candidates. Li Yutong also added, we can make some small advertisements, clearly showing the benefits and prices of our soy sauce and vinegar, and put them in visible places around the village. That way, more people will learn about our products. Coco Chin agreed. Yes, and the delivery people can also promote the idea of trading goods. The village officials became more excited as they discussed. They felt hopeful about expanding the sales of their soy sauce and vinegar. Wang Taizhu smiled and said to Li Yutong and Qin Kiki, thanks to both of you for going out and gaining some experience. That idea is really good. Once the soy sauce and vinegar factory makes money, I will reward you properly. Li Yutong slightly raised the corner of her mouth, showing a gentle smile, and softly said, thank you, Captain. I am really looking forward to the day our soy sauce and vinegar factory becomes profitable. Qin Kiki blinked her lively eyes and playfully teased, Captain, if our factory earns a lot, can we enjoy free soy sauce and vinegar? Wang Taizhu rolled his eyes helplessly and said impatiently, dream on. Qin Kiki immediately responded with a smile, Captain, you are the backbone of our team, a leader with both good looks and ability. Rolling your eyes is not very polite, and saying dream on is a bit unrefined. Your image might be a little shaky. Her words made the other village officials laugh out loud. Wang Taizhu gritted his teeth and said seriously, Qin Kiki, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. I will correct myself and do my best to maintain the good image of our goat horn Hui team. Li Yutong, touched by the joyful atmosphere, smiled even more brightly. Suddenly, she had a bright idea, looked at the village officials and said, Captain, Secretary Fan, I came up with a slogan for our soy sauce and vinegar sales team. Let me know if it sounds good. Wang Tiezhu's eyes lit up and he eagerly urged, tell us quickly. What is the slogan? Li Yutong cleared her throat and recited vividly, buy vinegar. Fill your jars. Anyone owing me bran, pay up now. Goat horn vinegar, fragrant and sour, perfect for stir-fry and dumpling dough. Everyone listened and nodded in approval. Secretary Fan gave a thumbs up and said, this slogan is catchy and easy to remember. It will definitely attract many customers. Wang Taizhu also said excitedly, Yutong, your mind is really sharp. But we need to make it even more appealing. Everyone sat together, discussing and sharing ideas. Qin Kiki's eyes sparkled as she suggested, we can add another line. Goat horn sauce, fresh flavor, perfect for stir-fry and stews, filling the air with delicious aroma. Li Yutong's eyes sparkled, and she clapped her hands happily. Kiki, your idea is wonderful. It fits perfectly with what we had before. After a lively discussion, they finalized the advertisement slogan. Come buy vinegar. Come buy soy sauce. Who owes me bran, pay up now. Yangjiao vinegar, fragrant and sour, mixed with spicy noodles and stir-fried dough. Yangjiao soy sauce, full of flavor, makes stir-fry and stews smell wonderful. Wang Taizhu waved his hand and said, everyone stop what you're doing. quickly arrange for people to promote our products, so our soy sauce and vinegar can go beyond Yangjiao Huai Brigade and reach a bigger market. With the village officials' support, the sales team of the soy sauce and vinegar factory started going door to door, shouting out their new slogan. Soon, the reputation of Yangjiao Huai Brigade's soy sauce and vinegar grew, and orders came in rapidly. Seeing the factory getting busier and busier, Li Yutong, Qin Kiki, and Wang Taizhu all wore happy smiles. That day, after distributing farming tools, Li Yutong found Wang Taizhu. "Captain, could you give me some samples of our soy sauce and vinegar? I might be able to bring in bigger orders for our brigade." Wang Taizhu's eyes lit up immediately. He quickly said, "No problem. I'll arrange that right away." "Yutong, where do you plan to go to get orders?" Li Yutong smiled confidently. "I'm planning to visit the city's state-run restaurant and shops. Our products are so good, I believe we can attract their interest." Li Yutong was not at all nervous about lying. She wasn't really going to the state-run restaurant, but was planning to go to the black market to ask Lin Haonan for help. His father was the county party secretary, and Lin Haonan was capable himself. She believed Lin Haonan could help Yangjiao Huai Brigade get big orders. Wang Taizhu patted her shoulder. "Good. You have courage. I believe you'll succeed." Soon, Wang Taizhu brought over beautifully packaged samples of soy sauce and vinegar. Li Yutong took them with a smile. "Captain, just watch and see." Back home, Li Yutong told Qin Kiki, "Kiki, come with me to the Liu family, then to Uncle Wang's house." "Okay. I'll bring the gifts we bought." Qin Kiki agreed, and went to get the presents. Li Yutong prepared quite a few gifts for Liu Ziqian. There was fresh pork just slaughtered in her space, a basket of eggs and duck eggs, some fabric she bought in Ruishi for making winter clothes, and rice, flour, grains, and oil stored in her space. Both of them carried their things as they arrived at Liu's house. Just then, the old man came out to pour foot wash water. When he saw them, he greeted cheerfully, "Yutong, Kiki, you're back." "Yes, Grandpa Liu, we're back," Li Yutong replied sweetly. Liu Ziqian hurriedly invited them inside, looking at what they carried. "You too, just going out and coming back with so many things for this old man. How much did that cost?" He was complaining but felt very happy inside. His grandson had good taste. His future granddaughter-in-law was not only beautiful, but also very filial and well-mannered. "Grandpa Liu, it didn't cost much. These are just some food and daily necessities," Kiki said happily. "Grandpa Liu, you probably haven't eaten dinner yet. I'll cook you a nice meal. You and Yutong can have a good chat," she added. "All right," Grandpa Liu agreed with a smile. "Today, I get to enjoy life with you two young girls." "Kiki, my teeth aren't very good, so cook things softer." Kiki promised and went to the kitchen to prepare food. "Girl, you don't mind that Grandpa Liu calls you that, right?" the old man asked affectionately, looking at Li Yutong. "No, I don't mind, Grandpa Liu. I like you calling me that," she replied obediently. "That's good, girl. I heard Hansi say you two are already a couple. From now on, don't be so formal. Just call me Grandpa," he said. Li Yutong felt warm inside. It seemed the old man approved of her relationship with Yuhan Liu. "Okay, Grandpa. During the 10 days we're away, is your health okay? No dizziness or blurry vision?" she asked with concern. "I'm fine. Ever since I took the medicine you gave me last time, I haven't had dizziness or blurry vision anymore," he replied. "It's not a big problem. Just that as people get older, their teeth become loose. A few old teeth have already fallen out, and they can't chew hard foods." The old man spoke while opening his mouth for Li Yutong to check. He trusts Li Yutong's medical skills very much, so when his future daughter-in-law said she wanted to examine him, he happily cooperated. Li Yutong took the flashlight from the table and carefully examined his teeth. The old man was right. Some teeth had fallen out, some were loose, and 2 were about to fall. Li Yutong knows dentistry because of her past life. In her previous life, by the time the Li family's medical skills reached her father, they combined traditional Chinese and Western medicine. Her father opened a hospital and was the head doctor. As the heir of the Li family, her father was very talented. He was good at Chinese and Western medicine, internal medicine, surgery, obstetrics and gynecology, pediatrics, ophthalmology, and neurology. Her mother was a famous dentist, skilled in making false teeth, porcelain crowns, and dental implants. To train her as the only heir of the Li family, her parents worked very hard and passed all their skills to her. They even bought a special set of medical equipment just for her. Although she was rebellious and didn't follow her parents' wishes to join the family business, insisting on joining the army, she would always help at the hospital during her leave. Later, she got this purple jade space, which seemed to have some kind of telepathic connection. She stored all her medical equipment inside it. She had even visited the underground basement of the space villa, where the equipment was kept in a safe place. Seeing Lu Ziqian's teeth look like this reminded her of her own set of medical tools. "Grandpa, your teeth are really not in good shape. I have a way to give you new teeth. Would you like that?" The old man's eyes lit up with surprise. "Really, girl? Of course I would. If I could get new teeth, I'd be so happy. Grandpa, here's the plan. After we finish eating, I'll arrange it for you. But for someone your age, dental implants require general anesthesia, so you won't feel any pain. Can you trust me?" The old man quickly nodded and said, "Don't worry, Grandpa trusts you. What is there to worry about? He's already quite old and has fallen into poverty, living in the countryside. There's nothing to be afraid of." After saying that, the old man remembered he hadn't asked Li Yutong how her trip back went. "Girl, was everything smooth during your trip? Did Luo Zhenbang get punished?" "Yes, Grandpa, you don't know. Coco and I accidentally met Luo Zhenbang's mistress on the train." Li Yutong then told him everything from start to finish. "Grandpa, at present, only Li Hualing from the Luo family in Jincheng is still at the gravel quarry in the northwest. I don't know her current situation." "Good. People like her, who are cruel and selfish, and who damage the country's stability for personal gain, deserve such treatment." Although Lu Ziqian now lives in this small mountain village, he used to be a veteran revolutionary who traveled 25,000 miles. He is very protective of his country and won't allow anyone to harm it. As for Li Hualing, she is now in deep trouble. She never wanted to go to the countryside. She was used to a luxurious life and had never experienced the hardships of rural life. Moreover, she was in the northwest, a place known for its harsh environment. Soon after arriving here, she found out she was pregnant. That night, a nightmare-like memory flooded her mind. She knew very well that her current situation was all caused by Li Yutong's schemes. Now she regrets not killing Li Yutong earlier, which might have prevented her from ending up like this. Since she was far from Jincheng and working hard at the gravel quarry every day, she couldn't stand this tough life, especially since she was never used to manual labor. So she tried to the foreman of the quarry and succeeded in getting into his bed, then persuaded him to give her a lighter job as a scoring clerk. The foreman was an ugly man in his 40s, a widower who had lost his wife. Since her death, he hadn't experienced intimacy with a woman. Unexpectedly, luck turned in his favor. He managed to sleep with a young, beautiful girl from the countryside, and after many years of abstinence, he completely let go of himself, successfully causing Li Hualing to lose her pregnancy. Li Hualing, lying on the bed, was angrily cursing Li Yutong in her heart. "Li Yutong, what can you do by sending me to the countryside? You're just like me, living a hard life in the countryside, being bullied every day until you're exhausted. I, Li Hualing, curse you. Every day you get bullied, eat worse than pigs and dogs, stay forever in the countryside, with no hope of ever getting out." Meanwhile, Li Yutong was eating braised pork mixed with rice made by Qin Kiki and sneezed. She rubbed her nose. "Who's talking behind my back? Don't let me find out. If I do, I'll make sure they regret it. Li Hualing, I am already quite impressive now. What more do you want?" Qin Kiki teased with a smile. "Isn't it said that thinking, cursing, and catching a cold come in that order? You just sneezed. Could it be that someone is missing you? Get lost." "I think you're the one missing someone," Li Yutong shot back without hesitation. Lu Ziqian listened to their conversation and caught a hint of meaning. "Girl, does Kiki also have a boyfriend now?" "Yes, Grandpa. This time when we went out, she met Ahan's comrade Xu Yunfan. They're getting to know each other now." Hearing that Qin Kiki was talking to Yunfan, Lu Ziqian smiled and said, "Yunfan is a good kid, smart, positive, and from a good family. You should cherish him. Thank you, Grandpa Lu. Chin Kiki was no longer shy or nervous about having a boyfriend. She confidently asked the old man, Grandpa Lu, since you seem to know Chu Yunfan's father, can you tell me more about him? Li Yutong looked at her eager expression and teased, Chin Kiki, you've only known him for a few days, and you're already so eager to learn about his family? Do you really want to get married that badly? Chin Kiki rolled her eyes at her, but said nothing. Instead, she looked at Lu Ziqian and asked, Grandpa Lu, just tell me. All right, Grandpa will satisfy your curiosity. He took out a black and white photo from the desk drawer and pointed to a tall man who looked somewhat like Chu Yunfan. This is Chu Yunfan's grandfather, Chu Mingyu. The person on my right is Li Jingrun. The three of us participated together in the long march of 25,000 miles, and we are very close friends. At that time, we were called the Iron Trio. Mingyu now works at the top levels in Kyoto. He has only one son, who is now the commander of the Kyoto Military District. Chin Kiki listened carefully. Grandpa Lu, from what you said, I feel a bit unworthy of Chu Yunfan, since my family background is quite ordinary. Lu Ziqian waved his hand and smiled. Don't say that. Family background isn't important. What's key is that two people get along well. I know Yunfan well. He doesn't care much about family status. Li Yutong also chimed in. That's right, Kiki. Don't underestimate yourself. You're kind and independent. It's a blessing that Chu Yunfan is with you. Chin Kiki smiled. Then I'll take your good words. By the way, Grandpa Lu, the man in the photo, Li Jingrun, do you think he might be related to my family, Tong Tong? Lu Ziqian's eyes lit up. He examined Li Yutong carefully. It's very possible. Jingrun also has the surname Li. Maybe they are related. This made Li Yutong feel a bit curious. Her background was still a mystery, and since the topic had come up, she thought she might as well find out more. Grandpa, how is Li Jingrun now? If I'm right, he must be in a high position too. Lu Ziqian smiled openly. Of course. That old guy is a clever fox. Now he works closely with the top leaders. For the country's development and construction, he works hard and offers many ideas. Really? Grandpa, what about his family? Li Yutong asked. He has 2 sons and a daughter. His eldest son, Li Jianhui, is now the head of the Kyoto Armed Forces Department. His eldest daughter-in-law, Tian Fangyun, is deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. His younger son, Li Jianfeng, is the director of the National Security Bureau and has never married. His daughter, Li Jianling, is a surgical professor at the Military General Hospital. Her husband, Rong Tsongrong, is a J commander in the Kyoto Military District. Listening to Lu Ziqian's introduction, Li Yutong's anticipation grew stronger. She continued to ask, Grandpa, what about his grandchildren? My youngest son, Li Kai, is still in school. Jianfeng has no children, and Jianling has 2 sons. Chin Kiki listened eagerly and couldn't help but say, the Li family really produces talented people. Li Yutong, however, fell into deep thought. Could there be clues about her own background hidden in this information? She decided not to think too much and to take things one step at a time. After dinner, Li Yutong took her grandfather to a quiet room. She helped him lie down on the bed and slowly injected anesthesia. Soon he fell into a deep sleep. While her grandfather was sleeping, Li Yutong entered the purple jade space and took out the medical equipment. She skillfully adjusted the devices and prepared for the dental implant surgery. Once everything was ready, she focused and began the procedure. With her experience from her past life and her family's medical skills, her movements were precise and smooth. Time passed quickly, and the surgery went very well. When it was finished, she carefully treated her grandfather's wounds, looked at her work, and nodded with satisfaction. Looks like my skills are pretty good, Li Yutong proudly said. Then she brought her grandfather out of the purple jade space. Chin Kiki, who was guarding outside, saw her coming out with her grandfather and hurriedly asked, How did it go, Tong Tong?
Is it done?
Of course. When I, Li Yutong, do something, it's bound to succeed, she replied confidently. After a while, her grandfather slowly woke up. Though still a bit confused, he could feel the new teeth in his mouth. He excitedly grabbed Li Yutong's hand and said, "Girl, you're amazing." Seeing her grandfather awake, Li Yutong quickly checked on him and advised, "Grandpa, for the next 4 to 6 hours, drink a small amount of water and watch for any discomfort like nausea or vomiting. If everything is normal, you can rest peacefully. Starting tomorrow, you can eat liquids or semi-liquids. Once your stomach and mouth heal and the pain and swelling decrease, you can gradually eat normally. Just avoid hard or chewy foods so the wound can heal well." Her grandfather nodded seriously. "Girl, I've taken note. You really think of everything." Chin Kiki looked at her with admiration. "Tong Tong, your medical skills are amazing. You even did the dental implant surgery so perfectly." Lu Ziqian also smiled and nodded. "Our family's Haozi has really found a treasure." Li Yutong smiled and waved her hand. "Grandpa, this is just a small token." The two of them chatted with the old man for a while before returning home to sleep. The next morning, after finishing work in the warehouse, they took some gifts and went to Grandpa Wang's house. At this time, Accountant Wang and Mu Kun's mother had already gone to the fields to work. Only Grandpa Wang and the 4 siblings, Wang Muxuan and his siblings, were at home. Li Yutong was seeing Grandpa Wang's 4 grandchildren for the first time. Wang Muxuan, the oldest, was steady and sensible. His younger sister Wang Muhong was clever and cute, with bright, lively eyes. The younger brother Wang Damon was energetic and lively, and little Wang Xiaoman was Li Yutong's little informant. Li Yutong and Chin Kiki entered the house, smiling sincerely and politely greeting Grandpa Wang. "Grandpa Wang, we came back late yesterday and didn't have time to visit you.
We feel sorry about that.
Here's a small gift we brought for you. We hope you like it." She handed over the carefully chosen gift to Grandpa Wang. Grandpa Wang smiled so broadly that his eyes narrowed into slits. He quickly took the gift and warmly welcomed them. "Come in, no need to bring anything. Just sit down, don't stand." Wang Muxuan also stepped forward, poured them some water, and said, "Sisters, please sit here and have some water. It's hot today and you need to cool down." Everyone sat together and started chatting about everyday life. Li Yutong curiously asked Wang Muxuan and the others about their daily routines. Wang Muxuan smiled and said, "We usually help with farm work. When it's free time, I read books and my younger siblings also learn." Wang Muhong added, "I also like helping my mom cook. My mom's cooking is really delicious." Wang Xiaoman, who was more familiar with Li Yutong, pulled his brother's hand and came over. "Beautiful sister, let me introduce you. This is my older brother Wang Damon. He's 2 years older than me." Wang Damon usually stayed close to Grandpa. He had seen Li Yutong and Chin Kiki a few times but hadn't spoken to them. "2 sisters, I know about you. Xiaoman often comes home and says you give him candy." "Thank you so much." Li Yutong smiled and nodded. "Damon, there's no need to be so polite. We really like Xiaoman. You can come visit us anytime to play. Also, if you hear or see anything interesting, you can tell us." Hearing this, Wang Damon opened up and started talking. "Big sister, I want to tell you something. When you were away, Zhengyang was beaten up by someone." Chin Kiki was interested and took a piece of nougat from her pocket, handing it to Damon and Xiaoman. "Damon, go ahead and tell us what happened." Damon happily took the candy, peeled it, and put a piece in his mouth. After chewing a bit, he said, "That day, I went with Grandpa to the breeding room. As we passed by their house, I saw Han Hongmei's 3 brothers beating up Zhengyang. Han Hongmei was standing nearby, scolding him, saying Zhengyang is just a lazy guy, a stay-at-home man, who doesn't work and relies on her family to support him." Chin Kiki's eyes widened with curiosity. "Did Zhengyang fight back?" Damon shook his head. "No, he didn't fight back. He just held his head and took the beating, constantly begging them to stop. Later, Grandpa was worried something might happen, so he pulled me away. I don't know what happened after that." Li Yutong frowned. "Zhengyang deserves it. He's just asking for trouble," Chin Kiki said happily. "Tong Tong, you're right. Zhengyang was already a lazy guy, and now he's married, still trying to mooch off others. Now he's gotten beaten up." Damon continued, "Sister, I also heard from others in the village that Zhengyang wants to divorce Han Hongmei, but her family refuses. The beating was probably a lesson to him, so he won't ask for a divorce again." Chin Kiki was interested.
Oh, really?
They just got married a few days ago, and now they want a divorce? Is that even possible? Damon scratched his head. I'm not sure about that, but seeing how badly he was beaten, he probably won't ask again. Li Yutong and Qin Kiki exchanged glances. They both thought this was quite interesting and decided to find a chance to learn more about what happened next. Just then, outside, suddenly there was a loud noise and arguing. Wang Damon ran out to look and hurried back. Something's wrong. Grandma Li's chickens ran out and pulled Aunt Zhang's vegetables. Now they're arguing. Wang Dajua frowned and stood up. This won't do. We need to go and stop them. Li Yutong and Wang Muchuan also went to the village entrance together. When they arrived, they saw Grandma Li and Aunt Zhang arguing loudly, with red faces and thick necks. I told you, you old fool. Your chickens messed up our vegetable garden. Do you have any right to complain? I say, Zhang Donkey Face, the way you see it, our chickens eating your vegetables is because your garden has bugs. My chickens are helping to get rid of pests in your garden. The woman called Zhang Donkey Face is actually named Zhang Miling. Because her face is long, people gave her the nickname Zhang Donkey Face. But I have to say, her face really is quite long, and it does look a bit like a donkey's face. When Grandma Li said this, Zhang Miling was so angry she almost fell backward. But she was quick with her words and said sharply, I tell you, Grandma Li, look at yourself. Your figure is like Wu Dalong's. You're 1 foot tall and 2 feet wide. You walk around like a rolling ball. And here you are, laughing at my long face. Listen up, I don't call it donkey face. I call it Dongpa face. Hearing this, Li Yutong suddenly saw Zhang Miling in a new light. She seemed to have some knowledge, even knowing about Su Dongpa. She whispered to Qin Kiki, Kiki, I think Zhang Miling must have gone to school for a few days. Otherwise, how could she say she has Dongpa face? Yes, I also think she's not simple, Tong Tong. Do you remember the poem Xiao Mei Su teased her brother about his long face? Li Ming was about to say she definitely remembered, but Wang Muchuan covered his mouth and giggled secretly. Kiki Jia, now that you mention it, I remember that poem. I think it goes like this. The sky is high, the earth is wide, the road is 3,000 miles long. Looking at the double eyebrows between the clouds, last year's tear of longing, still flowing down to the cheeks. Li Yutong gave Wang Muchuan a thumbs up. Good job, little Muchuan. Sister told you, if you have time, read more books. Maybe you'll find it useful someday. Li Yutong originally wanted to say that the college entrance exams would soon resume, but she couldn't say it directly, so she just said this. While the three of them were chatting happily, Uncle Wang was also trying to stop the fight. Calm down, everyone. We're neighbors. Let's talk nicely. Sisterly, it's wrong for your chickens and sheep to come out and eat other people's vegetables. You should apologize. Zhang Mei, everyone knows you're a kind person. Don't be too upset about this. Grandpa Wang spoke up, and even Li Posey, who is quite stubborn, didn't dare to argue anymore. It's my fault for not watching the chickens.
I'm sorry.
I'll pay for the vegetables. Hearing this, Zhang Miling felt less upset and said, Grandpa Wang has spoken, so let's forget it. Just be more careful next time. The conflict was settled, and everyone returned to Grandpa Wang's house, where the atmosphere became relaxed again. As the sunset gradually set, Li Yutong and her friends stood up to leave. Grandpa Wang held their hands and said, Come visit us often if you have time. The four siblings Wang Muchuan also waved goodbye at the door. Warm evening light shone on them, creating a beautiful picture of rural life.